Chapter 1. Death's End. A drop of fresh blood hung from the neck. Rainwater dripped from the eaves, blood spilled out and fled beneath the girl's feet, eventually merging with the puddle. The night filled the alley, cloaking the girl in a ponytail. She quickly picked up the corpse on the ground and threw it into the car parked outside the alley. Then she got into the car. Thick clouds covered the sky, darkening the ground. The lake was unfathomably deep. Dense branches and leaves obscured a winding path and a car speeding along it. The car drove steadily down the path without changing speed until it suddenly reached an open area where it screeched to a halt on the hillside by the lake. The girl stepped out of the car and picked up the corpse from the trunk. The heavy body felt like a stack of feathers, and her hands or steps remained quick and light, the sound of her boots brushing against the grass rising behind her. The girl walked with the corpse to the lakeside, where the surface reflected the pure black night. The night and the lake were intertwined, pulling a silent wind between heaven and earth. In the lake, two identical faces were reflected. Without any hesitation, the girl skillfully hurled the body, which landed with a muffled thud into the water. Splashing water instantly enveloped the corpse. Ripples spread across the surface, expanding outward. The body did not sink to the bottom, but began to burn. The lake water licked at the surface of the skin, peeling it away with a satisfying sizzle. Exposing the already cold innards, it gradually seeped into the muscles and bones, devouring them with gaping holes. The girl stood by the lake, quietly watching the water wash over her mouth and nose, repeatedly rubbing against her face like a rotting rock on the shore. Soon, that face completely dissolved into the water, leaving only a pool of blood. The girl remained motionless, watching the blood being surrounded and purified by the lake, shrinking smaller and smaller. Only when the last hint of red floating on the water disappeared did she turn to leave. The girl hurried back to the car, pulled open the door, but suddenly stopped. She looked up, wanting to glimpse the shining stars and moon above, only to find nothing. Her eyes were fixed on the sky, the dim night penetrating her pupils. The girl lowered her head, stepped into the car, and drove off into the distance. The rearview mirror reflected a blurred black line of the lake behind her, and her determined gaze overlapping with it, the smoke of war. A girl with a black ponytail knelt amidst the shattered ruins. Corpses and severed limbs were everywhere, blood soaking the earth. The surrounding majestic buildings were scarred, the damaged areas smeared with dull organs, turning the originally gleaming silver green into a reddish brown. Xia Su. A powerful voice briefly pierced the sorrow, and a flame appeared in the girl's line of sight. Xia Su and a man spotted the kneeling Xia Su among the ruins and rushed toward her. Before the man could get close, he saw that the girl was cradling another person in her arms, who was in a terrible state, blood covering their entire body from a wound on the neck. A broken sword lay beside them. Xia Su stared blankly as the man crouched beside her, fear, sorrow, and anger bursting forth from her blood-soaked face. "Suluo," Xia Su whispered. She strained to steady her trembling voice. "And Jiao." She stared rigidly at the face of the person in her arms. Yu Luo looked down heavily at Jiao, then stood up to grasp Xia Su's shoulder. "While there's still time, we need to retreat." Su Luo pulled Xia Su and started to leave. Xia Su suddenly lifted her head. "Retreat?" Su Luo forcibly dragged Xia Su a step away. "Everyone else has left. If we don't go now, it will be too late." Xia Su forced herself to calm down. "What about Jack?" Before Su Luo could respond, a massive claw suddenly burst from the ground, clamping down on his leg. Su Luo cursed, flames igniting in his hands as he forcibly pried the claw open, grabbing its arm and pulling out the creature hidden beneath the earth. He grasped the creature's curved horn with one hand and stepped on its sharp back with one foot, tearing off its head. The dried blood on Su Luo's body became vivid again. Su Luo threw the head aside and went to pull Xia Su again. Xia Su stood still, repeating, "What about Jack?" Su Luo turned his head, his features obscured by blood, his voice unable to suppress his anger. "I don't know." Sparks flew from his hair as he shouted furiously. "If we don't leave, we won't survive either." Xia Su commanded, "You help me taking Jiao back to the ship, I'll go find Jack." Su Luo's lips moved, but Xia Su couldn't hear anything. She watched helplessly as Su Luo's face was engulfed in white light. There was no time to react. An endless whiteness, countless tentacles wrapped around Xia Su and Su Luo. A buzzing sound struck her skull, pain repeatedly piercing her brain. Xia Su was unfazed. She only looked at Su Luo the moment the white light disappeared. Su Luo was ensnared by the tentacles. Right before Xia Su, his bloodied face pressed against her forehead. The sting brought by the white light felt like silver needles constantly poking into Xia Su's eye sockets. She could feel her eyeballs trembling uncontrollably, but not from pain. Xia Su tilted her head back, trying hard to prevent the tears welling up in her eyes from spilling over. If she cried, she wouldn't be able to see him clearly. Xia Su reached out to touch Su Luo's disfigured face, the flesh resembling a blooming thicket of flowers. She gently cradled his cheek in her palm, her heart aching painfully, almost crushing her. Suddenly, Xia Su froze. It seemed she felt the cheek pressed against her palm, slowly rising and falling. Xia Su held her breath until the cheek beside her hand moved slightly, and then a mixed expression of joy and fear twisted her face. Xia Su understood that she couldn't waste a second. She immediately used her tentacles to carefully wrap up Su Luo and Injio. Xia Su controlled the sharp tips of the tentacles to pierce into the ground, elevating herself into the air, rushing toward the ship at the fastest speed. Xia Su set Injio and Su Luo on a platform inside the cabin, then immediately ran out of the ship, searching for something among the corpses. She walked across the devastated ground, praying to find the only life left. Dried blood, dark crimson at night. Xia Su dug through mountains made of the bodies of comrades and enemies. Finally spotting those sea blue eyes, she extended her tentacles to lift the stone blocking Jack's legs, and he leaned against the ruins, staring at her without shifting his gaze. "Jack!" Xia Su called. Jack blinked. Tears surged from her heart to her eyes, with only one dropping down, carving a path on her blood-smeared face. Xia Su gently lifted Jack from the ground and returned to the ship. Xia Su looked at the three companions lying on the platform, immensely relieved that they were all alive, still alive. She checked each of her unconscious companions for wounds. Each one seemed to be made of blood, with wounds of varying sizes covering their bodies, like canyons in cracked earth, flesh rolling. Xia Su pressed the healing tools on the platform, performing simple treatments for her companions as the ship navigated through the dense red stars. The ship landed in a place filled with warships. Xia Su glanced at her companions, then ran out of the cabin. She had already notified AIK to wait on the tarmac, and indeed, a man with chestnut hair, dressed in a white coat, stood in front of the ship waiting for Xia Su. Upon seeing her, the man quickly directed the medical staff carrying a stretcher to go inside and assist, following them as they rushed towards Xia Su. Xia Su led them to the platform, watching as they carefully lifted the three on his stretchers. The medical staff occasionally looked up at AI Kuei during the process, their faces revealing fear and inquiries, all of which AI Kuei took in. AI Kuei stepped forward, wanting to check the three's injuries briefly. The moment his fingers touched Jack's arm, his entire body froze. Xia Su saw AI Kuei dazed and anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" AI Kuei turned his head, staring at Xia Su. Xia Su fixed her anxious gaze on AI Kuei. The latter's eyes dropped, catching sight of Xia Su's trembling right hand. Ultimately, under Xia Su's urging gaze, AI Kuei took a deep breath and replied, "The injuries are severe, but don't worry, I will do my best to save them." Xia Su nodded, and AI Kuei signaled the medical staff to take the three back to the operating room. 3 people were sent into the operating room, and AI Kuei stood at the door, advising, "There's no point in waiting here. Go take care of your injuries." After saying this, he called over a doctor and turned to enter the operating room. Xia Su looked at the closed door in front of her, her heart racing. She steadied herself, took a few deep breaths, and managed to calm down a bit. Xia Su herself was also covered in injuries. She took one last look at the indicator light outside the operating room, the glaring red far too bright. Although she was anxious, Xia Su knew waiting was useless, so she turned around and followed the doctor into the adjacent medical room. After treating her wounds, Xia Su immediately returned to the door of the operating room. Her heavy eyelids kept pounding against her eye sockets, and she was unwilling to leave. After several hours, the door of the operating room was finally pushed open. Xia Su's heart skipped a beat. As AI Kuei appeared at the door, she rushed forward anxiously. AI Kuei removed his mask, his expression serious yet revealing a hint of joy. "All 3 of them are out of danger now. They just need to recuperate." This statement dispelled the anxiety in Xia Su's heart. She took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "I'll go in and take a look." Just as she lifted her leg to enter, AI Kuei blocked her. Xia Su frowned, feeling a bit agitated. "Let me in." AI Kuei raised his hand in a comforting manner, saying seriously, "It's fine to see them after they are taken to the ward. You can come with me." Xia Su thought for a moment and compromised. AI Kuei entered the operating room, signaling for others to transfer the three individuals to the ward. Jack and Gio and Su Luo were each carried past Xia Su. Watching them breathe steadily, she couldn't help but relax her own breathing. Xia Su followed them to the ward and stopped in front of Jack's bed. AI Kuei signaled for everyone else to leave. The ward was left with only Xia Su and him. AI Kuei observed Xia Su as she gazed at her friend lying in the hospital bed. AI Kuei spoke calmly. "They'll be fine soon, and you can fight together again." The latter part of the sentence was said cautiously, wanting to emphasize it but not daring to be too forceful, carrying a hint of testing. Xia Su stared at the wound crossing in Zhou's neck, which now only left a thin red line. She did not turn around to look at AI Kuei, but spoke to him with her back turned. "Don't worry, I will make them pay." After a week of recuperation, AI Kuei informed Xia Su that the three had recovered to a state where they could fight and notified her that today was the best time to attack. Xia Su arrived at the landing pad and immediately spotted her spaceship in the distance. The IT resembled a hawk stretching its steel wings, sunlight caressing every feather, with flowing silver light sliding from its back to the tips of its wings. It crouched on the ground, casting a shadow. AI Kuei stood in the shadow in front of the spaceship, watching Xia Su walk towards him. Xia Su stopped in front of AI Kuei, not stepping into the shadow. She spoke first. "Thank you." AI Kuei accepted the gratitude. "It's my duty." Xia Su looked into AI Kuei's eyes. The shadow covered his face, hiding the unease in his gaze. Xia Su quietly waited for AI Kuei to speak. After a few seconds, AI Kuei asked, "How do you feel?" Xia Su, puzzled, maintained a calm tone. "Don't worry, I will fight to the end for humanity." AI Kuei tried to conceal the anxiety that was about to surface, nodding in farewell. Xia Su gave him a slight nod and walked into the spaceship. AI Kuei held his breath, watching Xia Su's straight back gradually blend into the shadow of the cabin. He continued to gaze at the spot where Xia Su had vanished until the cabin door closed in front of him. The spaceship started, and the dust on the ground was lifted into the air, casting a yellowish hue in AI Kuei's line of sight. He stepped back several paces, still looking up at the spaceship, watching it pierce through the thick clouds, becoming an unpredictable meteor in the sky. AI Kuei stared at the direction the spaceship had disappeared, lingering for a long time. Xia Su stepped into the cabin and paused, looking at her friends who were safe and sound. "Hey!" Su Luo's voice reached her ears as he turned to look at Xia Su while sitting in a chair. Xia Su gazed at his familiar face, flawless, without scars or anger. Her eyes traced the outline of Su Luo's features, unmarred by any blood, his face so clear. Xia Su stared in a daze. Seeing Xia Su standing still, Su Luo beckoned her over. "What are you dazed about?" Xia Su was brought back by Su Luo's call, smiled, and walked to his side. Anju leaned against the table, his sword resting beside him. The matte black sheath wrapped around the blade, devoid of any patterns, looking very plain. He nodded solemnly at Xia Su. Su Luo, seeing Xia Su's beaming smile, couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Which fool is this happy to go to battle?" Xia Su laughed and shook her head, unceremoniously replying, "It's you." At this moment, Jack walked out of the cockpit, informing the three, "We will arrive in about 9 hours." Jack's gaze finally landed on Xia Su, and Xia Su met his blue eyes. Looking at the three around her, Xia Su made a promise in her heart that she would protect their lives forever. The spaceship once again passed through countless small planets flickering with red light, the red light outside the glass seeping into the cabin like blood. The spaceship eventually stopped in front of a bronze-colored planet, which glimmered with a mysterious metallic sheen in the darkness. Xia Su was waiting for the operator from Earth to relay information to them. The operator's clear voice came from the device, and an image of the planet was projected onto the table. The operator got straight to the point. "You will land at the marked location in the image, which will not trigger any alarms." Indeed, a beam of bright white light appeared in the image, pointing to the surface and indicating the destination. Xia Su said, "Got it." The operator continued, "Also, we detected only one life form on this planet. Xia Su paused for a few seconds, speaking decisively. That's impossible. They killed so many people. Everyone saw it. The other side fell silent. The operator's tone became hesitant. Previous reports have never been wrong, but this time it is very suspicious. The operator's worried voice suddenly turned into a harsh tone. The enemy likely possesses technology that surpasses Earth's, capable of disrupting detection. You need to be aware of this and strengthen your vigilance. A sense of unease rose in Xia Su's heart, like damp soil clinging to her heart. That muddy feeling was difficult to shake off and quite uncomfortable. She asked, "Are there any other strange occurrences?" The commander's voice on the other end became even deeper, as if merging with the shadows clinging to the wall. "None. Be careful." Xia Su frowned and ended the call. She turned back and asked the three behind her, "Did you hear that?" And Gio stood by the glass, his sword comfortably resting in his palm. His voice was as clear as spring water cascading down from the mountains. "We have no countermeasures, only caution." Su Luo frowned dismissively. It must be a problem with the detector. Did they forget about that group that only knows how to hide underground and ambush? He spoke while rotating his wrist. Jack sat in another chair a bit away from Su Luo, shifting his gaze as the two spoke. Xia Su nodded, the muddy feeling in her heart becoming even stickier. She finally reminded them, "Be careful." Chapter 2. The Empress of the Spirit Horns. The spaceship gradually approached the cyan planet, silver-green buildings rising from the brown liquid, all arched like bridges stacked together. The spaceship quietly landed on the liquid, and the cabin door opened as Xia Su cautiously stepped out. After confirming there was no danger, she signaled for the other three to follow. A transparent membrane suddenly appeared, isolating the four from everything else. The membrane resembled liquid, reflecting rainbow-colored patches from different angles. Inside, oxygen circulated. 4 people walked on a brown liquid, their feet enveloped upon contact, but not sinking into it. Occasionally, they kicked at severed limbs. When Xia Su first arrived on this planet, the liquid was a mysterious green, shimmering with light, that unusual beauty etched in his mind. However, after the slaughter, it had long since become murky. Silence accompanied the four as they moved forward. There was no wind on this planet, and no noticeable gas flow could be felt. The metallic smell of blood hung in the air, gripping Xia Su's throat and climbing into his lungs. They proceeded cautiously, the collapsed buildings scattering their flesh and blood on the ground, with shattered stones everywhere, seeping black beneath the congealed blood. Corpses were entangled together, intimately embracing each other's mutilated bodies, as if whispering hatred. The four finally saw the Queen's fortress, layers of narrow but tall bridges stacked on top of each other. The building was riddled with countless holes, viscous liquid with a pearlescent green continuously oozing out, drenching the ground. Xia Su could even feel waves rising from beneath his feet. The liquid rippled as it replenished the ground, brushing against the soles of their feet. And Zhou pointed to the ground in front of the fortress, and Xia Su focused his attention, noticing that the ground occasionally bulged with a sharp tip, indicating hidden pincers. Below, the fortress was surrounded by pincers, making it impossible to enter without alerting them. Xia Su turned around and said in a deep voice, "We can only force our way in." The four exchanged glances and moved toward the fortress. They stopped in front of the liquid filled with ambushes as Su Luo ignited flames with both hands and plunged them into the ground, grabbing an arm of a soul horn and pulling him out of the liquid. Instantly, countless pincers burst from the ground, trying to latch onto Su Luo's ankle. Xia Su quickly released the tentacles from his back, lifting the four into the air. The tentacles were made of steel, shimmering silver, each with extremely sharp tips. They were flexible yet strong, twisting freely in the air like soft silk ribbons, easily tearing any object or being into pieces. Su Luo decisively tore off the struggling soulhorn's head, blood instantly splattering across several people, painting them in large patches of our ep. As Su Luo's face was smeared with thick blood, the icy sensation seeping into his skin. The blood droplets evaporated the moment they touched his hair. All the hidden soul horns underground, enraged by the sight of their companion being killed, surged out of the liquid, clamping onto Xia Su's tentacles and frantically tearing at them. Pain crawled from the base of the tentacles to his brain, spreading throughout his body. Driven by the pain, Xia Su advanced while extending more tentacles from his back, stabbing into the heads of the soul horns and flinging them away. Silver liquid flowed from the holes in their heads, splattering into streaks of flowing clouds in the air, filling the sky. As more and more soul horns emerged, Xia Su's tentacles were torn apart. She could only switch the supporting tentacles, enduring intense pain to move forward little by little. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Xia Su drew closer to the fortress, relying on her rapid attack speed and lethal techniques. But in the next moment, she was pulled back to the ground. The soul horns threw their companions up, successfully clamping onto Xia Su's legs. The sudden weight caught her off guard, and she began to fall. As the other soul horns saw Xia Su plummeting toward the ground, they jumped up one by one, clamping onto the legs of the soul horn, holding Xia Su, ultimately dragging her back to the ground. Xia Su fell into the sharp pincers and horns, instantly covered in numerous wounds. The hard pincer tightened around her throat, squeezing tighter and tighter, and in the suffocating sensation, Xia Su seemed to hear the sound of her trachea tearing. Suddenly, blades sprouted from Xia Su's arms. She swung down at the pincer gripping her neck. Blood clouding her vision, and the feeling of suffocation vanished. All that remained before her was an endless expanse of red. Xia Su deftly sliced through the throat of the soul horn in front of her with her arm blade. She wiped her face with her hand, but her vision remained clouded and red. She abandoned the idea of clearing her eyes. Her hand were already stained with blood from the killings. Xia Su controlled her tentacles, piercing into the soul horns one by one, shouting commands amidst the background sound of flesh being punctured. Continue advancing toward the fortress. Xia Su caught a glimpse of a bright orange urd amidst a pile of silver-green shells. She forcefully severed the neck of a soul horn attacking her from the side, moving towards Su Luo. In her hands, she continuously switched from severed limbs to heads, using her tentacles to wrap around Su Luo, then Jack and Njio. Xia Su gripped the shoulder of a soul horn in front of her, yanking hard to the sides, tearing it in half down the middle. Its internal organs spilled out, dragging blood like a stream toward the ground. The two halves of the head tilted in different directions, for eyeballs rolling out and splattering into a puddle. After clearing the soul horns in front of her, Xia Su immediately charged forward, throwing the three entangled in her tentacles with all her might. They adjusted their direction in the air and landed steadily in front of the fortress entrance. Njio ran into the fortress and pulled down the lever to close the large door. Green liquid slowly flowed down from above, gradually covering the door frame. Su Luo reached for the lever, glaring at Njio and shouting, "Are you crazy?" Xia Su is still outside. Njio raised her pure white blade, pressing it against Su Luo's neck, flames dancing in the silver light. Su Luo was furious, but was interrupted by Njio. "Trust her." Jack also pulled Su Luo. At that moment, the burning pain from the flames on Su Luo's arm spread to Jack's palm, but he did not let go. Xia Su once again lifted herself with her tentacles as the soul horn saw her attempting the same trick. They raised their companions, clamping onto her legs and pulling her down. Bones exposed from Xia Su's shins. Her flesh had long been deeply torn, the leg bones making crisp sounds within the pincers. Xia Su stabbed her arm blade into the arm of the soul horn, gripping her leg, pulling it down with force, and the pincer fell to the ground. But it was immediately replaced by another soul horn. The intense pain in her calves made Xia Su realize that if she didn't escape soon, her leg bones could be crushed. She formed a triangle with 3 tentacles, stabilizing herself in the air. Then she extended 2 more, raising them above her head. Blood dripped down along the tentacles. In the next second, the tentacles plunged straight down, drawing 2 silver streaks in the air. The hard shell atop the soul horn's head shattered instantly, a neat round hole appearing in its head. The tentacles continued to push down, and Xia Su felt a jolt at the tips of her tentacles, watching as the soul horns were pierced one by one. Finally, when the 2 tentacles touched the ground, Xia Su retracted them. She looked at the 2 strings of soul horn corpses strung on her tentacles, one right next to the other. They had no time to let out their final cries, still straining to lift their companions above them, their faces filled with longing for victory. Xia Su flung the corpses away. They crashed onto the ground, and the remaining soul horns howled angrily, becoming even more brutal in their attacks against Xia Su. Xia Su swiftly alternated the positions of her tentacles, moving quickly toward the fortress entrance. Su Luo, seeing the liquid about to completely cover the door, could no longer sit still. He gripped Xio's sword in one hand, flames sizzling as they sank into flesh. At that moment, Xia Su suddenly slid in from the bottom of the flow. Xia Su stood up, watching the soul horns behind her crash into the liquid. They struggled to paddle their limbs, extending their pincers, trying to pass through. They transformed into black bones in the liquid, ultimately being eroded away. Xia Su turned and exhaled, "Let's go," and moved deeper into the fortress, with Jack following closely behind. Su Luo released his grip on Njio's blade, leaving a few drops of blood on the ground. He pushed past Njio, who said nothing and followed behind Jack. There were not many guards inside the fortress. The four moved smoothly, easily dispatching all enemies. Jack tore open the throat of the soul horn, the black trachea gripped in his palm. As he gently exerted force, the trachea instantly turned to dust, falling to the ground. The soul horn's wails echoed in its throat, bubbling in the blood. Su Luo looked at the door leading to the throne ahead, about to push it open, only to suddenly realize that Xia Su was staring motionless at the wall. The uneven grooves on the wall undulate, twisting to carve out one ghostly figure after another. They fiercely battle in the bloody storm, standing atop the heads of fallen enemies. They sing joyfully during celebrations, dancing around their young. In the end, they all bow down, kneeling before the throne. The queen raises her scepter, sitting majestically on the throne. 6 wide-open eyes adorned with pearlescent light reflect in Xia Su's pupils, building up a brilliance. History gazes back at her. It reaches out a hand, brushing against Xia Su's cheek, sharp fingertips, soft pads, and rough palms tracing out the flowing river of time across her features. They should carve a mural like this for us. Su Luo stands at the door, looking at the magnificent mural. Xia Su tilts her face upward, her eyes circling the mural one last time before walking to the door and smiling. When you become king, they surely will. She pushes the door open. In the center of the spacious hall sits the grand throne depicted in the mural, where the queen is seated, her 6 eyes fixed upon Xia Su. She's the largest ghostly figure Xia Su has ever seen, with 2 sharp horns curving and spiraling above her head, and a shining silver shell embedded in her back. 6 legs support her massive body, with a pair of pincers and a pair of tentacle-like limbs growing on either side. Compared to tentacles, they resemble whiskers more. Fine hairs cover them. Floating in anti-gravity, one of the pincers tightly grips the scepter, a symbol of power. A dark green scar runs vertically across the queen's far right eye. A gem embedded in her chest radiates an unpredictable glow like a planet. The queen's lips move, her soft yet commanding murmurs rolling towards Xia Su like ocean waves. You must be the strongest among humans, charging in all alone. The language of the ghostly figures does not communicate with humans, however. Xia Su has a language converter in her ear, allowing her to understand the queen's words. Her voice is incredibly soft, yet it does not erase the oppression of a ruler. The words blend with the queen's condescending gaze, locking Xia Su's eyes. "To protect my people, I declare war on you." The queen steps down from her throne, her 6 legs rustling against the ground, making a soft sound. Xia Su glances sideways, signaling Jack, and Jiao, and Su Luo to step back, while she assumes a relaxed stance, standing her ground. The queen approaches closer suddenly. She lunges at Xia Su. Silver light flashes, and Xia Su leaps lightly, brushing past the queen. The dark pupils sink into the blade, pulling out a viscous liquid. The eyeball splits in 2, sticking to either side of the silver blade. The queen turns around, silver-green blood slowly oozing from one eye socket. She does not stop, charging at Xia Su once more. Xia Su flicks her arm, the eyeball colliding with the throne, turning into a puddle of black mud. In the blink of an eye, the queen is already close at hand. Xia Su bends down, swiftly turning her body, pressing the blade on her arm against the queen's soft abdomen. The blade scrapes across the hard shell, producing a piercing complaint. The queen instantly reacts, using another pincer to grab Xia Su's shoulder, preparing to throw her away. A chunk of flesh falls to the ground with a thud, blood droplets bouncing in the air. Xia Su pushes hard with her feet, halting her body, turning to look at her shoulder, which is now missing a large piece. The queen's arm is almost severed, hanging limply in front of her. The next moment, Xia Su takes the initiative to attack, seemingly aiming for the queen's lower body. In reality, at the moment the queen protects her abdomen, Xia Su leaps up, striking at her face. Xia Su removes another eyeball. Originally 6 glimmering eyes, only 4 remain, with 2 hollow sockets oozing thick fluid. The queen extends her tentacles to touch her face, and for the first time, she lets out an angry roar, charging towards Xia Su's eyeball. Xia Su deftly maneuvers through the open space, always managing to dodge the queen's pincers. The sound of rushing wind fills her ears. She seizes the opportunity, after dodging another attack, using her toes to spring up and slash at the queen's unprotected throat. In midair, Xia Su sees the queen's rapidly rising tentacles but cannot change direction. She is instantly caught by the throat, with only the sensation of floating beneath her feet. The queen's face reveals a smugness as she straightens her body, lifting Xia Su high before her. The tentacles wrap around Xia Su's neck, the once soft hairs digging into her skin, leaving a multitude of bloodied holes. The tentacles quickly constrict, making it impossible for Xia Su to breathe, the queen's blurred eyes flickering before her. The queen gazes at Xia Su's face, seeing no hint of fear. At that moment, the queen acknowledges this human in her heart. The calm face ripples, revealing a strange curve. The queen suddenly feels emptiness in her abdomen, a sharp pain from the cold air. She looks down, her abdomen has already been pierced, 6 neat holes lined up, spewing cold, wet blood. The queen's tentacles unconsciously relax slightly, and Xia Su takes a deep breath, unhesitatingly severing the tentacled hand gripping her neck. Xia Su falls down, watching the queen begin to convulse. The towering body crashes to the ground, her 6 legs still scrambling, inching towards Xia Su. With each movement, her innards spill out, creating a path of blood on the ground. The queen finally loses strength, lying in her own blood and organs, staring at Xia Su. Xia Su turns to look at the 3 standing nearby, mouthing for them to wait. The queen follows Xia Su's gaze and suddenly laughs. Her body's movements cause blood and innards to smear everywhere, the violent shaking spilling even more fluid from her abdomen. Xia Su steps forward, standing over the queen, looking down at her. To Xia Su's surprise, the queen's other tentacle suddenly rises, gripping her face. Just as Xia Su is about to use her blade to behead the queen, she is abruptly pulled into an illusion. She feels the furry tentacles stirring on her face, a sensation entirely different from the previous pain. It even carries warmth. Suddenly, Xia Su feels a splitting headache, as if the tentacles have reached into her skull through her mouth and nose, stirring her brain and extracting her memories. The pain vanishes, and in front of her is Njio's bloodied face. Xia Su, confused, calls out his name. Njio? She wants to move closer, but her feet won't budge. Blood splatters in the air like a colorful mist, staining Xia Su's cheeks. A long gash appears on Njio's neck, suddenly tearing open, threads of blood pulling at the wound. Njio's head tilts to one side, followed by his body, completely collapsing to the ground. Xia Su frantically catches Njio, kneeling on the ground, raising her hand to cover the wound. Blood continues to ooze between her fingers, flowing to the ground. Xia Su's breathing quickens. She cannot react in time before seeing Su Luo standing in front of her. Instinctively, Xia Su wraps her tentacles around Su Luo, shielding him, but is interrupted by a blinding white light. When she opens her eyes again, Su Luo's face has been gouged out, pockmarked and skin clinging to flesh, stuck to Xia Su's forehead, making it unrecognizable. Xia Su feels her insides pressing against her throat, wanting to vomit her organs, but can only let the air flow intermittently in her throat. She raises her head, and a wasteland rises before her. That wasteland, that pile of corpses, feels eerily familiar to Xia Su. She hurriedly scrambles to her feet, using her tentacles to lift the collapsed stones and bodies, searching for that ocean. All that is left for her is desolation. Xia Su holds onto a glimmer of hope, probing Jack's breath with her fingertips, but only finds stagnant air. Looking at Jack's closed eyes, she feels as if someone is shoveling a cold iron spade into her chest, leaving rust at her heart, casually tossing her heart into a grave overgrown with weeds that in the next blink, there is nothing before her. She lowers her head in confusion. Beneath her is the dying queen. Xia Su realizes that everything just now was an illusion. She turns her head, yearning for those 3 familiar faces to enter her view, yet still sees nothing. In the empty hall, it is only her and the queen. Xia Su's face shatters, breaking into pieces of anger. She controlled a tentacle hovering in front of the queen's face, syllables vibrating from her dry throat. "What have you done to them?" The queen stared at Xia Su with her 4 dazed eyes, her voice weak yet firm. "They died long ago." Xia Su shouted angrily, "Tell the truth." As she spoke, she pressed the tentacle closer. The sharp end of the tentacle slowly sank into the queen's eye socket, silver-green blood oozing out, but she showed no reaction. The queen looked at the gem on her chest, which was gradually dimming, and sneered, "You are not desperate enough." Xia Su gazed at the queen, feeling even more despair. She extended 2 more tentacles into the queen's eyes, her voice filled with unprecedented fury. "Where are they?" The queen, with only 2 eyes left, strained to turn her eyeballs toward the hall's door. The luminous flow throughout her body scattered in the fortress, and her once bright shell appeared dilapidated. She murmured, my people, my people." Her voice grew weaker, no matter how Xia Su pressed and harmed her body. The queen only repeated that one phrase in a low voice, until the hall was filled only with Xia Su's rapid breathing. Xia Su stared in disbelief at the now silent queen. She felt as if she were hanging on the edge of a cliff, the strongest will to survive urging her to grasp that vine, as if her brain were screaming over and over. Jack and Gio and Su Luo must be waiting for her at home. Xia Su came back to her senses, severed the queen's head, and walked out of the hall. She had initially prepared for a fierce battle to fight her way out of the fortress, but upon rushing back to the spaceship, she found no single spirit horn. The entire planet suddenly became desolate, with a wilting aura endlessly spreading, as if the spirit horn tribe had never existed. Now, Xia Su had no desire to explore these matters. She placed the queen's head on the control panel, sat in the pilot's seat, and sped back to Earth. The queen's 2 eyes seemed to be staring at her, lifeless yet brilliant. Tiny glimmers appeared in the pure blackness. Clotted blood blocked the eye sockets, emanating a chill. The cold transformed into a thick fog, tightly wrapping around Xia Su, consuming her hopes. Chapter 3 Goodbye. Dear friend, Xia Su carried the queen's head straight to AI Kuei's studio. The others, seeing Xia Su, did not dare to stop her, and they also caught a glimpse of the head in her hands. Excitement rippled among them, wanting to celebrate the end of the war. But under Xia Su's extremely low pressure, they did not dare to make a sound. When Xia Su reached the door of the studio and was about to push the door open, she heard 2 people talking inside. One of them was AI Kuei. Xia Su paused her movement and quietly stood at the door, listening to the words coming from within. "Have you thought about how to smooth this over? How to explain it to her?" AI Kuei's voice was low, but the worry and anxiety were still audible. Another cold voice replied, "She must understand. The survival of humanity comes first." It was a commander who had spoken with Xia Su on the spaceship. AI Kuei's voice grew louder, as if standing up for Xia Su. "Jack and Gio and Su Luo are the most important people to Xia Su. Have you thought about her?" The commander's tone remained indifferent, exuding an undeniable authority. If their sacrifice can prolong the prosperity of humanity, then it is their honor. Besides, he shifted his tone, coldly questioning, "Isn't it you who concealed this matter at the first opportunity?" The studio fell silent. The wound in Xia Su's heart was larger than her physical pain. She couldn't believe it, didn't want to believe it. But her damned, clear mind kept reminding her of the fact that Jack and Gio and Su Luo were dead. Heavy sorrow gripped her tightly. This pain was entirely different from physical pain. Physical pain would pass if endured, like a tsunami, intense, but there would always be a calm afterwards. But now, she felt she could never escape this pain. In a moment of desperation, Xia Su even considered rushing in and plunging her hands into AI Kuei and the commander's chests, tearing out their hearts and crushing them, letting the whole world collapse along with her and her friends. But she understood that this would be futile. She struggled to remind herself that she had saved all of humanity, forcing herself to turn away. Xia Su left. Suddenly, the door of the studio shattered, splinters flying, and a round object hurtled towards AI Kuei and the commander at high speed. They dodged just in time and were startled to find that the object that had penetrated the door was the head of the queen of the Pajiao tribe. In the center of the door, a hole appeared, and the commander noticed the 6 eyes on the head, realizing that this was the proof of humanity's victory in the war. Before he could feel joy, he realized it was Xia Su. She had returned and had overheard their conversation. The commander feared that Xia Su, knowing the truth, might become emotionally unstable and do something irreversible. as no one could stop her given her strength. He quickly rushed out of the studio. All personnel, go find Xia Su. Tell I want to talk to her. And remember not to provoke her. AI Kuei also realized the seriousness of the situation, especially since it stemmed from her actions, and anxiously searched for Xia Su in the military base. Xia Su had already taken off in a spaceship amidst the chaos at the base, wanting to keep flying, never stopping until she found her friends. The image of Earth faded further and further behind her, until it became just one of countless insignificant stars in the universe. Xia Su sat dazedly in the pilot's seat, suddenly turning her head to look at the cabin, where the shadows of her friends overlapped with reality. It seemed she saw Su Luo and Jack sitting in chairs, with Enju leaning against the table, chatting casually. Xia Su wanted to take a closer look at their faces and hear their voices, but she couldn't. They seemed to exist in a tomorrow that wasn't real. Xia Su stared blankly ahead, not knowing where she wanted to go, only not wanting to stop. The small spaceship weaved through the vast galaxy until the planets around her dwindled, leaving only the boundless black of the universe. At first, Xia Su did not notice, until the darkness before her began to tear apart. The rift that formed was filled with colors: orange, blue, green, purple, countless, and constantly changing. The substance inside resembled clouds, varying in thickness, transitioning from heavy to thin, swirling with a strange and captivating allure. Xia Su had never seen such a substance before, nor had she encountered it in any data or books. Her eyes were fixed on the flickering rift, and she desperately wanted to pass through and see what was on the other side. In the next moment, she found herself face to face with the rift. Just a reach of her hand would allow her to touch it. Xia Su wasn't even sure how she had moved from the spaceship to the front of the rift, but she didn't care. A wavering voice told her that her friends were on the other side. Images of humanity and Earth flashed through her mind, but they were quickly overshadowed by Jack and Gio and Su Luo, buried under her longing. She raised her arm, watching her fingertips sink into the luminous colors, and then she was completely engulfed. The darkness merged in an instant, all colors disappeared, then were pulled apart again, revealing mottled colors. It was as if humanity had blinked. Then the universe condensed, darkness sweeping in, colors along with the rift were covered. It closed its eyes. At first, nothing appeared before her. It was like closing her eyes, the black mixed with flickering gray dots. Xia Su was certain she was keeping her eyes open and felt herself being pushed forward. She opened her palms and felt no flow of gas, but there was indeed a force pressing against her back. As Xia Su moved forward into the unknown, she felt the pain in her heart enveloped by a stronger tranquility. The tranquility came gently at first, but this time it arrived with intensity impossible to refuse, until the darkness dissipated. The glaring sunlight pierced her eyes. Xia Su blinked, trying to adapt to the new environment around her. The scenery before her made her momentarily think she had fallen into an illusion, or that she was actually dead. The bright weather, white clouds freely swirling in the blue sky, looked down on the busy humans in the military base. Xia Su stood in a hidden corner. She looked at the familiar base in confusion. Just as she wanted to step out and take a look, her feet were stuck in place. A beam of blazing flame entered her line of sight. The tips of hair stood upright on her head, bright sparks bursting from her hair, surrounding Su Luo with a halo. His thick but not heavy eyebrows were raised, and he was smiling as he spoke to the person behind him. The earlier strange tranquility was driven away by excitement. Xia Su was stunned, her heart gripped by her own intense emotions, wildly pulling up and down, with only the faint sound of breathing in her ears. Su Luo was talking to Enjio, who walked behind him. A black sheath hung at Enjio's waist. His sword was never far from him. Jack was also by Enjio's side, his wide eyes staring ahead. Xia Su watched them from the shadows. They were so clear, so real. Su Luo's somewhat grim laughter filled her ears, causing Xia Su to cast aside all reservations. Whether it was an illusion or death, she wanted to walk to their side. But the next scene made Xia Su's feet, which had already stepped into the sunlight, retreat back into the shadows. She saw herself. The identical face left her stunned again. Xia Su felt a surge of suspicion, or rather curiosity. She temporarily buried all her emotions deep within her heart and listened carefully to their conversation. Su Luo casually raised his hand to wave at the other Xia Su. The three were waiting for her to come closer. The other Xia Su nodded in response. In another hour, our spaceship will gather. The three all indicated they had received the message. Su Luo left a line, "See you later," and turned to leave. Jack nodded at the other Xia Su and went to prepare. But Enjio remained still. The other Xia Su watched as Njio took a small fortune bag from the sheath and placed it flat in her palm. Njio quietly looked at her until she also raised her hand, extending her palm. Njio handed the fortune bag to Xia Su, pressing it lightly into her palm before retracting her hand. Xia Su's fingers closed around the fortune bag, examining it closely. A pure served as the base color, with slender red threads interwoven on the bag, embroidered into a quietly glowing lantern. Xia Su raised her head, smiled, and asked, "A talisman for peace? I thought you didn't believe in these." Njio did not answer Xia Su's question, only saying, "Just take it." Under Njio's gaze, Xia Su stuffed the lucky bag into a small pocket in her clothes and gently patted it. Seeing this, Njio left. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Su instantly recalled the time point of this scene. She clearly remembered that it was just before heading to the battlefield of the Jun Copper Star that Njio had handed her the talisman for peace. In other words, this was before the war in which they died. Xia Su had only one thought: to save Jack, Njio, and Su Luo. She had to succeed. Xia Su began to think that since there was already one version of herself, her original self could not reveal herself. She could only provide help through other means and could not interfere directly. A thought had already formed in Xia Su's mind. Since she knew the trajectory of the future, she could write down detailed instructions on how to save her friends and pass them to another version of herself. Xia Su first went to AI Kuei's studio because she knew AI Kuei was currently collecting medicines needed for the war in the medical area, and she just happened to go there to write down the instructions. The entire military base was laid out just like her own, and she smoothly reached the studio, writing down what would happen in the future and how to avoid it on her tablet. Then, Xia Su timed her arrival perfectly to her own room. At that moment, another version of her was in the armory, and she took the opportunity to place the tablet on the table. Xia Su understood herself. The other version of herself would definitely be suspicious. After all, this matter was too bizarre. Suddenly, Xia Su had a flash of inspiration and took out the talisman for peace from her pocket, carefully pressing it down with the corner of the tablet. After doing all this, she mingled with the soldiers, preparing to board the Jun Copper Star with them. Through the glass, Xia Su saw the bronze-colored planet again, and she calmly accepted the fact that she would experience the war once more. If it meant saving her dear friends, she was willing to live a life filled with scars and pain. The tense atmosphere in the cabin interrupted Xia Su's thoughts, and she couldn't help but look around. Although the rows of soldiers stood straight, she could still feel their inner anxiety. Soon, the warship landed at the rear of the battlefield, and Xia Su stepped into the dangerous situation along with the soldiers. To conceal her identity, Xia Su could not use the tentacles behind her. Relying only on her hands and weapons, she could crush the spirit soldiers into mud. She fought her way towards the area where Njio was, and sure enough, amidst the crumbling ruins, she saw him holding a sharp sword. Njio was now deftly flipping his wrist, pulling the blade back quickly as soon as it touched the throat or abdomen of a spirit soldier, blood spraying out in fan-like patterns along the edge of the sword. He manipulated the blood with his fingertips, like a fan being skillfully waved by a geisha. But how could a geisha be compared to a warrior? In the splattering blood, Xia Su could only catch glimpses of Njio's face. The sword in his hand intertwined with her own strikes. The pristine blade sprouted with pulsating flesh, and Njio's body transformed into a spinning steel figure. The sword moved with his heart, as more spirit soldiers crawled up from the ground. Njio's swordplay grew increasingly frantic. Xia Su struggled to suppress her urge to rush forward to help Njio. She quietly observed Njio's battle amidst the ruins, hoping that the other version of herself would believe the message she left and save them. Suddenly, dozens of tentacles shot out from the stones, piercing into the throats of the surrounding spirit soldiers. In the blink of an eye, that group of spirit soldiers turned into a pile of corpses on the ground. Xia Su breathed a sigh of relief, watching as the other version of herself entered the ruins, tentacles suspended on her back, followed by Jack and Su Luo. Xia Su did not relax. She kept a close eye on the other version of herself, wrapping the four of them in tentacles, forming a solid sphere. When Xia Su saw the tentacles completely close up, she also protected herself. A few seconds later, a strong white light surged in. Even though the tentacles pressed tightly against each other without any gaps, Xia Su could still feel the pain emanating from the surface. It felt like thin fingers were peeling away layers of her flesh and muscle, filling her interior with scorching, shiny coals. While worrying whether the other version of herself had managed to save her friends, she was also trying to drive away the image of Su Luo's lacerated face from her mind. Soon, the white light receded, and Xia Su retracted her tentacles, anxiously looking at another sphere in the ruins. After a while, the other sphere unfolded, and the four of them were safe and sound. Xia Su's previously tightened heart relaxed significantly. If there were no further changes, then she had succeeded. This time, because Jack, and Jiao, and Su Luo were still alive. The four of them directly attacked the fortress. Xia Su also secretly followed them, praying that no further changes would occur. The four of them coordinated with each other and successfully broke into the fortress, entering the hall where the queen was located. To avoid exposing herself, Xia Su could only wait behind a pillar at the entrance. She froze, motionless, listening to the sounds from within the door, her eyes fixated in their sockets. The waiting time was always long. Xia Su felt that her body, stiffened, was no different from the stone pillar behind her. Finally, the door was pushed open, and Xia Su watched as she emerged from the door, her tentacles coiling around 3 people, along with a head. Chapter 4 Self-Inflicted Death. Xia Su plunged into a pool of stagnant water, filled only with despair. Her gaze followed another version of herself, rushing toward the exit, but could not keep up. She already knew the outcome and did not wish to see herself fall into pain again. Xia Su simply stood there, her hands tightly clenched, the skin on her neck repeatedly tightening. Blood vessels bulged, and restrained breathing caused her head to tremble, until she watched herself leave the fortress with her companion's corpse. Xia Su remained motionless. The silence in the corridor was disrupted by the dull sound of stones cracking, followed by a deafening collapse. Xia Su frantically hammered at the stone columns with her fists, cracks snaking upwards, instantly shattering each column, sending them crashing to the ground. Gray-green dust filled the entire passage, quickly blinding Xia Su. Ignoring the stinging pain in her eyes from the stone powder, she increased the speed of her punches. Before long, more than half of the stone columns were destroyed, and the entire fortress began to tremble. With a powerful strike, another column fell. She distinctly heard a heavy collision sound from deep within the fortress. Immediately after, countless massive stones fell from the ceiling, crashing to the ground. In an instant, more rubble and dust were kicked up, turning into sharp particles that splattered everywhere. As the fortress gradually collapsed, Xia Su simply took a breath, quickened her pace, and brushed past the falling stones to continue smashing the columns. Feeling the sorrow within her heart, she directed all of it towards the vulnerable columns. She paid no attention to the stones sliding off her body, yearning for more intense impacts to feel the rage of the Soul Corner civilization and a hint of pain that clouded her heart. She surrendered everything to her body, running instinctively, the force of her hands only increasing, bursting out of the fortress in one breath. Xia Su found herself in an open space, looking up to see a sky full of red stars before finally stopping. The fortress behind her let out a mournful roar, sinking along with the Soul Corner race. Xia Su gasped for air, not noticing the numerous wounds covering her fists. Chipped stones had cut her skin, and blood flowed down her tightly clenched fingers and decaying knuckles. Her chest felt constricted, and reason gradually returned. The clearer she became, the more pain she felt, as if the fact of her friend's death echoed repeatedly in her mind. Each time clearer and louder. The memories of the past were like an ancient tree, breathing slowly under the pure morning light. Dew slid down the curves of leaves, soaking the earth. It bore the cycle of the seasons, the iterations of flourishing and withering. There was no sound of wind, only the excessive growth of branches. Just beneath that small inch of ground, the roots were dense, greedily sucking up nutrients. The damp grains of soil tightly clung to the rough root skin, drained dry. The soil had no right to refuse, even yearning to exhaust itself under the dark shade of the tree. It sank deep. A thought suddenly jumped in Xia Su's mind. She inhaled sharply, realizing she could seek out that fissure again. Since this world was almost identical to her own, it was worth a try. Xia Su glanced back at the collapsed fortress, broken stone bricks haphazardly piled on top of each other, dust swirling, turning the sky into a silvery green. The liquid falling to the ground, no longer existing. Xia Su stared for a moment at the ruined scene before returning to the battlefield to search for the warship that had not yet evacuated. Fortune smiled upon her as she found a relatively intact warship nestled between 2 mounds of corpses. She eagerly boarded the warship and operated the console, causing it to rise from the ground. Using her memory, Xia Su headed toward the location of the fissure. After a long time, as she noticed the planets around her becoming sparser, her excitement grew. When only the blackness of the universe remained outside the glass, she stopped the warship. Xia Su looked into the endless darkness before her, stood up, and pressed her hands tightly on the console, anticipating the emergence of that brilliant fissure. Misty colors unfurled, probing out like tendrils, curling incessantly as if trying to grasp something. Xia Su's heart raced with the appearance of the fissure. She rushed to the hatch, repeatedly hitting the switch button. Before the hatch fully opened, she bent down and squeezed through the gap. Xia Su extended her tendrils into the iron skin of the warship, bringing herself to the fissure. The clouds within the fissure seemed to sense her, and those originally chaotic tendrils quickly approached Xia Su's limbs, tightly wrapping around her. Xia Su did not resist, but carefully observed the trajectory of these tendrils. They appeared half virtual, half real, like dense fog. Yet they had a distinct tactile sensation when they touched her skin. They were incredibly soft and exuded a hint of warmth. The sensation felt like someone gently wrapping their arms around Xia Su, affectionately pulling her in. Xia Su allowed these delicate tendrils to pull her into the fissure, the familiar force pushing her forward through the black and gray dots. This time, she did not feel that tranquility. Instead, her original urgency filled her mind. This mysterious substance seemed to read her heart, and the time taken for this advance was much shorter. In the blink of an eye, Xia Su found herself back inside of Earth. The sky was overcast, and the entire city was shrouded in gray. Pedestrians were hunched over, unable to lift their heads, darting around the streets. This was completely different from what Xia Su had imagined. She had expected a bright military base, not the oppressive high-rise buildings. Xia Su grabbed a woman passing by. "What is today's date? What year is it?" The woman looked disdainfully at Xia Su's hand, gripping her arm, initially wanting to break free, but upon meeting Xia Su's terrifying expression, she froze. Stammering, the woman replied, "Year 727 of the Zhou era, June 19th. Xia Su immediately released the woman's arm. The woman cast a fearful glance at Xia Su and hurried away. Xia Su stood in place as wave after wave of hunched pedestrians passed by her. She was deep in thought. She realized the time points of each traversal were random. She also came to another realization, something she had just begun to think about. If she were merely traveling through time, there would not be a second version of herself. So she had arrived in another world, a universe parallel to her own. Fortunately, Xia Su remembered this time point of her traversal, which was the day before she, Jack, and Jiao, and Su Lu were set to visit Skull Star. The dark clouds above grew increasingly oppressive, washing the earth with sorrow. Heavy rain poured down on everything on the ground, and soon, the previously bustling streets turned desolate. Xia Su remained standing in place, the cold rain soaking her black hair, coating it with a shiny film. Her once perky ponytail drooped, raindrops sliding off the ends and reflecting her dim, obscure eyes. Xia Su gazed into the distance, standing in the rain and contemplating. The tall buildings in her view became blurred, merging with the gray rain curtain. The experience of her last traversal proved that the future's trajectory was generally the same, but when events that were supposed to happen changed, that future would also change. This meant that her attempts to convey messages were futile. Yet only she knew everything that would happen in the future. Only she could save them. A plan quietly wove a web in Xia Su's mind as she allowed the raindrops to pound down on her, the damp cold seeping into her insides, freezing her heart hard. After a long while, Xia Su took a deep breath, the damp smell sticking in her throat. She stepped forward, and amid the sound of splashing water, she walked toward the distance, braving the rain. The city resembled a lost painting. Xia Su looked at the familiar houses before her, a sense of stability rising within her. She pushed open the iron gate and walked into the garden. It was summer, and the stifling air could not mask the colors of the flowers and plants. The rain had soaked the mottled garden, bringing forth the earthy smell. Xia Su made a beeline for the windowsill, crouching close to the wall, sticking her head out to peek inside. Warm light illuminated the room, and a straight-backed figure sat at the table, holding a red book, deeply engrossed in reading. It was Xia Su herself. Outside the window, Xia Su confirmed her existence in this world while reading a book. She picked up a stone from the garden path and threw it at the second-floor window. The sound of the shattering glass instantly put Xia Su on high alert, and her figure disappeared from the windowsill as she rushed upstairs. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Su approached the front door, entered the password, and slipped inside. She knew that the sound of the door opening would surely prompt another version of herself to come downstairs to check. So she quietly hid in the dark corner behind the stairs. The dark corner was not a dangerous setup. It merely contained a bookshelf and a blanket. Xia Su had fulfilled a childhood dream, only to find that she did not like such a small and narrow space. She heard a low creaking sound from above. Through the gap in the dark corner, she watched another version of herself descend the stairs, her footsteps relaxed and showing no signs of worry. This was quite normal. After all, Xia Su could not think of any human who could threaten her, and certainly did not consider herself among them. The warm yellow light spilled through the gap, illuminating the dust floating in the darkness. With each breath Xia Su took, the dust swayed around. Xia Su held her breath, pushed open the door of the dark corner, and the tentacles that had already risen behind her shot out, piercing straight into the heart and back of another version of herself. Cold sweat trickled down her scalp, each drop tickling her forehead. Xia Su was surrounded by tentacles, countless sharp tips pressed against her skin. If she blinked, her eyelids would brush against the tips, bringing an unusual warmth. If she had waited just one more second, those tentacles would have turned her into a sieve. Xia Su watched as she fell, and, simultaneously, the tentacles also dropped to the ground, like a nest of silver snakes entwined with each other. Xia Su walked over to the corpse and looked down. The identical face caused her breath to catch. The dead person's eyes showed no signs of a soul, but were opened wide, as if about to burst from their sockets. Xia Su's gaze slowly moved down, and she saw 2 holes in the corpse's chest and abdomen, piercing through the entire body. The cuts were very neat, and the flesh around the holes showed no signs of damage. Xia Su crouched down, using her finger to gently trace from the corpse's brow bone to the lower eyelid, carefully pushing the eyelids closed to allow the deceased to rest. She constantly reminded herself that she was doing this to save them. Xia Su seemed still uneasy and leaned down, their faces now facing each other. Clearly, their features were the same, yet they looked nothing alike. Xia Su gazed into her own vacant eyes. "Don't worry, I will save them. I promise." A gentle voice stroked her gradually cooling earlobe, then drilled into her cochlea. But she could neither hear nor respond. Xia Su had killed before, countless species, yet this time there was an inexplicable heaviness clinging to her heart. After making the promise, she turned her head away, unwilling to look. Xia Su exhaled, then turned back, opened the corpse's clothing, and pulled out an object from inside. It was a safety talisman given by Jiao. Xia Su tucked the talisman into her bosom and gently lifted the corpse from the ground with both hands. She had already planned how to dispose of the body. Xia Su placed the corpse in the trunk and drove away from the villa. The rain had stopped. The dark clouds were quickly dispersed by the moonlight, revealing the starry sky. The crescent moon arched with sharp angles. Dim light filtered through the woods, but was blocked by branches and leaves. The night was very quiet, with no wind, and the leaves nestled on the branches. Suddenly, a branch was bent, shaking violently along with the green leaves above it. A car sped past. The clean car window reflected Xia Su's furrowed face. She gripped the steering wheel, glancing around from time to time. Soon, the car stopped on a small hillside, with a lake at the bottom and greenery in the middle. Xia Su raised the trunk, quickly glanced inside. She cradled the corpse with one hand supporting its neck and the other cradling its knees, holding it securely in her arms. The grass beneath her feet whispered softly, guiding Xia Su to the lakeside. The night at the lake seemed even denser, as the moon and the faint light of the stars seemed eager to avoid the water. Xia Su felt a gentle breeze coming off the lake, bringing a hint of coolness to the hot air. She looked down. Blood had soaked her clothes, creating an irregular stain on the corpse's chest. It resembled the lake at her feet, dark and sunken in the valley, reflecting no stars despite the sky full of them. Her gaze finally settled on her pale face before quickly retracting. Xia Su's arm tensed, and she threw the corpse. The sound of flesh hitting the lake echoed. The water gradually peeled away the corpse's skin, then muscle, blood vessels, and bones. Somehow, the corpse began to float back towards the shore. Xia Su hit forward, trying to reach the body with her right foot. She stepped onto the ribs that were already exposed, pushing hard, and the corpse wobbled a few times before drifting deeper into the lake. Xia Su felt a burning pain under her foot. She lifted it to see a patch of her shoe burned away and a section of her foot skin missing. Xia Su helplessly closed her eyes, then opened them again. Looking up at the corpse, she decided to pull off her shoe and threw it into the lake as well. The corpse left a trail of ripples as it moved, and Xia Su did not want to look away, nor did she want to keep staring at her gradually dissolving face. She shifted her gaze slightly to the left, keeping an eye on it out of the corner of her eye. Occasionally, she would look directly at the corpse, but as soon as she touched it with her gaze, she would immediately turn away. Even at night, the summer heat had not dissipated. The scorching air accompanied the sizzling sound of decaying flesh, making Xia Su feel restless. She adjusted her posture, crossed her arms over her chest, and stared at the now calm lake. The water's surface was left with only a pool of spreading blood. Xia Su focused on the lake. The blood that had originally spread wider began to gather, ultimately forming a red dot before completely disappearing. The lake returned to darkness. Xia Su still stared at the lake, the darkness engulfing her eyes, obscuring her expression. After a minute, Xia Su tilted her head back, facing the sky, and stayed like that for a while. The stars of varying brightness and the crescent moon were sacrificed to the day and night of Earth. The moon was forever a satellite of Earth, while the stars were not. They were other selves, merely colliding at the corners of the universe. Xia Su stood for a long time before finally turning around, still gazing upward. Her steps were uneven as she walked, with half of her calf sinking into the wildly growing grass, the coarse tips of the grass jabbing at her soles. Only then did Xia Su look at the road ahead. It was dark and desolate. On the way back up the hillside, she looked up several times, and until she drove away from the lake, she occasionally glanced through the sunroof at the starry sky. Chapter 5. Knowledge. The car slowly drove into the garage, and Xia Su returned home, quickly cleaning the bloodstains from behind the door, pacing back and forth at the entrance. She bent down to take a look under the shoe cabinet, then walked to the stairs, carefully watching the floor all the way. After checking several times to ensure there were no missed bloodstains, she walked into the bathroom. Xia Su looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair had dried in the stifling heat, with only the tips still slightly damp, hanging messily down her back. She leaned forward, turned her head left and right to ensure she was clean before turning on the faucet. The milky white water instantly turned red as Xia Su plunged her hands in, flowing down into the sink. She quickly rubbed her hands together, splashing water everywhere, leaving several faint red stains on the white countertop. Gradually slowing down, she grasped each finger with her palm, rubbing up and down, then crossed her hands, rubbing between her fingers. The water crashing against the sink finally became clear again. Xia Su turned off the faucet. The sound of water suddenly vanished, and she could finally hear the intermittent sound of breathing in the bathroom. Xia Su walked to the wardrobe and rummaged through it to find a set of black clothes. The cuffs, pant legs, and buttons were adorned with silver droplets. Simple, yet heartfelt. She changed into the clothes and tossed her blood-stained old outfit into the washing machine. After doing all this, Xia Su sat on the sofa at the edge of the bed, watching the sky turn pale. Fatigue hit her, and she propped her head up with one hand, leaning against the soft back of the sofa. Her eyes felt sore, but she was unwilling to close them, just quietly gazing out the window. For Xia Su, as a gladiator, what had just happened couldn't have possibly consumed that much of her physical strength. But when the tension in her nerves slowly eased and the environment fell silent, providing her brain with space to relax, the originally numb emotions would immediately break out and swell. Although Xia Su had been forced to accept the deaths of two friends, the pain would not easily disappear. While feeling the sting, she reminded herself to focus on the chance to save them. This was something she had to do, no matter what. The sun was bright, and the heat surged. Xia Su still sat on the sofa, her bloodshot eyes resembling the rising sun. With each blink, her eyeballs, along with her eye sockets, ached painfully. Xia Su took a deep breath. As her chest expanded, a falling pain shot through her, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened, prompting her to inhale again. Xia Su lifted her head, her wrist feeling stiff from supporting the weight of her head for too long. She propped herself up with one hand, trying to stand up quickly, but her trachea felt blocked. Xia Su had to slow down her movements a bit and take a deep breath to expand her shoulders. Gradually, she adapted to the discomfort coursing through her body and stepped outside. Xia Su stood in the shadow of the tent, constantly scanning the base. Every few seconds, her gaze would stop at the large door to her right before moving away again. Countless uniformed people were bustling about on the tarmac, all squinting against the sun, the heat waves repeatedly washing over the ground. When the door was pushed open, Xia Su immediately looked over, her heart racing. Unconsciously, she moved her feet, straightened her legs, and made her body stand taller, letting her arms, which had been wrapped around each other, drop to her sides in an unnatural manner. Su Luo's striking red hair was always the first thing to catch Xia Su's eye, enough to rival the scorching sun. All the noise faded from Xia Su's ears. The heat waves hitting her heart made her breath heavier, whether due to the heat or the person before her. Xia Su clenched her fingers in excitement, unsure how to react naturally. Her hand formed a fist, then relaxed before she raised it to greet Su Luo. Su Luo and the two people beside him continued their leisurely pace, stepping into the shadow of the tent. Xia Su kept watching them approach, and when they stood beside her, she remained silent. At that moment, Xia Su's excitement overshadowed her fatigue and grief, while also bringing a hint of tension. Why we still have to do this? Su Luo's dissatisfied voice broke the silence first. He looked up at the glaring sun in the sky, squinting in annoyance. And Xia stood to Su Luo's left, his sword at his waist, standing still like him. And Xia spoke up. The Bone Star helped us during the war. We should thank them. Su Luo turned to look at Xia. Come on, they're just in it for their own benefit. I bet you that in the next gladiatorial match, they will definitely demand a lot of benefits from us. They have their eyes on the aggressive vegetation of the Green Star from the very beginning. And Xia didn't respond. And Su Luo grew increasingly irritated. Moreover, those people should be thanking us. Guess who has been saving humanity every time Earth falls in a crisis? Su Luo made a surprised expression, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, do you know? It's us. His increasingly harsh complaints were interrupted by a burst of laughter. Even though the voice was intentionally suppressed, it still cut through Su Luo's words. Su Luo moved slightly forward, stepping past Xia, looking at Xia Su, who was chuckling softly, with confusion. What's wrong with you? Xia Su suppressed her laughter, but her voice trembled with mirth. Nothing. When Xia Su heard Su Luo's familiar sarcasm, she felt a wave of relief. Everything she had gone through yesterday was worth it. She glanced at Jack, and Xia, and Su Luo, her smile rippling in her heart. Su Luo's unsettling gaze remained fixed on Xia Su. He squinted and turned his head. Su Luo's entire eyeball was black, and his iris changed with his mood. Usually a light yellow, a tiny black dot sat perfectly in the center, forming his pupil. In the sweltering weight, the ship finally prepared for takeoff. The four boarded the spaceship, with Xia Su walking last, the heat waves once again distorting her friend's silhouettes. It felt as if she were drifting in a dreamlike illusion. The spaceship slowly navigated through the dark green mist, surrounded by an eerie silence. In the distance, there was only darkness. The thick fog cut off everyone's line of sight. The ship itself was the only source of light in the vast space, yet it was not alone. Hundreds of pale skeletons floated in the air, encircling the ship, leaving only emptiness behind. The skeletons stared at the humans with hollow eye sockets, mist bubbling from within, as if weeping for their lost souls. The cries echoed in the gaps between the bones, winding through the ribs. The air of death seeped into the spaceship, soft. Decayed bodies gradually squeezing through the cracks in the hard iron plates, spreading inside the cabin. They then eagerly attached themselves to the humans, like the cold, intricate legs of insects twisting on skin. Xia Su could not recognize these colossal beings. Their bones had settled here for hundreds of millions of years, and they were part of the planet itself. It was hard to imagine that civilization existed here, life built upon death. The spaceship was very quiet, filled with unease. Although this wasn't humanity's first visit to the Bone Star, the chilling sights inevitably made one wary. The ship wove between the skeletons and finally entered a mouth resembling a whale's skull. The light was forcibly pressed against the edges by the darkness, weakly encircling the ship. Bones filled the glass on both sides of the spaceship. The ship continued deep into the skeleton's throat, and after about an hour, the view finally opened up. Grayish-white buildings densely adhered to the complex structures of the abdomen, devoid of any light. The spaceship moved forward a bit further and landed on a flat piece of white bone. All the communicators and soldiers lined up orderly in front of the hatch at the commander's order. The commander stood at the front, with Xia Su and the others standing to one side, separate from the group. As the hatch rose, the mist spread out, covering the ground. As the hatch continued to rise, the mist rolled up soft, damp hands, tentatively touching the faces of the humans before swallowing them all. Xia Su's vision blurred. The humid gas brushed past her eyeballs, and she suddenly felt a layer of liquid building up at the bottom of her eye sockets. She instinctively blinked several times. In the thick fog, a group of white bones flickered in and out of view, standing motionless in the distance, staring at the humans. After the hatch was fully raised, the commander paused for a second before advancing toward the bones. All the communicators and soldiers followed behind. As they stepped out of the spaceship, the oxygen mask membrane emerged, accompanied by overlapping sounds of breathing. The humans approached the group of skeletons step by step until they faced each other. Humans referred to this race as Urgi. This name was given because their nature was similar to Sea Dinger's cat. Before reaching a certain age, their bodies were made up of extremely dense bones, the hardest skeletons Xia Su had ever seen. Upon reaching a specific age, they either developed substances similar to human muscles or died immediately, just like Sea Dinger's cat. Only at that moment could they know whether they were alive or dead. The muscle-like substances resembled thick blood vessels twisted together, very tough, wrapping around the original bones, with a translucent green membrane forming on the surface. Thus, the Urgi that survived would possess an indestructible body. The dead parts would be reabsorbed by the skeleton in which the Urgi lived to nurture new Urgi. The fate of life and death was determined by an altar buried within the skeleton. This altar was responsible for both elimination and nurturing life. Xia Su did not have time to delve into how it operated, but based on her experiences in the original world, the Urgi planned to kill all humans during this visit to monopolize the Green Star. If luck were on their side, they could take Earth in one fell swoop. In another world, she had destroyed the altar, which allowed humanity to survive the ambush. After destroying the altar, the Urgi would die immediately. The leader of the Urgi, before her, was conversing with the leader of the humans, and then led the human group into the city. Strange buildings clung to one another, perfectly integrated with the skeleton, resembling the original structure within the skeleton. However, the level of detail was clearly the result of deliberate carving, and Xia Su could not believe that any creature would possess such a complex skeletal cavity. Each building was engraved with two back-to-back Urgi, one unfiltered, consisting only of bones, while the other had been filtered and successfully survived. The unfiltered Urgi were always positioned lower than the filtered ones. All the buildings were closely packed together, leaving only a maze of narrow paths. A slight misstep could lead to losing one's way. The human and Urgi groups traversed through the narrow paths. The paths were only wide enough for two people to walk side by side, and overhead were statues that felt quite oppressive. Xia Su was constantly looking around. She noticed that only the filtered Urgi were looking down at the paths, while the unfiltered ones looked up, with their faces almost invisible. The entire city was devoid of light. Xia Su had only seen two lightless planets. One was the Skull Star, and the other was Susulo's original planet. It was strange, as light was an important element of the universe. Susulo's planet was illuminated by the rays that could emit heat and light themselves, while Skull Star was dark except for the faint green light carried by the thick fog. The two groups marched into a round building, half of a sphere resting on the ground, leaving only a narrow gap as an entrance. As the members of the group entered one by one, Xia Su quietly told Jack, "I plan to leave the group, be careful." Jack bent down and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Xia Su brushed it off, saying she found the meeting boring and wanted to explore the Urgi race. Jack hesitated, staring at Xia Su without speaking. Xia Su glanced forward. The entire group was about to enter, and if she didn't leave now, it would be too late. Xia Su whispered, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." After saying that, she patted Jack's arm and turned to slip away. Just as she took a step, she turned back and reminded him, "Tell Susulo and Gio to be careful." Jack's gaze shifted slightly, and Xia Su knew this was a sign of his suspicion, realizing her tone had been too serious. She immediately relaxed, waved her hand to indicate he should go in with peace of mind, and then quickly disappeared into another narrow path. Jack watched Xia Su vanish into the mist, clenching his fist, and Gio noticed something was off with Jack behind him and turned back to find Xia Su missing. He asked, "Where's Xia Su?" His tone was calm. Jack focused on the fog, saying, "She just told us to be careful." And Gio turned back and replied, "Then we will be careful." And Gio and Jack tacitly decided not to immediately tell Susulo about Xia Su's departure, as with his reckless character, he would surely go looking for her. At this moment, the last thing they needed was risk. If it weren't for Xia Su's experiences in this world, she would have been lost in the winding paths long ago. The group seemed to have walked for a long time, but they had not entered the depths of the city. Xia Su relied on her memory to delve deeper, stopping at the end of a path that seemed no different from the others. She fell along the bone wall and soon found an abrupt protrusion. Xia Su grabbed the protruding part and pulled hard. A bone fell from the wall, and she managed to catch it in time to prevent it from hitting the ground and making noise. A gap appeared in the wall, revealing complete darkness inside, as if a part of her vision had been dug out. Fortunately, Xia Su was prepared. She took out a sphere from her pocket, covered in many smooth tentacles, resembling a sea urchin. This sphere was a creature Xia Su had taken from the Green Star, and as she held it in her hand and extended it into the hole in the wall, the sphere instantly emitted a light blue glow. Xia Su cautiously entered the small hole, having to bend down. One hand held the light in front, while the other supported the wall for balance as she moved through the tunnel. The deeper she went, the colder it became. After crouching and walking for a while, Xia Su finally saw a tunnel going straight down. Xia Su helplessly twitched her lips and slid down the tunnel. The angle of the tunnel was very shallow, and she slid faster and faster, eventually landing smoothly on the ground with a sound of collision. Xia Su stood up, and the space in front of her opened up. She found herself in a small room, or what could be considered a small room in the perception of the Urgi. It was simply a hollowed-out bone structure. Xia Su extended the light ball in her hand and circled around the room, eventually returning to the entrance of the tunnel. The room was not large and contained nothing. Xia Su frowned and walked around again. She paused in confusion for several seconds, then used the light ball to sweep from the far left to the far right. Her brows knitting tighter, Xia Su immediately extended her tentacles from her back into the ground, crouched down with her hands on the ground, and patiently waited. After a while, a faint vibration traveled up from the ground. When the vibration reached the ends of her tentacles buried in the ground, it was completely absorbed, traveling up the tentacles and merging into Xia Su's back, finally being received by her brain. Xia Su sensed the direction from which the vibration came, her brows furrowing. Xia Su marveled at the fact that the altar's location in this world had actually changed. At the same time, it proved to her that parallel universes were not entirely the same. Xia Su realized that the events that had occurred on Skull Star were different, leading to the altar not being in the same place. However, Xia Su still had a way to find the altar. She only needed to feel the vibrations emitted by the skeleton when it absorbed the eliminated Urji to locate the altar. Xia Su raised her head and extended 2 tentacles upward until they pierced through the tunnel and into the upper bone wall. She immediately tensed her back, retracted her tentacles, and used inertia to quickly pull herself up the tunnel, climbing out of the cave. As she ran along the path in the direction of the vibrations, a sudden scream echoed from a distance. Chapter 6, Responsibility. The city, silent as death, brewed a chilling atmosphere. Xia Su's heart sank, but she did not stop. She ran faster. Time was running out for her. At this moment, the Yeji had already launched an attack on humanity, and she had to find the altar immediately. As she ran, a tentacle was dragging behind her, embedded in the skeletal ground. She needed to constantly pay attention to the direction of the vibrations. But since running also caused vibrations, Xia Su had to raise her sensitivity to the highest level at the cost of significantly draining her energy. Xia Su turned countless corners, and amidst the incessant screams, she finally reached the source of the vibrations. She pressed her palm against the bone wall and moved quickly, feeling around but finding no protrusions. She tried again, but still found nothing. Suddenly, she kicked the wall with her foot, then abruptly stopped. Xia Su forcefully stomped down, and a sharp numbness shot through her leg. It's solid, she thought. Continuously stomping her foot, she changed positions on the narrow path. Suddenly, she stopped, controlling a tentacle to pierce into the ground beside her foot, ripping up the soil. Sure enough, a tunnel appeared before her. Without hesitation, Xia Su jumped into the tunnel. The moment she landed, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. She quickly used a tentacle to shield herself, smashing the light sphere she held onto the ground, then stepped on it hard, grinding into the earth. In the next second, a pale blue light flooded the room. Xia Su pushed aside the tentacle in front of her and saw the altar in the center of the room, with 2 Yeji standing on either side. They continuously shot bone spurs from their palms, reflecting sharp blue light in the glow, rushing straight towards Xia Su. She ducked to avoid them, using her tentacles to ensnare the 2 Yeji, tightly gripping them and forcefully pressing them against the wall. She couldn't kill them in one blow, nor could she afford to waste time grappling with them. Xia Su approached the altar, and 4 phantoms rushed past her. When she opened her eyes again, 4 sharp tentacles had already deeply embedded into the altar. Above the altar stood the same statues as on every building. But this time the 2 Yeji were at the same height, calmly gazing ahead. Xia Su could clearly feel her tentacles being twisted. She watched as the altar began to writhe, the base slowly cracking open, countless sharp bone spurs surrounding the fissure, stretching wider. Xia Su quickly sidestepped to avoid it, simultaneously stabbing a tentacle into the crack. She felt a burning sensation by her ears and cheeks as 2 bone spurs grazed her face, cutting 2 gashes. If she hadn't dodged in time, her face and brain would have been pierced. Before Xia Su could make her next move, she was suddenly yanked forward by a tremendous force. Her recently stabilized center of gravity tilted, and she took a few steps forward, then squatted down to regain her balance. The force was replaced by pain, and Xia Su quickly retracted her tentacles. The tail end of the tentacle was severed, and several drops of black liquid splattered on the ground. Xia Su warily stared at the altar's crack as 2 white figures crawled out from it. She swiftly wrapped her tentacles around their heads, and then, turning to the side, yanked hard. A pleasant cracking sound followed. Xia Su casually tossed the 2 severed heads aside. Just as she was about to approach the altar, she saw the fine teeth around the crack starting to roll, followed by a continuous stream of Yeji crawling out towards her. The 2 Yeji pinned against the wall, behind her also began to struggle fiercely, their bones piercing through their flesh, stabbing into the tentacles that held them. Xia Su felt pain, but did not let go of the Yeji. Instead, she gripped them harder, enduring the pain of the bone spurs digging into her flesh and crushing the two Yeji. They turned into several broken bones and chunks of flesh, which Xia Su threw onto the ground. At this moment, the altar continued to spawn new Yeji. Even as Xia Su used her tentacles to stab at the rapidly approaching Yeji in front of her, she was still forced against the wall. The narrow space in the room filled with a white mass of Yeji, and Xia Su was squeezed against the wall, wounds continuously opening on her body. The blades on her arms had already been activated, and with her shoulders tightening, she swung out, creating numerous gashes on the Yeji that were pressed against her. However, due to their hard bones and Xia Su's continuously depleting energy, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. A long, thin gash was cut across her neck. If she hadn't quickly pushed the Yeji away with her elbow, her throat would have been slit. Xia Su felt her arm's strength rapidly draining. She swept her arm blades around her body, and, as the Yeji recoiled, she used a tentacle to stab into the wall above her head, pulling herself up into the air. Xia Su noticed that the altar had stopped producing Yeji, but the crack was still open. No risk, no gain. Xia Su tightened her tentacles and pushed herself into the crack of the altar in a swift curve. She clearly felt all the Yeji in the room freeze. Even the fine teeth above her head stopped rolling. Seizing the moment, they were unresponsive. Xia Su inserted her tentacles into the upper and lower jaws of the crack and pulled them together, sealing the opening. In the darkness, Xia Su swung her arm blades. She could only feel her arms sinking into resilient tissues, facing resistance, but she couldn't see anything. Suddenly, sharp pain erupted from her back. She realized that the fine teeth had repeatedly pierced her tentacles as they rolled. Her feet began to tremble. She was already half kneeling on the ground, and a sudden jolt made her unstable. A sense of pressure came from above Xia Su's head. She quickly raised her hand, but before she could fully extend her arm, her palm slammed against a soft, resilient wall. Xia Su felt her arms being pressed down, and even as she exerted all her strength to resist upwards, she was gradually overwhelmed. Xia Su cut into the wall above her head with her arm blade, but instead, the wall suddenly pressed down, crushing her to the ground. In a panic, Xia Su tried to extend her back tentacles to support the wall above her, but found her spine sinking into the ground, tightly gripped. She had no choice but to lift her feet, attempting to brace against the pressure with her limbs. The wall was getting closer to Xia Su, and she could feel her heavy breaths being pushed back against her face. Xia Su's throat tightened. Her limbs were pinned against her abdomen and shoulders, a slow, squeezing sensation emanating from all over her body. She felt her abdominal cavity being squeezed, her organs soft and tender like tofu, ready to burst. In less than a minute, Xia Su would be crushed into a puddle of meat. In desperation, Xia Su struggled to move her right side, her arm blade gradually cutting into the ground beneath her. She was unable to breathe. Her skin felt like it was about to burst, the pain stimulating her nerves. Slowing her thoughts, Xia Su let out a roar, suddenly lifting her arm. Her wrist and arm broke upon hitting the wall. Meanwhile, the blade at her elbow pierced into the ground, gripping her spine. Using the unbroken shoulder to exert force, Xia Su pulled the already broken and twisted arm upwards. The walls that were about to close suddenly stopped descending, and her back was no longer restrained. Xia Su hurriedly controlled her tentacles to push open the crack, then used her tentacles to slowly pull herself along the wall. As her skin scraped against the ground and wall, pressing slightly against her muscles and organs, the heavy pain crazily squeezed her nerves. She desperately avoided letting her broken arm touch the ground and wall, but the space within the crack was too narrow, forcing her to lie flat and be dragged by her tentacles. The shattered bones in her arm constantly rubbed together and occasionally stabbed into her flesh. The circular light in front of Xia Su expanded from a small hole to completely fill her vision. Finally, one of Xia Su's hands reached out of the crack, gripping the ground outside. She struggled fiercely, her tentacles pushing harder, disregarding the piercing pain, and managed to drag her upper body out of the crack. She immediately sat up, gasping for air, her entire upper body trembling from inhaling. The cold air rushed into her throat, as if shards of hard glass were being poured in. The sensation of oxygen flooding her lungs overwhelmed the pain in her throat. The tightness in her chest gradually eased. After a brief moment of rest, Xia Su used her unbroken hand to push aside the surrounding white bones, slowly dragging her lower body out of the crack. As she adjusted her breathing and sat on the ground with one hand propped up, she finally took the time to look around. The menacing figures of the corpses only serve as a skeleton scattered across the ground. Pieces of bone lie on the floor, interconnected. A pale blue light obscures the stark whiteness of the bones, emitting a faint glow that creates uneven waves in the green mist. The fog rolls continuously, gradually condensing. Xia Su lowers her head to examine the severed arm resting on her leg. She is not checking for injuries. Rather, she has become interested in the object embedded in the elbow's blade. With her other relatively intact hand, Xia Su pulls a piece of white flesh from the arm blade. The flesh tightens slightly as Xia Su grips it with her fingers, but does not deform. Xia Su knows this is the heart of the altar. When the ground of the altar grasped Xia Su's spine, she felt the same vibrating frequency as when she retrieved the corpses. Xia Su realizes that just below her back lies the heart of the altar. In a desperate situation, she breaks one hand to dig out the heart. Avoiding being crushed in a mush, Xia Su tucks the heart into her bosom and rises with the help of her tentacles. The urgent task is to return to the meeting room. Xia Su rushes back to the meeting room, where white bones are scattered all around, and the corpses are nowhere to be seen. Xia Su does not see any humans either, just as she is about to enter the meeting room to check. Her attention is drawn to two faintly glowing blue lights in the mist. "Jack," Xia Su called out. As the two blue lights drew closer, a tall figure quietly approached through the mist. After the altar was destroyed, the fog around the skull star became denser, with terrifyingly low visibility. Xia Su blinked at the figure that was about to come into view, her body relaxing significantly. The wrist that had been tightly clenched to stabilize her severed arm loosened, and her severed arm gently rested at her side. They were heading back to the ship. "I'll wait for you here." A deep and familiar voice came through the intertwining fog. Jack's body parted the mist and emerged before Xia Su. He stopped, looking down at her. Xia Su turned around. "Let's go." The two walked side by side down the path shrouded in green fog, heading back to the ship. The gloomy view gradually gave way to white light as Jack went to notify the ship to prepare for takeoff. Xia Su walked towards a group of corpses lying on the ground. She knew she couldn't save everyone, but she still felt a sense of regret the moment she saw the bodies. Xia Su approached a wounded person nearby and softly asked, "How many people died?" The injured person had several bloody holes on his shoulder and arm, trembling as he wrapped himself in bandages. "Not many. We hadn't had time to count. Fortunately, after a while, all the enemies scattered like bones and died, so we didn't lose many people." The injured man raised his remaining eye to look at Xia Su, and his movements came to a halt. After a dull nod, Xia Su left. She turned to walk to the other side of the spaceship, where she could see Su Luo from afar. His bright red hair intertwined with other blood-stained figures, making him less conspicuous. "Let's see who has come back." Su Luo showed no restraint in his displeasure, lazily leaning against the wall. He tilted his head, but his eyes were fixed on Xia Su. And Jiao still stood quietly by the side, as usual. Xia Su's gaze swept over the two of them. Su Luo mocked, worried now, when fighting. "I don't see you around." Before Xia Su could speak, Jiao curiously asked first, "What did you do?" Su Luo looked at Jiao in surprise, and even the body hanging on the wall straightened up a bit. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Jiao ignored Su Luo. Focusing intently on Xia Su. His black eyes resembled a deep well. The light shining down from above transformed Jiao's irises into a deep gray, akin to the stone walls surrounding the well's mouth. Xia Su often sat by the crude stone wall, one hand brushing over the moss, the other resting on the sturdy, weathered stones, communicating with the well water. The water flowed leisurely, yet there was always a response. The pupils were like the water at the center of the well. The unfathomable blackness and the sweet water were one. It was unclear what lay at the bottom of the pool. Perhaps one might catch a glimpse of a fishtail swaying by, its scales a mix of red and white, or entangled water plants. Xia Su looked back into Jiao's eyes. Meeting his gaze brought a sense of reassurance, as if everything could be laid bare. She gestured for the two to sit down, and began searching the cabin for Jack's figure. Just then, Jack walked towards them and sat beside them. Xia Su could feel the three pairs of inquisitive eyes fixed on her, so she recounted the events that had transpired on Skull Star, though she altered some details. So was it merely intuition at first? Su Luo raised her eyebrows and asked. Xia Su looked at the increasingly clear scene outside the glass. As the spaceship flew away from Skull Star, the mist gradually dissipated. Intuition is an important factor for us gladiators, isn't it? Xia Su shrugged her shoulders and pretended to be relaxed as she spoke. Jack and Jiao did not speak immediately. They just quietly looked at her. Xia Su did not look back, but continued to stare at the glass. Jack leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. Those eyes, containing the depth of the ocean, were just inches away. You're lying. Xia Su finally shifted her gaze back to the three of them. She took a breath, opened her mouth, and then closed it again. Finally, she said, most of what I said is true. Before Xia Su could explain, Su Luo grabbed her unbroken hand. Are you lying to us? His orange-red hair on top of his head began to flicker violently. The pain from the wound being pressed made Xia Su's eyes well up with a hint of anger. She raised her gaze to look at Su Luo, but her tone was not harsh. After we go back, I will tell you the truth. I promise. After all, it was her who concealed it first, and besides, it was already a stroke of luck that she could see the person in front of her. So Xia Su naturally wouldn't really be angry. Su Luo's subordinates increased their grip a little, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Xia Su simply stared coldly at him. In the silent confrontation, Su Luo found himself at a disadvantage. He reluctantly released his grip and leaned back against a chair. And Gio stood up, took out the suturing tools and disinfectant cotton from the side, sat back down, and handed them over. Xia Su took the two items from Gio's hand. Thank you. Xia Su lowered her head and lightly pressed the disinfectant cotton against the scrape on her arm. And Gio showed no reaction, simply standing up silently with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, standing to the side. As the spaceship returned to Earth, Xia Su and the others didn't need to report these matters, as they did not belong to the government. Xia Su sat in the surgical chair, watching the man push a cart filled with surgical tools closer. Lie down, came Ai Kuei's strong voice, with chestnut-colored long hair cascading over his shoulders, providing the only warm color in the operating room. Xia Su did not lie down, but slightly raised her broken arm. Ai Kuei's hands, which were organizing the surgical knives, paused as he looked up and asked, Are you planning to come directly? Xia Su didn't say anything and quietly watched him. Ai Kuei slightly furrowed his brows, knowing that persuasion was useless, so he administered a local anesthetic to Xia Su and began to treat the wound. Xia Su watched the doctor who was lying to her the entire time, her other hand unconsciously clenched, but she still didn't say anything until the surgery was over. The operating room was filled only with the sounds of the surgical knife and the instruments scraping against flesh. Ai Kuei took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. All done. Xia Su tried to move her upper body. Although there was still a bit of pain, it was much better than before. Ai Kuei went through the usual precautions and then let Xia Su leave. Xia Su stopped at the door of the operating room. She glanced back at Ai Kuei, who was bent over organizing the instruments, and she didn't want to blame him. Should she blame him for being the best doctor, or for bearing the responsibility of humanity's survival? Chapter 7, the beginning of a new year. As Xia Su stepped out, she saw three people waiting for her on the side. Su Luo tilted his head and asked, Can we talk now? Xia Su was extremely fatigued. She had not only experienced the slaughter at Skull Star, but also endured 2 near-death separations. She understood that time was of the essence and said to them, Let's talk at my home. The 4 of them appeared in Xia Su's garden. Under the night sky, the flowers and grass, with their heads bowed, peeked at Xia Su as she made her way to the front door. Xia Su reached for the door, feeling an unusual heaviness in her hand. She had no choice but to pull it open with all her strength. Standing at the door, she gestured for them to enter while she walked in last. As she passed through the entrance, Xia Su glanced at the floor, quickened her pace, and turned on the living room light. The 3 of them took their seats, while Xia Su stood in front of the sofa. She intended to cross her arms, but the broken one couldn't bend. So, she could only lightly tap her arm with her 5 fingers, looking down and then up again. Su Luo, impatient, rubbed his thumb and index finger together and asked, Can we talk now? Xia Su hesitated, moving her feet back and forth a few times before starting to explain. However, just as the first word slipped out, the second was choked in her throat. Xia Su stared in disbelief, her eyes fixated in the lower left corner of her eye socket, unable to breathe. Slowly, she opened her mouth, and as a syllable barely escaped her throat, her expression twisted. She covered her heart with one hand, her body felt like it was falling, but she didn't collapse. A fleeting anger surfaced in Xia Su's frozen eyes. Jack, who was closest to her, quickly stood up and reached out his arm to support her, while Su Luo also stood up from the sofa. Xia Su paused for a second, with the other 3 watching her eagerly. Jack extended his arm, afraid she would fall again. Xia Su slowly withdrew her hand from her heart, stood up straight, her breathing still not steady. Xia Su. A hint of fear in his voice. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. Don't do this. Xia Su couldn't recover, blinked, turned her head, and gasped. I'm Yufina. Jack turned to look at Njio, then at Su Luo. Su Luo nodded several times while making eye contact with Jack. Jack walked over to Xia Su, bent down, and said, We're leaving now. You get some rest. Njio and Su Luo also approached, nodding lightly at Xia Su. Jack looked at Xia Su, his eyes reflecting a sea of clouds at the horizon. Although he displayed no expression, Xia Su could sense his underlying worry. Xia Su maintained her composure as she saw them to the door. Su Luo took a few steps outside, then stopped and turned back. If you don't want to talk, then don't. He hesitated for a moment and said loudly, We believe what you say. A slight smile appeared on Xia Su's face, but it was concealed by the night, and no one could see it. Perhaps even she didn't notice it. She watched as the three of them crossed the garden, their silhouettes blending in with the flowers, all different shades of black. After they disappeared from view, she closed the door and returned home. With the door shut, a body with violent fluctuations was caught in the gap. Xia Su's calm expression vanished in an instant. She suppressed her breath, disgust rising as if it would burst through her skin. Xia Su rushed to the mirror, tearing off her clothes to expose her back. She stared at the spine running through her back, but there was no movement. Suddenly, Xia Su twisted her shoulder and dug her hand fiercely into her back, her fingers moving incessantly, searching for something. After circling around with no results, her back was marked with a large area of blood. Xia Su looked at her back, which showed no signs of movement, and walked into the kitchen, heading straight for the counter with the knives. Xia Su casually grabbed a knife, staring at the dull gray blade, but stopped her actions. Reasonably, she convinced herself to slowly return the knife to its place, stiffly turned aside, and poured herself a glass of cool water. Xia Su raised her head and drank it all at once. The icy water rushed down her throat, penetrating all that had happened in the past few days. Like rain falling in a drought, it washed over her itchy skin, allowing Xia Su to breathe. She opened the water dispenser, watching the clear water rise up the cup's wall, while continuously persuading herself in her mind. Xia Su sat back in the living room. Feeling her back, she could only sense the part of her body that showed no fluctuations. Xia Su recalled the scene of the four of them talking in the living room, just when she wanted to tell them about her journey across different universes. She suddenly felt a tentacle writhing inside her body. The tentacle pushed through her blood vessels, drilling along the arteries straight to her heart. In that moment, Xia Su could distinctly feel something slippery moving around in her body. Although it was not painful, there was a strange friction within her organs. The tentacle pressed its sharp tip against her heart. The human body's protective instincts are incredibly strong, causing a sudden drop in Xia Su's chest. She didn't understand why it wanted to stop her from mentioning her journey across the universe, but she knew that the entity behind it had been through too much and was like an antique from an unknown dynasty from many years ago. Xia Su thought for a moment and decided that since it was threatening her life to keep her from speaking, it must be for their benefit as well. After all, it still needed her. So be it, Xia Su thought. Even if she didn't say anything, she would save Jack and Njio and Su Luo. Xia Su had never been so certain. The first proactive attempt Xia Su made was to charge into the Bronze Star, aiming straight for the queen's head. To end it all, dark liquid mixed with blood splattered into rivers, severed limbs like protruding rocks. Xia Su gripped the head of the soul horn tightly and smashed it against another soul horn that was attacking her. The soul horn dodged to the side, but was pierced by Xia Su's tentacle. The severed limbs tripped Xia Su's feet, rolling along with her steps. Xia Su pushed through the dying screams of the soul horn, covered in blood, and quickly advanced towards the fortress. Xia Su stood before the door once again. She swung her tentacles from her back, driving them into the door frame, shattering the entrance. Step by step, she walked toward the throne, her body's wounds stretching with each step, the blood clinging to her skin repeatedly washed away by fresh blood. The queen was still the same queen. Her tall and imposing body was wedged in the throne, 6 brilliant eyes fixed intensely on Xia Su. As Xia Su attacked her, for some reason, she felt that the queen's fighting spirit was not as strong as before. Her movements seemed to be stripped of meaning, as if Xia Su were battling a corpse. The blade cut through layers of flesh and tendons, severing the throat, black blood gushing out. The queen knelt on the ground, the crystal embedded in her chest gradually dimming. She continued to murmur, "My people." Gas escaped from her severed throat, the voice becoming muffled, gradually reduced to the sound of bursting blood bubbles. Xia Su looked at the queen kneeling on the ground, stepped forward, and grabbed one of her horns. Xia Su pressed her foot against the queen's abdomen and forcefully twisted backward with one hand. The head was torn off completely, the flesh and tendons snapping as it bounced up and down beneath her neck, held in Xia Su's hand. Xia Su had thought that after dealing with the Soul Horn Queen, she would feel relieved, but at that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. Disgusted, Xia Su flung the head from her hand and immediately returned to earth. Xia Su stared blankly at the blood seeping through the door crack. She slowly pushed the door open, her breath constricted in her throat. Jack's upper body was discarded on the ground, his eyes wide open, reflecting Njio's corpse. Both Njio and Su Luo were similarly reduced to their upper halves, their innards half-hanging in their abdominal cavities. Njio's sword was shattered. White metal fragments scattered on the ground, stained with blood. Su cautiously kicked up Luo's corpse. His body was closest to the door, and it was clear he must have been the first to charge at the intruders. The cut on his waist was very clean, showing no signs of repeated slashing. Jack, Njio, and Su Luo had all been sliced in half, their muscles and organs offering no resistance. Xia Su did not understand why, even after killing the queen. She still could not save her friends. Looking around, Xia Su discovered the soul horn's pearlescent green shell in the corner. That shell seemed to mock Xia Su. The Empress was always one step ahead of her. Xia Su was trapped in a deadly cycle, with no way to escape. Fragments were thrown up, tentacles struck the shards, instantly shattering them. Xia Su buried the bodies of the three in her garden. She couldn't bear to linger any longer. She boarded the spaceship again, returning to the cracks deep in the universe. Xia Su did not believe the Empress could always be cautious. This was a game between two people in desperate situations. As long as Xia Su was alive, she would do whatever it took to save her friends. Xia Su pushed herself into the crack with her tentacles. The mottled colors faded from her sight, leaving only gray spots. She vaguely saw herself, another version of herself, lying on the ground with her hands covering her sides. Was this the universe she was about to enter? Another illusion. A sudden pain in the liver, immediately followed by a hard punch to the cheek. Xia Su covered her side and fell to the ground. The sharp pain in her waist and abdomen made it hard for her to breathe, as if her ribs were being pried open and a knife was stirring her liver. A shadow suddenly loomed overhead, and Xia Su pushed herself up with her hands, barely lifting herself off the ground. She dodged to the left, avoiding her opponent's stomp. The tiered seats in the arena were empty. Only a man in a suit stood in the stands. He watched intently as the fighters in the arena grappled. These were his carefully chosen contestants. Xia Su struggled to block out the pain from her organs and adjusted her breathing. Her blurry vision gradually became clear. Her opponent did not pursue her. He had already witnessed Xia Su's ground techniques and did not wish to be dragged into a ground fight again. This gave Xia Su a moment to catch her breath. She clenched her fists and charged towards the man's abdomen. The man instinctively raised his arms to block, and at that moment, Xia Su lifted her leg and swept towards his lower body. His shins were repeatedly struck, catching him off guard, and Xia Su followed up with a left hook that knocked him down. Xia Su mounted the man's legs, using all her strength to strike down at her opponent. The man, being suppressed, could only hold his arms tightly to block. Suddenly, Xia Su's center of gravity was disrupted as her opponent used a bridge to throw her off. Xia Su quickly got back to her feet. The weight difference between her and her opponent meant she couldn't block recklessly, so she had to dodge his attacks as best as she could. The man kicked towards Xia Su, and she seized the opportunity to grab his leg, attempting to bring him down. The man countered by throwing out his other leg, and both of them ended up kneeling on the ground. The man in the stands glanced at his watch, and the slight furrow of his brow sent chills down the spines of both Xia Su and her opponent. The man's palm was pierced by a metal spike, and two slender knife tips were pulled from his flesh. He pierced through Xia Su's abdomen and collarbone. If Xia Su hadn't slightly shifted, her heart would have been stabbed. The man stared at Xia Su in disbelief, watching as she tightly gripped the knife tips with her hands. The man desperately twisted his arms, trying to pull the knife tips out of Xia Su's body. The sharp tips repeatedly scraped against her flesh, but she didn't take care, holding onto the knife tips with all her might. Then she lifted her foot and kicked toward the man's head. His features twisted under the stomp, his nose broke, and his eyes were crushed, sinking into his face. The man convulsed as the knife tips continued to stab into Xia Su's body, and she stayed bent over, lifting her foot, then bringing it down. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and Xia Su finally exhausted her strength and stopped moving. The strong smell of blood made her want to gag, but she forced herself to suppress it. She slowly straightened up, blood flowing from the holes in her collarbone and abdomen. Xia Su looked up at the man in the stands, who beckoned her to come up. "You will represent my gladiators in battle. For me, take this arena." Kinshimo sat on the sofa with his hands clasped together. I don't care what you want from me. It's just money, honor, and blood, things I can provide. As long as you win the gladiatorial competition in half a month. Kinshimo leaned forward, pushing the blueprints on the table. Xia Su bent down and picked up the blueprints. Blood dripped from her wounds onto the white paper. It depicted Xia Su herself, disassembled, with her arms implanted with 2 blades. Kinshimo nodded in satisfaction at Xia Su's expressionless face. To be honest, I was surprised by your recent victory. Unmodified fighters can hardly win in the arena. The competition schedule is compressed, going from 32 fighters to the finals in 3 days. Therefore, you must enhance your physicality as much as possible to avoid injury. Otherwise, there won't be any time for you to rest. Noticing Xia Su's silence, Kinshimo continued, if you want this competition slot, you must do this. It also provides significant convenience for your future development. Xia Su handed the blueprints back to Kinshimo, who did not take them, until Xia Su said, I will undergo modifications as you wish. Kinshimo then took back the blueprints. A wise choice. Conserve your energy before the competition. Do not participate in any other gladiatorial matches to avoid revealing your strength. Don't disappoint me. Leave, the direction is Xia Su. Endure, the direction is resilience. The cheers shook the arena as 2 gladiators stepped into the light, accompanied by the passionate voice of the host named Rex. The arena had 8 passages, corresponding to the 8 trigrams. Rex wasted no time. 3, 2, 1. Start. Ren's speed was extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, he surged in front of Xia Su. His fist suddenly smashed towards Xia Su, who was astonished by Ren's speed and quickly raised her hand to block. Ren continuously threw low jabs, forcing Xia Su into a passive position where she could only defend. Her arm muscles quickly became red and swollen from the blows, and if she continued to block, her arm might be ruined. She adjusted her breathing and leaned back as Ren threw another jab. The fist grazed past her chest. Xia Su suddenly leaned back, her palm hitting the ground first. And as her legs returned to the ground, she kicked up forcefully, striking Ren in the face. Ren took the hit without flinching. He showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he grabbed Xia Su's ankle and flung her away. Xia Su's attack caused her no harm at all. The audience erupted in cheers, all shouting for Ren. Taking advantage of his momentum, Ren kicked towards Xia Su's head, but she managed to dodge by getting up. Ren's physique wasn't the strongest among the gladiators. He was relatively tall, but it was more than enough to deal with a heavyweight competitor like Xia Su, which is why he chose to attack with full-contact karate techniques. Ren didn't give Xia Su a chance to create distance. He charged in again, aiming to deliver a jab. Xia Su was prepared this time, deflecting Ren's attack and striking at his side. The blow hit his liver, and the impact of muscle against organ was felt, yet Ren remained unfazed. He grabbed Xia Su by the neck. Got you. Ren's fingers tightened further, lifting Xia Su, who gradually found it hard to breathe. The skin on his arm was sliced open as 2 vertical blades cut through the muscle and sank into Ren's arm. Reluctantly, Ren had to let go. If he insisted on holding Xia Su's neck, his arm would be severed. Even if he successfully defeated Xia Su, he would have no chance of winning the subsequent gladiatorial match. Xia Su stepped back, blood sliding down the blades, leaving 2 trails on the sandy ground. When Xia Su lifted her head, she found herself alone. Ren had vanished without a trace, leaving only the sand beneath. Chapter 8 First Appearance Rue disappeared from sight. How'd he do that? Rex was greatly shocked. He had never seen a player vanish from the arena. Xia Su could not act rashly. She took her stance and waited. The arena suddenly fell silent. Xia Su held her breath, expanded her senses, and stood alert. She heard footsteps on the sand behind her. Xia Su turned around and threw a punch, but it missed. Before she could withdraw her strike, she was suddenly knocked down. Rue deliberately created noise behind Xia Su, then circled in front of her, hooking her ankle with his foot and easily bringing her down. He then raised his leg and kicked at Xia Su's head. Xia Su rolled backward from the kick, but managed to raise her hand to block it in time. She leaped up from the ground and heard the sound of sand again. This time, Xia Su did not rush to attack. She just waited for Rue. Xia Su felt the wind from a punch. She gathered her strength to turn and prepare to block the hit, but was instead struck hard in the chest. The sound of rustling surrounded Xia Su, and she could not tell which direction Rue was coming from. Xia Su was being suppressed by Rue. Powerful blows kept landing on different parts of Xia Su's body. She adjusted her sensitivity to the maximum, but still couldn't fight back. Her head was hit twice, and a concussion began to disrupt her. Her movements became slower, and her emotions started to spiral. She silently repeated to herself, "Stay calm, Stay calm. Rui jumped back and forth beside Xia Su. When he saw the timing was right, he suddenly closed in on her. Rui grabbed Xia Su's waist with one hand and pressed her chin with the other, then swung down. Xia Su's head slammed hard into the ground. The dull thud causing the audience to gasp. Xia Su struggled to get up, but Rui did not pursue her. Rui lifted his head, his right eyeball drooping down his face, with only a thin thread of blood connecting the eye socket to the eyeball. Rui bent down and grasped his right eye. His eyeball was crushed by Rui's fingers in a single tug. He casually tossed the eyeball aside and walked towards Xia Su. Xia Su sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Rui had removed his own eyeball to prevent Xia Su from locating him. Rui closed in on Xia Su, who quickly made a small cut on her arm with her arm blade, then swung it. Rui was taken aback. Drops of blood splattered onto Rui's chest. Xia Su aimed carefully and charged him with a punch. Hui dodge bakvarj. When Xia Su was being suppressed earlier, she noticed blood sticking to Rui's skin, exposing his position. That allowed her to accurately cut Rui's eyeball when he slammed down on her. The sudden loss of vision made Rui's movements hesitant, preventing Xia Su from being knocked out. Xia Su centered herself and kicked up sand around her. Rui's figure reappeared. He suddenly materialized in the arena again. Xia Su pushed off the ground and, just as her fist was about to hit Rui's face, he vanished. Rui flashed behind Xia Su, gripping her neck with both hands, arching his back as if to snap her neck. Xia Su reacted, bracing her body to resist Rui's strength. Knowing her strength wouldn't last long, she elbowed downward, driving the blade into Rui's side. Xia Su swung her arm back, hitting Rui in the face. The two separated. Xia Su's steps became unsteady as she slowly approached, aiming a punch at Rui's face. Rui prepared to catch the blow, but did not expect Xia Su to suddenly change her steps and circle around him. She crouched down and used her arm blade to cut Rui's Achilles tendon. Rui collapsed to the ground, unable to stand again. The effects of the concussion Xia Su suffered erupted at that moment, blurring her consciousness. Unexpectedly, Rui crawled next to Xia Su and dragged her to the ground. They held each other's arms, neither willing to give in. Rui's attacks jolted Xia Su awake. Give up, Rui. Your tendon is cut. You've lost an eye. Even if you win this round, you will undoubtedly lose the next matches. Xia Su tried to persuade Rui, fearing that if they continued, one of them might die. We both have reasons to win, Rui said, his gaze drifting past Xia Su. Rui's focus shifted to a woman sitting in the stands. Her long braids cascading down to her waist, contrasting sharply with Rui's rough, short black hair. Rui took a deep breath and forcefully turned Xia Su's body. His fingers formed a cone and pierced through Xia Su's sternum. His fingers had been trained through years of striking hard objects, crushing them repeatedly, then allowing his fingers to heal, thus creating a hardness capable of penetrating human flesh. He intended to pierce Xia Su's heart, but she managed to lean back in time to evade the fatal area. Xia Su exerted force in her waist, propelling her upper body up, and her arm blade slashed towards Rui's left face. A dent appeared in his left eyeball, and Rui's face was completely torn apart, leaving him blind. Taking advantage of the moment, Xia Su attempted to break free from Rui, but his fingers clutched tightly to her bones, preventing her from moving away even a step. Xia Su was forcibly pinned in front of Rui, one unable to see and the other unable to move. Rui, relying on his consciousness, drove his other hand into a fist and smashed it towards Xia Su. Xia Su's fist also came up to meet his. Rui's vision was completely gone, but he was unwilling to give up. I have my reasons to persist. Come on, Xia Su, it's just you and me. Xia Su had never been engulfed in such intense fear. She did not want to die. She wanted to win. The sounds of flesh being torn apart filled her ears. The audience's voices faded away, and the pain became less pronounced. Rui was just swinging his fists. The outcome was clear. Xia Su advanced to the second round. Rui's head hung down on his chest. Xia Su pushed Rui's body away, pulling her fingers out of his flesh, dragging out a mass of shredded meat. Soon, Rui was lifted onto a stretcher and taken for treatment. At the last moment, Xia Su's arm blade severed Rui's arm, cutting open his chest. She admired Rui's determination. Xia Su thought to herself that if every gladiator participated in the matches with the resolve to face death at any moment, this competition would become exceedingly difficult. Xia Su woke up in a hospital bed. She sat up and turned her head to see Rui. He sat quietly on another bed, his eyes bandaged, with only half of his arm resting in front of him. Rui suddenly turned his head, facing Xia Su. You're awake, Rui said calmly. Xia Su nodded, then realized that both of Rui's eyes had been cut out by her, feeling a bit embarrassed. How did you know I was awake? Xia Su asked, as she had made almost no noise when getting up. Rui smiled slightly. Of course, I had to adapt to life without eyes as quickly as possible. Xia Su frowned in confusion, not understanding why Rui could still smile at her. She asked, "Aren't you supposed to hate me?" Rui shook his head. "You remained calm under my pressure and found my weakness. I admire that. Losing to you, I have no complaints. Besides, one must learn to adapt to circumstances. You have granted me a new fighting style." Xia Su was somewhat surprised. "Are you still planning to continue being a gladiator?" Rui's tone was very firm. "Losing my eyes is not an excuse to withdraw from the arena. Don't worry about me." A woman's voice interrupted Xia Su and Rui's conversation. Xia Su then noticed a woman sitting by Rui's bed. It was the same woman with the braided hair from the stands. Xia Su couldn't help but joke. "So this is your reason." Rui extended his hand, and the woman naturally pressed her face against it. Rui gently stroked her cheek, as if wiping something away. But there was nothing on her face. "Yes, she is my reason for victory in the beginning, and she will also be the end." Rui's smile deepened as the woman continued to gaze at Rui's face, which had lost its eyes, without looking away. Rui introduced, "Let me formally introduce her. This is my partner, Ren." Ren then turned her head and carefully examined Xia Su. At that moment, Xia Su was half lying on the bed, her entire body wrapped in bandages. Ren's smile was very gentle, but through her smiling face, Xia Su could sense a chilling aura, like something eerie radiating from her skull. "My dear, your existence is a victory for me." The blade no longer looks at Xia Su, but gazes intently at Ren. Xia Su watches the two of them whispering affectionately in the sunlight, as if the recent battle was merely an illusion. At night, accompanied by pain, Xia Su struggles to get up from the bed, layers of cold sweat sticking to her forehead, her fingers trembling uncontrollably, just as she is about to call for help. Her voice is swallowed. Xia Su's consciousness seems to be stripped away for a moment, and she crashes to the ground, the pain from her body suddenly waking her up. Xia Su supports herself against the stone wall and slowly stands up, looking around at the pitch-black surroundings. The heavy air and the pain in her liver make it hard for her to breathe. She cannot see the path ahead and can only move forward little by little. Fear gradually expands in her heart. Xia Su smells a foul odor. No matter how she covers her mouth and nose or tries to move in the opposite direction, the stench always finds her. Battling through her fear and pain, Xia Su walks a little further and finally sees a light. The light is very unusual. It is neither natural light nor an ordinary white or warm light. Instead, it is a mottled color projected onto the stone wall. Xia Su is surrounded by this light, watching it cautiously approach her from behind a stone block. The entity recognizes Xia Su's soul, a powerful soul. It sees a soul lurking, wanting to break free from its flesh. Her essence is pitch black and devoid of light, her soul constantly surging within her bones, screaming. Countless hands pushing and piercing through the flesh walls. Her body is fragmented. If it were to speak, it would say that this soul does not belong to her. Xia Su retreats uncontrollably, the pain in her organs suddenly spreading to her bones, unable to do anything but watch as the glowing jelly-like entity approaches. It tentatively wraps around her arm, a wave of coldness washing over her. Xia Su no longer feels resistance to its approach. In fact, there's a kind of fearful attraction. Its colorful, soft body stretches and shrinks, crawling onto Xia Su's shoulder and sticking to her back. A short tentacle springs from its body, gently brushing over Xia Su's back, cutting a horizontal gash across her back. Blood bursts from the flesh's fissures, becoming a dark stream in the cave. It crawls inside. The jelly-like body squeezes into the wound, disappearing into the muscle. Once it is completely immersed in Xia Su's body, it seems to have thought of something and extends several tentacles, carefully stitching up the wound. After a minute, Xia Su stands up from the ground, completely unharmed. Xia Su tries to move her shoulders and then her entire body. Power surges within her. The flesh on her back suddenly writhes, reminding Xia Su of its presence. The muscles in her back seem to turn into a column of water, extending outward. 7 tentacles peel back her skin, dancing in the darkness. The smooth body glistening with silver light and body strength. Distance, direction is Avar. Direction is Xia Su. Xia Su steps towards her target, and Avar also walks towards her, his incredibly strong body stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Quick battle, Xia Su thinks. With a command from Rex, the match begins. As a contestant of such a small stature, I'm surprised you made it through the first round. Now give up before I beat you to death. Avar's voice is like iron chains soaked in the sea for hundreds of years, hoarse and heavy. Xia Su raises a smile. I'm sorry, but I won't be the one eliminated this round. Avar launches the first attack on Xia Su, his thick arms building a wall in front of her. Xia Su stands calmly in place. The next second, the audience watches as Avar clutches his neck, blood gushing through his fingers, absorbed by the sand. Avar's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he collapses to the ground. For a moment, the arena falls silent, until Xia Su raises her arm. The announcer finally comes to his senses and hurriedly announces the victory. The winner is Xia Su. Let us cheer for this surprising contender. Rex's murmurs spread through the microphone to the entire venue. Did you see that? No, rather, no one saw how Xia Su ended Avar. The speed and lethality left all other contestants in the dust. I look forward to seeing Xia Su's performance as a surprising newcomer in the upcoming matches. Xia Su watches as the stretcher carrying Avar's corpse is taken away. She is determined to win the gladiatorial match. Where are you going? A sudden voice in the darkness freezes Xia Su in place. Rin sits up from the bed, his eyes still bandaged, yet he accurately turns his face towards Xia Su. Rin cannot see the surprised expression on Xia Su's face, and he speaks to himself. You weren't in the room last night, but please don't misunderstand me. What you do is your freedom, and I won't ask. I just want to remind you that the arena is patrolled 24 hours a day. Xia Su is even more surprised. She does not respond, silently watching as Rin's silhouette sinks back into the covers, as if he never woke up. Seeing that Rin has truly gone quiet, Xia Su quietly leaves the room. She safely exits the arena. The patrols in the arena are to prevent misconduct. Since Xia Su is just going out normally, no one stops her. The sky is overcast, and Xia Su weaves through the damp streets, finally stopping in front of a clinic. The clinic has no sign and no color. It is just a narrow gray building squeezed between the bright lights and bustling activity. Xia Su knocks on the door 5 times, and after a moment, the door is opened by a man in a suit. Please come in. He wears a brown suit vest, his long-sleeved shirt neatly rolled up, and his entire face is covered by a mask, making it impossible to tell his gender. His voice sounds neutral, as if it has been adjusted. But Xia Su can indeed feel that the person in front of her is a doctor. This is thanks to his aura, as if he had just been pulled out of disinfectant, while also exuding the smell of rotting wounds. Dr. Shang leads Xia Su to the operating table and then ignores her, turning to search for something among the oddly shaped instruments. Dr. Shang neatly arranges various instruments by size, and when he turns back, Xia Su is still standing next to the operating table. What are you waiting for? A family member? Xia Su can't tell if he is joking or genuinely asking, so she has no choice but to lie down on the operating table. Dr. Shang raises his hand to adjust the magnifying device over his eyes, then picks up a jar from the floor. Clink! A dull liquid bubbles with a liver inside. The reason Xia Su participates in the gladiatorial match is to obtain this liver. She has a terminal illness that requires immediate attention, but lacking both power and money. Xia Su cannot receive treatment. Until this, Dr. Shang approached her, saying Avar's liver is a perfect match. Xia Su was quite skeptical of him, but she had no time to waste, so she had to undergo intensive training and take the risk of joining the arena. Xia Su is quickly anesthetized, and when she wakes up, the liver has been successfully transplanted. Xia Su, still dazed, grabs Dr. Shang's arm. What do you really want? Seeing Xia Su unconscious yet still so alert, Dr. Shang sighs and slowly explains. I have my eyes on Avar's body. His muscle density is unlike that of ordinary people. He is a great subject for experimentation, but I can't just hire a hitman to kill him. What I mean is, I have the ability to do so, but that would be too malicious. So I came to you. After all, hospitals always have a list of people needing organ transplants. Xia Su feels that this explanation has many flaws. But I've never participated in a gladiatorial match. How do you know I could kill Avar? Dr. Shang exaggeratedly raises his clasped hands. The god of luck favors you. Let's put it this way, I love to gamble. After all, if you fail, it doesn't cost me anything, right? If you succeed, and even win the championship in a gladiatorial match. Dr. Shang laughs happily. Then I won't have to worry about my clients and resources. Dr. Shang suddenly lifts Xia Su's upper body, letting her lean against the backrest, and then pulls the lever on the wall. The originally piled stone bricks had disappeared, replaced by a layer of transparent glass, inside which lay Avar's corpse. Xia Su turned his numb brain, trying to convince himself that Dr. Shang posed no threat. Xia Su, I have successfully transplanted your liver and saved your life. This is not how you treat someone who saved you. Dr. Shang suddenly leaned in, playing with a small knife in his hand. The device on his face ticked away. The logic of his words was impeccable, and Xia Su compromised, lying there for a while before returning to the arena. Before leaving, Dr. Shang kindly saw Xia Su to the door. "I'll be watching you, Xia Su. Soon, I will be able to say that the strongest gladiator was forged by my hands." Chapter 9. The Western Gladiator of Condensation. The rounds of brutal combat came to a close, and soon it was time for the finals. CNC specifically sought out Xia Su. He placed the documents in front of her. After reading, Xia Su learned that her opponent in the finals was named Jack, a gladiator hired by the current arena manager. The documents indicated that Jack had once been a mercenary, known for his brutality and ruthlessness. Looking at the photo in the file, Xia Su suddenly remembered having seen Jack after the second round of the gladiatorial matches. That day, she was wandering outside the arena and saw a figure crouched in the grass, motionless, tearing apart a piece of meat while surrounded by a circle of cats. He only extended his hand when a cat rubbed against his knuckles, his large palm enveloping the cat's back like sunlight. Xia Su felt a surge of curiosity, and before she could approach, the man noticed her. He stood up, his body blocking the sunlight like a mountain, and Xia Su was instantly engulfed in shadow. His face was wrapped in bandages, with only a pair of blue eyes visible, exactly as in the file. Xia Su found it hard to reconcile the image of Jack feeding cats with the brutal persona described in the documents. "You must succeed, Xia Su," CNC said before leaving. The finals began. Xia Su advanced along the path walked by countless extraordinary warriors. She understood that she would become the eternal champion of the arena. Jun facing Xia Su. DUI facing Jack. As the announcer's passionate voice echoed across the arena, the two gladiators entered the field. From the dark passage, Jack and Xia Su stepped into the light simultaneously. Whenever Xia Su recalled or relived her first fight with Jack, she would think of meat, blood, teeth, and hearts. The arena was packed with people, and the heated atmosphere swirled around everyone like a vortex. Rex stood at the center of the arena, announcing the battle with great excitement, two bright spotlights shining down on him. On one side was the youngest and most unexpected contender in history, and on the other was a monster modified through numerous human enhancements. Rex's voice, sharpened by excitement and mixed with the crackling of the microphone, pierced through everyone's eardrums. "Who is the strongest among humans on Earth?" He grew louder, stirring the audience's emotions, his voice becoming hoarse. "Who will emerge victorious in the end?" The sound waves exploded from the audience stands, serving as the perfect stimulant. Jack and Xia Su moved towards each other simultaneously. They walked at a steady pace to the center of the arena, standing before one another. Xia Su looked up at Jack, while Jack looked down at her. Jack stared intently at the petite woman before him. As a gladiator, strength and size were important factors, and Xia Su clearly did not fit the stereotype of a gladiator. Xia Su paid no attention to the raucous crowd, instead smiling. "Hi, Jack." Xia Su focused on Jack's striking blue eyes beneath his rugged brow. The deep blue seemed to be formed from the vast Atlantic Ocean. Upon closer inspection, it looked as if one could see the rolling waves within his pupils, calm yet full of immense power. Later, Xia Su would lose herself in that ocean countless times. Jack was taken aback by Xia Su's sudden greeting. Her friendly tone left him a bit flustered, and his gloomy expression stiffened. Just then, Rex raised his hand, and with a command, heaven and earth erupted. Jack's shadow completely enveloped Xia Su, and under the scorching gazes of everyone, they threw their first punches at each other's faces. Xia Su jumped using the power of her legs, landing a successful hit on Jack's face, while Jack's fist mercilessly struck Xia Su's forehead. Both endured the blows without budging, their hands continuing to strike one another in an unending exchange of punches. Rex stood on the platform, excitedly narrating for the audience. Xia Su is actually able to withstand Jack's punches despite their exaggerated size difference. This is simply impossible. The advantage of size quickly became apparent as Jack used his towering frame to overpower Xia Su, his solid fists raining down like a torrential storm on every inch of her skin. Xia Su was forced to retreat repeatedly, using her arms to shield her face in defense. Jack continued to throw punches without needing to catch his breath, pushing Xia Su toward the barrier. Suddenly, Xia Su bent down, using her right hand as a pivot to slide sideways on the ground, successfully escaping Jack's attack range. Clearly, facing such an exaggerated size difference, taking the hits head-on was not a viable option. Xia Su hadn't fought Jack in a long time and wanted to experience the sheer power of his formidable physique once more. Jack's muscular build represented Xia Su's yearning for pure strength and admiration, embodying the primal desire for power inherent in all beings. Xia Su began to relax her muscles. It felt as if every muscle in her body was gradually softening, liquefying beneath her skin along with her internal organs. Her entire being collapsed weakly, her features stretching and merging, ultimately becoming a puddle of water. Even her consciousness seemed to dissipate into gas, rising from her body. The formless water was extremely soft, yet contained the hardest rigidity. At that moment, Xia Su surged forward. In the instant she pushed off the ground, every muscle fiber in her body contracted again, her liquid form re-solidifying into a solid state, successfully breaking free from the constraints of the human body. Xia Su launched towards Jack with unparalleled explosive power. Her feet struck Jack's abdomen, sending him flying backwards. His feet dug into the ground, leaving 2 tracks behind as he tried to increase friction and slow down. Dust and sand swirled around. Xia Su should have stabilized herself by now, but she felt her body still moving forward at extraordinary speed. Xia Su sensed a chain, forged through relentless trials, binding her, pulling her body forward. Jack was holding on to Xia Su's leg, using the force of her collision with him to move backward. Xia Su could not break free. Jack and Xia Su crashed against the wooden barrier at the edge of the arena. The boards behind Jack splintered and dented, sharp wooden shards protruding and groaning. Xia Su watched as the world before her toppled, her feet no longer feeling solid ground. Jack gripped Xia Su by the ribs, lifting her over his shoulder. The muscles in Jack's arms tensed as he quickly flung Xia Su forward. Xia Su felt the pressure of his fingers on her skin suddenly vanish, and the arena before her blurred into fine lines. Then came the howling wind rushing past her ears, her body and consciousness thrown into the distance. Xia Su traced an arc in the air before landing back on the ground. In the final moment of losing control over her body, she reached out and grabbed Jack's neck. Using Jack's weight, she changed direction mid-air, planting her feet in the crook of his neck and kicking at his throat. With a burst of momentum, she leaped into the air, rotating half a turn before pulling away a distance and landing steadily. After the first round of probing, neither side gained an advantage. Xia Su began to relax her muscles again. Before Jack could react, Xia Su charged forward. This speed was impossible to see. Rex shouted. Xia Su vanished from sight, leaving behind countless phantoms rapidly darting across the arena. The grayish-white, transparent lines wove the arena into a poisoned spider web, with Jack trapped in the center like a moth caught in a strong adhesive. He was engulfed by a thick white smoke. The sound waves of his punches striking the solid air resonating from all parts of his body. Waves of heat crashed against the audience stands, as Xia Su brushed past the heat and lightly returned to her original position. Her fists were enveloped in thick white smoke, scorching her skin. The barriers surrounding the arena were almost entirely destroyed, each section showing deep indentations every 20 centimeters. The wooden boards had rotted away, turning into weapons sharp enough to pierce skin. Jack still stood in place. The white smoke coiled around his body, extending jagged claws into his muscles, only reluctantly dissipating under the push of the cold air. Xia Su used the arena's fence as a springboard, pushing off from one side to the other, unleashing several punches at Jack as he passed by. The metallic, rusty liquid surged up his throat like a raging flood, blood itching at his throat. Jack felt as if 1,000 transparent worms were crawling in his throat, the sticky soft flesh rubbing against his esophagus, stimulating his muscles to retch. His internal organs were all dislocated, the diaphragm pressed down, squeezing his stomach and liver together, a muddy tangle. His lungs split in different directions, pressed against his ribs, the air inside them clamoring to escape through his trachea. His viscera were shattered. Unable to think, Jack's mind urged him to spit out the blood in his throat. But his willpower surpassed that of his body and brain. Just as Jack was about to swallow the blood, Xia Su struck him in the abdomen with a kick. The blood finally got its wish, splattering onto the ground. Jack bent over, the blood surged out of his throat, exploding on the ground the moment it hit. Crimson blood splattered, carving bloody scars in the air. Fortunately, that maddening sensation also peeled away from his brain. The smell of blood spread around, invading the nostrils of all the spectators. Jack took a deep breath, slowly straightened up, and casually spat the remaining blood from his mouth onto the ground. The host blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "How is this even possible? The title of monster is well-deserved." After the kick, Xia Su retreated to a spot not far from Jack. She did not give Jack a chance to breathe. In the next second, her fist was already striking Jack's face. The skull was the best place for a fist to release its fury. Jaw, cheek, none were spared. Before Jack could fully recover from the previous flurry of attacks, he received all the blows, searching for an opportunity in the gaps. Xia Su felt a sharp pain in her forearm. Jack had caught her. Just then, seizing the moment, Jack suddenly turned sideways, grasping Xia Su's arm with both hands. He tripped her, using his waist to twist, breaking the arm trapped between their hands. The bone piercing through the elbow. Xia Su heard the crisp sound of the bone breaking. Xia Su was lifted up, Jack gripping her neck with one hand. His fingers tightened, and Xia Su gradually found it hard to breathe, her vision becoming blurry, the veins in her cheeks and neck bulging, her face losing its color. She raised her left leg, her 26 vertebrae twisting in succession, moving her pelvis, then her thigh and calf, violently slamming the top of her foot against Jack's chin. Jack's brain rattled wildly within his skull, forcing him to release Xia Su and lean back, taking advantage of Jack's imbalance as he fell to the ground. Xia Su wrapped her left arm around his jaw, her right arm across the back of his head, her left hand gripping her right arm's joint from below. Then, she pushed with her right palm against the back of Jack's head, forcing him forward, her legs wrapping around his waist, her body arched like a bow. Naked choke. Xia Su wanted to finish Jack with a naked choke. Rex leaned halfway over the railing, nervously watching the two entangled on the ground. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Xia Su's arm tightened more and more, but unfortunately, one of her arms was already broken, and her strength couldn't reach its maximum. Suddenly, the audience fell silent. Jack, disregarding the effects of oxygen deprivation, stood up straight. Xia Su still hung on him. Rex shouted, "It's the crushing disparity in size." The naked choke has no effect on Jack at all. Jack's feet left the ground and came crashing down vertically, his head slamming into the ground. Dust was shaken into the air, enveloping both Jack and Xia Su. When the dust settled, the two had separated, both wobbling on the ground, trying to get up. Both of their heads were bleeding profusely, the thick blood pooling in their hair, sliding from their foreheads to their chins. Xia Su had formed a naked choke from Jack's back, so her head was positioned higher than Jack's. When it hit the ground, it was Xia Su's head that struck first, thus she sustained more damage than Jack. Sure enough, Jack stood up first. The objects in front of him twisted and deformed, but he braced himself and walked over to Xia Su, who was still on the ground gasping for air. Xia Su's trembling pupils silently conveyed the pain in her head. It felt like her skull was about to crack. Jack jumped, both feet crashing down onto Xia Su's neck. Jack's massive weight and the gravity of the earth pressed against Xia Su's throat, compressing her trachea, esophagus, and cervical spine together. A helpless feeling of suffocation swept over Xia Su's brain. A black veil descended over her vision. Consciousness detached from her body. Xia Su was stomped into unconsciousness. Was the match about to end? Rex's hoarse shout shook the arena, and the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. In an instant, the shouting consciousness was yanked back into the rusty cage of the brain. Xia Su gasped for air, gripping Jack's ankle with both hands, pulling hard, dislocating his ankle joint. Jack looked in shock at the strong hands gripping his ankle, feeling his left foot go soft, losing balance for a few seconds. Those brief seconds were enough. Even though the feeling of suffocation still echoed in her chest, Xia Su pushed off the ground and delivered a punch, gathering all her strength into a single blow that struck Jack's cheek. The dislocated ankle prevented Jack from exerting force, and he could only try to lessen the impact with one foot, but it was futile. With a thud that shook his insides, he crashed into the wooden fence at the edge of the arena. Sharp wooden splinters pierced into his back, and Jack barely managed to support himself against the fence to stand up. Xia Su was not faring any better. The impact to her head and the attack to her throat left her disoriented. Jack's ankle was dislocated, while Xia Su's left arm was broken. Jack's body began to sink, his fingers curling into a menacing shape as they clasped together in front of his chest. Was Jack going to drag Xia Su into a ground fight? Rex explained desperately, internally sweating for Xia Su. Because of the huge size disparity, as long as Jack caught Xia Su, her chances of breaking free would be zero. Xia Su made a small lateral hop, raising her hands, waiting for Jack's attack. Jack lunged forward, prepared for any movement of Xia Su's fists. And just as he was about to take her down, he found himself being pushed back instead. Just when everyone thought Xia Su would use her hands to stop Jack, she stepped forward and executed a knee strike. Jack's chin took a heavy blow. The hardness of her knee was incomparable to that of his chin. Xia Su followed up with an elbow strike. Then her body leaned back diagonally, one arm pulling back while her head tilted back. A holy white light covered her eyes. Breathing, bones, muscles all unified. Xia Su unleashed her strongest strike. Chapter 10. The outcome is decided at the moment the fist connected with the chin, the jaw dislocated. The two stepped back. Jack raised his hand to support his jaw and cheek, applying slight pressure, and with a crack, he put the dislocated jaw back in place. The moment the jaw reconnected with the joint, every bone trembled with a deep, searing pain. Jack let out a light laugh, his features distorted by the pain, looking fierce. Is he laughing? Is Jack really laughing? Rex looked at the grimace on Jack's face, his heart tightening constantly. He had a very ominous premonition, and the audience likely thought the same. The terrifying atmosphere squeezed the air, distorting it. Jack didn't even know why he was laughing. He only felt his brain tugging at the corners of his mouth, a desperate craving for battle scratching at his throat. Jack's mind conveyed a single command: fight. He lifted his leg. The scorching sand kicked up by his foot felt wonderfully rough. Jack quickly approached Xia Su in the distance. He swung his fist back dramatically. The force pushing off the ground surged from his soles to his fingertips, and he aimed accurately at Xia Su's face. Xia Su did not dodge, allowing Jack's fist to strike her face freely. At the same time, her fist suddenly fell on Jack. It was pure, mutual beating. The sound of fists whooshing up celebrated the avoidance that would never come. The two gradually began to shift to the right, and Xia Su fiercely tried to keep her foot planted, but even though her foot was deeply embedded in the sand, she was still pushed backward by the powerful force. Jack's fist forced Xia Su to retreat step by step. Suddenly, Jack felt his body uncontrollably lurch forward, and Xia Su seized the opportunity to sidestep, delivering a heavy punch to Jack's ribs. Jack turned around in confusion and launched a fierce counterattack. This time, he saw clearly that Xia Su had seized his wrist at the moment he threw the punch, pressing down on his pulse to disrupt the qi in his body. Exposing his vulnerabilities, Xia Su did not have an advantage in size among the gladiators, so she studied different techniques, winning through agile movements and strange tactics. Xia Su employed the same trick again. As Jack's strike deformed, she directly unleashed her arm blade, slicing open the skin at his side. Plunging her fingers in to grasp his rib and violently pulling it outward, Jack only felt a chill at his side, and his ribs emitted muffled whimpers. Xia Su stood before Jack, holding a rib in her hand. Her fingers were covered in blood, dropping onto the ground and turning into red sand. Jack covered his side with one hand, the skin pulling away from the flesh around the wound, revealing the pink organs within through his fingers. The pain was an endless chasm, greedily gnawing at every cell in his body. It battered at the gates of his consciousness, intent on crushing him. It was a strange feeling. Jack thought he had long since numbed himself to all pain. After all, pain had followed him throughout his life. Had Jack been defeated? Rex looked at Jack, who was curled up. He thought that anyone who had their ribs pulled out would be unable to fight anymore. The audience exchanged glances, and the applause that had begun to rise slowly faded in hesitation. Xia Su tossed aside the rib in his hand and patiently waited with his hands down. After a few seconds, Jack withdrew the hand he had been pressing against his side and shakily straightened up. He pressed his right hand against the spot where his heart was and squeezed. The mechanisms inside his body were activated. The clamps in his chest gripped his heart, quickly tightening and then loosening, forcing it to beat beyond its limits. At the same time, a catheter connected to his blood vessels delivered liquid into his heart, a mixture of stimulants and drugs flowing into his bloodstream as his heart beat. The starving cells eagerly absorbed the power hidden within the drugs. Jack pushed himself up with his arms, then transitioned to his palms, slowly lifting his upper body. With the ground support, he stood up again. Later, Xia Su learned that the drug contained a virus that Jack had cultivated himself. It could elevate bodily functions to their maximum capacity, embedding in muscles and contracting fibers to increase muscle density, making the body incredibly hard. It also shielded the negative effects brought on by the nervous system, erasing all pain sensations. However, due to the heart's overwork and the side effects of the virus, if he remained in this state for too long, his consciousness would gradually become chaotic, ultimately burning out his life. This state was referred to as the Empress state. But for Jack, it didn't matter. He would either win the championship or seek death. The sound of his heart pounding against his eardrums broke through his skull, but his consciousness gradually became clearer. The stimulant raced through the blood vessels under his skin, and the extreme power made his muscles begin to swell, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Then suddenly, they contracted, the immense power seeping into every muscle fiber. His body roared once again. Jack's pupils constricted, the distorted scenes slowly returning to place, becoming particularly clear. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and took a deep breath. Jack felt the air was exceptionally sweet. In the next moment, He felt a massive stone blocking his trachea, air trapped outside, and a choking sensation gripped his throat. Then his brain began to spiral into chaos. A sense of confusion invading his body. Jack could feel it piercing his soft brain with sharp claws, like a trapped beast roaring in anger. Jack didn't care. Xia Su quietly watched Jack, who was trembling all over. He looked like he was enduring excruciating pain, yet it seemed he was also enjoying the consumption of power. The air around Jack began to distort, a strange aura enveloping him tightly. With his lowered head, Xia Su couldn't see his expression, as if something might explode from Jack's body at any moment. Suddenly, he became quiet. Jack lifted his head, the blue world in his eyes reflecting Xia Su. Jack clenched his hands, and in the light, Xia Su occasionally saw purple light flowing from his fingertips. Jack's fingertips were wrapped in a purple-hued metal, with irregular dark green patches swirling on it. Jack had embedded zithium in his fingers. Zithium was a mineral recently discovered by humanity, currently known to be the hardest substance. Now Jack could easily tear apart any part of the human body. Jack stood up again. He has just now begun to give it his all. Rex shouted with joy, and this action once again invigorated the audience, who bloodthirstily cheered, urging Jack and Summer to charge at each other again. A shadow flashed in front of Summer, and Jack's speed of movement had significantly increased. Summer instinctively extended her arm to block, only to be met with the sound of flesh tearing. She suppressed the pain and swung her other hand towards Jack's face, but unfortunately, this already battered arm was easily grabbed by Jack with one hand. He tightened his grip on the broken arm, his fingertips sinking into flesh until they hit bone, and then he twisted his shoulder to exert force. Summer was sent flying backward. Her forearm was clutched in Jack's hand. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the sky red. Summer struggled to get up, glancing down at the severed end of her arm. Jack had torn off her forearm. Jagged flesh hung from the edge, with a small piece of bone exposed. Bits of flesh flew around. Due to excessive blood loss, Summer's life was entering a countdown. The ticking sound of the second hand urged her to make a quick decision. After only a few seconds of gasping for breath, Jack charged at her again. She threw a punch at Jack's face, but her fist had no effect on him at all. Summer felt a chilling wind constantly sweeping across her body, her fingers slicing through muscle with a sharp sound. An intense pain radiating from different parts of her upper body exploded in her mind like alarm bells. Suddenly, the skin on Summer's back split open, silver light flashing as two tentacles extended out, pulling her away from Jack. She had not yet adapted to the pain of the tentacles slicing through her skin and instinctively hunched over. Rex looked on in disbelief at the writhing tentacles in the arena. Summer had also undergone human modification. She revealed her long-hidden trump card. This should be the ultimate skill that Xia Su used to kill Awol. The cheers from the audience surged like a tidal wave. Both individuals are now in the final stage, and the audience can't wait to see one of them fall into a pool of blood. Xia Su intentionally reveals her tentacles in the competition to make everyone mistakenly believe this is a form of body modification. She wants to bury the truth of their existence. Several scratches and gouges of varying depths suddenly appear on Xia Su's body, and she is covered in red, resembling blooming ghostly flames. At this moment, describing her as a bloodied figure is not an exaggeration. One of the wounds is on her neck. If Xia Su hadn't dodged in time, her throat would have been torn open. Jack's senses are magnified several times, and his sharp gaze can capture every breath Xia Su takes. Every subtle movement she makes is slowed down. The noisy audience, the hot lights, all fade away. He can no longer feel pain. In Jack's consciousness, only Xia Su remains. He has abandoned even himself. With the strongest desire to fight, he yearns to devour Xia Su alive. Xia Su attempts to attack from a distance using her tentacles. Two tentacles shoot toward Jack, but he grabs them directly. Jack's feet dig into the ground, leaning back, using his strength to pull Xia Su close. He then lets out a tear at Xia Su, not realizing that this action plays right into her hands. Xia Su bends backward, and Jack's hands brush past her cheek. She reaches out to secure Jack's arms, wrapping her tentacles around his fingers, the sharp outline of her fingers digging into the tentacles, repeatedly rubbing and cutting. Xia Su tightens her grip, and just as the tentacles are about to be severed, Jack's fingers are completely broken. Jack's fierce gaze remains fixed on Xia Su, feeling nothing but the desire to gut his opponent. Xia Su attacks Jack's chin, and her fist, originally aimed at his cheek, suddenly drops. At the last moment, Jack bends down and hooks Xia Su's leg with his arm, causing both of them to stumble and fall to the ground. With her face buried in the ground, Xia Su loses her sight, only feeling a powerful force pressing down on her back. rendering her immobile. Xia Su knows clearly that Jack is about to strike, but she can't see anything. The only thing she can do is call back her tentacles. Jack is stepping on Xia Su's back. He opens his mouth and lunges down a bite. Just as Jack's teeth are about to pierce her spine, the tentacles strike at him, causing him to deviate from his path. In a moment, Jack loses his balance. Xia Su flips over, pushes off the ground, and delivers a beautiful uppercut to Jack's chin. Jack stumbles backward, and as Xia Su stands up, she also retreats, creating distance between them once again. Xia Su turns to the side, staring at her back, where a large chunk of flesh has been gouged out. She then looks back at Jack, seeing his face smeared with blood, repeatedly chewing something. Then, he slightly tilts his head back, stretches his neck, and the thing in his mouth smoothly rolls down his throat. A hoarse sound escapes from the depths of Jack's throat. Xia Su holds her breath and concentrates to faintly hear it. She seems to detect a sense of pleasure. Jack has eaten Xia Su's flesh. Rex stares blankly at this scene that overturns his understanding. Cold sweat beads on his forehead as he shouts. Jack wants to bite through Xia Su's spine. He wants to kill her. The smell of blood stimulates the nerves, and Jack feels an overwhelming excitement. Sweat slides down from his already soaked hair, dripping over his eyebrows and into his eyes. The sour pain forces Xia Su to close her eyelids, but she refuses to take her gaze off Jack. She understands in her heart that he is still the same as before, even if the rules are to stop at a certain point. He forces Xia Su to go for the kill. Xia Su moves in front of Jack and throws a perfect spinning kick. As her teeth and ankle collide, Jack bites down on Xia Su's ankle at the last second before her foot lands on his face. This was all within Xia Su's expectations. She jumps with her other foot, straddling Jack's shoulders. One hand firmly grips Jack's chin, while the other severed arm presses against the back of Jack's head. With her arm twisting to the side, Xia Su can already feel the sensation of his cervical vertebrae breaking under her grip. Just as Jack's head is about to hit the ground again, he falls down once more. This time, Xia Su is prepared. At the last moment of the fall, she skillfully twists her position, lowering her head below Jack's. Once again, Jack and Xia Su lie on the ground, both exhausted. The concussion and blood loss cause their vision to go completely dark. They're now blind. Though the pain has been eliminated from their nerves, Jack can still feel himself fading away. Life escapes like water, slipping through the gaps in his palms, the icy sensation echoing the arrival of death, transparent and helpless. Jack does not feel this fear. He must end Xia Su. Jack's head wobbles unsteadily on his neck as he opens his mouth wide, almost tearing it apart. Blood hangs on each tooth, pulling liquid between his lips. Jack's teeth, sharpened to a triangular shape, are extremely sharp. There is no pain, no panic, no fear. Jack can only feel his heavy eyelids. Both of them struggle to rise. Silence. Everyone in the arena holds their breath, sensing that this will be the final blow between Jack and Xia Su. Jack turns around, his eyes seeing nothing, and charges at Xia Su. Xia Su also adopts her flawless stance. The raging fire will eventually consume the ruins. Flames spread across the grassland until the ashes ignite the pupils. No place to hide, no way to escape. The light of the fire illuminating the sky signifies life. Jack rushes in front of Xia Su, opening his mouth to bite into the vulnerable nape of her neck, followed by a final fatal bite. There is no warm blood, no sound of bones breaking, nor Xia Su's demise. In the last moment, Xia Su bends down and plunges her entire palm into Jack's chest. Perhaps it is a moment of clarity. Jack regains his vision. He moves his mouth, the dried blood caught in the crevices of his lips, pulling at his skin. He looks at the throat, so close yet unreachable with his bloodshot eyes. Jack's legs give way, and he kneels on the ground. He gazes at Xia Su, his eager eyes seeming to speak. Kill me. His dark blue eyes repeat. Kill me. Xia Su's 5 fingers, trapped around Jack's heart, tighten, pulling out the clips and drug conduits meant to accelerate his heartbeat. She then gently lays Jack down on the ground. She stands up and raises her arms high. Time freezes for a few seconds, and then Rex loudly announces, the outcome is decided. The winner is Xia Su. The strongest gladiator is born. Chapter 11. Unbearable memories. The stunned audience finally began to applaud, the applause rippling like waves, growing louder and quickly rising in the stands. Xia Su, Jack, the audience shouted hoarsely, cheering for the two of them together. The applause turned into a fierce shockwave that swept towards Xia Su, crashing down on her. She did not dodge, she just stood there. Medical staff rushed onto the stage, lifting Jack onto a stretcher to take him for treatment. Xia Su watched them leave, her body too exhausted. The beeping of the heart monitor echoed in the hospital room, Jack lay with his eyes closed on the hospital bed, connected to more than a dozen floor lines. The door to the ward was pushed open, and Xia Su quietly walked in. She made no sound, but with Jack's keen perception, he sensed her presence the moment the doorknob was turned. Xia Su moved a chair from the wall, gently placed it by the bedside, and sat down with her legs crossed. Jack opened his eyes, struggling to pull out the tubes that bound him, propping himself up against the pillow. Xia Su did not help. She simply took an apple and a fruit knife from her basket, leisurely peeling the apple. The two of them sat in silence. The knife blade peeled away the apple's red skin, advancing slowly against the yellowish-white flesh. Jack stared at Xia Su, who was focused on peeling the apple for a while. And when he saw she had no intention of speaking, he spoke first. "Why don't you kill me?" Jack asked somewhat angrily. Xia Su finally looked up, her hands still moving. "You need to live to become stronger, to truly break free from the shadows of the past." Jack fell silent. No one had ever told him to keep living. "If I wanted to, I could kill you with this knife right now." He glared at Xia Su coldly. Xia Su stopped pushing the knife with her fingertips, smiled, and placed the fruit knife on the bedside table. "You can try." She then held out the white, glistening apple towards Jack, and when he did not move, she weighed it in her hand. "I know why you entered the competition, Jack. There's no need to escape your identity as a mercenary through death." Jack avoided looking at Xia Su. Her words struck at the very heart of his feelings. He wanted to escape the identity of a mercenary. It had brought him too much pain and guilt. Jack had originally thought that if he won the championship, he could become a gladiator. At least he could fight openly. If he lost, he would use his life to escape the pain and atone for the souls of those who had died at his hands. Jack's voice rumbled from his chest. "Don't interfere with my decisions, Xia Su." The newly reborn Xia Su craved friendship at that moment. She directly pulled the blanket off him and stuffed the apple into Jack's hand, which was hanging by his side. "All right, don't worry. I will only interfere with your life from now on." Xia Su did not give Jack a chance to refuse and stood up to leave the ward, leaving Jack staring blankly at the apple in his hand. The sticky juice coated his hands. The dim alley exuded a humid atmosphere, seemingly tinged with a hint of blood. A man answered a call from a client. The scars and veins on his arm intertwined. He stood in front of a projection, looking at the middle-aged man in a white coat across from him. The employer's temples were pale, his thin body wrapped in the white coat, but his eyes were spirited. The employer sat at the table. "I want you to attend a banquet. Kill everyone at the banquet, then help me retrieve something. The item is in the room upstairs in the banquet hall, the fifth room from the left by the stairs. Once inside, break the wall on the right. The safe is there." The employer squinted, trying to see the mercenary's appearance through the dim projection, but all he could see were a pair of blue eyes, like the raging sea at high tide, inviting one to willingly drown within. Jack finally spoke. "Is there a specified method of killing? Any body parts of the deceased to be brought back?" The employer replied, "I want a pair of eyes. The most beautiful pair among all the corpses. After you retrieve the item, make sure everyone in the banquet hall is dead." Jack grunted in response, and the call was disconnected. On the day of the commission, the sky was overcast. The sky seemed to be covered by a small attic, filled with dust, and the narrow walls made it hard to breathe. The light was disrupted by the rain, reflecting a hazy glow. Jack stood at the entrance of the manor, watching elegantly dressed officials crowd into the banquet hall. When the crowd thinned, he opened his umbrella and stepped into the rainy night. The attendants at the entrance were overwhelmed and had no time to attend to Jack, merely glancing at the invitation in his hand. Jack entered the banquet hall, directly bypassing the area where umbrellas were placed at the door. The banquet had already begun, with drinks flowing, and no one noticed a man in a sharp suit and vest weaving through the crowd. Jack ascended the stairs, preparing to look down at the hall. Just as his foot stepped onto the first stair, screams erupted from the crowd. Jack, with his height advantage, spotted the chaos below. A man was covering his face, stumbling around, seemingly trying to grab the onlookers, as if seeking help. Suddenly, the fire sprinklers on the ceiling burst open. Water sprayed out in a circular pattern, instantly drenching the people below. More screams followed. The continuous cries shattered the originally grand atmosphere of the banquet hall. Those who were drenched began to swell, their skin filled with bubbles that burst one after another. Everyone started to flee, but the doors were blocked, leaving them nowhere to escape. There was no cover in the banquet hall. The only staircase was quickly being retracted. Jack held his umbrella and climbed the steps one by one. Blood sprayed everywhere. Jack stood on the platform, droplets sliding down the umbrella, creating a dry patch beneath his feet. The scene below was horrific. Everyone was frantically pushing towards the door, the crowd crashing into the walls at the entrance. The first ones drenched were already dead, lying at the back of the banquet hall, their skin nearly blown away. Those at the door desperately pounded on the glass, which merely shook slightly. The people at the front were pressed so tightly they could barely breathe. Some even trampled to death underfoot. Seeing no hope of escape through the door, some turned towards the stairs, only to find that the stairs had been retracted. They looked up, only able to see a man standing above. He silently held up an umbrella, casting no gaze downwards. The sprinklers continued to spray liquid. Soon, the crowd began to burst one by one, blood washing over the glass like waves, until the banquet hall became silent. Only the crisp, sweet sound of water droplets hitting the ground remained. Once everyone was dead, the sprinkler stopped. Jack folded up his umbrella and leaned it against the wall. He had meticulously planned all of this to efficiently eliminate the crowd in the banquet hall. Counting to the left, Jack entered the fifth room, the innermost room. He fiercely smashed his fist into the wall on the right. The wall shattered, revealing a safe hidden inside. Jack crouched in front of the safe, staring at the combination lock, lost in thought. A substance crawled up his fingertips, enveloping them completely. The greenish-purple sheen of the outer shell flowed with the light. It was Zetian. Jack thrust his hand into the cabinet, then swung it, and the cabinet door was yanked off. Inside the safe was only a small bottle, standing in the center, about the size of half of Jack's finger. Underneath the bottle were several sheets of paper. Jack tucked the bottle into his pocket and picked up the paper. The paper contained research data. Jack glanced briefly, only remembering it was an antidote for a planet called Dwushing. He was unsure if the employer needed this information, so he prepared to take it as well. At that moment, there was a noise outside the door. Jack heard very faint footsteps. The door exploded open, wooden fragments flying towards Jack, instantly leaving several blood marks on his arm and face. Jack immediately grabbed a nearby stool and swung it at the doorway. The incoming assassin was forced to dodge, giving Jack a chance to counterattack. Jack seized one of the assassins by the neck, his large hand enveloping the entire throat. The veins on his arm bulged as he compressed the assassin's trachea and cervical spine inward, accompanied by a crisp snap. Jack threw the corpse, smashing it into another assassin who had just gotten up from the ground. With his palm covering the head, Jack lifted the assassin with one hand and hurled him against the wall. The assassin's spine shattered instantly. Pain shot through Jack's knee as he turned around to find another assassin breaking through the window behind him. A bullet had pierced his knee, but after years of being a mercenary, Jack had numbed his sense of pain. Before the assassin could react, his head was already on the ground. Jack easily tore the assassin's throat with his fingers wrapped in a metallic substance. Tendons snapped one by one, chunks of flesh sticking to his cheeks. His azure eyes tainted with blood. He casually tossed the body aside and charged at the last assassin. The assassin immediately reacted and engaged Jack in close combat. Jack's strength surpassed that of most human bodies. He twisted the assassin's arm until it broke, then formed a fist with his right hand and swung it with all his might at the assassin's face. The fist first struck the bridge of the nose, then the face. The assassin's skull shattered, his eyeball crushed into mush. His sunken face slowly slid down Jack's fist. Jack shook his hand, sticky blood between his fingers. He walked towards the door, but suddenly his leg was yanked. Electric currents coursed through every inch of his skin, blurring Jack's consciousness. Acting on instinct, he tore the assassin in half with both hands. Jack looked at the skull-crushed assassin, confused about how he suddenly resurrected to grab his leg. Blood pooled on the ground, mingled with the assassin's entrails. Jack picked up a heart and crushed it. The heart turned into a pulp, squeezing out his palm, and he discarded the useless bits of flesh, leaving only a capsule-shaped metallic object. A cyborg. Jack realized. Just as he opened the safe, the alarm was triggered, activating the cyborg hidden within the villa. Pain gnawed at his entire body as Jack touched the skin on his arm. The skin instantly peeled away, revealing strands of fibrous muscle. The electric current nearly scorched all of his skin, but fortunately, the contact time was short enough not to damage his heart. Dragging his bullet-wounded leg back to the first floor, he weaved through the mangled bodies of guests, checking each head for embedded eyeballs. Finally, he found a pair of unique gray eyes. The pale gray stood out starkly among the dull eyes. Jack was immediately drawn to this glimmer. He crouched beside the corpse, inserting his fingers around the eye socket and gently lifting the eyeball. The eyeball rolled into his palm and dropped into a small bottle filled with formalin. Jack handed the eyeball to his employer and returned to his dilapidated home. The world returned to calm, the recent slaughter leaving him feeling exhausted. He picked up a suturing device and began to stitch the rotting skin bit by bit. The skin was pulled, then merged, finally fixed onto the muscle. Pain pierced his brain, yet Jack remained expressionless. He sold his body to pain, his soul to plasma, just to survive. He didn't know how long such days would last. Sometimes Jack would look down the alley shrouded in twilight, hoping the approaching night would consume his soul, leaving only a shriveled corpse behind. Kyoshi couldn't contain his smile, eagerly pushing open the door to reap the fruits of victory, only to find a corpse with a severed neck. It was the current curator of the Colosseum. Xia Su stood behind Kyoshi, her expression unchanged. The curator was ruled to have committed suicide, unable to accept the fact of losing to Kyoshi. Xia Su then went to find Jack. When Xia Su entered, Jack was casually wiping his hands, the bright red stains being slowly cleaned away. Jack didn't care about Xia Su barging into the room. He merely glanced at her. Both Jack and Xia Su knew the cause of the curator's death, and he was uncertain how Xia Su would react. I'm here to inform you that Kyoshi has included you in the Colosseum. As a gladiator who once faced Kyoshi, he appreciates your strength. For the first time, Jack's azure eyes revealed a sense of peace. Sishi is a planet of eternal night, but its existence is not dull. Sishi has no native life forms, no rules. Everything is built and polished by ambitious outsiders. They brought power to this originally pure planet, stirring up bloodshed while also creating glory. Sishi is roughly divided into 5 major areas. The Colosseum filled with battles and blood, the underground market, the dark web covering hundreds of star systems, residences of countless different species, and a crystalline forest. The crystalline forest was transplanted by a group of beings who took root on Sishi, rarely leaving their area, and almost no one has seen their appearance. Only the leader of the crystalline forest is known to be named Dine. Whenever a strong airflow sweeps through the forest, the beings on Sishi can hear ethereal wailing. After Xia Su and Jack dominated the Colosseum on Earth, the mundane battles no longer interested them, so they set out for Sishi, hoping to find equally matched opponents in the Colosseum there. Twisted red branches and stones formed a circular shape, with a hollow center echoing with roars. The entire Colosseum resembled a volcano, slowly rising from the ground, the blood of gladiators erupting from the circular opening, flooding the area with a stench of blood. The blood accumulated over the years slowly evaporated, turning into mist that floated in the air of the Colosseum. When Xia Su and Jack pushed through the layers of red mist and stood before the Colosseum, Xia Su felt a sense of shock and awe from the depths of her heart. The Colosseum's massive form radiated energy, and the countless regrets and honors left by gladiators here were unknown, coalescing into a roaring wall. Xia Su and Jack entered the Colosseum. Just as a battle ended, various creatures pouring out from within. Xia Su brushed past them, unfamiliar scents constantly eroding her, and she occasionally got tripped up by tails on the ground. Helpless, Xia Su moved behind Jack, whose size cleared a path for them, leading them to the owner of the Colosseum, Miao Yang. Miao Yang was embedded with sparkling crystals. Even the gray stones that made up his body were polished to shine. He wore a vibrant robe and puffed on a pipe. Please sit. Miao Yang pointed to the seat opposite him with his finger made of stone. I haven't seen humans in a long time. His voice was somewhat muffled, as if it came from dense rock. Miao Yang smiled at Xia Su and Jack. If you help this old man with a favor, I will accept you as gladiators of Sishi. Xia Su narrowed her eyes. We can go through the normal selection process, implying her refusal of Miao Yang's request. Miao Yang's expression didn't change, still smiling. Then my Colosseum may not have room for you. Jack glared at Miao Yang. Seeing that the two were silent, Miao Yang took a deep puff from his pipe, letting out swirling smoke. At my age, I must be a bit willful. You younger generation should be more accommodating. As if to validate his words, Miao Yang coughed twice, a few small stone fragments bouncing out of his mouth. Miao Yang's tone was relaxed, but his meaning was firm. If Xia Su and Jack did not help him, he had 1,000 ways to prevent them from becoming gladiators of Sishi. Jack remained unfazed. What exactly is this favor? Miao Yang said, very simple. You just need to go to another planet and persuade someone to come to Sishi as a gladiator. Listening to Miao Yang's well-calculated plan, Jack said solemnly, if you, as the owner of the Colosseum, can't persuade him, why would he listen to us? Miao Yang replied, you'll understand once you go. Seeing the distrust in Xia Su and Jack's eyes, Miao Yang took a step back. Even if you can't persuade him, as long as you do your best, I will still accept you as gladiators. How about it? Xia Su and Jack exchanged glances, their expressions of helplessness mirroring one another. All right, I agree. Xia Su looked at Jack. Jack nodded, indicating that he agreed as well. Milong happily waved his pipe a few times, and the smoke curled in the air. The spaceship is ready. You can go with peace of mind. Xia Su and Jack walked towards the door, while Milong muttered behind them. It's been a long time since I've seen a strong new face. I really look forward to it. Just as the two reached the doorway, the door was suddenly flung open. A small creature covered in pores burst in, spewing a milky white gas that radiated heat. Charred stones surged towards Milong, undulating up and down. Milong let it leap into his arms, and it dropped the piece of meat it had in its mouth onto Milong's leg. Yin Yin is so impressive, Milong remarked, looking at the meat on his leg, which had been torn from some creature. Yin Yin jumped up and down happily. Jack looked at Xia Su, who shrugged and pulled Jack's arm. Let's go. Chapter 12. Boiling blood. Sagarath. The light blades of the triple stars cleave through the universe. The scarlet light of the Mistral spills across the surface of the planet like splattered pus. The other two stars emit a purple glow, seeping through the cracks in the atmosphere. This planet resembles a decaying behemoth nailed to the ground. Sagarath is its name, meaning boiling blood. The spaceship penetrates the atmosphere, with the ever-burning Colosseum first piercing their view. 6 circular city-states float above the magma, chained together, enveloping the Colosseum. The spaceship slowly glides over the Colosseum and enters the 3rd city-state, where the churning fissures of magma constantly shift, torn by the gravity of the 3 stars. Xia Su and Jack understand why Mistral is so fond of Sagarath. Its very existence is a scaffold of punishment. The spaceship lands on a raised platform, and Xia Su notices 6 turrets not far away, aimed at the ship. Jack stands at the cabin door, and hot air rushes into the spaceship. Several small creatures approach, their weapons twitching in their hands. Xia Su and Jack activate their language converters, and a gentle voice comes through. Name, origin. The creature at the front utters 2 words. For large eyes fixate on Xia Su and Jack. Xia Su, Jack. Xia Su first points to himself, then to Jack. We are here on Mistral's orders to find someone. The creature's semi-transparent green body glimmers. It seems to recognize Mistral. Who are you looking for? Xia Su replies, the eternal gladiator. Too many emotions flood the creature's 4 blinking eyes in an instant. Xia Su reads fear, admiration, and jealousy. The creature turns and chit-chats with its companions. Eventually, it inserts its weapon into its abdomen and leads Xia Su and Jack deeper into the city-state. The city-state is packed with factories. Countless writhing flesh and blood pipes weave into a giant living factory, its surface covered with pulsating purple-green veins, the vibrations never ceasing. The creature leads the two towards the end of the city-state and ascends the chain. The chains hang above the magma year-round, the scorching heat rushing towards them. The 3 take a cable car hanging from the chain, swiftly approaching another city-state. A massive black stone stands before them, its square body featuring only a few small holes for creature traffic. This city-state consists of hundreds of conical platforms, unevenly stacked, forming a closed space. Xia Su looks up at the ceiling and finds that he can see outside through it. The entire black stone cube is covered with glass tiles formed from cooled magma, absorbing starlight at night as one of the city's energy sources. These glass tiles are made by the wrinkled green creature before them, and if Xia Su guesses correctly, its race should be the industrial city-state of the planet. The creature brings Xia Su and Jack to the center of the conical structure, where it is conversing with 2 other creatures at the entrance. The other 2 creatures have particularly long necks, their bodies covered in hard purple scales, with strong muscular legs bent, clearly built for jumping. The green creature suddenly approaches Xia Su, and Jack instinctively steps forward to block Xia Su. The green creature can barely reach Jack's waist, anxiously bouncing around, trying to push Jack away but hesitating. Xia Su moves around Jack, who gives Xia Su a warning glance. Xia Su reassures Jack. As soon as the creature sees Xia Su approach, it rushes forward, beginning to search up and down Xia Su's body. Its sticky fingers rummage through his clothing, and soon, a golden badge is extracted. It holds the badge up to show the guards at the entrance, who nod and step aside. The creature then returns the badge to Xia Su. Xia Su recalls Mistral's instruction. This badge allows you to move freely on the planet. Xia Su pulls the badge from the creature's fingers. Sorry, little guy, I forgot about this. The creature shakes its head, indicating that it's fine, and continues to lead the 2 deeper into the building. They meet the lord of this city-state. Upon seeing the 3, the lord first lets out a displeased roar. The green creature immediately bows its head and scurries out of the room. Now only Xia Su, Jack, and a room full of unknown creatures remain. Purple-green metal flows down, enveloping Jack's fingertips. He remains vigilant, scrutinizing the group of creatures. The Lord, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, speaks. Welcome to Elysium, the city-state of Entropy Devourer. I am the lord of this city, Numbers. And Olai, another voice suddenly joins in. The two voices overlap, sounding like boiling magma, thick and hoarse. The lord steps into the light. The light is cast down from the conical spikes on the ceiling, unexpectedly gentle. At this moment, Xia Su and Jack can see clearly that the lord has two necks growing from its shoulders, long and entwined. Mistral is a trading partner I hold in high regard. He treats me well, and I try my best to meet his requests. The gladiator you're looking for is probably fighting right now. Olai's voice is sharper than Gnosis, sounding reluctant. Gnosis' tone is calm. Why not take this opportunity to tour the eternal gladiatorial arena? Since you're sent by Mistral, you must be gladiators as well. In an instant, two entropy devourers surge from the darkness, their movements swift, their leg muscles propelling their body side to side. Jack instinctively extends his finger blade, but is stopped by Xia Su. No need to be so tense. After all, you're our guests. Olai chuckles, and Nose pulls on Olai with his neck, causing Olai to finally settle down. If you have any questions, you can come to me. After all, Mistral has invested a lot of effort into the construction of this city-state. Nose and Olai watch as Xia Su and Jack leave. The two are led to the Colosseum, and before they even enter, the sour and bloody smell fills their nostrils. This nauseating stench swirls with the heat of the magma. Lingering at the top of the Colosseum, Jack's finger blade has yet to retract. Ziqian covers his 10 fingers, his muscles taut. Xia Su senses a stirring coming from her back. It seems to be stirred by the bloody atmosphere as well. Xia Su and Jack stand in the highest row of the audience, the battle nearing its end. A one-armed entropy devourer crawls slowly on the ground, its legs broken, groaning in pain. In the next moment, its head is severed, the scream abruptly cut off, absorbed by the microphone surrounding the Colosseum. A pale hand lifts the severed head. All the creatures cheer and stomp their feet, vibrations traveling from beneath. Eternal gladiator! Eternal gladiator! They shout loudly. After the battle, Xia Su and Jack are taken to the room of the gladiator. The room is a massive stone submerged in magma, with glass tiles reflecting intertwining orange-red lines. The gladiator stands at the end of the room. Mistral is looking for me? The voice reverberates like a tremor within the chest. Xia Su does not respond. She's captivated by the gladiator's back. The back is armored, with sharp spikes protruding, and under the red glow of the magma, faint runes can be seen engraved on them. Footsteps approach, and Xia Su retracts her gaze, watching as the gladiator walks step by step towards her and Jack. At this moment, Xia Su sees his face for the first time, covered in cracked, scorched rock, as if it were stretched by nearly 100 scarred flesh wounds. What is on his back is not runes, but small gravestones, each engraved with the name of a gladiator he has defeated. The gladiator wears a collar around his neck, made of rough, dull material, which Xia Su initially mistook for part of his body. His right arm is quite pale, hardly strong. His left arm is made of steel bones, at least twice as thick as the right. His lower limbs are long, with legs cast from lava, the surface still slowly flowing. With a clanging sound, a box is delivered into the room via pipeline. The gladiator pays it no mind. Xia Su gets straight to the point. Mistral wants us to persuade you to fight in the Star Gladiatorial Arena. The body of the Messiah seemed like a rock, devoid of any change or emotion. I have rejected him many times. My mission flows inseparably with the mourners. Xia Su made a knowing expression towards Jack. We will convey the message accurately to the Annihilator. The Messiah neither nodded nor spoke. Xia Su and Jack were taken away by the entropy devourer. Xia Su and Jack were sent back to Elysium, and just as they were prepared to return empty-handed, they were persuaded by the city lord. Since you are the gladiators of the Annihilator, I welcome you to visit Elysium and the city of weeping flesh. It's us, Ol said hoarsely. Jack said, we do not belong to the Annihilator. Nors and Ol exchanged a glance, their intertwined necks loosening slightly. Of course, it was my choice of words that was inappropriate. The 4 stars is a planet symbolizing freedom. Xia Su asked, the city of weeping flesh? The corners of Entropy Devourer's mouth were already narrow, and when Ol smiled, his mouth stretched even wider, revealing flesh-pink teeth. It's the city you just saw when you got off the spaceship. It's called the City of Weeping Flesh, and the race that runs the city is called the Weeping. This name was taken by the Entropy Devourer. Can you guess why? Ol's neck suddenly leaned forward, pulling Nors's head along. Xia Su turned to look at Jack, who remained silent. Ol, finding it uninteresting, said, it's because of their cries. The City of Weeping Flesh is often seen as a city of captives, and the victorious city can often hear the deafening cries drifting from there, hence the name. Xia Su recalled everything she had seen on this planet. Although she knew nothing about mourners, she could roughly piece together some information now. Nors, Seeing that Xia Su and Jack were silent, took over Ole's words. To reduce the devastating consequences of large-scale wars, it is stipulated that 3 of the strongest gladiators from each city engage in life-and-death duels, with the winner swallowing the loser city. When a loser city accumulates 300 victories in the gladiatorial matches, it can challenge the winner again. Ole interrupted Norse. Look at the weeping, Norse. Their frail bodies were never meant to step into the gladiatorial arena. Norse couldn't help but agree. As Ole said, the weeping race often loses in the arena due to their inherent physical limitations. They have tried to undergo modifications, but each time ended in failure. Either the industry suddenly stalled, leading to economic decline, or the backlash from the modifications was too strong. Norse spoke with a hint of admiration, but they are very intelligent. You could say they're the smartest race in Sagaloth. Ole huffed in dissatisfaction. Norse was accustomed to Ole's discontent. Their industrial level far exceeds that of other cities. And 90% of Sagaloth's biological creations are exported from the city of Weeping Flesh. The flesh technology of the Weeping is unmatched by any other technology. Ole interjected. Now it belongs to us. Norse nodded. Xia Su and Jack were also very interested in the flesh technology of the Weeping. The idea of merging flesh and technology is rare, and only the Weeping have truly implemented it. Xia Su was not in a hurry to return to Earth. So she asked Jack, "Shall we take a look around?" Jack said, "I have no objections." Norse said, "I will have someone arrange it." Jack replied, "No need. We can manage." Norse nodded thoughtfully. "I happen to have something to give to the Annihilator, so please help us bring it back." Norse waved, and 2 entropy devourers brought out a heavy box. "I had them put the items into the spaceship. You just go visit." Xia Su stared at the box, feeling a bit curious. Jack took a step forward, and Xia Su followed. The 2 returned to the city of Weeping Flesh. As they walked through the streets, the entire city pulsated endlessly, with traces of flesh everywhere. The city of Weeping Flesh is a city that truly has life. Factories and residential buildings intertwined, with a large purple vine covering the buildings. The residents would periodically provide food for it, and in return, the vine offered shelter. The vine was quite familiar with the residents' lives. It would twist its body to provide steps, lifts, and other services. Jack, having once been a mercenary with keen observational skills, noticed that many Weeping were quietly watching him and Xia Su. They wanted to approach, but dare not, merely lingering at a distance. Until one Weeping stepped forward, Jack immediately recognized it as the first Weeping who had greeted them. The Weeping seemed uncertain whether the 2 humans in front of it remembered itself. So it pointed to itself questioningly and then pointed to them. Xia Su waved. "Nice to see you again." The Weeping nodded and stepped a few paces closer. "Are you going back to the spaceship? I can lead the way." Xia Su shook her head. "Not yet. We want to visit your city." The Weeping seemed very surprised, its 4 green pupils glistening. Very few other beings set foot in the city of Weeping Flesh, so we are very curious. Xia Su was a bit puzzled. Isn't the city of Weeping Flesh an export city? How come it has no contact with other cities? The Weeping's expression became melancholic. The city of Weeping Flesh has long been in a subordinate state, with trade and exports decided by the victorious cities. Most of the time, we are only responsible for production. The Weeping led Xia Su and Jack into a factory, and when Xia Su truly saw the dazzling array of flesh technology, she had to admit that the city of Weeping Flesh indeed possessed some of the best technology in the universe. Chapter 13. The Flesh is Weak. The machine ascend Xia Su stopped in front of a turret, the very one she had faced when her ship first landed. The turret stood a full 3 meters tall, its front end featuring a recess where a writhing mass of flesh struggled incessantly. The more violently the flesh convulsed, the more energy surged within the turret. Noticing Xia Su's interest, Tong Ku explained, "This is the agony engine, a fusion of flesh and gears. Its head is a massive, brain-melting chamber housing a tormented consciousness that converts its own pain into energy blasts. The more it suffers, the stronger its attacks become." Xia Su tilted her head and asked, "Isn't that exploitation?" Wailing is very confused. What does exploitation mean? Xia Su was even more puzzled and surprised. The general idea was to plunder the productivity of other beings, causing suffering to those being plundered. Tonku began to seriously ponder Xia Su's question, and after a while, he responded like this. "The consciousness does indeed feel pain, but it is not a living being. It is merely an organ that was printed out." Xia Su tried to digest Tonku's words. Did this mean Tonku was creating an infinite supply of free labor? Xia Su and the weeping figure stared at each other, seemingly baffled by each other's thoughts. To break the awkward silence, Xia Su changed the subject and asked, "Aren't you afraid of revealing your technology to outsiders like this?" Wailing had never even considered this question before. After a moment of thought, they replied, "The factors required to forge flesh and blood technology are both numerous and complex, demanding both luck and skill. Without a long history and a suitable ecosystem, it would be impossible to accumulate the knowledge needed for flesh and blood technology. Even if outsiders knew the specifics of the technology, implementing it would still be extremely difficult. That's why, even though whaling cannot establish a foothold in the arena, it remains one of the 6 city-states." Xia Su instantly seized on a question. "Are you saying these 6 city-states are constantly evolving?" Nodding in sorrow. "The current 6 city-states are the city of Weeping Flesh, Eleusis, the Sacred Vale of Time Sands, the Wandering Stomach Metropolis, the Corridor, and the Hive. Among them, the Hive has the shortest history, while the Corridor has the longest. Sagarus glorifie combat, which is why many civilizations have been destroyed and rebuilt. The present city-states are entirely different from those of 10,000 years ago." Jack is quite skeptical. "Didn't you establish gladiatorial rules to avoid large-scale wars? Why are there still so many civilizations sacrificed here?" He cried out in anguish. "The rules of the gladiatorial combat were established by the Watchers not long ago. Since then, the scene of entire civilizations being destroyed has never reappeared, yet numerous battles still persist within Sagarius." "Wait, the Watchers?" Xia Su felt that every question he asked would unearth new doubts. "Yes, the Watcher. Legend has it that she was in extreme agony after losing everything. She once intended to end her life, but due to her own power and duty, she did not do so. If she were to die, no one would be able to stand up when civilization was threatened. However, to avoid being worn down by the daily torment in her heart, the Watcher was frozen in the highest structure of Sagalos. She would only be thawed when faced with a major decision or danger." Tong Ku tried hard to recall. Ever since the Eternal Messiah ascended to the arena, the Watcher had rarely appeared. With fewer conflicts between city-states, she naturally had no reason to intervene. Jack was deeply distrustful of the Watcher's identity. There were too many suspicious and inexplicable aspects about her. Yet, she was the most powerful being in Sagalos, neither holding authority nor remaining frozen for long periods. It was hard to believe. "Which race does the Watcher belong to?" Jack asked. "The Watcher does not belong to any known race. Therefore, the city-states still place considerable trust in her judgment." Xia Su and Jack absorbed a great deal of information, then exchanged glances. Understanding the unspoken message, Xia Su said, "We'd like to tour the factory on our own. Would that be all right?" The sobbing figure nodded. "If you need me, I'll be up there." He pointed overhead. On the platform above sat a massive steel cauldron. With that, the sobbing figure lowered his upright body, pressed all 4 limbs to the ground, and climbed up the steel pipe. Xia Su and Jack ventured deeper into the factory, where they spotted several flesh and blood printers. Beside them stood jars of printing materials. Xia Su leaned in, tried to read the labels on the containers. Steel bone powder, sorrow energy gel, stem cells. Suddenly, 3-pronged feet wrapped around one of the jars, lifting it and pouring its contents into the printer. Upon closer inspection, Xia Su noticed a purplish-red creature clinging to the back of the printer, its underside covered in branching, 3-pronged feet deftly operating the machine. The creature itself seemed to be drawing something from the printer. One of the feet extended toward Xia Su's face. Jack swiftly swung his arm, gripping the creature's appendage. The branching digits twitched a few times, detecting that Xia Su and Jack were not usable materials, then attempted to retract. Jack released his grip, allowing the foot to slip back behind the printer. A disgruntled grunt escaped the creature's mouth. Moments later, several sobbing figures arrived from elsewhere and shooed Xia Su and Jack out of the area. The two continued their slow exploration down the factory corridor. Sagarath's supreme existence actually operates the planet without any self-interest. How rare. Xia Su walked to Jack's right, his silhouette compressed under the faint green glow of the factory lights, like a shadow trailing behind Jack. Jack pressed his palm against the vein-like walls, feeling the vibrations beneath his skin. "I'm certain she's a dangerous entity." Xia Su neither agreed nor disagreed. Perhaps she's simply guarding this planet. Sagarath is steeped in slaughter. It needs an opposing force to counterbalance it. Jack didn't refute him. "Your logic is sound too." Xia Su was still mulling over the sobbing figure's words. The surface-level information was one thing, but buried within them were many inexplicable facts. The sobbing figure didn't seem to be deliberately hiding anything. He might not even have noticed the illogical details in his own words. For example, Why would the appearance of the eternal torment messiah lead to fewer wars between city-states? Why wage, or even when there are gladiatorial rules? Doesn't this go against the original purpose of creating those rules? These two systems should not appear simultaneously. Sigarius is indeed filled with gladiatorial combat and slaughter. But I don't believe the creatures here engage in such acts out of a love for killing. It's compelled by the necessity of preserving their civilization. I suspect an unexpected shift occurred in their history, leading to this planet becoming fixated on combat, not by choice. Jack also noticed many inconsistencies in Whale's words. Jack stopped in his tracks. We could just ask Whale directly. He doesn't seem guarded against us at all. Xia Su immediately agreed. You're right. So the two turned back to where they had parted ways with Whale, looking up at the steel cauldron overhead, unsure how to ascend. Xia Su glanced around and spotted what appeared to be an elevator-like device. Hey, it looks like we can go up from here. Xia Su and Jack stepped into the device, only to turn and find a figure standing before them. They hesitated to call it creature because it had only a rough outline, no surface organs or distinguishing features. It resembled a lump of white dough. The two exchanged glances, unsure how to react to the sudden presence in the device. The creature, however, showed no urgency and stood silently. The standoff lasted a full minute. Just as Xia Su was about to step around it and exit the device, it leaped down. A scream followed. Hey! Xia Su hurried to the edge of the device and looked down. Below, the white dough-like mass was suspended beneath the elevator, dangling over an abyss of unfathomable darkness. It kept screaming, and as the sound grew louder, the device began to move. Swinging around due to inertia, it reappeared behind Jack before the device came to a halt. Jack took a step back, poised at any moment to lunge forward and tear apart this inexplicable creature. The creature turned around and leaped off the device once more. Screams echoed again, the sharp sound bouncing in the small space of the device, becoming even more piercing. Just like that, the creature swayed back and forth on either side of the device, rising up whenever it screamed. Xia Su and Jack were at a loss for the first time. They watched the creature sway beside them amidst the endless screams until it finally reached its destination. Xia Su quickly ran out of the device, followed closely by Jack. The two of them ran breathlessly to the side of the steel pot, the screams still seemingly echoing in their ears. Xia Su leaned forward to look into the steel pot and saw a mass of black, sticky slime. Tentacles reached into the slime, pulling out long, slender creatures with straw-like mouths. The tentacles packaged them and transported them out of the factory. Jack looked at Xia Su, who had carelessly exposed half her body under the steel pot and couldn't help but sigh at her recklessness. Just as Xia Su was curiously observing the creatures in the pot, a sudden force pushed her from behind. She lurched forward, about to fall into the steel pot. In the next second, she was firmly pulled back. Xia Su turned her head and glared at Jack. Before she could speak, Jack spoke first. Next time, don't stand on the edge of danger with someone of unknown origin. I could have easily pushed you down just now. I would be the champion of the Earth gladiatorial arena. Jack firmly grabbed Xia Shu's arm and pulled her back from the edge. Xia Su crossed her arms, seemingly unconvinced. You're not someone of unknown origin. Jack's expression suddenly turned cold, chillingly so. Xia Su had never seen him like this, not even during their fights. Yes, we've fought. What does that represent? Do you know who I was before the fights? Can you predict my actions? Xia Su was speechless. Jack returned to his calm expression. All right, be more careful next time. Xia Su immediately said, I understand now, it's not too late. So what were you like before the duel? I know you were a mercenary. Jack was momentarily at a loss for how to answer this question. It's always incredibly difficult for a person to describe themselves. Fortunately, at that moment, the whaler appeared behind the two of them. These were parasitic leeches. They attached themselves to wounds, secreting pain-relieving mucus while feeding on the host's sorrowful emotions. However, if they consumed too much, the user would become severely addicted, turning into the maternal form of the parasitic leeches, ultimately self-destructing to create a numb domain, becoming a breeding ground for the leeches. Xia Su watched as the leeches wriggled in the steel pot, speculating that the wailing flesh city must have contracted the medical technology of the eternal flame gladiatorial arena. Just thinking about the earlier scene made her scalp tingle. What kind of creature was inside that moving device? We use the sound waves emitted when it falls for gravitational recoil, allowing the device to move up and down. We could have used batteries, but all the batteries are prioritized for Elysium, so for now, we can only rely on this method. At this moment, Jack noticed that Weeping looked very anxious, his sticky fingers rubbing against each other, then pulling apart, making popping sounds. Jack always had a bad feeling. What happened? Wailing and hesitating. I said, I heard that you're going to fight against the Eternal Punishment Messiah. What? Xia Su and Jack were both puzzled. Xia Su turned around and found that the mourners in the factory had all gathered around, whispering among themselves. The eyes of the mourners were filled with helplessness. Indeed, how could the Eternal Punishment Messiah possibly miss the opportunity to fight against gladiators from other planets? Xia Su helplessly rubbed his forehead. He didn't seem to be the type who was crazed and bloodthirsty. The mourner's fingers were moving faster and faster. The reason he was called the Eternal Punishment Messiah was that he was the gladiator with the most arenas and the most victories on Zagros. Every time he won 99 consecutive matches, he would inevitably be defeated in the 100th match. Thus, he continued to kill in this cycle of 100 matches. Like an eternal execution ground, Zagros would not let you leave. As soon as the mourner finished speaking, two entropy devourers pushed open the factory door and headed straight for Xia Su and Jack. Jack's blue eyes flickered. Xia Su stood still, watching the entropy devourers leap onto the steel pot. The Eternal Punishment Messiah was waiting. Xia Su made a decisive decision. I accept the challenge. Consider it a response to the annihilation of Longjue with all my might. Xia Su stood at the entrance of the passage, with magma bubbling beneath his feet, the scorching heat rising from his toes all the way to the top of his head. This is your first time gladiating with an alien species. Remember to be cautious. Jack stayed by Xia Su's side, looking down at him. The two were silent for a while. Aren't you going to wish me good luck? Xia Su smiled and looked towards the arena. The enthusiastic shouts of the audience seeped through the magma, and the entire arena was filled with a stench. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Jack's face. I don't think you need my blessing and luck, he said. Xia Su frowned. Perhaps this time I do. She took a deep breath and walked forward. Jack watched her ascend to the Eternal Flame Arena. There were no judges or hosts in the Eternal Flame Arena. All contestants fought to the death, and the match would naturally stop. Xia Su fixed her gaze on the opposite passage until the figure of the Messiah emerged from the shadows. Eternal Punishment Messiah. Tear this human into pieces and throw them into the magma. Arrogant human. Xia Su looked up at the audience cheering for the Messiah. Indeed, he was underestimated. The Eternal Punishment Messiah and Xia Su locked eyes, neither initiating an attack. Xia Su was evaluating the Messiah's abilities in various aspects, trying to guess his moves. Soon, the Messiah launched an attack. Xia Su did not face the anticipated close-range assault. Instead, an energy cannon whizzed past him. Xia Su reacted quickly, dodging continuously while closing in on the Messiah. As he ran, he released his arm blades, and, at the moment he approached the Messiah, he swung his weapon. Chapter 14. Iron-blooded narrow gate numbness. This was Xia Su's first feeling. Her arm blade was held back by a sturdy shield, the force rebounding and numbing her entire shoulder. She saw the Messiah's arm, originally an energy cannon, suddenly expand and transform into a shield. Xia Su stepped back and began to move around the Messiah. She advanced a step, then retreated, moving left and right without any pattern. Jack understood. Xia Su was testing the range of the Messiah's attack. The Messiah saw through this as well and did not launch an attack, quietly waiting. Seeing that the Messiah remained still, Xia Su also stopped moving. The two stared at each other. At this moment, Xia Su noticed that there were iron wires interwoven in the Messiah's mouth. She clearly remembered that when she saw the Messiah before, he could speak. The Messiah's right arm began to change. The shield shrank, and the hard external rock and steel bones flowed up to his arm, transforming into a long cannon barrel. Xia Su was ready to dodge. Sure enough, the Messiah's shoulder emitted a humming sound, and the energy cannon was fired. Xia Su skillfully dodged left and right. The frequency of the energy cannon fire increased, and Xia Su's movements became quicker, gradually leaving only dozens of afterimages in the eyes of the audience. The arena in Xia Su's eyes also became increasingly blurry. She trusted her perception, ignoring the explosion sounds ringing in her ears. This was exactly what the Messiah wanted. Suddenly, Xia Su's limbs were bound, and she immediately tried to cut the bindings with her arm blade. The Messiah's high win rate was not only due to his physical strength. He also possessed rich experience and strategy. His goal was not to hit Xia Su with the energy cannon, but to keep her fully focused. At that moment, the Messiah would change the form of his right arm into a chain to bind Xia Su. Xia Su was quickly dragged toward the Messiah, but at the last moment, she managed to cut the chain. The chain broke, and Xia Su firmly wrapped it around her hand. The Messiah looked at the small human in front of him. You want to compete with me in strength? Laughter erupted from the audience, all creatures finding Xia Su's decision amusing. But soon, they could no longer laugh. 8 silver tentacles burst through Xia Su's body, flying upwards and piercing into the audience. For a moment, The audience scrambled to dodge. The Messiah felt an irresistible force pulling at the chain. He immediately summoned the lava at his feet to melt into the ground, holding his ground. Xia Su gripped the chain with both hands, and the tentacles kept tightening, gradually pulling the Messiah toward her. Eternal punishment, Messiah, come face the real me. The Messiah became still. He bent down and suddenly ceased exerting force. Xia Su was caught off guard. The force in her hands intensified, and the Messiah took advantage of this force to charge at her. In midair, the Messiah's right hand transformed back into a fist, locking onto his core, and smashed towards Xia Su. Gasps rose from the audience. The tentacles swept over the audience, pulling Xia Su to leap and evade the Messiah's strike. Back and forth, until now, neither Xia Su nor the Messiah bore a single wound. The Messiah looked at Xia Su and murmured, "You are strong, yet so pitiful." Xia Su adjusted the position of her tentacles, her body hovering above the ground. It was still uncertain who would win or lose. The Messiah shook his head as Xia Su attacked him. The arm blade clashed with the steel blade in the air, and the sharp sound spread first. Then came the sparks. The orange light flickered between Xia Su and the Messiah. Xia Su swung her arm blade, with the tentacles repeatedly stabbing into the wall, pulling Xia Su along. She attempted to attack the Messiah from blind spots, but he caught her attacks each time. Xia Su's arm was burned by the heat generated from the blade's friction, but she did not stop, swinging even more fiercely. The Messiah's right arm was the only one that could change form. When his left arm was cut while blocking an attack, he fell into a disadvantage. The Messiah's right arm flowed again, the blade splitting, clamping down on Xia Su's arm blade. One of Xia Su's hands was restrained, yet she remained calm. The two's right hands were connected, motionless, while the left hand continued to contest. The Messiah focused intently on Xia Su, able to counter her strikes from all angles. Suddenly, two silver lights flashed in his vision. The Messiah attempted to change his right hand into a shield to block, but Xia Su anticipated this. Xia Su's arm blade plunged deep into the Messiah's pincers, while her other hand gripped his left wrist, binding him in place. The tentacles broke through layers of heat and stench, targeting the Messiah's shoulder. Just as Xia Su's tentacles were about to reach the Messiah, this strike was enough to sever his arm. The Messiah bent down again, and a shockwave radiated outward from him. Xia Su's organs were impacted, a pressure compressing her abdomen, her head ringing with a buzzing sound, and a metallic taste flooded her throat. Xia Su was flipped backward. All the tentacles were drawn back to her sides, surrounding her. Xia Su became a sphere, rolling on the ground. The audience covered their ears, and Jack did the same. He felt blood pounding against his skull, unable to imagine how Xia Su would cope with such a close-range attack. The shockwave soon subsided. The Messiah's body was covered in cracks, and a weak voice emanated from inside. The skin around his wounds would occasionally lift like a creature expelling breath from its throat. A depression appeared in his chest, resembling a hollowed-out shrine. This was not damage inflicted by Xia Su. Xia Su's tentacles slowly spread out, and Jack felt a sense of foreboding. Blood flowed from the corners of Xia Su's eyes, ears, and mouth. Every time Xia Su blinked, blood red enveloped her vision, making her entire face unbearably hot. Her sight became riddled with gaps, and she could barely see the distant Messiah. She repeatedly raised her hand to wipe the blood from her face, but it was in vain. Liquid poured down from her shoulder. The Messiah slowly raised both arms, looking at the deep cuts on his shoulder and arms. Although Xia Su was pushed back by the sound wave, the tentacles still penetrated his shoulder. The force was just not as strong as Xia Su initially planned. Xia Su's 5 senses were greatly affected. She gave up wiping away the blood flowing from her facial features and readied herself again. The Messiah, dragging his half-fallen arms, approached Xia Su. "Your soul does not belong to Sagaros." He left this sentence and exited the arena, leaving the audience in confusion and Xia Su in thought. Xia Su noticed that the Messiah was leaving and also stepped out of the arena, ignoring the murmurs of the audience. Upon exiting the arena, Xia Su found Jack waiting for her. Jack handed her a clean cloth. Xia Su pressed it against her bleeding ear, relieved that the bleeding from her mouth and eyes had lessened. Before the two could return to the spaceship, they spotted a familiar figure. The gem-covered Mielang was quite conspicuous. For guards, emanating white mist, followed Mielang as he approached the two. "You wouldn't want to miss such an exciting duel, would you?" Xia Su was not surprised at all and continued to wipe the blood from her face. "You knew all along that the Eternal Punishment Messiah would not agree to my and Jack's request and would even demand to duel one of us. You certainly had a treat," Xia Su narrated, and Miao couldn't help but nod. No wonder the old man has his eyes on this gladiator. It's just a pity I didn't get to see Jack in action. But that's okay. When we get to 4 stars, I'll arrange a proper match for you. Miao sounded pleased, his tone rising. By the way, did Nors and Olay give you something? Jack replied affirmatively. 2 guards stepped out from behind Miao. I had them fetch it, so you don't need to bother. All right then. See you at 4 stars. Miao said, turning to leave. Xia Su and Jack handed over the box that Nors entrusted to them to Miao guards and took the spaceship back to 4 stars. Sitting in her seat, Xia Su asked Jack, did you see the energy sphere floating in the Messiah's chest? During the match, my eyes were covered in blood, and I couldn't see clearly. Jack nodded. There was a collapsible energy sphere floating in his chest. I also saw the protrusions on the surface of the sphere, resembling the faces of different creatures. Xia Su said, I can be sure that the cuts on the body of the Eternal Punishment Messiah and the defect on his chest were not caused by me. I can roughly understand the function of the energy sphere. It's nothing more than the energy in the body condensing during collapse and then exploding. But since it didn't strike me with any body parts, it indicates that the energy could only transform into that shockwave. Xia Su paused for a moment, but what I clearly felt was not energy but more like sound. Jack completed Xia Su's sentence. Xia Su nodded. Sagros felt like an execution ground, similarly carved with a narrow gate of iron and blood. I have a premonition that we will return to Sagros, Jack. The decayed leaves iterated in the soil, and the cicada's cry that had frozen last year turned into amber syrup. The sunlight in spring seemed to flow even faster. Since Xia Su and Jack returned from Sagros to Earth, Xia Su increasingly felt that the gladiators in the Earth's arena were quite boring. She began to frequently visit the 4 stars, becoming a regular at the 4 stars arena. The Wolf Slayer was also happy about this. He was overly enthusiastic about the exciting duels. Xia Su originally thought today would be another dull day until she saw a strange man enter the arena. The man was covered in blood and looked somewhat dazed. His black hair was slicked back against his scalp, reaching down to his neck, and his face was gaunt. Xia Su watched him sway in the hall and initially didn't intend to pay him any attention. But unexpectedly, just as she was about to leave, the man called out to her. Hello. His voice was cold and hard like steel, with a strange tone. Xia Su turned around to see him walking towards her step by step. Not wanting to just turn and leave, Xia Su patiently engaged him in conversation. Hello. Xia Su surveyed the man from head to toe. She noticed a sword hanging at his waist, which seemed too dull compared to his flamboyant clothing. The pure black sheath had no patterns at all. Only a section of the white hilt was exposed. Xia Su understood and asked, Are you here to participate in the duel? The man slowly processed Xia Su's words and thought for a moment. Is a duel a battle? Xia Su waved her hand. Not exactly. A duel is a contest between 2 contestants, but it is also included in the broader category of combat. Every time Xia Su finished speaking, the man seemed to take some time to digest it. Xia Su was not in a hurry. She stood quietly, waiting for him to respond. The man suddenly became extremely serious. Please tell me the most effective way to survive on this planet. Xia Su was puzzled by this request. You mean Earth, right? The man nodded. Yes, Earth. His expression was extremely serious, prompting Xia Su to think carefully about the answer to this question. She took a step back to observe the man in front of her. His face was gaunt but not weak. Instead, it exuded a resolute calmness. He stood there, merging with the sword at his waist, standing peacefully. Xia Su finally replied, I suggest you become a gladiator. Looking at you, you are made for this. Fame and fortune await. Perhaps you're a swordsman who enjoys killing. This place is also suitable for you. The man shook his head firmly. I only choose to kill when necessary. Xia Su nodded. Killing is not the only path to victory. In the arena, you can also achieve victory by merely defeating your opponent. The man asked, What level are you at among the gladiators? Xia Su smiled and countered. What level do you think I am? The man stepped back and assessed Xia Su. You will become an opponent I cannot underestimate. Xia Su's smile grew even brighter. I look forward to it. The man thought for a moment. Very well, then I will become a gladiator. Xia Su felt an extraordinary interest in him. Days began to feel hopeful again. She wanted to remind him that being a gladiator comes with high risks and high rewards, and that bloodshed and killing are inevitable. But when she truly looked into his black eyes, Xia Su knew his life was already filled with blood. Xia Su was indeed correct. He followed his past and essence, finding his way to the arena. Xia Su asked, What is your name? The man fell silent. Silent, as if he had never owned a name. Ngio is my name. Nice to meet you, Ngio. I am Xia Su. Xia Su took Ngio to meet the referee. Seeing that Xia Su recommended him, the referee quickly arranged Ngio's first duel. Xia Su made a special trip to watch. Ngio did not disappoint her. As soon as the match began, Both sides entered the arena. When Njio reached a quarter of the way into the arena, he stopped moving. His opponent approached him step by step, but he still did not move a finger. When the opponent struck at Njio, Njio still did not make any movement. The opponent fell down. Just a second before reaching Njio, Xia Su saw it. Njio gripped the hilt with one hand, and a sharp white blade suddenly appeared, a pure white she had never seen in her life. Njio pressed down rapidly on the hilt, slicing through the opponent's ankle. Blood gushed out, and the opponent instantly crashed to the ground, with two long cuts appearing on the ankle. As the opponent fell to the ground with a muffled sound, Njio had already stood firm again, as if the wailing opponent beneath him had nothing to do with him. Only Xia Su saw his movements. He stood still, like reeds under the moonlight. But Xia Su was not in a hurry to have a referee arrange a match for herself and Njio. She wanted Njio to climb step by step to the highest level of the arena, and then let him taste the rare failure. Njio lived up to expectations, defeating all the active gladiators within 2 weeks and challenged Xia Su. During this period, Njio did not miss any of Xia Su's duels. He even followed Xia Su to the 4 stars and met the Wolf Slayer. Finally, this day arrived. Xia Su and Njio waited early in the lounge. Xia Su and Njio entered the arena together. This was a duel without an audience or noise. The entire vast arena contained only Xia Su and Njio. Xia Su could even hear Njio's breathing. Xia Su felt that Njio had changed in appearance. He was completely different from when they first met. The plain robe covered his not overly muscular body, and his face no longer showed any signs of gauntness. His features resembled stone sculptures weathered by the wind. I noticed you have come to watch every one of my duels. Njio said, knowing yourself and knowing your opponent, you can win 100 battles. No one announced the start. The two of them, without prior agreement, simultaneously launched an attack on each other. Chapter 15. Standing still, Njio sensed that Xia Su was an incredibly strong opponent. He could not afford to be reactive. If Xia Su successfully gained the upper hand, he would have no chance of turning the tide. As the champion of the arena, Xia Su naturally had confidence in defeating Njio. When Xia Su saw Njio raise his hand, the next moment, the blade was already positioned right in front of her. The sword, entirely white, showed no trace of impurities. The blade instantaneously pierced through Xia Su's arm, but she quickly raised her arm to block Njio's first strike. The impact of the clashing blades sent vibrations up to her fingertips, extending through her bones all the way to the top of her skull, causing her entire upper body to tremble slightly. Xia Su managed to block Njio's sword with just one arm. She swung her other arm, striking towards Njio. Njio stepped back with both feet, but Xia Su pressed forward in pursuit. She pushed off the ground to accelerate, channeling her entire strength towards the blade, lowering her center of gravity slightly as she swept horizontally towards Njio's abdomen. Njio remained calm and collected, turning the sword upright in front of him, sliding it upwards to deflect Xia Su's attack. Xia Su swiftly dodged to Njio's side, but Njio was always alert, retracting his sword and positioning it defensively against his chest. Both Xia Su and Njio lunged at each other. Xia Su knew that Njio's sword was longer than her arm blade, giving him a wider range, yet she still advanced, aiming to force Njio into the same technique as herself. Before Xia Su could change her attack, Njio had already transitioned to an upward slash, and Xia Su immediately pulled back her arm to block. The sound of the weapons clashing was crisp. Xia Su pressed her weight down, attempting to force Njio's sword to the ground, but it played right into Njio's hands. Njio suddenly slid forward, twisting his wrist to align the blade parallel to Xia Su's ankle before pulling back. The balance was broken. Xia Su, ignoring the pain, felt the muscles in her ankle and calf being sliced open, the force becoming unstable. Blood painted a rising landscape on the sword. Njio gave Xia Su no chance to breathe, gripping the hilt tightly, standing firm, focusing his breath as his muscles and the sword gradually fused, bringing all his strength down for a strike. As the tremors subsided, Njio pressed the sword down firmly, the waves of pain in his arm not affecting him in the slightest. Unable to dodge in time due to the injury to her ankle, Xia Su could only raise her arms to withstand Njio's downward slash. However, her lower body was already unstable, and with Njio continuously applying pressure, Xia Su's knees began to bend. The distance between her calves and the ground grew smaller until she knelt on one knee. Njio's physical strength was infused into the sword, pressing Xia Su down beneath him. Looking at her arm, Xia Su felt the pressure akin to a 1,000-foot waterfall crashing down on her. Njio was certain that as long as he did not let go at this moment, Xia Su would slowly be overwhelmed by the blade and pressed to the ground. Xia Su had initially only wanted to test Njio, but unknowingly fell into the rhythm of his swordplay. Her back tore open, muscles serrated and shifting to the sides. Streams of blinding silver light bursting forth. Njio suddenly felt his strength dissipate. He tightened his core, not falling due to inertia. He raised his head, and Xia Su had already withdrawn from his control, standing not far away with 4 tendrils hovering behind her. Njio had seen this move in other fights. He was not surprised. He repositioned his stance, holding the sword. This is what I want to face, your full form. Njio exhaled from his chest. Thank you for your trust in me. Njio closed his eyes, feeling the pull from his palms. His hands and the sword hilt flowed together. The muscles and nerves in his fingers coaxing the steel of the sword. His thumb and index finger relaxed, the middle finger neither tight nor loose, while the ring finger and pinky had to grip tightly. When Njio drew the sword from its sheath, the only belief in his heart was to think about how to defeat the enemy. His resolve was set. Xia Su smiled. I will give it my all. Njio replied, likewise. Xia Su initiated the attack first, launching a tendril straight towards Njio. Njio sidestepped and threw the sword, catching Xia Su off guard. The sword flipped vertically in the air, slicing into the tip of the tendril and instantly cleaving it in two. Xia Su's eyes lit up at the severed tendril, and she sent all the tendrils behind her forward. Njio, while throwing the sword, also dashed forward. After cutting through Xia Su's tendrils, the sword plunged into the ground. Njio's speed was extraordinarily quick. By the time Xia Su launched her other tendrils, he had already reached the sword. He drew the sword, rotated his wrist, skillfully pulling back all the tendrils. The tendrils returned to Xia Su's side. Come again, she said. In an instant, the tendrils attacked Njio with even greater speed. The trajectory of the tendrils was invisible to the eye. Only the disturbed air remained. Njio closed his eyes. His body was a sharp sword waiting. The phantom of the sword's movement burst forth from around Njio's body. His physical form vanished, leaving only the brilliance and sounds of the sword and tendrils piercing, intertwining, and clashing. Xia Su's face split into a smile, the frequency of the tendrils' attacks growing increasingly frenzied until balance was disrupted. One tendril pierced Njio's left shoulder. Njio quickly reacted and retreated, but unfortunately, his dominant hand was pierced. Njio's face still showed no signs of vulnerability. His black eyes were like still water, too silent. He merely switched the sword to his other hand. Njio began to run towards Xia Su. Xia Su did not release her tendrils to intercept, but allowed Njio to close in until he had pulled her into the sword's attack range. Only then did Xia Su make her move. She bent low to evade Njio's thrust, suddenly seizing Njio's right hand. Their hands and the sword froze in midair, and Xia Su swung her arm blade, cutting into Njio's chest. Simultaneously, she felt a tearing sensation in her abdomen. Njio had been waiting for this moment. He intentionally switched hands to make Xia Su lower her guard regarding his injured left hand. When Xia Su seized his right hand, he released the sword. The sword was caught by his lower left hand, plunging into Xia Su's abdomen. Njio struck quickly, withdrawing the sword and sweeping it towards the tendrils behind Xia Su. All 4 tendrils were severed. Xia Su did not even glance at the blood hole in her abdomen. Her index finger curled and struck at the inner side of Njio's arm. Njio's arm was instantly paralyzed. Xia Su pressed on the acupoint with her knuckle, creating pressure that temporarily numbed Njio's arm. Xia Su attacked Njio's neck. He sidestepped to evade, but was once again seized by Xia Su's arm. The sword was snatched away. Njio had thought Xia Su would use his sword, but instead, he watched as she threw it towards the audience. I don't have the habit of using someone else's weapon. Xia Su looked at Njio, thinking the duel had ended. But to her surprise, Njio took up a stance once more. My sword, in existence is loss. Loss is in existence. He placed one palm upright against his chest, the other reaching out into the distance. His left leg stepped forward half a step, anchoring into the ground. Xia Su couldn't help but feel this stance was somewhat familiar. Very much like Banka Silat, a martial art from Southeast Asia. But it was only a resemblance. Xia Su retracted her arm blade. Keep surprising me, Njio. Njio's footwork and sword holding did not change. He never moved just one leg, but rather both legs together. Xia Su quickly threw punches toward Njio's face and body, but not a single hit landed. Njio skillfully used his elbow to deflect Xia Su's attacks, repeatedly guiding her strikes off course. His movements were soft yet not weak. Njio launched his first attack, thrusting his elbow directly at Xia Su's throat. Xia Su felt a sharpness akin to a sword. She met Njio's elbow with her fist, the pain of shattered bones radiating from her fingertips to her brain, the 2 points colliding and causing a momentary halt. And Gio immediately followed with a sweeping kick, targeting the injured ankle of Xia Su. At the moment their ankles connected, Xia Su sank down, her knee hitting the ground, tripping in Gio. And Gio fell to the ground, and Xia Su raised her fist, striking towards his head. Blood connected in Gio's face and Xia Su's fist. Xia Su stood up, looking down at the unconscious Gio. In just 20 seconds, Gio awoke. He showed no expression. Have I lost? Xia Su nodded. She reached out her hand and offered it to Gio. Gio did not refuse. Instead, he rationally took her hand and stood up. I've learned my lesson. Next time we meet, I will be sharper. Xia Su smiled. I'm already looking forward to that day. Actually, if you had just stabbed my heart instead of my abdomen, you would have one. Gio shook his head. I have no interest in unnecessary killing. The two did not speak further and silently left the scene. Xia Su went up to the stands and indeed found Jack there. Jack, Xia Su did greeting. Jack waited for Xia Su to come closer and said, he's a sharp opponent. Xia Su replied, yeah, I didn't expect him to be skilled in close combat. You're already itching for a match, aren't you? I'll arrange a fight for you next week. Jack did not deny it. A week later, Jack and Gio stood in the arena. Xia Su was of course there to watch. The match ended with shocking speed, and Gio took the initiative, using his agile footwork to pierce Jack's chest. Jack raised his hand to block, but his palm was also pierced. This blow forced Jack into the Ember state, and Gio intended it that way. Immediately after, Jack and Gio began close combat. Blood mixed with flesh jumped around them. Jack attempted to strike Gio, while Gio continuously sliced the flesh off Jack's arms with his sword. Xia Su stood in the stands, only able to see two blurred figures moving within the blood mist. In the end, Jack managed to pin Gio to the ground, fingers gripping Gio's neck. Gio's sword was also poised beside Jack's head. The match was declared draw. Jack and Gio remained in their stances, neither letting go. It was Xia Su who stepped in to separate them. Gio was breathing heavily, his expression calm. Your strength reminds me of a deceased friend. Jack did not respond, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Xia Su waved at Gio and followed Jack out. Gio did not mind, quickly flicking his sword to shake off the blood. He stepped over the pool of blood, retreating down the passage step by step. The next 2 weeks were rather mundane. Xia Su and Jack traveled between the arenas on Earth and the 4th star, fighting different gladiators. Gio also made his debut in the 4th star arena. The three sometimes gathered to spar, until one day, a random fireball fell into the arena, shattering the calm. Jack was fighting another contestant, while Xia Su watched as usual. However, when Xia Su inadvertently looked up at the sky, she saw a shining fireball. She glanced at the sun above and then back at the rapidly descending fireball. The fireball fell at an alarming speed, and the scorching heat quickly descended upon the arena. Before Xia Su could shout a warning, the fireball crashed straight into the arena. A crimson substance suddenly expanded, curling like a tongue of fire. It was equally hot, but not flame. Its form resembled clouds, radiating outward in strands from the fireball center. The audience had long since fled, and Xia Su immediately jumped down from the stands, rushing into the center of the arena. Before she could get close, a wave of heat hit her. The searing temperature caused Xia Su's skin to turn red instantly, her bones permeated by the heat, making her body feel painfully hot. Xia Su extended her tentacles from behind, surrounding herself, holding her breath, and charged into the area. The closer she got to the fireball, the denser the crimson substance became. As the crimson cloud collided with her tentacles, the silver skin of the tentacles began to peel off. Fortunately, at that moment, Xia Su spotted Jack. Jack's skin had already been burned away, revealing patches of muscle beneath. Xia Su threw out her tentacles to envelop Jack, and up close, she could see patches of charred flesh clinging to Jack's muscles, skin turned to ash. Xia Su reached for Jack's hand, and when her fingers lightly touched the back of his hand, a piece of flesh fell off directly. Xia Su's fingers even had remnants of Jack's skin on them. She dared not touch him again, fearing more flesh would fall from his body. Fortunately, Jack had entered the Ember state and was currently numb to pain. He even had the mood to observe Xia Su's anxious expression. Mifine, can you lead the way? Jack asked Xia Su. Xia Su did. She could not touch Jack, so he stayed close to her side, and together they used the protection of her tentacles to retreat from the crimson cloud. Xia Su placed Jack in the medical room, and at that moment, the crimson cloud was only floating in the arena and had not spread elsewhere. I'll go see what is going on. Xia Su turned to leave, but she saw Jack standing up from the bed. I'll go with you, Jack said. Xia Su looked at Jack's body covered in burns and felt helpless. If you walk 10 steps now, you'll lose 9 pieces of flesh. Don't overexert yourself. I'll be back soon. Her tone was quite stern. Jack did not insist further. Xia Su left the medical room and returned to the arena. At that moment, CNC had arrived. Xia Su even spotted Njio. What are you doing here? Xia Su walked over to Njio. Like you, I came to take a look. Maybe CNC needs our help. Njio replied. Xia Su gazed into the arena and saw CNC's people in protective gear attempting to approach the Crimson Cloud. Before they could get close, their protective gear melted entirely and no one dared to advance further. The Crimson Cloud was no longer as dense as it had been when Jack was there. After another 5 minutes, the Crimson Cloud suddenly contracted. Xia Su finally saw the creature within the Crimson Cloud. A large, red brick-colored body lay on the ground, with a tail thick with segments of flesh trailing behind it. 3 fleshy wings drooped at its sides, and clear blood vessels pulsated within the thin membranes that stretched over the wing bones. Its face had only a torn fissure, with strands of black liquid dripping from what resembled a mouth like molten steel. Chapter 16. Crimson. Not only was Xia Su stunned, but everyone was amazed by the enormous creature before them. CNC dared not let his subordinates act recklessly. At that moment, a figure lifted the creature's fleshy wings, the enormous being let out a low roar, attempting to envelop him with its wings. Njio suddenly said to Xia Su, "Help me get a suturing device." Njio still maintained the same calm demeanor as usual, which made Xia Su trust him. Xia Su quickly retrieved 2 suturing devices from the medical room and returned to Njio's side. Njio walked towards the 2 unknown creatures, with Xia Su following closely behind him. CNC wanted to intervene, but kept silent when he saw Njio's calm gaze. Xia Su and Njio soon reached a position 10 meters away from the 2 creatures. Njio could clearly sense hostility emanating from them. However, he was confident that he could approach the 2 beings. After observing, Njio noticed that the creature with fleshy wings had sustained severe injuries, evidenced by the gaping wounds on its side and tail. Xia Su and Njio slowly approached, and soon, the figure in front of the fleshy-winged creature issued a warning. The figure's outline was blurry, lacking limbs, and it didn't even appear to have a physical form. It was a mass of condensed crimson clouds. It released crimson clouds, which burned Xia Su and Njio, causing them a halt. Njio raised his hand, signaling that he meant no harm, and Xia Su followed suit. The crimson clouds writhed slightly before being withdrawn. Xia Su and Njio continued to approach. They stood before the figure, and before they could move, the crimson clouds instantly wrapped around Xia Su, pulling her beside the figure. The crimson clouds scorched a patch on Xia Su's neck, turning flesh and skin into liquid, which flowed down her chest. Xia Su remained compliant within the crimson clouds, not wanting to provoke the creature before her. Njio understood the figure's intent. Any inappropriate action on his part would cost Xia Su her life. The figure was clearly threatening him. Njio raised the suturing device for the figure to see. There were 2 holes at the top of the figure, which Njio guessed were its visual organs. Then, Njio slowly walked to the side of the fleshy-winged creature, picked up the suturing device, and began to stitch its wounds. Seeing that the crimson cloud figure did not stop him, Njio felt reassured and continued the treatment. Xia Su silently raised her suturing device, signaling that she could help as well, but was met with an even more intense heat. Njio busied himself, and by the time he finished suturing, it was already close to evening. Njio conducted a final check and stepped back from the creature. It slowly stood up, muttering 2 phrases. The crimson cloud figure discarded Xia Su and approached the fleshy-winged creature. Njio counted the wounds on its abdomen and deduced that it originally had 6 legs, but now only had 4. The human and the crimson cloud figure were only as tall as one of its legs. It propped up its cracked body, lowered its head, and touched the crimson cloud figure's head. In the next moment, the fleshy-winged creature was consumed in flames, turning to ash from head to toe. Such a massive creature was reduced to particles that could be encompassed by a single hand in mere seconds. The crimson cloud figure collected the ashes into its body, and a light spot appeared on its chest. The ashes stirred within the light spot, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through its body. The immense heat and brightness caused Xia Su and Njio to close their eyes. When they reopened them, the fleshy-winged creature and the light spot had already vanished as if they had never existed. Suddenly, rows of soldiers surged into the arena, surrounding Xia Su, Njio, and the crimson cloud figure. The United Nations had intervened. Njio and Xia Su tried to get the soldiers to back off, but before they could turn, a heat wave hit them. Xia Su reacted quickly, wrapping herself and Ngio with her tentacles. The soldiers in the front row were all roasted into puddles of blood. Only then did the United Nations hesitate to act rashly. Xia Su and Ngio sought out the leader of the United Nations, attempting to negotiate with her. Elena Volkos. The United Nations would not allow such a destructive and aggressive creature to remain on Earth. Xia Su and Ngio anticipated the United Nations decision. Elena had previously sponsored the construction of the circular space station and had approved and initiated diplomatic relations with many other planets, such as the Fourth Star and the Yuji Star. Therefore, Xia Su was confident she could persuade her. Elena, you also witnessed the scene where that group of soldiers melted into blood. The United Nations does not have the matching military force to expel or kill it. Moreover, it is willing to let Ngio treat another creature, which indicates that it is a rational and thoughtful being. We can negotiate with it. The blood from the soldiers still flowed around, slowly evaporating. Elena fell silent, weighing the pros and cons Earth's technology might be able to expel this alien creature. But how many human lives would it cost? Elena was not entirely confident. She was never a leader who would actively dig trenches for war. If you can convince it to negotiate, the United Nations will not pursue extermination. Xia Su breathed a sigh of relief. She did not want to see hundreds of lives turned into blood. Although the Crimson Cloud figure had a strong desire to attack, it was not devoid of emotional expression. Both Xia Su and Ngio could see its bond with the fleshy-winged creature. Xia Su said solemnly, "Leave it to us." Xia Su and Ngio returned to the side of the Crimson Cloud figure, and Elena ordered the soldiers to withdraw. The Crimson Cloud figure remained standing in place. The clouds clustered around its body, and the orange-red glow made Xia Su feel as if she were staring at the blazing sun. Fortunately, it sensed that Xia Su and Ngio meant no harm and withdrew all the heat back into the light spot. Xia Su said, "We want to negotiate with you. Humanity is willing to listen to your purpose for coming to Earth, but you cannot harm humans." Xia Su was unsure whether the creature before her could understand her words. Xia Su and Ngio looked at it and simultaneously thought of the Fourth Star, the chaotic planet with immense tolerance. The Crimson Cloud figure showed no reaction to Xia Su's words, likely unable to comprehend human language. It also showed no intention of leaving Earth. Xia Su could not make it follow her, so Elena could only bring the leader of the United Nations to the arena. The Crimson Cloud figure stood in the center of the arena for half a day. After the United Nations arrived, they firmly stated that the Crimson Cloud figure could not stay on Earth. They would not allow such a terrifying hidden danger to exist. Xia Su expressed understanding. She suggested sending the Crimson Cloud figure to the Fourth Star. After discussion, the United Nations agreed that this was the best solution at the moment. The problem was how to send it there. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the Crimson Cloud figure moved. It walked behind Xia Su, following her wherever she went, as if it understood the humans' plan to send it to the Fourth Star. Xia Su was taken aback. Time was of the essence. She called Jack and Ngio to help send the Crimson Cloud figure to the Fourth Star. Xia Su knocked on Miao Yang's door. "Oh, it's Xia Su. What brings you here?" Xia Su only smiled and said nothing, leading Miao Yang to the stands. They saw the Crimson Cloud figure standing in the arena, facing another gladiator. No, it was not a standoff. The other gladiator was being forced back repeatedly by the Crimson Cloud figure's heat. Xia Su secretly observed Miao Yang's expression. The wrinkles on Miao Yang's face formed by stones were smiling, and Xia Su knew that this was likely to succeed. When Xia Su turned back, the duel had already ended. The Crimson Cloud figure flashed in front of the gladiator and instantaneously tore open the gladiator's throat. Miao Yang looked at Xia Su with a smile. "You brought me quite a few interesting gladiators lately. Tell me, what does it want?" Miao Yang was referring to the Crimson Cloud figure. Xia Su pondered for a moment. What does it want? She didn't know. She could only briefly tell Miao Yang about the events between the Crimson Cloud figure and Earth. "Now I understand. I can guarantee it a place to stay within the arena. The rest will depend on when it chooses to speak." Xia Su shared the same thought. Handing the Crimson Cloud figure over to Miao Yang was the best solution, as the arena was very suitable for it. Thus, it was settled that the Crimson Cloud figure would be accommodated at the Fourth Star. Xia Su sent especially made human skin made of unique materials to the Crimson Cloud figure as requested by the United Nations. To prevent all the creatures from being turned to dust wherever he goes, he ended up tearing them into pieces. Flowers bloomed abundantly, competing for beauty. The sunlight and the garden were inseparable. Xia Su's mood was quite bright. She looked around her garden and suddenly noticed an envelope under the iron gate. Xia Su walked over, squatted down, and picked up the envelope. She immediately recognized where it came from. The square envelope began to swell. Countless tiny tentacles unfolded from the center, transforming into a small creature that wrapped around Xia Su's palm. The creature wore a helmet made of glass tiles, providing it with the gas it needed. Its tentacles quickly moved through the air, forming a message. Xia Su was amazed by the number of tentacles. Elysium sincerely invited Xia Su and Jack to the Regret Carnival. The Regret Carnival includes activities like stomach pouch treasure hunts, paradox arenas, and other interesting events. It will commence on May 12th of the year 722 in human time. Looking forward to your arrival to add a touch of fun to the gladiatorial games. Signed, Noveloki. After reading the message formed by the tentacles, Xia Su prepared to find Jack. The small creature seemed to know its mission was not yet complete and obediently crawled onto Xia Su's shoulder, sticking to her. The narrow street did not welcome sunlight. Even though it was daytime, the honeycomb district still resembled night. Smoke swirled around as Xia Su avoided puddles, watching as neuroplugins flowed from the sewer, trampled into bits. A pungent odor of organic solvents wafted from nearby. The exposed alloy spine of a store clerk was engraved with totems, advertising the tattoo shop behind. A holographic projection at the street corner suddenly blared. Betting countdown. 30 seconds. A crowd of gamblers squeezed in front of the projection. Xia Su squinted at the projection. On the ground, a cramped octagonal cage was projected, with the metallic joints of two fighters cracking as they warmed up. Greasy synthetic oil from a barbecue stall dripped onto the induction stove, sizzling and blending with the sound of bones breaking from the fighting arena. Xia Su stopped under the honeycomb-shaped residential building. She had once suggested that Jack move next to her, but he had firmly refused. She had never brought it up again. The prize money Jack won was definitely enough for him to buy a villa. Xia Su thought it might be related to Jack's past. People always prefer to survive in familiar environments. Xia Su took the elevator to the 8th floor and bumped into a girl in a school uniform. She was tiptoeing around a box filled with rusty prosthetics and accidentally bumped into Xia Su. The girl looked up at Xia Su and instantly recognized her, the gladiator who often appeared in her father's bets. Xia Su waved her hand to signal that it was nothing, and the girl walked away, glancing back 3 times towards the room at the end of the corridor. After navigating through the complex room layout, Xia Su finally stood in front of Jack's door. The door let out a dull groan. Jack opened the door and found Xia Su standing there. White mist flowed from his side out into the street. Jack turned sideways and followed Xia Su back into the room. Xia Su sat down on the patchwork sofa, coughing twice. Jack silently opened the window, and the smoke quickly dissipated. Xia Su grabbed the small creature on her shoulder and handed it to Jack. Jack read the message formed by the creature's tentacles and asked Xia Su, "Are you going?" Xia Su did not answer, and instead asked Jack, "Are you planning to go?" Jack said, "I'm not interested in such festivals. But if you go, I'll go too." Xia Su smiled and said, "Then you'll have to graciously accompany me to the carnival." Jack frowned. "That's not what I meant." Xia Su said, "Relax, I understand what you mean. Just kidding. It's settled then. See you on the 11th. The 11th soon arrived, and Xia Su and Jack headed to Sagalos. Welcome. Nos and Olai personally welcomed Xia Su and Jack, and coincidentally, Miel Yang and Njio were also there. Xia Su thought Nos and Olai would surely invite Miel Yang, and was quite surprised to see Njio. "Njio, you came too? It's great to see you." After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Nos and Olai, Xia Su approached Njio. Njio had a dark scabbard hanging from his waist, and his gaze was fixed on Xia Su. "Hello, Xia Su and Jack." Jack stood beside Xia Su, merely exchanging a glance with Njio. "You came with Miel Yang, right?" Xia Su asked. Njio nodded. "I happened to be nearby when Miel Yang received the invitation, so I asked him to bring me along." Xia Su was even more surprised. "I didn't expect you to be interested in the carnival." Njio shrugged. "The cultures of different planets and beings are worth exploring. Each culture is vastly different, yet simple in essence. Besides, there are gladiatorial games every day, but opportunities to participate in festivals from other planets are quite rare." Xia Su agreed with Njio's statement. Xia Su asked, "How long has this festival been going on?" Njio slowly replied, "This year marks the 38th edition. 6,008 cosmic years have passed since the first Regret Carnival. The reason for the Regret Carnival originates from the Eternal Punishment Messiah. Whenever he wins 99 consecutive matches and prepares for his 100th fight, Sagalos will commence the Regret Carnival. Sagalos has no death penalty and no prisons. Redemption is obtained through gladiatorial combat. Every sinner competes wearing a remotely detonated penance collar, and winning 100 matches grants freedom. Every 100th match of the Eternal Punishment Messiah has ended in defeat, but he has never given up, continuing to start over after more than 500 years of constant defeat. Most beings on Sagalos believe the name of the eternal punishment Messiah means the eternal gallows for sinners. But has he not also been executing himself? Xia Su and Jack stared at Enjio in shock. Xia Su asked, "How do you know so much?" Enjio looked at them in confusion. "Don't you ever read historical records?" Xia Su was speechless. "When I first arrived in Sagalos, I visited the corridor. The corridor is a group of stone monuments floating on cold, liquid metal, inscribed with the entire history of Sagalos from its beginning to the present." Xia Su admired Enjio's ability to delve into history. Chapter 17. The Carnival of Regret. The Carnival of Regret lasts for 2 days. The first day is for the city-states to celebrate together, while the second day features the eternal punishment Messiah's gladiatorial matches. On the first day, Xia Su, Jack, and Enjio decide to visit other city-states they have not been to before, including the Nest, the Wandering Stomach, and the Time Sand Holy Gorge. The Time Sand Holy Gorge is characterized by gravitational disturbances, with the city-state composed of anti-gravity, floating islands, and heavily pressured ravines. As Xia Su walks along the chains connecting the city-states, she hears singing coming from the Time Sand Holy Gorge. During the Carnival of Regret, the residents of the Time Sand Holy Gorge throw different metal particles or natural particles into the air, allowing them to form storms under the chaotic gravity, singing louder in gratitude for the lives granted to them by gravity and time. One of the most valuable treasures in the Time Sand Holy Gorge is a stone wall that allows glimpses into the future. A glimpse into the future? Does such an object that can predict the future really exist? And Enjio says, yes, but there are no records of the origin of the stone wall in the corridor. Xia Su is very curious. Then can living beings foresee the future and change it? Wouldn't that cause chaos? And Enjio nods. Logically speaking, the Time Sand Holy Gorge could seize this opportunity to become the most powerful existence in the universe. However, the corridor records that all beings that attempted to touch or study the stone wall have died. The stone tablet in the corridor clearly states, the stone wall is very likely a self-aware being. It does not allow any being to have any connection with the future. A glimpse is the maximum it is willing to offer. Many beings are willing to spend lavishly just to catch a glimpse of their future selves. This has even become a significant economic source for the Time Sand Holy Gorge. The stone wall is only open to the public during the Carnival of Regret. Xia Su notices that Enjio seems to know a lot about Sagalos and jokes. You must be a native of Sagalos, come to Earth to monitor humans? Enjio replies, do I look like one? Xia Su laughs and shakes her head. So do you want to go take a look? Xia Su asks, if you want to go, then let us go. Jack notices Xia Su's anticipation. The three of them effortlessly find the location of the stone wall. The stone wall is located in the deepest ravine of the Time Sand Holy Gorge, currently surrounded and inaccessible. As Xia Su descends the steps, the first sound she hears is a musical scale. The semi-transparent crawling creatures from the Time Sand Holy Gorge, known as the prismatic claw, support segments of the steps for creatures to walk on. Every step taken causes the scales of the prismatic claw to resonate, producing an ethereal sound. The bodies of the prismatic claw are so light that they float and live within the caves of the Time Sand Holy Gorge. Their limbs can grasp the heaviest particles in the gas, weaving them into their scales to increase weight, commonly used for construction or transportation. After a long wait, the three finally reach the stone wall. Xia Su stands in front of the stone wall. Jack is not interested in his future self. He knows his fate: either live as a mercenary or die in a gladiatorial arena. Jack is surprised at the arrival of Xia Su and Enjio. Having barely touched a glimmer of light, how could he be willing to face darkness again? Xia Su stands face to face with the stone wall. The wall is an oval stone block supported by two sandy stone pillars, indistinguishable from ordinary yellow-brown sandstones. Initially, there is nothing in the stone wall. Xia Su unknowingly holds her breath. A deep blue appears in her line of sight. The night pushes waves, forming a lake. A partially obscured reef is repeatedly washed by the lake water. The reef, corroded beyond recognition, is riddled with holes. Xia Su does not see herself. Before she can observe further, the scene in the stone wall disappears. Confused, Xia Su steps aside and watches Enjio approach. Others cannot see each other's futures. Jack sees Xia Su standing there lost in thought and leans down to touch her shoulder. Xia Su comes back to her senses and sees Jack quickly retract his hand, the pressure on her shoulder feeling almost like a mirage. Xia Su smiles and shakes her head. Enjio quickly returns from in front of the crack, appearing emotionally unaffected. Neither Xia Su nor Enjio mentions what they saw, and Jack does not ask either. The three silently head towards the anti-gravity islands. During each carnival of regret, the Time Sand Holy Gorge collaborates with the Nest to hold a paradox beast battle on the anti-gravity islands. The Nest is a city-state that worships reproduction intensely. They are constantly reproducing, mixing different genes for rapid evolution, securing a place in the gladiatorial arena. The Time Sand Holy Gorge and the Wandering Stomach belong to the Nest. The Paradox Beast battle utilizes creatures known as umbilicus to clone the participants' bodies from the day before. Participants go to the Nest the day before the battle, where the umbilicus wraps them in a transparent abdomen, replicating their physical form and thoughts. Participants will fight against their selves from the day before. If they kill their past selves, they can extract the loser's brain matter to taste the brain cells containing memories, re-experiencing their happiest moments. If the past self defeats the current self, the past self will rot due to paradoxical reasons. Two identical beings stand in an octagonal cage, facing each other. Their bodies are covered in yellow sandy feathers. The feathers conceal remnants of time, automatically reverting to a position 5 seconds prior when attacked. Xia Su turns to Ngio and asks, "Who do you think will win, yesterday or today?" After thinking, Ngio replies, "I bet on today. Today's self is definitely sharper." Xia Su then asks Jack, "What about you, Jack?" Jack's gaze remains fixed on the octagonal cage. "I bet on yesterday. Today's self is often more arrogant." Xia Su says, "How about we bet something? How about the prize money for the next gladiatorial match?" Jack and Ngio do not refuse. Ngio asks Xia Su, "So what about you? Who do you bet on?" Xia Su has already thought of her answer. "I bet on today." Why? Yesterday's self would fear the future of rotting and being eaten. Today's self does not. The battle between yesterday and today begins. They fiercely attack each other with their mouths and claws, their forked tongues protruding, secreting slime. Both sides change positions within the octagonal cage. In the end, it is still today's self that wins. He uses his sharp teeth to slice open yesterday's self-skull, sucking the brain matter inside, savoring the happiest times of the past. In the audience, Xia Su curiously asks, "Would you want to fight against your past self?" And Ngio says, "It doesn't matter. I am confident of winning. Today's self is definitely sharper than yesterday's self." Jack simply states, "I don't care either." Xia Su imagines the scenario of battling her past self. "I think I'll pass. It's already tough enough to fight against both of you." And Ngio, rarely dropping his emotionless expression, smirks, "Thank you for recognizing me." He turns to Jack sitting next to him. A gentleman's word is hard to take back. Jack also looks at Ngio. "I'm no gentleman, but I have no intention of going back on my word. The prize money for the next gladiatorial match is yours." A hint of a smile seems to appear in Jack's cold eyes. In the evening, deep red spots intertwine in the black-purple sky, and the entire planet seems to be enveloped by a decaying flesh membrane. Xia Su, Jack, and Ngio walk across the scorching chains again, heading towards the Wandering Stomach. The front end of the Wandering Stomach is a marketplace, where the smell of meat mixed with roasting aroma floats in the air. It is mealtime, and countless beings are hunched over, gnawing on the food in their hands on the streets. The three have yet to try Sagalosa's food, so they approach the stall with the loudest shouts. Bubbling magma is sealed under an iron plate, with different meats and oddly colored plants being grilled on top. There are many ropes for lifting and transporting around the marketplace, allowing vendors to directly access the magma pools beneath the circular city-state. Ngio inhales deeply, a strong scent of spices rushing into his nostrils. Suddenly, a creature with a blue fuzzy head approaches Ngio. At a glance, you guys are definitely not locals. I highly recommend the famous dish of Sagros, the high-temperature braised carbon meatballs. My skills are among the best in the entire Wandering Stomach City. Xia Su repeated, "High-temperature braised carbon meatballs?" She looked uncertainly at Jack and Ngio. Ngio suddenly became extremely serious and whispered to the boss, who was swaying his blue fuzzy head, "You better not be lying to me. Otherwise, I'll shave all the blue fuzz off your head and feed it to you." Xia Su and Jack had never heard Ngio speak in such a terrifying tone. The two dared not say a word and silently stood by. Ngio took out some money, and the boss quickly moved a piece of pitch-black coal from behind the stall. The surface was covered in cracks, and lime rolled down the round body of the coal. The boss pulled out a conical tool from somewhere and slammed it onto the surface of the coal. Layer by layer, the coal shattered, and the lime was crushed, revealing meatballs oozing with broth underneath. The boss handed the meatballs, served in the coal, to Ngio. "I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Ngio sat down in a nearby seat with the meatballs, and Xia Su and Jack sat beside him. Ngio took out a tool with sharp teeth carved on both sides from stone tube and inserted it into the meatball. Juices flowed out, and shiny fats were hidden deep inside the meatball. And Gio looked at Xia, Su, and Jack, signaling them to eat together. Xia Su recalled in Gio's terrifying tone from earlier and quickly said, "You eat first." And Gio didn't hold back and cut off a piece of meat to put in his mouth. His expression was very serious, as if his teeth were engaged in a life-and-death duel with the meatball. As he chewed, his expression became increasingly stiff. Jack, puzzled, cut off a piece of meat and started to eat. Compared to Jack's expressionless face, and Gio's expression appeared even darker. Xia Su was confused and was about to cut a piece of meat to eat, but was stopped by Gio. Xia Su nervously asked, "What's wrong, Gio? Are you feeling unwell?" And Gio spat out 2 words, "Taste bad." Xia Su was at a loss for words. She looked at Jack. He was ready to cut another piece, but was also stopped by Gio. Xia Su asked, "Is it really that bad?" Jack said, "I don't have high demands for food. As long as it fills me up, it's fine." Xia Su also wanted to try the huge meatball in front of her, but Gio wouldn't let her eat it no matter what. Xia Su had no choice but to give up. And Gio said seriously, "Food is of utmost importance to people. We cannot be careless about it." So Gio led Xia Su and Jack to try several different foods, including a bowl of thick soup mixed with various plants from the wandering stomach city, a plate of jelly frozen from the icy ocean in the corridor, and a piece of meat from an unknown creature. In the end, Gio chose the meat steak sprinkled with screaming spices. The spices were extracted from the gallbladder of a parasite from Elysium. They lived underground and relied on sound waves to navigate. The gallbladder contained the sounds needed by the parasite and a special substance that exudes sweetness at high temperatures. The gallbladders of these creatures were collected by vendors, punctured, and sprinkled on the high-temperature grilled meat steak, adding a hint of sweetness. At the same time, the punctured gallbladder would also emit screaming sound waves. Xia Su had to admit that Gio's taste was quite exquisite. A large piece of meat steak was shared among the 3, with Jack eating 2/3 of it by himself. After they finished eating, the sky turned completely dark, with patches of purple-red shadows floating above the city. Nighttime was indeed a great time for treasure hunting. The 3 continued deeper into the stomach city, leaping into a hidden entrance beneath the surface, entering the flesh and blood composed stomach city. The stomach city was literally a stomach pouch. The oldest creature in Sagaros was called Liar Tan, which was immensely large. The last Liar Tan's stomach pouch was buried beneath the wandering stomach city, slowly decaying. The city of Sagaros was in constant iteration, with lost civilizations waiting to be explored. Therefore, treasure hunting was prevalent. A treasure hunting team had dug deep into the wandering stomach city and discovered Liar Tan's stomach pouch. They also found treasures that had not yet been fully digested, including ancient weapons, artworks, crystals, and metals, which seemed endless. This treasure hunting team used the money from selling the treasures to build the city, which is now the wandering stomach city. Every day, creatures came to Liar Tan's stomach pouch to search for treasure. If lucky, the treasures found could provide a lifetime of security. The leader of the wandering stomach city spent a lot of resources to maintain the stomach pouch to prevent it from decaying. At the same time, they also sent people for archaeological purposes to extract treasures and history for trade or to supplement the stone tablet group in the corridor. Only during the Regret Carnival was Liar Tan's stomach pouch open to the public. Many creatures hoped to get rich through this opportunity. Xia Su slid down the zip line into the depths of the stomach pouch. After about 10 minutes, she landed. Xia Su did not smell the imagined stench, but instead a scent of industrial fragrance, rich but not overpowering. The stomach pouch was too dark. So Xia Su turned on the spotlight hanging from her chest and looked back to wait for Jack and Gio. Soon, Jack slid down the zip line first, followed by Gio. The structure of Liar Tan's stomach was quite complex, and no creature had yet explored the deepest part of the stomach pouch. Legend has it that there were still ancient creatures that had not died in Liar Tan's stomach pouch, corroded beyond recognition and barely alive, surviving by capturing and gnawing on the treasure hunting teams. Xia Su, Jack, and Gio stepped into the stomach pouch under the strong recommendation of Nos and Olei. The 3 advanced cautiously. As they walked, Xia Su suddenly felt a chill underfoot. She looked down and found liquid rolling beneath her feet. Gio stopped next to Xia Su and touched the liquid with his hand. It should be the icy ocean from the corridor. The stone tablet group recorded that Liar Tan had a void-like round mouth. With every breath they took, substances would be sucked into the mouth, causing the terrain to thin out wherever they went. Xia Su crouched down and dipped her fingertips into the liquid, which was icy to the bone. In the blink of an eye, Jack was gone. Xia Su hurriedly shouted, "Where's Jack?" And Gio had no clue either. He was just behind us. Xia Su shouted loudly, "Jack!" The sound hit the narrow flesh walls and could not be transmitted out. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Xia Su's foot. Xia Su instinctively tried to break free and looked down, only to find that the hand was quite familiar. Jack, are you down there? Xia Su then noticed that the ground was covered in a sticky green substance, which would collapse and bury them if they stood still for too long. Xia Su grabbed Jack's hand. Help me out, Ngo. Before Xia Su could finish, Ngo had already grabbed Jack's other hand. The two pulled with all their might. And Jack's golden hair emerged from the goo. Xia Su held her breath and pulled again, seeing Jack's two sea-blue eyes. The goo seemed to have a sucking force. Clinging to Jack, Xia Su had no choice but to withdraw her tentacles from behind, insert them into the flesh wall, and suddenly dash backward, finally pulling Jack out. Xia Su gasped for breath. Now I know why there are so many missing treasure hunting teams. Jack had been holding his breath and was now gasping for air. Thank you. Jack thanked Xia Su and Ngo. Xia Su said, it's what friends do. Jack paused for a moment and nodded. Ngo carefully observed the goo and said, this is also a substance absorbed from other city-states. It's vastly different from the ecological structure of the stomach pouch. Xia Su brushed off the goo that splattered on her clothes and continued walking forward. As a result, her feet suddenly gave way, and she disappeared. Xia Su didn't have time to extend her tentacles and crashed into something soft. What bad luck! The creature beneath her complained loudly. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Xia Su stood up and reached down to help the creature she had landed on. Under the spotlight, Xia Su clearly saw the creature's appearance. It was Dr. Shang. Chapter 18. The Wandering Stomach City, Dr. Shang? Xia Su asked uncertainly. The person in front adjusted the instruments on their face and exclaimed, isn't this my precious Xia Su? I can't believe I ran into you here. Dr. Shang still wore complex instruments on his face and took Xia Su's hand, looking her up and down. You're looking stronger. Xia Su felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment and quickly changed the subject. What are you doing in the Wandering Stomach City? Dr. Shang released Xia Su's hand. I want to ask you the same, but it's not surprising to see such a formidable gladiator like you in Sagalos. I managed to get my hands on an invitation to the Regret Carnival from a client. You know, my clinic is always bustling with clients. A lot of them are quite diverse. I have to thank you for that, Dr. Shang pointed at Xia Su. At that moment, a sound of flesh tearing echoed above Xia Su's head. She looked up and saw Jack and Ngo sliding down the meat wall. Jack used his fingers to brace himself against the wall, while Xia Su used her sword. Are you hurt? Ngo pulled the sword out of the meat wall and walked over to check if Xia Su had any injuries. No, I'm fine. Xia Su replied to Ngo and Jack. The one suffering is me. Ngo and Jack turned their heads and noticed another person standing in the dark, a human. This is Dr. Shang, Xia Su introduced. Dr. Shang extended his hand. Hello. Jack and Ngo didn't shake his hand. He retracted his hand in disappointment. Your friends are really cold. I got hurt for you, you know. Jack said, thanks. Dr. Shang quietly said to Xia Su, are your friends always this cold? Xia Su pretended not to hear and suggested, to make up for your injury, why don't you join us and help us search for treasures? After we're done, you can pick any treasure you want from me. Dr. Shang's optical lenses expanded as if he were laughing. You're still generous, Xia Su. Xia Su ignored him and continued to follow Jack. As they walked, Dr. Shang suddenly stopped and opened his coat, revealing a complete set of treasure hunting tools. He took out a knife and instantly sliced off a thick piece of flesh, revealing half of a pink-purple container. Dr. Shang grabbed a corner of the container and quickly cut away the surrounding flesh. The container was exquisitely crafted, with thick plant patterns covering its surface. Dr. Shang opened the lid, revealing a dozen shriveled fruits inside, their wrinkles resembling closing eyelids. Xia Su asked, these fruits are all shriveled. Do they still have any use? Dr. Shang shrugged, I don't know. Most treasures I find, I sell off. Perhaps the buyers will tell us what these fruits are. The four of them walked for a while longer, and when they no longer sensed danger, they gradually relaxed their guard and began to search for treasure seriously. Xia Su used her tentacles to lift a pile of stones, and in the white light of the spotlight, she saw a pointed corner protruding from the stones. Xia Su cleared away all the surrounding stones and picked up a painting from the meat wall. The painting had several areas that were corroded. Xia Su wiped off the lime on it, revealing its original colors. The painting had been compressed under the stones for a long time, causing its overall color to darken and deform slightly. This is the Watcher. Dr. Shang had somehow approached Xia Su from behind and was observing the painting over her shoulder. The painting depicted two well-dressed beings standing close to each other. The tall woman had a pure white face and a body that was simple and powerful, somewhat resembling the image of the Watcher. She was holding onto the arm of another being who stood straight, but the pale arms peeking out from his sleeves betrayed a sickly appearance. Although the two beings did not smile, Xia Su could sense the happiness radiating from their connection. Xia Su asked, "How do you know? You shouldn't have seen the Watcher's appearance. I've heard other residents of Sagalos say that the Watcher only appears during battles." Dr. Shang replied ambiguously, "Is that so? I remember seeing her next to the breeding chamber in the mother nest." Xia Su questioned, "Isn't the Watcher always frozen in the tower? How could she appear in the mother nest? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Dr. Shang recalled that pale, stone-like body is not something easily forgotten. "I can almost confirm that what I saw was indeed the Watcher." Xia Su asked, "When did you see her?" "About 2 months ago. I went to the mother nest to buy modification parts. It's well known that the genetic technology there is highly developed. That night, while holding the newly purchased parts, I passed by the central breeding chamber of the mother nest when suddenly a ghost-like being appeared around the corner, startling me." Jack and Gio also moved closer, quietly listening to Dr. Shang's words. The night in Sagalos was very dark, with dark spots resembling blood clots congealed in the sky. After seeing that pale being, I immediately hid behind a building and watched her walk step by step into the breeding chamber. She suddenly turned around, her expression filled with extreme pain, but fortunately, she didn't notice me. Xia Su murmured, "That's really strange." And Gio said, "This doesn't match the description of the Watcher given by the beings in Sagalos. Either they are concealing the truth from outsiders, or the Watcher is hiding the truth from Sagalos. However, this is ultimately an internal matter of Sagalos, and we shouldn't interfere." Dr. Shang nodded in agreement. "That's what I think too. That's why I didn't tell anyone." Xia Su replied, "But you just told us." Dr. Shang said, "We are all humans. I believe that as outsiders, we won't affect the operational trajectory of Sagalos." Jack neither believed nor disbelieved Dr. Shang's words. Dr. Shang currently had no motive to deceive Xia Su and the others, but Jack's habit made him skeptical of ambiguous information. Xia Su concluded, "In any case, it doesn't concern us." The four of them searched for treasures in the stomach pouch for a while longer before following the zip line back to the surface. Xia Su and the others followed Dr. Shang through the wandering stomach city, where many buildings were made from the bones of Liltan. The old yellow bones supported colorful fabrics, forming towering residential buildings. Dr. Shang introduced as he walked, the most popular export product of the wandering stomach city is cloth, made from the stomach pouches of the ruminant vultures. Ruminant vultures feed on plants and are found all over Sagalos. Their stomach pouches are dyed in different colors by plant juices and are highly elastic. Of course, they can also be manually colored. As they walked, the four of them arrived in front of a massive skull, which Xia Su guessed was also the remains of a Liltan. Dr. Shang took out a tool from his coat and rhythmically tapped on the skull, producing a series of clear sounds. After a few seconds, the skull slowly opened its mouth, revealing a passage leading underground. Dr. Shang quickly walked inside, and when he turned around and saw Xia Su and the others standing outside, he gestured for them to hurry up. Xia Su turned to Jack and Gio, saying, "Even if there is danger, with our strength, we probably won't have a problem." And Gio and Jack nodded, "I think so too." With that, the three of them continued to follow Dr. Shang deeper underground. There was no light underground, only a flashlight that Dr. Shang provided as a source of illumination. The four of them passed through a long tunnel and finally reached their destination, a shop filled with treasures. An array of dazzling treasures hung from above, with large pieces of art resembling blankets dangling in front of them, dividing the cave into narrow paths. Dr. Shang skillfully navigated around the blankets and reached the entrance of the shop. The shop was located in a cave, with treasures in front of them, and only at the deepest point did they see a tent supported by red fabric. Dr. Shang crouched down and crawled into the tent. Xia Su and Jack exchanged glances and followed him inside. Jack, being a bit too tall, had to crawl in. Once inside the tent, there was a different world. Silver wires formed a zip line above, complex yet orderly. The tent is divided into several areas, each with different colors and devices, with mechanical arms managing the operations. A worn-out container is lifted from a shelf and sent down a zip line. It weaves through several areas, and when it returns to the shelf, the damaged bottle is repaired and the patterns become vibrant again. Dr. Shang leans against the bar and rings the bell on the table. The mechanical arms suddenly snap their fingers in unison. The door curtain is lifted. Xia Su sees nothing. Jack points to the ground, and Xia Su looks down, noticing a translucent blue creature emerging from behind the curtain, slightly smaller than a human. The creature is covered in paint, moving swiftly yet gracefully. "Ee, Doctor," Shang calls out. The shopkeeper known as Gio walks behind the bar, her translucent blue hands resting on the table. Dozens of tentacles wave like hair behind her neck. and her long limbs are adorned with golden mineral ornaments, wearing a floor-length robe. Xia Su, quickly help me take a look at the treasure I just acquired. Freshly harvested from the Lyrton's stomach pouch, Dr. Shang says, laying all the treasures on the table for Xia Su to examine. Xia Su quickly schemes over the first few treasures, her gaze stopping at a box containing dried fruit. She gently picks up the box, cradling it in her hands, and opens the lid. The only eyeball on her face glimmers. Truth fruit. You're quite lucky. Xia Su's eyeball is vertically elongated at the top of her face, with the lower part covered by the lace pattern of her robe. The truth fruit, once implanted subcutaneously, immediately grows truth vines that spread throughout the host, absorbing their most painful secrets. Once mature, the vines will pierce the skin, growing into a towering tree laden with fruits. Those who consume the fruit can learn the host's secrets. The truth fruit grows on the land of a civilization that existed before the Elysium, known as the Eternal Shepherd. After the Eternal Shepherd was destroyed by the Mother Nest, the truth trees were also destroyed by the Eternal Shepherd to prevent the truth fruit from falling into the hands of the Mother Nest. These few are likely the last truth fruits remaining on Sagros. Xia Su picks up a shriveled truth fruit. You're my regular customer, Dr. Shang. Name your price. I will not underestimate the value of these fruits. Dr. Shang replies without hesitation. I want the lament currency. Xia Su puts the fruit back in a box. Lament currency? I'm not a gladiator. However, a few days ago, a buyer took some treasures from me using lament currency. Would you like to take a look? Xia Su pulls aside the curtain and disappears, returning shortly with a wriggling box. The surface of the box is made of some creature's leather, under which waves seem to be moving. She places the box on the table and gently pushes it towards Dr. Shang. This is the dying scream of Sagros' second strongest gladiator under the Eternal Messiah. Jack keenly captures the hidden information and asks, is the buyer of this box the Eternal Messiah? Xia Su slowly turns her head, looking at Jack with her starry-eyed gaze. Who are these three? Doctor. Shang introduces one by one. The one with blue eyes is Jack. The one with the black slick-back hair is Xia Su, and the other is, of course, the strongest gladiator on Earth, Xia Su. Xia Su says, nice to meet you. This guess is very clever. A gladiator ranked second in Sagros would battle the first-ranked Eternal Messiah, and though defeated, would still have honor. Unfortunately, that's not the case. She was killed by another gladiator. Xia Su stares at the box, recalling the scene of her first meeting with the Eternal Messiah when an identical box was delivered to his room. Only gladiators can obtain lament currency? Xia Su asks. Xia Su replies, you could say that. Using the dying screams of lives lost in gladiatorial combat as a bargaining chip. What do you think, Dr. Shang? Dr. Shang says, it's settled. He pulls out another container from his coat. Xia Su's voice shows no warmth or coldness. It seems you came prepared. Xia Su opens the lid, and instantly, a piercing scream reverberates throughout the tent. The defeated gladiator seems to be trampled by Xia Su. The physical pain combined with mental terror causes the gladiator to unleash a blood-red requiem. The scream abruptly stops. The leather on the box no longer ripples, and the sound is transferred into Dr. Shang's container. Suddenly, Jack's vision is obstructed, and a cold sensation sticks to his face. He quickly grabs the thing attached to his face and pulls it off. Jack raises his hand, examining the creature wrapped around his palm. Xia Su calls out, come back. The creature releases its tentacles from Jack's fingers, jumps onto the table, and climbs up Xia Su's shoulder, wrapping around her head and transforming into hair. Iui apologizes, sorry. It must have been startled by the scream. Dr. Shang looks at the creature on Xia Su's head. So you don't have hair. Xia Su casually twirls the tentacles behind her neck. It has been with me since I opened my shop. It loves to wrap around me. There's nothing I can do. It can also change colors. As she speaks, she gently tugs at a tentacle, which instantly shifts from blue to purple. Dr. Shang nods with interest. He retracts his gaze and tucks the container with the lament currency back into his coat. Thanks. Xia Su puts away the box. Thank you. At this moment, Xia Su takes out a picture found in the stomach pouch and places it on the table. Could you help me identify this painting? Xia Su leans down to examine it, carrying the same scent as the stomach pouch. She does not rush to a conclusion, taking out several instruments from the shelf to carefully check the painting's age and material. After a while, Xia Su turns off the material testing device in her hand and sighs. The canvas of this painting is made from the stomach pouch of a ruminating vulture, and the frame is crafted and sculpted from a mineral called golden glimmer. It dates back approximately 20,000 years. The craftsmanship of the frame is the same as that of the source vessel. I believe this is a painting left behind when the source vessel was destroyed. Dr. Shang asks, source vessel? The destroyed civilization? That's right. The source vessel was a dominant power at the time, and the history of this civilization's destruction is unknown, with no records in the corridors, which is quite strange. Very few artifacts from the source vessel have survived. I only have two here. Xia Su asks, "Do you recognize the two creatures in the painting?" For the first time, Jio falls silent for a moment. "I'm really sorry, I don't recognize them." Xia Su presses further. "Have you seen the face of the Watcher?" Jio answers leisurely. "Although I've been alive for a long time, I've never seen a Watcher up close. The creatures on Sagros should all be the same. The Watcher only appears during the Regret Carnival or when battles break out between city-states." Xia Su thinks she is not lying. "Xiaomei, I'm very interested in this painting. Why don't you name a price?" Jio leans forward, her dazzling eyes making it hard to look away. Xia Su thinks keeping this painting is useless. It would be better to exchange it. "Do you have any weapons that have been passed down from before?" Jio turns and walks to the shelf, her lower body suddenly elongating, and her robe follows suit, still covering her lower limbs. "I was just waiting for you to ask." Chapter 19. 100 Sins. Jio took a slender box from the top of the shelf, its gray-brown metal material quite elegant. She moved the box in front of Xia Su, gesturing for her to open it. Inside lay a long chain, its black skeletal structure adorned with serrated barbs on the side. Each bar was inscribed with unfamiliar, fine, and compact characters. This was a chain made from the spinal fluid of the corridor scavengers. Their duty was to regularly clean the dirt off the stone tablets, and sometimes, when the tablets shattered, the scavengers would swallow the fragments. The barbs on the chain were made from the stone tablet shards extracted from the scavengers' stomachs. Jio picked up the chain and extended her hand. "Give me your hand." Xia Su placed her hand flat on Jio's palm, and Jio pinched one end of the chain, touching Xia Su's palm. The chain began to move on its own, the barbs piercing Xia Su's palm as it slowly burrowed into her arm through the blood hole. The chain pushed through layers of muscle, sliding from one arm to the other. Jio tightly grasped Xia Su's wrist, searching for the chain's destination through her skin. Xia Su watched the chain drill into her body without panic. After all, it was not the first time an outsider had entered her body. Instead, it was Jack who frowned. Jio released her hand and nodded for Xia Su to try. Xia Su aimed for the other end of the tent, where a pendant was being repaired. She swung her arm, and the chain shot out from her palm, wrapping around the pendant and instantly bringing it back to her side. Xia Su looked at the chain with satisfaction. "Not bad." Jio stroked the surface of the canvas, her eyes filled with the painting. "What do you think?" "Deal." Xia Su readily replied, "Deal." She turned to Jack and Jio, saying, "You all need to be careful next time in the arena." Jack watched the chain slowly retract from Xia Su's palm, genuinely contemplating how to shatter the chain in the arena. And Jio said, "No need to worry about me." Jio glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. Tomorrow is the day of the Eternal Punishment Messiah's battle, and everyone needs to head to the Eternal Flame arena early. You should also go back and rest." Xia Su asked, "One last question." Jio listened patiently. "Why are you called Jio E?" Jio eyes narrowed playfully. "Because I killed 91 people." Xia Su and the others paused. Only Dr. Shang shook his head helplessly, laden with instruments. "Thank you for visiting my shop. I look forward to your next visit." Jio escorted Xia Su, Jack, and Jio, and Dr. Shang to the shop's entrance, and they walked out through the mouth of Skull. "Did Jio really get her name because she killed 91 people?" Xia Su asked Dr. Shang. It was evident that he often traded with Jio. He fiddled with a container filled with lament currency. Of course not. She always makes up different stories to explain her name. No one knows her real name. Or perhaps Jio is her real name, just with its origin concealed. Dr. Shang continued to speak to himself. "Lament currency. I've long wanted to study the roar of Sagros. I even have close ties to the secrets of the Thousand Roars elephant and the Eternal Punishment Messiah." He was completely immersed in his own world, no longer communicating with Xia Su and the others, disappearing into the streets of the wandering stomach. Xia Su didn't mind or worry. It was clear that Dr. Shang had a deep understanding of the planet Sagros. Originally, Xia Su thought of him as an eccentric healer, or perhaps a scientist would be more appropriate. Now it seemed his experiences were far more complex than she had imagined. The three of them returned to Elysium together, where many creatures still roamed the chains between city-states, the bubbling magma beneath their feet the only light in the night. The Eternal Flame Arena was packed today. Creatures from the 6 city-states gathered here to witness whether the Eternal Punishment Messiah could achieve his 100th consecutive victory. As Xia Su, Jack, and Jio entered the arena, many creatures were placing bets, the stakes rising higher and higher. Xia Su, Jack, and Jio had good seats, allowing them to overlook the entire arena. Mielang was also seated nearby. Xia Su's internal organs began to resonate. Her vision blurred, her insides colliding, threatening to erupt from her throat. Her eardrums felt as if they would burst. When Xia Su's vision refocused, the Watcher appeared at the back of the arena. She sat cross-legged on a large mass of flesh, which bore countless moving vocal organs. The mass rolled slowly into the arena with the Watcher. The Watcher was frozen in the tallest metal tower of Sagaros, located between Elysium and the Wandering Stomach. She would appear at every Regret Carnival to watch the Eternal Punishment Messiah's battles. Xia Su turned around, but couldn't see the Watcher's face due to the distance. The Watcher resembled a statue, pale, as if she were a soul that had jumped out of this universe. And Gio explained to Xia Su and Jack, that mass of flesh is the Watcher S-Mount, the Thousand Roars elephant. A giant beast fused with the vocal organs of over 300 creatures. Its roar can trigger organ resonance explosions. Its existence has always paralleled that of the Watcher. Xia Su nodded seriously, and when Gio turned around, she whispered to Jack, I think he has not a refined white sword, but rather a refined history book. Since Xia Su entered, the calls for the Eternal Punishment Messiah had never ceased. Xia Su had to raise her voice to ensure Jack and Gio could hear her. The Regret Carnival had been held 38 times, meaning the Eternal Punishment Messiah had fought at least 3,800 battles. And Gio remained skeptical. It's hard to imagine a gladiator winning 99 consecutive fights and always losing at the 100th. There were even legends on Sagaros that said the Eternal Punishment Messiah bore a curse, making him perpetually feel the pain of touching hope only to have it shatter in the 100th battle. Jack said, what curse? It's a flaw in strength or done intentionally. Xia Su agreed with both of their statements. It was too coincidental for him to always lose at 100. The audience's cheers suddenly soared, the magma seeming to flow under the vibration of the sound, splashing sparks around the arena. The Eternal Punishment Messiah entered first. Xia Su noticed that amidst the cheers, there were not only voices cheering for the Eternal Punishment Messiah, but also curses wishing for his eternal defeat. Another contestant entered. Her steps were light, and the sound of metal colliding with the ground was crisp. 6 legs covered in metal supported her round belly. Her upper body resembled a human somewhat, with densely packed eyeballs across her face and her mouth parts buzzing. Cyrus! A spectator shouted loudly. Cyrus was a contestant from the Mother Nest, selected through layers of screening for superior genes, who had won victory for the Mother Nest in battles against the Wandering Stomach. The Eternal Flame Arena did not announce the start with a horn. The moment the two gladiators appeared, they charged at each other. The Messiah solidified the lava on his legs, his movements showing no sign of hesitation. His right arm dissolved and quickly reformed into a steel blade. The Messiah rotated his right leg, suddenly changing direction and lunging at Cyrus's blind spot. Cyrus tilted her head and easily dodged the attack. Seizing the moment while Cyrus had not yet distanced herself, the Messiah continuously attacked her blind spot, but she evaded every strike with ease. The densely packed eyeballs on Cyrus's forehead rotated, clearly capturing every movement of the Messiah. In her sight, there were no blind spots. The Messiah quickly realized this and retreated, no longer attacking at close range. His right arm transformed into an energy cannon, gathering a glow the same color as the lava within his arm before firing. Cyrus skillfully dodged, her 6 legs crawling along the ground at an astonishing speed. Cyrus rushed in front of the Messiah, lifting the front 4 legs of her abdomen and stabbing towards him. The Messiah's right arm transformed once more, becoming an expanding shield. The surface of the shield heaved as if it were a piece of lava that had not completely solidified. The shield did not receive the anticipated attack. It was too late for the Messiah to evade. Cyrus leaped behind him, plunging her forelimbs deep into his back. The armor reduced the surface area of Seleuc's feet, increasing the pressure. Her legs slipped behind the Messiah, the force intensifying until half of one leg was completely engulfed in the Messiah's flesh. The Messiah bent down, preparing to throw Seleuc away. Realizing this, Seleuc immediately tried to retreat, but one of her legs was caught in the Messiah's bones. To protect herself, Seleuc had no choice but to sever one of her legs. Otherwise, if she was thrown out by the Messiah and caught in the gaps, the match would become extremely difficult once it fell into his rhythm. The Messiah raised his left hand and pulled out the leg trapped in the flesh. Seleuc suddenly collapsed to the ground in pain. Her abdomen began to tremble, and embryos started to slide out of her abdominal cavity. A commotion erupted in the audience. Anjo heard the discussions from the front row. Seleuc actually used her embryos as bait. She wanted to win too badly. Dozens of embryos, covered in a layer of mucus, stood on the ground, and soon, the mucus was consumed by the embryos themselves, revealing more than a dozen young ones resembling Selous. Selous's mouth parts began to hum again, and the group of young received the signal. Their genetic combination was highly lethal, born for combat. Therefore, having just hatched, they already possessed the ability to kill. The Messiah was suddenly surrounded. A depression appeared in his chest, and Xia Su saw clearly this time, almost exactly as Jack had described, a pulsating energy core. It seemed something was writhing inside the core, and Xia Su instantly understood. The surface of the energy core wriggled, like the leather box containing the lament currency. The sealed cries of the gladiators struggling inside, wanting to break free from the container. Xia Su excitedly pulled Jack over. Do you remember when we said that shockwaves are like sound? Because it is sound. Watch. The energy core began to collapse and converge. As the Messiah bent down, in the moment he straightened up again, erupting cracks appeared on his body. The shockwave knocked Selous's young ones away, sending them plummeting into the lava, howling as they turned into blood and water. Jack understood Xia Su's thoughts. He looked at Xia Su with excited eyes and said, "He has never made any transactions with lament currency." Xia Su nodded. "That's right. The Eternal Punishment Messiah has stored all the lament currency into the energy core, transforming it into sound waves to use for attacks in the arena." Anjo also heard Xia Su and Jack's words. Good observation. Xia Su, have you fought against the Eternal Punishment Messiah? Xia Su replied, I was dragged into the arena the first time I went to Sagaros. Who won? Anjo asked. Xia Su shook his head. No one won. I didn't lose, and neither did he. He just left a word. Your soul does not belong to Sagaros, and walked away. Anjo pondered the meaning of this phrase. He might have his own principles, unwilling to let souls from other planets wander far from home. Xia Su said, maybe. The shockwave disappeared, replaced by Selous gripping the Messiah's neck. Just as Xia Su and the others were conversing, Selous used her young to lure the Messiah's attention, and taking this opportunity, quietly approached from behind. When the sound waves spread, Selous buried her entire body into the ground to avoid being affected. Then she raised the front four legs of her abdomen, inserting 2 into the Messiah's arms and 2 into his shoulders. Her hands firmly bound the Messiah's neck. The Messiah's right arm began to change rapidly, trying to break free from Selous's entrapment in different forms, but it was futile. Even though Selous's legs were cut and bleeding profusely, she did not let go. I've waited for this day for a long time, Eternal Punishment Messiah. I will never lose. Selous erupted with strength, pushing her legs into the Messiah's body and pulling his neck back with her arms. The audience fell silent, leaving only the loud sounds of flesh tearing. The inertia caused Selous to stumble back. She raised her hand and lifted the head of the Eternal Punishment Messiah. The Eternal Punishment Messiah still did not achieve 100 consecutive victories. All beings began to cheer for Selous, while also discussing among themselves. How pitiful. The Eternal Punishment Messiah has to start over again. The next Regret Carnival will be held soon. I bet the Eternal Punishment Messiah will kill Selous by tomorrow. Xia Su caught a hint from the audience's words. If the Eternal Punishment Messiah was killed in the arena, why do they speak as if he is still alive? Is there information recorded about this in the stone tablets of the corridor? As far as I know, there is none. The tablets only record that the Eternal Punishment Messiah died in battle and would return to the arena the next day. The gladiator who killed him would meet a terrible fate the following day. It seems that the secret of how the Eternal Punishment Messiah can die and come back to life is also a mystery to Sagaros. Anjo gazed at the divided body of the Eternal Punishment Messiah in the arena. Xia Su turned around and found that the Watcher had already left. I want to wait until tomorrow to see if the Eternal Punishment Messiah will resurrect. Anjo and Jack also prepare to stay. Don't get your hopes up. The Eternal Punishment Messiah has been killed 38 times, and each time he returns to the arena, and so far, no creature has noticed anything unusual. We probably won't either. Jack stood up first and walked down from the audience seats, with Xia Su and Anjo following closely behind. The gladiatorial match had just ended in the afternoon. The gravitational pull of the 3 stars slowly tugged at the planet's surface, with abyss singers often leaping out of the lava from the fissures. Their dark bodies revealed their internal organs clearly, resembling a galaxy made of chunks of flesh and blood. Xia Su, Jack, and Anjo had only one city-state left to visit, the Mother Nest, so they took advantage of the evening to head to the Mother Nest terminal party. Like Elysium, the Mother Nest was a completely enclosed city-state. Its body was a massive meteorite, inside which tunnels and nests were excavated, connecting in all directions. Chapter 20 Eternal Punishment, Eternal Existence. Death and Resurrection. Xia Su's first feeling upon entering the mother nest was the humidity. The air was a mix between gas and liquid, clinging to the skin. Xia Su guessed it was a necessary condition for hatching the young. The three of them walked deeper inside, still in the carnival phase. But the creatures passing by were few and far between. In the dim tunnel, only the fragmented footsteps of the three could be heard. Fortunately, the mother nest sent a creature to guide them. Otherwise, they would surely have gotten lost in the complex tunnels. Although it was called a guide, it felt more like a monitor. When the guard at the entrance recognized that Xia Su, Jack, and Ngio were from Elysium, he became visibly tense and immediately assigned a tough-looking character to lead them. The guide didn't let the three go anywhere, claiming it was all classified information related to the hatching base and technology. Just when the three were about to leave in disappointment, Xia Su suddenly vanished at a narrow intersection. Xia Su? Ngio called out. Jack walked toward the spot where Xia Su had disappeared, and Ngio intended to stop him. But the next moment, Jack also vanished. Ngio immediately became alert, his hand reaching for the sword hilt, and he stopped moving. There was not a sound in the tunnel. A strange airflow flowed down from above, and Ngio drew his sword, cutting through the sticky web that tried to ensnare him. Before he could act further, his ankle was entangled, and he was dragged into the darkness. Dense yellow dots lit up in the dark, blinking erratically. Ngio tried to reach for the sword at his waist, but in an instant, a sharp point pressed against his neck. He had no choice but to stop. He heard sounds beside him, and the light gradually brightened. Curved light strips emitted a venomous green glow, illuminating a sphere, followed by two arms and a head. "If you make a sound, I'll kill you." A buzzing voice rang in Ngio's ear. The sharp point digging into his neck pressed harder against his skin, and Ngio could only remain silent. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Jack and Xia Su, who were also trapped in a gray-brown solid, with only their heads exposed. Jack had initially thought of activating his Ember state to withstand damage and break free, but realizing that Xia Su might not survive a fatal injury, he abandoned that idea. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, and following the light strip, he recognized the creature before him. It was Sellers, who was to duel with the Eternal Punishment Messiah today. Sellers was now examining the three creatures she had kidnapped. She felt a bit puzzled, even starting to doubt her highly trained and genetically selected brain. She quickly confirmed that these three were not creatures from Sagalos. "I don't care where you come from or what species you are. What you need to do is help me escape from the mother nest, or you'll be dead. Do you understand?" Seeing that the three remained silent, Sellers moved closer to Xia Su. All three were trapped in a solid substance, their limbs restrained, with only their heads and necks able to move. Sellers used her forelegs to detach Xia Su from the wall and secreted a liquid from her mouth parts to stick her to her back. "If you two don't help me, or if you have any thoughts of escaping or calling for help, I'll take her life." Sellers prodded the sharp point into Xia Su's neck. Xia Su attempted to move her limbs, but found herself tightly squeezed in the oval-shaped solid. Forcing her way out could likely lead to her bones shattering first. "Understand?" "Nod." Jack and Ngio could only nod. Sellers extended two legs and smashed the solid, imprisoning the two. Jack and Ngio silently moved their joints, checking for injuries. After confirming that they were unharmed, they stood still, not making a sound. "Come on, move." Sellers wanted to yell, but didn't dare to raise her voice too much. Ngio pointed to his mouth. "Speak." Sellers allowed Ngio to open his mouth. "Why do you want to escape from the mother nest?" Ngio asked. He was instantly pressed by a sharp point against his neck, and Sellers' face became increasingly ferocious. "I don't want to hear nonsense. If you don't want to die, take me away." Though Ngio was the one being threatened, he could see that Sellers was the one truly panicking. Her abdomen was moving up and down impatiently, her tone fierce but lacking composure. Seeing the expressionless human before her, who seemed indifferent to her threats, Sellers became enraged. The sharp point in her leg pierced Xia Su's neck, controlling her just enough to prevent her from dying. Jack and Ngio looked at Xia Su, who blinked lightly. The two were relieved. Jack and Ngio didn't have complete confidence in instantly killing Sellers. As long as Sellers was alive, she could kill Xia Su, so they had no choice but to temporarily obey her commands. Ngio remained very calm. "You can see we are not creatures from Sagalos. We are unfamiliar with the terrain." Ngio watched Sellers turn her head. They were currently in a narrow crevice, and Ngio couldn't see the depths of the gap. Sellers' tone became more urgent. "I don't care. You must take me out." The wound on Xia Su's neck was getting deeper, and she struggled to control her breathing to avoid tearing the wound further. Ngio and Jack exchanged glances. Jack's eyes slowly faded into the darkness and then slowly reappeared. And Gio understood that there was no better plan at the moment. Celes pushed in Gio and Jack out of the crevice, carrying Xia Su on her back. And Gio remembered the path they took and, with Celes's guidance, they successfully traversed half the distance. Jack was constantly attentive to the sounds in the tunnel, occasionally looking back to check on Xia Su's condition. Halfway through, he increasingly felt that besides Gio, himself, and Celes's footsteps, there seemed to be others. Jack couldn't be 100 sure. Celes's footsteps were too dense. As they passed a longer tunnel, Jack couldn't help but pay more attention to what was behind them. He saw hundreds of bright yellow eyes. Jack turned back. He understood that he couldn't alarm the enemy at this moment. He speculated that the creatures following them were most likely allies of Celes. If not, they would have attacked long ago and wouldn't just be lurking behind. Secondly, as a resident of the Mother Nest, Celes was definitely very sensitive to the echoes in the tunnel. She couldn't have missed the footsteps behind them. Jack and Gio successfully led Celes out of the Mother Nest. Once outside, Celes cautiously surveyed the surroundings, confirming there was no danger, and her mouthparts began to buzz. A few seconds later, dozens of small creatures surged out from the tunnel, varying in shape and not resembling Celes. They seemed to fear the magma. Halting in front of the chain connecting the corridors, Celes emitted a series of gentle buzzes, urging them to hurry to her side. However, they huddled together, too scared to approach. Celes had no choice but to return, unloading Xia Su from her back, bending down as the young climbed up her back by stepping on each other. And Gio stepped forward, drew his sword, and struck down. The solid was split cleanly in half, allowing Xia Su to finally move her limbs. Celes watched this scene, wanting to rise to stop it, but ultimately stayed still, waiting for all the young to climb on her back, like a small mountain pressing against her abdomen. Celes wobbled as she walked up the chain, the blinding magma seeming ready to swallow them. After a few steps, one of the young fell off her back, plunging into the magma. Its wail abruptly stopped in midair. Celes turned her head and buzzed at Xia Su and the others. "If you don't want to die, come help me." Celes glared at the three ordinary-looking humans not far away, threateningly. Jack was ready to step forward to block an attack, tearing off Celes's legs, but saw Xia Su stepping forward, lifting a young creature from her back. "Now you're getting it. If you weak creatures want to survive, carry these young ones across." Celes let out a sigh of relief. She wasn't entirely sure that Xia Su and the others would help her. She could see in Gio's formidable strength, as he had easily split the Mother Nest's tough as solid. But Celes had to take a gamble. Fortunately, the other two didn't seem to have much strength. Jack and Gio fell silent. The two stepped forward, and Gio lifted a young creature from Celes's back with one hand, while Jack scooped up 5 or 6. Cyrus had no time to pay attention to Xia Su, Jack, and Gio. After the weight on her lightened, she could walk steadily on the chains and began to hurry toward the corridor at the fastest speed. Xia Su and the others could barely keep up with her pace. After all, Cyrus had 6 legs while they only had 2. The 4 of them arrived at the corridor, carrying a bundle of cubs. The corridor was the only cold city-state. Xia Su gazed ahead, and apart from the endless ice ocean, there were only a few lonely little islands. Cyrus did not stop, braving the strong winds towards the depths of the corridor. Xia Su couldn't help but ask, "Where do you want to take these cubs?" The corridor didn't seem like a place to seek help or suitable for survival. Cyrus turned back and looked at Xia Su. Her eyes blinked rapidly. Her whole body trembled with anger, and a roar erupted from her mouth. "Why can't you just die?" Xia Su thought that Cyrus was about to launch an attack and immediately extended her blade-like arm. However, she soon realized that Cyrus was staring behind her, and that the words were not meant for her. Xia Su turned around to see the Eternal Punishment Messiah walking towards Cyrus across the wasteland. Ice shards were swept into the airflow, fiercely whipping across her face. Xia Su assumed a defensive stance, cautiously watching the Eternal Punishment Messiah. Jack and Gio were also ready for battle. Yet, the Eternal Punishment Messiah seemed oblivious to them, heading straight for Cyrus. Blood trickled from the surface of Cyrus's eyes, her body tense as 6 legs dug into the frozen, hardened ground. It was as if she were talking to herself. "It's okay. I wasn't planning on leaving alive anyway." Suddenly, she let out a tremendous hum that shattered the airflow. "Take my life, but you must not touch them otherwise." "Otherwise what?" The Messiah easily pierced through Cyrus's helplessness. Cyrus cursed wildly. "You should just die. Haven't you been an executioner for thousands of years already? I have never wished for a way to leave alive. Whether it's you or the Mother Nest, there will always be someone who comes knocking. But it's okay. I will drag you down with me to die. The Messiah took a step forward, the steel bones within making a cracking sound. Whether it was Xia Su's illusion or not, the Messiah seemed to become even stiffer, with dark black marks extending from the face to the arms. Cyrus instinctively took a step back, but as the Messiah approached closer, she didn't retreat even half a step. Since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Eternal punishment, Messiah. I don't believe you can resurrect twice in a row. The Messiah gradually grew impatient. Stop dreaming about buying time for those cubs. Just go die already. He had long noticed the cubs quietly crawling down from Cyrus's back, moving deeper into the corridor bit by bit. Seeing the plan exposed, Cyrus immediately lunged at the Messiah. In an instant, the Messiah's right arm transformed into a steel blade. Piercing Cyrus's abdomen, the Messiah lifted his right arm, and Cyrus was cut in half from bottom to top. The smell of blood froze in the air, with only a trace of warmth from the entrails brushing against Xia Su's face. The Messiah turned to look at Xia Su, his killing intent spilling from his bones. Jack moved beside Xia Su, and Anjio's hand had already gripped the hilt of his sword. The Messiah turned his head and slowly walked deeper into the corridor. His voice resonated with the stone tablets in the corridor, filled with suppressed memories. Don't think about saving them. They're defective products, just like Cyrus, and should be cleansed by the mother nest. Take care of yourself first, Xia Su. You should have been the one to die. Xia Su, Jack. And Anjio saw the resurrected eternal punishment Messiah and decided there was no longer a need to stay in Sagaros, so they left early the next morning. Xia Su's mind kept recalling the words of the eternal Messiah from last night. That sentence contained too many points of confusion she couldn't understand. Setting aside Cyrus and the mother nest, Xia Su didn't understand why the Messiah's target was herself, yet he seemed to settle for killing those cubs. Why, during their duel, did he say her soul shouldn't belong to Sagaros, yet then turn around and try to kill her? Xia Su shared her doubts with Jack and Anjio. Jack silently stood beside Xia Su, listening to Anjio speak. Every planet, every species has its own way of operating. Perhaps these doubts are merely necessities for the functioning of life, which we cannot comprehend. I think we should refrain from stepping into Sagaros for now. At least you shouldn't, Xia Su. Xia Su spent a blood-red, sweltering summer in the arena. This peace was shattered one night as autumn approached. The night was no longer hot. Xia Su walked into Honeycomb Street, with a smell of meat mixed with chemicals hit her face. The air here seemed to be sealed within Honeycomb Street, thicker than outside. Xia Su first turned down a graffiti-covered street, then left into a damp alley, turned right past an octagonal cage, passed by a row of shops emitting food aromas, and finally turned right to see the building where Jack lived. Honeycomb Street was named because the residential buildings in the block were constructed based on the structure of a beehive. Orderly, space-saving, and most importantly, cost-effective for the builders. Xia Su didn't understand why Jack was so obsessed with living in a run-down, narrow neighborhood, but he himself didn't care. He often participated in small fighting competitions, coming back battered and bruised. Xia Su once asked him this question: why do you participate in fights in the octagonal cage? The rules of fighting competitions and gladiatorial contests are completely different. Fighting is limited to the body itself, with no use of any modified body parts or weapons. Jack responded like this: habit. If I don't get hurt or exhausted every day, I can't feel the sunlight at dawn. Xia Su climbed up the stairs in one breath and found Jack's house. A person was standing by the wall, looking at Xia Su, and Gio was already waiting for her at the door. Xia Su greeted Gio, and before she could knock, Jack opened the door. I heard you talking, Jack said. He pushed the door open, turned around, and returned to the room, leaving his back to Xia Su. The three agreed to watch the motor vehicle competition together that night, so they sat on Jack's sofa, waiting for the match to begin. Halfway through the competition, Jack left. After a while, he returned to the screen with 3 plates. Xia Su took a plate. Thank you. Jack said, I just made it casually, don't mind. Xia Su knew that Gio had specific requirements for food, so she felt a bit nervous and stole a glance at him as he took his first bite. Gio was quiet but quickly finished the remaining food, unable to help but praise Jack. The food you made surpasses 99% of what I've eaten. Thank you, it's quite a surprise. His tone was very serious. You flatter me. Jack quickly finished his portion as well. Xia Su set her plate aside and complimented, Don't be modest, Jack. I've always thought you had cooking skills. Xia Su noticed Jack's gaze lingering on the remaining piece of meat on the plate and quickly said, I really can't eat anymore. There's no denying your culinary skills. 5 times the protein in the meat helps with muscle composition and enhances physical function. I remember you have a gladiatorial contest next week. I suggest you eat it all. Xia Su sat up straight. 5 times? What are you eating every day? Jack answered Xia Su quite normally. To take care of you, I didn't use those body-enhancing potions. Xia Su glanced at Njio, who shrugged to indicate he had no objections. The motor vehicle race was nearing its end, and Xia Su blinked his sore eyes, looking out the window. The opposite room was still lit, and the music from downstairs seeped in through the open window, bathing the night along with the gentle breeze. A shadow fell from the window. Xia Su thought he might have seen it wrong, and turned to look at Njio and Jack. The two clearly also noticed the shadow outside, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Njio immediately walked to the window and looked down. A broken body lay on the street, blood oozing from its back. Chapter 21. Hatred. Xia Su and Jack also approached the window, looking down at the corpse on the street below with serious expressions. The body was smashed beyond recognition, Jack said. Njio looked up, wanting to see more, but due to the limited angle of the window, could only see the residents on the floor above. The entire street began to stir. The sound of the body hitting the ground, drawing all the residents to their windows, watching the corpse that had turned into a mess of flesh. Naturally, this was a job for the criminal police. Xia Su, Jack, and Njio, having seen the dead before, were not panicked, only feeling a sense of regret. Xia Su thought that the whole street was destined to be sleepless that night. Just as Jack returned to the sofa and Xia Su and Njio stepped back from the window, another shadow fell from the building. A dull thud followed. When Xia Su returned to the window, 5 more bodies had appeared on the street. The sound of police sirens blared throughout the night. Xia Su tiredly watched the news report, the announcers speaking words of regret and solemnity, reporting that there were various suicides across the United Nations last night. And at that moment, the number was still rising, with the joint police force investigating the cause. Since Xia Su returned from Jack's house, she had been feeling uneasy. She closed her sore eyes and took out a small blue square from her pocket. When the small square powered on, it projected an image, and Xia Su reluctantly opened her eyes to dial Jack's number. Hello? A noisy sound came from the device. Where are you right now? Xia Su asked. There was a long pause without a response. Jack? Xia Su called out again. Wait a moment. Jack's voice came, mixed with heavy breathing. Xia Su couldn't help but raise her voice a bit. Are you in a fight right now? At this time? The noise on the other end had gone silent. Xia Su could only wait for Jack to finish. In less than 3 minutes, deafening cheers and the sound of the referee's judgment came from the device. It seemed the winner of the day was fighting aggressively, frequently landing powerful blows, not even caring about a torn abdomen. That's Jack. Xia Su didn't hear the latter part clearly. Jack picked up the call. Speak, he said, and Xia Su could clearly hear his breathing. The octagonal cage was dusty, sticky sweat dripping down his muscles, and the air felt heavy. It was still noisy on Jack's side, and Xia Su asked, Can you hear me? The noise on the other end gradually decreased. Yes, Jack replied briefly. Xia Su said, It seems my worries were unnecessary. You're not affected at all. Jack set the device aside and turned on the faucet, using a towel soaked in ice water to wipe his wounds. Don't worry about me in the future. Xia Su. Xia Su ignored his words and said, As long as you're okay, I'm hanging up. Jack hung up the phone with his bloodied hand. Less than 2 days later, society fell into chaos. 1/10 of the human population committed suicide, and no one could investigate the cause of death. Even if someone was saved, they would still desperately seek death, as if implanted with an irresistible command. Although Xia Su was not directly affected, a disaster struck at the gladiatorial arena she frequently visited. A gladiator killed his opponent during a match, disregarding the host's attempts to stop him, and jumped into the audience, slaughtering nearly a quarter of the spectators. On the screen, the gladiator suddenly stopped, inserting a piece of the fence into his own throat and committing suicide. Xia Su no longer went out. The last thing she did before leaving was to personally advise Jack not to go out. Do you really have to participate in the fight at this time? I assure you, taking a few days off won't kill you. Xia Su was very anxious. Jack remained silent, disagreeing with her viewpoint. Xia Su, in her frustration, wanted to punch Jack, and she did just that. Jack took a solid punch from Xia Su. Xia Su was stunned. Her action seemed to move faster than her brain. Just as she was about to apologize, she heard Jack say, I understand. Jack saw her off and really didn't go to the fight. Xia Su trusted in Gio's rationality and did not specifically visit him. Within just a few days, the human population suddenly decreased. Suicidal behavior spread like a virus throughout the United Nations, with blood spilling everywhere every minute. Xia Su continued to stay in touch with Jack and Njio, confirming their statuses every day. After hanging up, Xia Su turned off the projection. She sat in her chair, gazing out at the garden through the window. The afternoon was calm, too calm. Xia Su sat there motionless, the air no longer flowing. She watched as her arm cracked open, a silver blade springing out from within. Xia Su stared at the arm blade, no longer thinking or perceiving. She only had one calm, clear thought: to cut her throat. There was no anger, no sadness. Her heart beat normally. It was these signs that indicated Xia Su was not under the influence of emotions. She simply wanted to cut her throat. She slowly raised the arm blade, inching it closer to her throat, until Xia Su breathed, her throat swelling with each heartbeat, her skin naturally pressing against the cold blade. With a forceful motion, the arm blade grazed her neck. A blinding light shattered Xia Su's numb eyes. High temperatures scorched her skin. Her mouth was violently pried open, liquid pouring down her throat. When Xia Su came to her senses, she was on the ground, coughing incessantly, nearly vomiting her stomach acid. The arm blade had turned into a puddle of liquid, burning a hole in the floor. Her chin, cheeks, and arms throbbed painfully. Xia Su raised her hand and found that her arm was burnt badly. The charred red flesh was exposed. Her face must have been the same. Xia Su leaned against the chair, barely managing to stand up from the ground. At this moment, she was filled with incredible astonishment. A fiery red humanoid being stood before her, the figure of Qi Yun that had been sent to the 4 stars by humans some time ago. Or even now. His voice was clear and powerful. Xia Su wanted to speak, but she was still recovering from the sudden influx of liquid and began to cough again. The Qi Yun figure had no facial features, but his impatience was evident. He fidgeted restlessly. Xia Su calmed her breathing and asked, "How did you find me? What did you make me drink? An antidote? Also, why do you speak human language?" "Human language isn't as hard to learn as you think. And you talk too much," he said with a hint of pride. Xia Su didn't care how he found her or why he spoke human language. But she needed to know what had just happened. Why had you tried to commit suicide? And how had you been saved? Xia Su settled down. "Thank you for saving me. The Earth is in a precarious situation. Humans are inexplicably starting to commit suicide. If you could tell me how you treated me, I would be very grateful." The Qi Yun figure stepped forward, closing in on Xia Su. The heat powerful enough to melt metal hit Xia Su's face. Xia Su thought she probably looked quite hideous. Half her face burned off, her flesh pitted. "I helped you because I hate being in debt, especially when it comes to favors. You helped me, and I helped you. We're even." Xia Su was frantic. "Are you going to let all of humanity slowly perish?" The Qi Yun figure was indifferent. "Humans are humans. I am I. Why should I save another unrelated race?" Xia Su took a deep breath. "A civilization is being slaughtered before your eyes. You clearly have the ability to help, yet you let us die tragically. Think about it. If your race were being slaughtered and there was someone who could clearly prevent it but scorned helping you, how painful would you feel?" After Xia Su finished this sentence, both of them fell silent. Qi Yun began to swell uncontrollably, like a heart-accelerated breath. His humanoid outline gradually twisted. "If you see the murderer of humanity, what will you do?" "I want him to pay with blood for blood." A sinister laughter burst out from Qi Yun in segments. "At least our temperaments are somewhat similar. This revenge will be just an appetizer." The Qi Yun figure burst out of the door. "I'll take you to find them." He didn't give Xia Su a chance to speak. Boarded the spaceship he had flown over and immediately headed towards Xingmian Star. Xia Su looked at the figure of Fei Yun leaning against the cabin and decided not to let the time on the way slip away. "Do you have a name?" Xia Su broke the silence. "I need to know how to address you." Fei Yun turned his head towards Xia Su. The cabin was warmed by his heat. "Suluo." Xia Su, have you thought about how to slaughter them?" Xia Su said, "The plan is simple. Take the antidote, and those who block me will be killed without mercy." Su Luo's laughter was hoarse, like it was squeezed out of a boiling iron pipe. "Very good. In the center of Xingmian Star, there's a pool of golden liquid, which is the antidote." Xia Su's worries about humanity, Jack, and Njio grew more urgent, transforming into anger during the long wait. Xia Su and Su Luo approached Xingmian Star. The surface of Xingmian Star appeared to be a ball made of fat. The flesh-colored mist mixed with yellow spiraled around the planet as the spaceship passed through the sticky atmosphere. The spaceship began to descend, with no buildings on the surface, revealing a completely natural environment. Giant fungal trees rose thousands of meters high, and the flat terrain was covered with a kind of flesh-colored moss. In the center of Xingmian Star, there was a pool the size of a meteorite, filled with nearly flowing gold liquid. Xia Su focused and noticed that there were charred marks all around the pool, indicating Su Luo's previous footprints. Before the spaceship landed, Su Luo opened the cabin door. The airflow rushed into the cabin, stirring the Fei Yun that composed Su Luo's body. Fei Yun bloomed, breaking through the human shape outline. He turned his head. "I bet you don't have the guts to jump." Su Luo stepped out of the cabin door, falling through the air, crashing towards the ground. Xia Su braved the airflow to the cabin door, looking down at Su Luo's fiery red figure battling near the golden pool. Xia Su stopped overthinking and leaped down. A sharp pain shot through her back, and the sound of tearing grazed her ears. Xia Su spread her tentacles in midair. The tentacles steadily pierced into the ground as Xia Su observed her surroundings, clearly seeing the killers of humanity. The faceless. They had no facial features. Only a cream-colored flesh ball as a head. 2 golden claws stood atop their skulls. Their lower bodies were connected to a smooth tail with suckers for movement. Their plump bodies were connected to 2 bony arms like dry branches, ending in 3 long, deep brown fingers. The belly had a ring of folds, giving it a charitable appearance. In the center, there were 2 extremely large, full, and moist lips that undulated up and down, making the face open and close as if speaking. Xia Su took a step forward, and the faceless in front of her was suddenly torn apart. The massive body shattered into chunks of meat, scattering everywhere as Su Luo moved towards the next target. Su Luo's form could only be described as brutal. Xia Su felt anger and guilt, and her curiosity about Su Luo's identity grew stronger. The tentacles began to extend. For the first time, Xia Su tried to stretch all her tentacles outside her body. The tentacles swayed in the air, shooting towards the surrounding faceless. The sound of heads hitting the ground rang out one after another. The tentacles obediently returned to Xia Su's side. Her originally silver body was covered in the blood of the faceless, turning golden. Xia Su discovered that the liquid inside the faceless was the same as that in the pool, swirling with golden patterns. The chaotic patterns gathered into clumps, resembling worms entangled after rain. The more Xia Su looked, the more nauseous she felt. Neither Xia Su nor Su Luo noticed that the liquid in the pool slowly overflowed. Reaching towards them, Xia Su attacked another faceless but tripped over her own foot. She fell face first, but fortunately reacted in time to brace herself with her hands. At that moment, she realized that the golden liquid had overflowed to her feet without her noticing. Her flesh was stuck in the liquid, and Xia Su exerted all her strength to lift her foot. She succeeded, but the skin on the bottom of her foot remained in the liquid. Xia Su stared at the skin that had been pulled off. Blood seeped into the liquid, being devoured by the golden patterns. She shouted to Su Luo, "Be careful of the golden liquid." Su Luo was immersed in the battle and couldn't hear Xia Su's warning. Fortunately, he was inadvertently changing positions continuously, keeping the liquid from touching him for the time being. Xia Su stopped moving. She continued to exert strength with her hands, keeping her abdomen away from the liquid on the ground. She recalled her tentacles, surrounding herself, and using her back to successfully pull herself up. The skin on her palms and soles was torn off. The faceless had no counterattack ability and were reduced to meat paste under Xia Su and Su Luo's hands. Soon, the faceless near the golden pool were cleared out, and Xia Su suddenly remembered that she had not prepared a container for the antidote. She looked around and focused on the trunks of the giant plants surrounding the golden pool. Xia Su walked to a plant, stroking its skin. "Have you lost your mind?" Su Luo looked at Xia Su, who was reluctant to part with the plant, puzzled. Xia Su ignored him, using her tentacles to cut open the trunk, causing thick white sap to flow out, revealing bundles of nerves. Xia Su curiously picked up a nerve and observed it in her palm. Su Luo started to become impatient, urging her, "Aren't you supposed to get the antidote?" Seeing Xia Su still holding the nerve from the plant, he stepped forward and snatched it away. The pulsating nerve turned to ashes in his hand. "I don't have a container for the antidote," Xia Su said. She watched as Su Luo dashed into the dense plant group, and when he returned, he was holding a soft substance filled with tiny holes. Su Luo soaked the soft material in the golden pool, and the liquid was quickly absorbed, causing the soft material to expand into a large round ball. "It seems you know Xia Su very well." Su Luo didn't respond, only said, "Your race is for you to save." He tossed the liquid-soaked round ball to Xia Su, who caught it but remained standing in place. Su Luo turned back, confused as to why Xia Su didn't move. She said, "I want to figure out why the faceless want humanity to be exterminated. Humanity and Xia Su have no intersection at all." Su Luo scoffed. "If you want to find out, go yourself. I've already done my part." Xia Su thought for a moment and decided that transporting the antidote back to Earth was the most urgent matter. The rest could wait. She stopped speaking and followed Su Luo back to the spaceship, returning to Earth. Xia Su carried the soft material down from the spaceship, and the cabin door behind her closed. The spaceship didn't stop for a moment and immediately took off, disappearing into the sky. Xia Su thought, Su Luo seems unwilling to have any connection with humanity. After all, he saved humanity from the edge of extinction. Xia Su sighed. She currently knew too little about Su Luo and had no clue about this irritable, easily angered being. Xia Su delivered the antidote to the United Nations. Under an orderly deployment, the United Nations quickly distributed the antidote to various parts of the world, resolving this crisis for humanity. Later, Xia Su told Jack and Enjio about her experiences with Su Luo and Zamian Star. Jack and Enjio unanimously agreed that humanity should investigate Zamian Star and take preventive measures. Xia Su mentioned this to the United Nations while delivering the antidote, and they stated they would immediately send a team to investigate. Because currently, apart from Xia Su, no other human had seen the Faceless, let alone set foot on Zamian Star. The United Nations extended an invitation to Xia Su, requesting her to accompany the team to Zamian Star. Upon hearing this, Jack remained silent, but his eyes and body language firmly told Xia Su that he had already decided to go with her. Xia Su didn't try to persuade him. On the morning they were to depart for Zamian Star, Xia Su opened the door and found Enjio waiting at the entrance. Good morning. Good morning, Enjio. Forgive my unexpected arrival, but letting me accompany you is the wisest choice. The ability of Zamian Star to easily manipulate the extinction of a race shows their power and cold-bloodedness. You will need my help. His tone sounded devoid of emotion, merely analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. Xia Su didn't refuse, and after notifying the United Nations, the three of them, along with the investigation team, headed to Zamian Star. The best candidate in Xia Su's heart was actually Su Luo. Unfortunately, his stance was very firm. He wouldn't get involved in human affairs again, and their debts were settled. Clearly, Su Luo understood Zamian Star. Xia Su speculated that there was a high probability that his race had intersected with the masks. The spaceship was entangled in the sticky gas of the atmosphere. Its speed hindered, and it could only descend slowly bit by bit. Following his memories, Xia Su set the landing point at the center of the Zamian Star, close to the Golden Pool. As the spaceship gradually approached the destination, Xia Su discovered through the glass that the liquid in the pool had been refilled, returning to a state of almost overflowing. The spaceship broke through the canopy of the giant fungal trees and landed on the ground. The fibers of the tree trunk were clearly visible, with soft, fluffy branches drooping down at the tips, resembling a willow tree covered in creamy fluff. The air on Zamian Star was not colorless and odorless. Instead, it was mixed with the fresh scent of plants and the body odor of living beings, which made it smell incredibly pure to Xia Su. The team arrived at the side of the pool filled with golden liquid. Chapter 22, Mirror Water. The golden liquid in the pool is the antidote, Xia Su explained. Humanity has never had any interaction with the Zamian Star, and therefore there is no information about the mask. Before leaving, the investigator sought information from Yuji Star, Skull Star, and Green Star, but all three planets claimed ignorance of Zamian Star's existence. Xia Su also inquired about it with Mielang. As a sage who has lived for 1,000 years, Mielang indeed knew some information about Zamian Star. There were gladiators in the old arena who had escaped the purification of Zamian Star. Upon hearing the words escape and purification, Xia Su understood the seriousness of the situation. According to her, her race began to commit suicide for no reason one day, and within half a month, they were extinct. At that time, she was participating in gladiatorial games on the Psi Star, so she survived. The old man conducted a brief investigation and found that the existence of Zamian Star is like the immune system of the universe. When life forgets that it is part of a planet and instead becomes a parasite, Zamian Star will initiate a purification program. Xia Su couldn't help but feel angry, so they aimed to achieve their goals by unilaterally deciding to wipe out an entire civilization and race. To be fair, the old man felt that humanity had indeed brought considerable harm to Earth, but extermination is not necessary. Mielang calmly stated this. Xia Su did not deny Mielang's words, but as a human, she could not help but hate the mask. The old man has told you everything he knows. Remember to come back to the Psi Star for gladiatorial games after you handle this matter. Are you so sure that humanity can safely survive the onslaught of Zamian Star? My most capable gladiator has high hopes for you. Xia Su did not understand what he was talking about. Who? Mielang ignored Xia Su's question. Although the old man is advanced in age, his eyes and ears are still functional. Xia Su gradually became confused about the conversation. Later, after thinking carefully, she realized that Mielang was referring to Su Luo. Su Luo is not the type to chat or report to others, which only indicates that Mielang has ears on the other side of the wall. She suddenly remembered Su Luo's spaceship. A similar model she had seen at Mielang's landing pad. Before heading to Zhengmian Star, Xia Su shared Mielang's information with Jack and Njio. Immune system, purification program. Combining it with my experience, it could be a brainwashing theory. In the country I lived in before, people often used brainwashing and faith to achieve dominance. What country are you from? Xia Su became curious when she heard Njio say this. Njio looked at Xia Su. It doesn't matter. On Zhengmian Star, the team prepared to extract the golden pool liquid and specimens from the fungal trees for the researchers to dissect. Xia Su led Jack and Njio to the fungal tree, cut open the trunk, and showed them the nerves hidden in the center. Suddenly, Jack stepped forward with obvious aggressive intent. Xia Su looked up and found that the mask had surrounded the humans. Njio cautiously stepped back, always facing the mask. They retreated to the remaining team members, and Xia Su whispered, "As far as I know, the mask is not aggressive, but we still need to stay vigilant." One of the team members attempted to communicate with the mask. "We are humans from Earth. Not long ago, you threw some substance or signal at Earth, causing humans to develop severe suicidal tendencies. We did not come here to seek vengeance, but to discuss this matter with you." The mask standing at the front of the group was slightly larger than the others, its fat, wrinkled abdomen opening and closing. "We have no grievances with Earth, nor with humanity. The universe has decided to erase humanity's existence because you have forgotten your essence and harmed the Earth itself." The team member continued to try to communicate. Humans also do not wish to see the Earth harmed. However, in the development of a civilization or a race, some harm is unavoidable. Humanity is now doing its best to compensate for the damage caused. As long as you do not seek to exterminate us, Earth will soon return to balance. The leading mask showed no signs of wavering. Humanity cannot see its own essence, so how can it talk about compensation? This has nothing to do with grievances, emotions, or strength. The universe has had enough of humanity's demands and has therefore decided to lead humanity to extinction. The team member refused to give up and wanted to persuade the mask further. He took a step forward, walked to a fungal tree, and suddenly slammed his head against the trunk. His forehead instantly caved in, and as he continued to slam into the trunk, blood seeped from his scalp and face. The remaining team members were shocked into silence, and after a few seconds, they reacted and tried to stop him. Before the team could get close, the member's body slumped to the ground, his skull crushed by his own force. Following this, the team members lined up one by one and began to slam into the fungal trunk. The only sound left in the air was the dull noise of skulls colliding with the trunk. Just as Xia Su regained her senses, she noticed that Jack had already taken several steps away from her and was heading straight for the fungal tree. Xia Su extended her tendrils to bind Jack, but he attempted to dig into his throat with his fingers. Panic gripped Xia Su's heart. She controlled the force of her binding on Jack, afraid he would break free to commit suicide, yet worried that the tendrils would crush his bones. Xia Su turned to look at Njio, wanting to seek his help, but upon seeing his bewildered expression, she became even more anxious. A beam of golden light caught Xia Su's peripheral vision. She turned her head, remembering that she was standing next to the antidote. The pool containing the golden liquid was right at her feet. She recalled how the liquid had peeled the skin from her hands and feet. Xia Su held her breath, using her tendrils to secure Jack and Njio, and leaned back. She had no other choice. The three of them gradually became submerged in the golden liquid. Xia Su was slowly enveloped completely by the liquid. The imagined pain did not come. Instead, there was tranquility. Her life seemed to return to the most primitive, most fragile embryo, curled up. A name was implanted in Xia Su's mind: Mirror Water. Mirror Water condenses the pain of the planet and appears as a substantial liquid. It is the immune system itself. Mirror Water weaves bodies from the branches at the top of the fungal tree on Zhengmian Star, which are the masks. Then it pours the mirror water into these bodies, allowing them to carry the same thoughts as mirror water. It liberates the planet's pain. Mirror Water does not dislike life. On the contrary, it holds reverence for life. Its concept aligns with the universe's belief that planets and the lives they nurture are one. The planet is life itself, and is also the body that bears the branches of life. This is also the reason why various plants and creatures on Zhengmian Star coexist harmoniously. What it despises is when beings forget their essence and separate themselves from the planet. The pain began to erode Xia Su's mind. The originally serene golden liquid suddenly became ferocious, like countless hands digging in her skin, peeling away layers of Xia Su's flesh. The intense pain made Xia Su want to escape. She moved her limbs, trying to float up from the mirror water. Xia Su exerted all her strength, but only saw her arms move less than a centimeter. The mirror water became increasingly viscous, now resembling a solid more than a liquid. The unmistakable heartbeat in her chest disturbed Xia Su's thoughts. She looked around and found Jack and Enjio also frozen in the mirror water. Every time Jack moved his limbs with force, his skin would peel off. The mirror water acted like a sharp blade, slowly cutting through flesh and skin. Jack looked at the exposed meat on his arm and the skin floating nearby without any hesitation and yanked hard again. Although his arms moved slightly and lifted his body up, the price was that there was not a single piece of skin left on his arms, only pockmarked muscle. And Gio was also trying to move. He only needed to move his hand slightly to reach the sword at his waist. And Gio tried to ignore the pain in his palm, grasped the hilt, and pulled upwards, drawing the sword halfway out. He closed his eyes and continued to pull up, finally pulling the entire sword out at the cost of sacrificing the skin on his arms. And Gio was confident in his sword. He swung down, and indeed, the mirror water cracked. Although it was only for a brief second, as long as he grasped the rhythm, and Gio might be able to swim to the surface. Meanwhile, the tendrils slowly tore through Xia Su's back, piercing the mirror water, and swam towards the surface. The tendrils successfully broke through the mirror water and plunged into the ground beside it. Xia Su used 2 tentacles to wrap around Jack and Enjio, leveraging the support of the tentacles stuck in the ground to pull the 3 of them out of the mirror water with all her strength. The mirror water before Xia Su became thinner, and the sky grew clearer. The pain of her torn skin was diminished in her mind, and her head broke through the mirror water first. At this moment, Xia Su's face was just red muscle, the flesh exposed to the air and stinging from the exposure. The team members were all dead. All the masked figures surrounded the mirror water, standing in a meticulously arranged formation, creating a perfectly symmetrical circle, quietly arching their hands and swaying their bodies slowly up and down. The masked figures were waiting for the mirror water to completely dissolve Xia Su, Jack, and Enjio. Xia Su channeled all her strength to her back, lifting the 3 of them upwards. Her upper body had already broken through the mirror water, and she wanted to throw Jack and Enjio to the shore first. Xia Su stopped moving, controlling the tentacles to lift Jack and Enjio. Most of their bodies had already emerged from the mirror water. Just as success was within reach, Xia Su suddenly felt something tugging at her clothes. Looking down, a golden hand timidly grasped the corner of her clothing. Xia Su ignored it and continued to lift Jack and Enjio. Suddenly, her body sank down. A thick arm slowly broke through the mirror water. The hand gently grasped Xia Su's palm, but exerted great strength. Xia Su began to sink, tilting her head back, trying to keep her head above the mirror water while continuing to lift Jack and Enjio. 2 more hands grabbed her arms. Her breathing became erratic, and her heart thudded heavily in her chest. The warm fingers of the mirror water traced her skin, and every cell in Xia Su's body screamed. Hands climbed onto Jack's body as he pried open the tentacles wrapped around his waist. Jack tried to tear away the arms of the mirror water, pressing his palm against one hand and pulling outward. He could clearly feel the tearing of flesh, but Jack did not stop, reaching for the mirror water again and again until the flesh in his palms was worn down to the bone. And Jiu faced a similar situation. Hands like flowing gold gripped his wrists. The mirror water realized that Enjio's sword could briefly cut through it, so it gripped his hand tightly, preventing him from moving the sword. 10 fingers tightened around Xia Su's neck, squeezing inward. The golden mirror water was stained with red. Xia Su's head sank lower and was dragged back into the mirror water. The feeling of suffocation intensified. Several arms pulled at Enjio's limbs and waist, his head barely floating above the mirror water. One hand intertwined its fingers with Enjio's, and he tried to rotate his wrist to reach for the sword, but the flesh in his palm was torn away. Enjio turned his head with great difficulty to look at Jack. Jack was the tallest among the 3, and the mirror water had only reached his waist. Enjio could see Jack's mangled legs through the mirror water. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat dripped down his nose, bursting in the blood-filled foam. The bones in his neck seemed to be cutting through his skin, rising and falling violently with each breath. The mirror water tore away chunks of flesh, and Jack's lower half was a gruesome sight. He simply frowned, moving towards Xia Su and Enjio centimeter by centimeter. Golden hands broke free from the mirror water, pressing down on Jack's shoulders, gripping his arms and binding his legs. He could not give up. Jack watched Xia Su's head slowly sink into the mirror water, and it was a lie to say he wasn't anxious. He didn't care about the pain in his body. The only thing he wanted to do was reach Xia Su's side. His eyeballs followed the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Jack's clear blue eyes vanished before Xia Su. The masked figures pulled the tentacles out of the ground and threw them back into the mirror water. The tentacles returned to Xia Su's side, and she wanted to throw them out again, but the mirror water moved. 5 hands each grabbed a tentacle, stuffing them into the crack behind Xia Su. Xia Su fought with all her might against the mirror water. If the tentacles were stuffed back into her back, her last hope would be shattered. The mirror water sensed Xia Su's thoughts. More fingers gripped the tentacles, the silver bodies being pinched into segments. Pain continuously transmitted from her back to Xia Su's brain. The tentacles struggled fiercely, but the viscous mirror water would not allow them to move. The tentacles were twisted, folded, and forcibly stuffed back into the crack. The mirror water clung to Xia Su's skin, tightly sealing the crack, preventing the tentacles from emerging again. Xia Su lost her means of counterattack. She was unwilling. Countless hands gripped her limbs and pulled her down. She was exhausted, her limbs powerless, her body sinking deeper into the mirror water. Tranquility began to erode her mind, and Gio also lost his means of counterattack. The mirror water suppressed his hands and the hilt of his sword, completely dragging him into the mirror water. And Gio remained calm. He understood that panic was useless. Even though he currently had no way to escape the mirror water, maintaining calm could prolong his survival. Jack was getting closer to Xia Su, his body becoming heavy. The hands made of mirror water clutched his body tightly, tearing a chunk of flesh from his thigh with a ripping sound. Jack moved step by step, losing a piece of flesh with every step, but he did not stop. Soon, only Jack's head remained above the surface of the water. The mirror water seized the opportunity, tightening around his neck and pulling him completely under. The 3 of them were submerged, and formless and shapeless substance appeared before them. The 3 seemed to kneel before it, as its bell-like voice echoed in their heads. The earth and humanity were originally one. Now the earth was on the verge of tears, while humanity had forgotten its essence. The planet and the life it nurtures are all lives. If in balance, they can all survive. If the balance is tilted, both will perish. Life in the universe suffers countless hardships. Time is the host of pain, and the cycle of life and death can only be immortalized through balance. Now, to save the life of the earth, the universe can only eliminate humanity. And Gio spoke softly. Who are you? The universe is the creator, and other planets are my kin. My purpose is to reclaim the life of the planet itself from the life that has forgotten its essence. The voice howled within their skulls. With each collision, pain spread throughout their bodies along the nerves. Xia Su understood. She was conversing with the mirror water itself. The mirror water was merely the entity produced by this planet. Its concepts and energy all came from the planet itself. This planet is the immune system among all planets. I love every planet, every life, every being. The towering golden light made it impossible for Xia Su to open her eyes. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but its voice seemed to brim with compassion, yet was also overwhelmingly oppressive. But when beings knowingly violate balance and refuse to repent, I will unhesitatingly withdraw my love. Xia Su was powerless to resist. Her skin had long been stripped away, leaving only torn flesh and exhaustion. Xia Su curled up in the mirror water, her mind covered by the concepts of the mirror water. All she needed to do was close her eyes, and she could let everything go, floating in eternal ease. Xia Su could only allow the mirror water to invade her. And Zhou also understood the mirror water's words. Balance had been broken, and the earth did not need humanity. The tranquility in his heart merged with the mirror water, and he no longer struggled in vain. Xia Su and Injiu seemed to hear the eternal silence. The mirror water enveloped pieces of human skin, taken from the bodies of Xia Su, Jack, and Injiu. They were being skin layer by layer. Blood flowed, like the afterglow of autumn splashed over the rice fields. The golden wheat was illuminated by the red light, falling to the ground along with the sickle. Chapter 23, Reluctant Embers. The heart beats wildly. The potion washes over the brain and limbs, pulling Jack away from the consciousness of mirror water. He cannot simply resign himself to death like this. He has endured the darkest half of his life and has just found the meaning of existence. How could he be willing to die now? If he is to die, he must first get Xia Su and Injio out of mirror water. Jack's body begins to roar. He uses all his strength to pull himself out of mirror water. He takes a deep breath, and as air fills his lungs, he regains some strength. Mirror water realizes Jack's escape, 3 hands gripping his chin and head, covering his eyes. The engorged eyeballs peer through the gaps between fingers, looking at Xia Su and Injiu buried in mirror water. Mirror water repeatedly assaults Jack with its consciousness, but in the ember state, Jack can hear no sound. Only the vibrations of his heart striking against his eardrums. Jack pulls his limbs and crawls forward. He grabs Xia Su and then pulls up Njio. He hoists Njio with one arm and Xia Su with the other, their warm muscles rubbing against each other. Jack slowly moves towards the shore, his skin and flesh being torn apart by mirror water, leaving a tower of descent behind him. The land is within reach, and Jack extends his hand to grasp the edge, exerting so much force that his already decayed fingertips are crushed. He drags himself up onto the shore. Jack carefully lays down Xia Su and Njio, lying on the bank, gasping for air. The ember state is on the edge. If he stays like this a moment longer, he might lose his sanity. Jack shuts off the ember state. He has never felt so exhausted. The skin of the three is completely gone, their bodies blood red. They are pockmarked, flesh and tendons scraped away. Jack's facial features seem to have merged together, and only the blue eyeballs in their sockets are visible. The onlookers are shocked that the humans have not been purified by mirror water, but have successfully landed, becoming invigorated. They surge forward, ready to manually tear apart the three. The mouths on their bellies barely have time to let out a wail before being ripped apart. Su Luo's hands pierce through the belly of one of the onlookers, easily tearing it apart. Su Luo's crimson figure moves at high speed, instantly resolving all the onlookers around him. Xia Su and Njio wake up at this moment. The blurred crimson figure is the first to enter Xia Su's line of sight. She props herself up, looking at the bloody Jack and Njio beside her. Njio uses his sword to support himself and slowly stands up, reaching out to pull Xia Su. Jack is the most severely injured among the three. His stamina is depleted, and he is now barely breathing, with wounds on his abdomen where the stomach wall can even be seen. Xia Su gently embraces Jack with her tentacles. "Jack," she calls. Jack opens his mouth, his voice distorted. "Iem me fine." Njio limps over to Jack's side. "Just hang in there, Jack. We'll go back to Earth right now." The tentacles wrap around Jack and carry him into the spaceship. The human team spaceship is docked among the plants, presumably unnoticed by the onlookers. Njio prepares for takeoff, but Xia Su walks towards the hatch. "What are you going to do?" Njio calls out to Xia Su. Xia Su supports herself against the hatch. "Go call Su Luo." "Su Luo?" Njio immediately associates this name with the crimson figure. He is the one who saved them from the onlookers. And now leaving him behind on the planet of disgust is indeed unreasonable. "I'll go with you." Njio walks towards the hatch. "Trust me, Njio." The tentacles unfold and lift Xia Su, allowing her decayed feet to walk without touching the ground. Njio nods. "Hurry there and back." He glances worriedly at Jack. Xia Su understands. The tips of the tentacles quickly replace themselves and return to mirror water. In Xia Su's view, besides Su Luo, there's also a white object moving. She looks up at the apex of the fungal tree. The fluffy branches dance in the air, methodically weaving the flesh of the onlookers. The branches extend, absorbing mirror water and then delivering it to the bodies of the onlookers. In less than a minute, one of the onlookers is created. Su Luo is evidently unaware of this. He does not consider why the onlookers keep rushing towards him. The onlookers attack by spraying mirror water from their mouths, striking their enemies. Mirror water gnaws at the surface of living beings and then solidifies it. Unfortunately, Su Luo's body is covered in scorching crimson clouds, hot enough to evaporate mirror water. "Su Luo," Xia Su shouts. She suddenly remembers that Su Luo cannot hear her voice during the battle, so she tries to touch him with her tentacles. A sensation travels through Su Luo's left shoulder, as if someone has patted him on the back. He instinctively grabs the creature behind him, preparing to attack, until he follows the tentacle and sees Xia Su. Xia Su is waving at him. After Su Luo finishes off the onlooker in front of him, he flashes to Xia Su's side. He stares at Xia Su's disfigured face. Xia Su thinks he is shocked. "You've taken on the appearance of an Escher warrior," Su Luo comments. He is not scared at all. Xia Su's face, devoid of skin and reduced to red muscle, is somewhat similar to Su Luo's body. Su Luo cannot help but begin to acknowledge Xia Su, who, despite being gravely injured, still does not abandon her comrades, even though the two have only met twice. However, Su Luo is not aware of the change in his heart. For now, he is willing to listen to Xia Su. Xia Su does not dwell on Su Luo's intentions. "Are you coming back to Earth with us?" "You go your way," Su Luo replies. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo charges towards the onlookers again. Xia Su returns to the spaceship, and Njio sets the course back to Earth. In the hospital room, the three bandaged individuals look at each other. Xia Su tries to speak, but the muscles in her face pull, causing pain. "Xia Su, Jack." and Geo have returned to Earth for treatment, since they were injured during a mission dispatched by the United Nations. The cost of skin grafts is covered by the United Nations. The three are now sitting in the hospital room, undergoing rehabilitation. In recent days, the United Nations has devoted itself to researching the planet of disgust, and soon they will send a team to take corresponding measures. Although humanity has escaped purification once, we have all heard Mirror Water's words. It will not relent. Mirror Water's attitude is one of refusal to communicate. So the only solution the United Nations can pursue is to eliminate Mirror Water before it eliminates humanity. And Geo analyzes rationally. According to Mirror Water, it is the planet itself, and even the onlookers are its creations. If humanity wants to deal with Mirror Water, it can only address the entire planet. Leaving aside the moral issues, destroying an entire planet is a tremendously difficult task. Xia Su slowly turns her head. The newly grafted skin pulls at her neck and jaw, causing discomfort. Jack sits quietly on the hospital bed, and Geo agrees with Xia Su's perspective. Destroying a planet requires blowing it apart from the center or splitting it. The energy and technology needed are extraordinarily complex. It is uncertain whether Earth possesses such capabilities. Moreover, morality does not permit humanity to do so. Unfortunately, the reality is that the planet of disgust and humanity can only coexist if one is eliminated. And Geo speaks sharply. Perhaps if we can make Mirror Water realize that humanity has the ability to destroy it, it might retreat. Mirror Water and humanity could each take a step back to avoid mutual destruction. Xia Su, does Earth possess the ability to destroy an entire planet? And Geo looks into Xia Su's eyes and asks this question. There is no doubt, just a simple inquiry. Xia Su looks at Geo, but does not answer. The night and stars envelop the planet of disgust. The arena rarely quiets down, no longer spewing blood mist. Xia Su walks into the arena, turning into the entertainment area. The massive entertainment area has various facilities, from extreme sports to casinos. This is also one of the reasons why the arena of the planet of disgust is so popular. It features gladiatorial contests composed of thousands of species, along with top-notch services. Xia Su surveys her surroundings, but does not find the target's figure. She heads to the next location, a canyon located between the arena and the crystal forest. The canyon is comprised of two towering walls. The wall near the arena is made of different metals and stones, while the wall near the crystal forest is forged from gray-blue crystals. The two shimmering walls enclose a ravine. Legend has it that when creatures look down, they can often not tell whether they are gazing into a valley or looking up at the universe. They are equally dark, dotted with points of light. Xia Su walked to the edge of the wall near the Colosseum and looked down. In the endless darkness, a glowing red stood out vividly. The red light darted back and forth on the vertical wall, climbing upward at a terrifying speed. A heat wave surged, rushing up the canyon and sweeping across Xia Su's face. Su Luo's fingers dug into the metal wall, his feet pushing off simultaneously, letting go, leaping, and then inserting his hands into the wall again. He climbed through the canyon as if walking on flat ground. Su Luo flipped over the canyon and landed in front of Xia Su. How is it you? I specifically came to thank you. Xia Su looked straight at Su Luo, indicating his intention. I'm not here to save you on purpose. Su Luo raised his head and said, Then what are you here for? What I do is none of anyone else's business. Su Luo did not directly answer Xia Su's question. Xia Su nodded. Whether you did it intentionally or unintentionally, you saved my life and the lives of my friends. Thank you. Wisps of crimson clouds swirled around Su Luo, forming a vague outline that was very similar to a human. His eyes were like two black holes, constantly consuming the energy around him, with a light yellow dot at the center. Xia Su carefully observed Su Luo's eyes. In her memory, the dot in the center of Su Luo's eyes was deep red, not light yellow. She wanted to ask about it, but ultimately kept quiet. Xia Su had probably figured out Su Luo's temperament. If she asked, he definitely wouldn't answer. Su Luo snorted lightly. If you really want to thank me, then bring your friends to play with me in the arena. I heard from Yelang that you guys are a group. He was looking for the right words. Interesting opponents. They would definitely make me fight to my heart's content. Xia Su smiled. I will be happy to join you. It seems you've already adapted to the life in the 4 stars. She had already inquired about Su Luo's situation in the arena. Yelang said he was the hottest contestant now, undefeated, and his bloody and violent methods were very popular with the audience. Su Luo felt that the life in the 4 stars was quite similar to his life in Yanshang. Every day was a fight. He stepped closer to Xia Su. Why not start now? Xia Su made no move. Under normal circumstances, that would be fine. But right now Earth is in a game with the Xingnian star, and I'm afraid I have to go help. Su Luo sneered. Is it that you don't have time, or that you are afraid? Xia Su knew he was being provoked and naturally didn't take the bait. Think whatever you want. Once the battle between Earth and the Hate-Face Star is over, I will come to the 4 stars to find you. For now, I can only ask you to be patient. Su Luo grabbed Xia Su's arm. Do I look like someone who can wait? The crimson clouds scorched Xia Su's skin, leaving large red marks. Su Luo stepped closer, his hot breath almost touching Xia Su's face. Su Luo felt a tightening at his waist and was thrown out. He fell into the canyon, plummeting downward. Su Luo reached out, digging into the wall, using his hands as a cushion, leaving 2 deep grooves on the surface. He gradually stopped his descent and began to climb back up the canyon. When he finally made it up, he discovered that Xia Su had already left. Xia Su, don't keep me waiting too long. At that moment, Xia Su was already aboard the spaceship on her way back to Earth. She had anticipated friction with Su Luo, so she had prepared in advance. When Su Luo grabbed her arm, she unleashed her tentacles, wrapping around Su Luo's waist and throwing him down the canyon. After all, Su Luo wouldn't die, so Xia Su took the opportunity to leave before he could catch up. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Xia Su gazed out at the glass, watching the brilliance of countless stars flash by. She was so mesmerized that she didn't notice the screen behind her popping up with a call from Ngio. Xia Su? The voice came from behind Xia Su. She turned around and found that Ngio had dialed the emergency channel. She immediately walked to the screen embedded in the platform. I'm here. Ngio responded with a sound and got straight to the point. Mirror water has seeped into the earth. Xia Su's expression became serious. What happened? During your absence, a type of plant emerged from the Earth's core, polluting the planet's water sources and causing tens of thousands of casualties. Is the fungal tree we observed on the planet of Zhengmian. Researchers have collected samples and compared them with the specimens you gathered on Zhengmian, confirming that they are the same species. Xia Su closed his eyes. What measures has the United Nations taken? The United Nations is currently protecting unpolluted water sources and is preparing to send a team to the Earth's core to cut down the fungal trees. I guess the UN is asking us to accompany them. As expected, Ngio said, I think that although our identities are just gladiators, we also have a responsibility when the Earth is in crisis, right? Xia Su compromised. Objectively speaking, racial civilization is greater than everything. It is the foundation of humanity. From a personal perspective, it is understandable if you don't want to get involved in this mess. Ngio objectively analyzes Xia Su. Since you said that racial civilization is greater than everything, how could I possibly sit by and do nothing? Have you talked to Jack? Is he planning to go? Ngio said, you don't need to ask. I know you're going, and Jack will definitely go too. However, the United Nations has already requested it from Jack and me in person, so he is already aware. I have 1 hour until I land. Wait for me. Xia Su directly piloted the spaceship to the United Nations landing pad. As she opened the hatch, she immediately saw Jack and Ngio. Jack's blue eyes were still so eye-catching. Are you ready to set off? Ngio looked at Xia Su as she walked toward the 2 of them. Are you and the United Nations prepared? I'm just waiting for you. Xia Su nodded. Let's go. The 3 of them followed the team, dispatched by the United Nations to a contaminated water source. The sea looked normal. Not far away, there was another team digging vigorously at something. As Xia Su and the others approached, they discovered a section of a fungal tree branch protruding from beneath the sand. Following the branch, they should be able to locate the main body of the fungal tree. The team leader said, the equipment and vehicles are ready. 2 vehicles equipped with alloy drill bits were parked on the sandy ground. The wheels, made with tracks, had uneven joints, making it easy for the vehicles to traverse any terrain. The center of the vehicle was hollow, with a total of 8 seats, and reinforced glass was installed above. Inside, there were positioning and communication systems, while the exterior was equipped with defense and attack systems. The team split into 2 groups, each driving a vehicle toward the Earth's core. Chapter 24. Silver and red intersect. The drill bit at the front begins to rotate, and the vehicle burrows into the sand, moving deeper along the branches of the fungal tree. A canopy is equipped above the vehicle to prevent the collapse of sand and stones. As the team drills deeper, the branches become thicker and stronger. After a long time, the team finally traces back to the source. At this moment, the team is extraordinarily close to the outer core of the Earth. It's hard to imagine that the vehicle's shell can withstand such high temperatures. The captain says it was hastily made by the United Nations for this operation in just 3 days. 5,100 degrees Celsius is already beyond what humans can touch. However, a fungal tree grows comfortably in the lava cave. 2 vehicles work together, slowly cutting down the fungal tree from both sides with their drill bits. The fungal tree crashes onto the stone ground, and clusters of twisted nerves protrude from its trunk. Also sliced in half, Xia Su looks at the nerves inside the tree, and her speculation has already taken shape. The fungal tree was placed near the Earth's core before the establishment of Earth. The nerves inside are connected to the fungal trees on the planet of Zhengmian, exchanging information with each other. If my deduction is correct, then in the cores of all planets in the universe, there is a fungal tree planted, facilitating Zhengmian to supervise the balance between planets and living beings. And Zhou interjects, I agree with your speculation. That's also why Zhengmian is not satisfied with the form of planets, but wants to create mirror water and covering faces for observation and action. The reach is far enough. Xia Su takes a deep breath. The team successfully completes the mission, bringing back part of the fungal tree's remains to the Research Institute, hoping to develop methods to counter Zhengmian. Meanwhile, the United Nations realizes they cannot sit idly by. In just 1 week, Zhengmian has launched 2 attacks, devastating the Earth's population and contaminating water sources. The United Nations decides to attempt negotiations with Zhengmian first. One of the leaders of the United Nations, Elena, leads the team. She is the most capable negotiator in the United Nations, and she is also very tolerant, always willing to understand different planets and species before negotiating. Xia Su, Jack, and Jiu do not accompany them. They are neither negotiation experts nor leaders. During this time, Xia Su does not wait idly, but goes to the gladiatorial arena to fulfill her promise. As soon as Xia Su steps into the arena, she sees Mielang. He leisurely smokes a pipe, sitting on the balcony above the arena. Xia Su walks to the bottom of the balcony and looks up at Mielang. Su Luo has been waiting for a long time. You should go. Xia Su smiles. Aren't you coming with me? The Mielang I know would never miss such an exciting gladiatorial match. Mielang exhales thick smoke from the mouth of the marked stone crevice. I'll be there shortly. Xia Su enters the arena and indeed sees Su Luo. He sits bored in the audience, looking down at the arena. Su Luo notices Xia Su immediately. He jumps down from the audience seats with a heavy thud. As expected, Xia Su smiles. Seeing Xia Su smile, Su Luo can't help but grin back. Fei Yun mimics Xia Su's smile, splitting a dark gap in the same spot on his face. Su Luoras chista worth Xia Su. But she raises her hand to stop him. If I win, you must help humanity fight against Zhengmian. You have exposed your knowledge of Zhengmian. No. You should say you never intended to hide it. Su Luo does not refuse but replies, if you win. The word if is bitten harshly. And what if you lose? If I lose, I suppose I won't have a life left to respond to your request. Xia Su continues to smile, as if discussing an inconsequential life. Su Luo laughs heartily. Indeed, you'd better give it your all. Risk your life to play with me. That way, you might have a chance to win. Xia Su assumes a right stance, ready to face off. Su Luo's grin abruptly halts, replaced by a howl. He charges at Xia Su, fist made of Fei Yun smashing toward her. Xia Su raises her arms to block. Each punch leaves a round burn on her arm. Soon, a layer of skin is burned off Xia Su's arm. She seizes the moment to collide her elbow with Su Luo's fist. Su Luo's fist instantly disperses into several streams of Fei Yun, evading Xia Su's counterattack. Taking this opportunity, Xia Su distances herself from Su Luo. Xia Su resumes her defense. Hey, this is my newly transplanted skin. Su Luo has no time to respond. He charges again, kicking towards Xia Su. Xia Su absorbs the attack with her shoulder, twisting to dissipate Su Luo's force. She then grabs his ankle and flings him away. Su Luo rolls over and stops a short distance away. Xia Su's palm is burned. It seems a bit unfair for you. Not at all. If you can't even withstand this little damage, then you deserve to be torn apart by me. Every time Xia Su touches Su Luo, she gets burned. Inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy costs her 800. At this rate, Xia Su cannot win. Su Luo stops clenching his fists, spreads his palms, and swings at Xia Su. She nimbly dodges, thinking about her battle strategy in her mind. From her observations, Su Luo's attacks do not belong to any particular fighting style and lack any rhythm. He simply relies on his strength, unleashing his instincts to the fullest. With brutal swings and tearing motions, Xia Su decides not to use her arm blades in battle. When Su Luo poured mirror water into Xia Su, the arm blades were easily melted by him. Su Luo and Jack share similarities. Both are extreme power types. Jack's strength comes from muscle, internal organs, and indifferent killing. Su Luo's strength comes from Fei Yun, releasing killing intent at any time, or to put it plainly, it is enthusiasm. Although Xia Su exchanges blows with Su Luo, her hands are endlessly burned, her skin breaking and bleeding. Su Luo seizes the moment Xia Su throws a punch, grabbing her neck and lifting her to smash down. If you don't unleash your full potential now, don't blame me for killing you. Xia Su lies on the ground, knowing Su Luo means what he says. Silver light and fire begin to clash. Su Luo looks down at Xia Su's back. Her flesh is torn apart, and the next second, sharp silver light stands before Su Luo's eyeball. Su Luo instinctively raises his hand to grasp the tentacle, otherwise his eye would be gouged out. The remaining 4 tentacles stab toward him simultaneously, and Su Luo immediately jumps back, creating holes at his feet. Xia Su leaps from the ground, retracting her tentacles. Every time Xia Su spreads them out, she endures the pain of her back tearing. Her flesh is being ripped apart bit by bit, and she cannot help but wonder if this is the feeling of the creature she has killed at their moment of death. Xia Su, you really suit my taste. I can finally unleash my full strength. Su Luo's body begins to swell. Fei Yun breaks through its outline, instantly wrapping around Xia Su. Xia Su shoots out her tentacles, pulling away from the Fei Yun. The frequency of the light spots on Su Luo's chest flickers faster, and the flow speed of Fei Yun increases accordingly. He extends his hands, preparing to embrace Xia Su. Once Xia Su is captured, she faces either broken ribs or being burned to death. Therefore, she is extremely cautious, moving unpredictably, not giving Su Luo any opportunity. Don't tell me you won this match by dodging. Su Luo. Xia Su ignores him, dodging on the ground at her own pace. Su Luo feels really boring. I will self-seal the embrace. Feel free to attack me. Xia Su finally shows an expression, frowning at Su Luo. Su Luo does not care at all. He returns to a fixed form. Suddenly, Xia Su becomes stubborn, voluntarily throwing herself into Su Luo's embrace. Su Luo is greatly surprised, and the two entangle with each other. Xia Su raises her hand to block her neck, and Su Luo's hand indeed goes straight for her throat as she predicted. The sizzling sound of burning flesh echoes from all over her body. Su Luo's hand pierces through Xia Su's palm, splattering blood all over her face. Blood droplets fall onto Su Luo's chest, evaporating into a layer of blood mist. His right hand gets stuck in the hole of Xia Su's left hand, continuously applying force. Xia Su's palm slowly fractures, cracks creeping up her fingers. Heart and hand connected. She bends her neck in pain. Su Luo's right hand finds the angle and plunges into Xia Su's side, half of his palm sinking into her flesh. Xia Su's eyes bulge. Her facial muscles uncontrollably spasm as she desperately inhales oxygen to suppress the pain. She gripped Su Luo's right hand with her left, resisting his strength to prevent him from digging his palm deeper. The heat radiated from Su Luo's hand, which was trapped inside Xia Su's body, and she felt her internal organs being scorched. Her flesh gradually turned to blood and fat turned to oil, flowing out from the wound at Xia Su's waist. She could clearly sense Su Luo's fingers digging fiercely inside her, tightly gripping the flesh and tendons at her side. His other hand was stuck in Xia Su's palm, slowly tearing her palm open, moving towards her neck. At that moment, she was straddling Su Luo. He was pinned to the ground, and Xia Su's blood washed over his body, instantly evaporating. The sizzling sound was continuous and quite pleasant. He even had the strength to manipulate a wisp of crimson cloud to teasingly brush against Xia Su's cheek, leaving a gentle mark. I can't wait to see how you end me. Su Luo lifted his head, getting closer to Xia Su's face. The bloody heat filled her nostrils. Xia Su retorted with his own words, "You're too verbose." She summoned her tentacles, pinning Su Luo firmly to the ground. All of Su Luo's hands were embedded in Xia Su's flesh. He wanted to pull them out and deal with the tentacles first, but Xia Su's body exhausted its strength. Trapping his fingers, the tentacles tightened around the luminous spot on Su Luo's chest. "Thank you for underestimating me. Otherwise, I couldn't have defeated you so quickly." The dot in the center of Su Luo's pupils turned brick red, resembling a blood-soaked brick wall. He was immobilized, losing consciousness as Xia Su squeezed him. Just before completely passing out, Su Luo finally found another life in a universe similar to him, one that was willing to fight for victory with blood. At least he died at the hands of someone stronger than him. Sensation slowly returned, and strength gathered anew. Su Luo opened his eyes, first feeling confused. He had thought he was killed by Xia Su. Being defeated in the thoughts of the Three Gung was equivalent to losing his life. After all, the Three Gung would never show mercy. He sat up from the recovery pod, the dazzling lights of the equipment irritating him. Just as he was about to unplug the recovery pod's power supply, a voice stopped him. "You have to pay for breaking it." Xia Su walked into the recovery room. Su Luo sarcastically said, "So you don't dare take the lives of other beings?" Xia Su replied helplessly, Did you forget my request before the match? I'm still waiting for you to help me fight against the Xamian Star. You owe me. I must clarify, I have also sacrificed quite a few lives to achieve victory, so I advise you not to speculate about me like that. Upon hearing that he owed Xia Su, Su Luo became irritable. Then stop stalling. Tell me what you want. Xia Su sat down next to the recovery pod. First, tell me everything about the Xamian Star. Xia Su, you clearly know how to stop the Xamian Star. Humanity can completely destroy it, or cut down Earth's population to return to a balanced state, and this matter would be easily resolved. He glared at Xia Su. You also know that humanity cannot take either of these options. I didn't ask for your opinion, Su Luo. All I want is the information in your head. Xia Su moved closer, staring into Su Luo's nearly completely black pupils. Su Luo was unwilling to waste words and clicked his tongue, but he also didn't want to owe Xia Su this debt. So he leaned against the recovery pod and began to recall. The three Gung had also encountered the purification of the Xamian Star. During that time, they had indeed been quiet and no longer attacked the Yishur. I thought it was a pity that the three Gung had killed so many Yishur, only to ultimately not fall at our hands. But the three Gung survived the purification. The Yishur decided to take advantage of their weakness to pursue them. So I went to Jizhao, which is the planet where the three Gung are located. I saw them building a container, transporting the fungal trees inside. The principle of the fungal tree is merely to assess balance by detecting the magnetic fields of different substances in the planet, and then use the nerves within the trunk to transmit back to the Xamian Star. I remember there's a paradox on Earth called the brain in a vat. Do you understand, Xia Su? Do you need me to clarify further? Su Luo still wore a teasing expression. I only know a similar theory, Xia Su said. Oh, let's hear it. Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly. Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly? Xia Su smiled. Thanks, Su Luo. I understand your point now. She supported herself against the pod's door, stood up, and turned to leave the recovery room. Why do you only say half of it? Su Luo shouted behind Xia Su. Xia Su did not turn back, leaving the 4 stars and returning to Earth. Jack's brows involuntarily furrowed when he saw Xia Su covered in burns. Where did you go? I went to the arena on the 4 stars. There was a promise I needed to fulfill. Jack looked Xia Su up and down, confirming that all her injuries had been treated before letting her into the house. The room was filled with smoke, and Xia Su knew Jack was smoking again. She opened the window, watching the gray smoke drift out along the windowsill. Before long, Njio knocked on the door. Xia Su went to open it and explained to Jack that it was her who called Njio over. The three gathered again in Jack's room. Just like when the Xamian Star first purified on Earth, Xia Su repeated what Su Luo had told her to Jack and Njio, also sharing her speculations. The brain in a vat is a viewpoint articulated by philosopher Hilary Putnam in Reason, Truth, and History in 1981. It hypothesizes that if a person's brain is removed and placed in a vat containing nutrient solution to keep the brain alive, with the nerve endings connected to a computer that provides all the sensations and memories that humans possess, it would be as if that person is still living normally. Then how can you guarantee that you're not a brain in a vat? Su Luo meant that he had witnessed the three Gung digging fungal trees from the Earth's core and replanting them into a container. The container would emit a magnetic field of a balanced planet, thus confusing the fungal tree. The fungal tree would always believe the planet is balanced, preventing it from undergoing purification. Earth can emulate the methods of the three Gung to escape this calamity. It's a win-win. Earth doesn't have to bear moral issues, and humanity won't go extinct. What do you think? Xia Su finished speaking in one breath, looking at Jack and Njio. Jack, who had been the most severely injured on the Xamian Star, still had half his head bandaged. He had no objections. Njio said, after hearing your recount, I speculate the same. However, I think Su Luo probably didn't say how to make the container or how to obtain the magnetic field for Earth balance. Xia Su knew Njio was accurate in reading people, but she didn't expect him to be this accurate. He had only met Su Luo twice, not even speaking much. Yet he had roughly inferred Su Luo's character. He didn't say. I guess he doesn't know the method. After all, Su Luo went to attack the three Gung at that time and didn't have time to delve into unrelated technology. Moreover, judging from Su Luo's expression of hatred when describing the three Gung, Ishur probably couldn't defeat the three Gung. And Njio summarized, now we have a solution, but the process is unknown. Jack suddenly spoke up. Only one of his eyes was visible. The other half of his face covered with too much skin and flesh that had to be filled layer by layer, so recovery was extremely slow. There is a device on the market that can connect two brain nerves. It is used to link two people's brains to obtain information or memories. When I was a mercenary, I had this device dug out and also seized the memories of others. Although it entails immense mental suffering, the effect is significant. His tone was flat. Xia Su felt a tinge of sadness listening to Jack's words. She didn't dwell too much on her emotions, thinking carefully, it's using this device. Dr. Shang once demonstrated it to me in his clinic. The United Nations must have it as well. We just need to inform them of the method and let their technicians execute it. And Jiu nodded. You've been to the 4 stars for a day now. The team that went to negotiate with the Xingmian Star should have returned to Earth by now, but there's been no news. Xia Su speculated. Perhaps they have already returned, but the United Nations has blocked the news. Since they aren't looking for us, we can go look for them. Without delay, Xia Su, Jack, and Njio immediately headed to the United Nations headquarters. Having participated in previous operations against the hateful star, they were granted access. The trio met with several leaders and presented their plan. We know of a device that can connect 2 neural systems. The fungal tree's trunk contains the neural network of the hateful star. If we can establish a connection with it, we can extract the magnetic field emitted when Earth was in balance and replicate it. The hateful star would then never disturb Earth again, a permanent solution. And Njio and Jack stood silently on either side of Xia Su, offering their tacit support. This sounds like a feasible plan, one of the leaders acknowledged. But the hateful star's intelligence far surpasses our expectations. It won't easily believe that humans restored Earth's balance overnight. And Njio stepped forward. Has the negotiation team returned? The leaders exchanged glances and nodded. The atmosphere grew heavy. Only one member of the entire team survived. Elena is currently in surgery, fighting for her life. This confirmed Njio's suspicions. Humanity has already sacrificed too much in resisting the purge. It's not impossible for the hateful star to believe that. In order to preserve civilization, we wouldn't hesitate to eliminate half our population. Njio's words carried weight. After a brief discussion, the UN leaders immediately approved the neural connection plan. They, too, recognized it as the most ideal solution for humanity. The problem is, the fungal tree planted in Earth's core was just cut down by us. It can no longer transmit information to the hateful star. Xia Su thought for a moment. Given the hateful star's obsession with maintaining balance, it must be eager to purify Earth. Most likely, it will soon plant another fungal tree. For now, we must wait. The leaders did not object. During this waiting period, we'll have the Research Institute prepare the equipment. He never attempted to extract both memories and a magnetic field from a neural network simultaneously. Testing will be necessary. Xia Su and Jack exchanged glances. Then that's what we'll do. Chapter 25. Resilience. Only 2 hours after the discussion ended, news came from the Research Institute. They discovered a magnetic field not belonging to Earth while conducting preliminary measurements from the Earth's core to its surface. After further exploration and on-site investigations, the Institute found that there was a fungal tree growing in the core. This fungal tree was planted by Xia Su after they cut down a previous one. The Xingmian star is very intelligent. It has further evolved the fungal trees to automatically plant a seed when they are cut down, ensuring continuity. The current plan was proposed by Xia Su, Jack, and Njio, and the United Nations naturally invited the 3 to the Research Institute for supervision. Upon arriving at the Institute, the 3 found a huge metal container next to the laboratory, used for transplanting the fungal tree. Jack watched as Xia Su pushed open the door, then paused for a moment. Resilience and Blade? Jack had heard Xia Su talk about her encounter with Resilience, but Njio had not. What are you 2 doing here? Resilience turned his head, facing Xia Su. His eyes were hollow, with only deep eye sockets remaining. Devoid of eyeballs, Blade was also there, quietly accompanying Resilience. Njio looked at Xia Su and asked, "Who are these 2? Njio, this is Resilience and Blade, a pair of companions I met in the Earth gladiatorial arena." Njio nodded. "Nice to meet you. I am Njio." At this point, the leaders and researchers of the United Nations were already in place. "We invited them here," said Elena. She was also wrapped in bandages, presumably having undergone purification by the mirror water. Resilience will be the candidate for the neural connection. Njio asked, "Has the equipment issue been resolved? Can we extract memories and the magnetic field simultaneously?" "Not yet. The advancement of mental technology is slow. It cannot be overcome in just 2 hours. That's why we invited Resilience." Jack glanced at Resilience. Resilience will receive the magnetic field and replicate it. But humans are not machines. How can he accurately extract the magnetic field? Jack pointedly remarked. He did not believe there was no clue in this. Blade spoke, holding Resilience's hand. Since Resilience lost his eyes, his other senses have become extremely sensitive. He can extract the magnetic field for humans. Seeing Jack's distrust, Elena immediately ordered, "There is no other way today. Let us begin." The fungal tree had been transplanted into the container, its trunk cut open to extract a nerve, which was connected to the device. Resilience softly comforted Blade and then lay down on the connection platform. The researchers installed a converter behind his head to connect his consciousness to the device. The Xingmian star and Resilience successfully connected. Resilience could see nothing. His consciousness was lifted, as if someone had grabbed his brain and thrown it into a strange container. He could still feel his limbs and emotions. Resilience stood in the darkness, waiting. Another consciousness was placed into the container. Resilience could sense it. The two consciousnesses did not collide, but were harmoniously trapped together. The other stood in the room. And perhaps because neither Resilience nor the fungal tree had sight, the screen that should have displayed the images was completely dark. The researchers adjusted the frequency of the device, forcing the memories of the fungal tree to regress to the time when Earth and humanity were balanced. Blade leaned against Resilience, holding his hand anxiously. Resilience keenly sensed the changes in the surrounding magnetic field. The originally dominant magnetic field split into two, balancing each other. In other words, the originally dominant magnetic field had nearly concealed the existence of the other magnetic field. As time regressed, the dominant magnetic field weakened, and the other magnetic field naturally emerged. A third magnetic field also existed. This third magnetic field was completely different from the first two, and Resilience knew it was the magnetic field emitted by the Xingmian star. When one of Earth's magnetic fields was dominant, the magnetic field of the Xingmian star was also very weak, as if mourning for Earth. As time regressed, and the magnetic fields balanced, Resilience surprisingly detected comfort and joy from the magnetic field of the Xingmian star. The Mirror Water once said that the planets in the universe were its kin. When Earth's magnetic fields were balanced, the Xingmian star truly rejoiced for the joy of its kin. Resilience's eyes were shattered during his battle with Xia Su. He did not give up the fight, but instead, with Blade's companionship, focused on training his other senses. Now, even without sight, he could still win battles. Therefore, Resilience could accurately perceive the surrounding magnetic fields, whether they were biological or material. He often detected emotions from the magnetic fields of living beings, which provided convenience but also brought sorrow. Everything became transparent in Resilience's heart. He hated this, especially when he was near Blade. He noticed that Blade was always in sorrow, as if something causing this emotion was constantly before her eyes. She did not drive it away, letting overwhelming sadness consume her. Blade again pulled at Resilience, and the pain in his heart never ceased. Resilience had once indirectly asked why Blade always smiled as usual, leaning in to plant a kiss on his forehead. Each time, Resilience would bend down and allow her to do so. He no longer pursued this. As long as Blade was safe and happy, the rest was secondary. Resilience quickly recorded the previous magnetic field of Earth and sent a signal. The researchers cut off the neural connection and waited for Resilience to awaken. A few minutes later, Resilience woke up. He was connected to another device, reading the magnetic field he had remembered in his brain, then replicating and transmitting it to the container where the fungal tree resided. Blade had been holding his hand the entire time, never letting go. The flesh and blood of the two seemed to be glued together, inseparable. Xia Su looked at the device, connected to Resilience, and frowned. She walked to Resilience's side, ignoring Blade's wary gaze, and asked, "Resilience, how can you remember such a weak magnetic field?" The extraction of the magnetic field was complete, and she was fiddling with the tubes and converters connected to Resilience's head. Actually, everyone can sense the magnetic field. I am just the only one who can explicitly read the values of the magnetic field. If you or your friends went to extract it, you would probably only retrieve memories. Memories contain magnetic fields, but they are very vague. I serve as a second device, helping everyone record the magnetic field. I cannot tell you the accurate method. Xia Su, you are already so strong. Just leave the alternative methods to us. Blade felt relieved that Resilience still had the energy to joke. Xia Su smiled slightly, of course. After all this was done, humanity could only wait again. Wait for the Xingmian star to spare Earth or to initiate purification. During this week, Resilience expressed a desire to visit the gladiatorial arena on the fourth star. So Xia Su and Jack introduced Resilience to Mielang. I don't trust Resilience. Jack had just finished battling, and cracks covered his body like red marks. Xia Su was behind him, applying medicine. The sting from the wounds was so minor compared to other injuries that Jack could barely notice it. What is the reason? Xia Su asked Jack. The United Nations was well aware of Resilience's situation. He was very likely to be an informant placed by the United Nations in the gladiatorial arena. The arena is filled with gladiators who only understand combat and not politics. The United Nations shouldn't be that desperate. On the contrary, the United Nations wants to control any place that gathers extreme military power. As far as I know, the United Nations has been discussing the gladiatorial arenas quite a bit. Xia Su skillfully dabbed the ointment onto the wounds with a cotton cloth. Don't worry, Jack. I have my own judgment. If resilience does anything improper, I will inform the authorities in Mielang. Xia Su's hand paused in midair, and Jack suddenly turned around, unexpectedly colliding with her eyes, which were like glass. I'm not worried about them, he said. As the most powerful individual combat unit on Earth, the United Nations pays close attention to your every move. Your frequent visits to the 4th star have attracted attention. Do they think I will betray them? That's absurd. The world is unpredictable. The United Nations must keep an eye out. Mielang's strength is considerable, and his gladiatorial arena is filled with strong fighters. If you were to turn against them again, Mielang would likely set his sights on Earth. Jack stared intently at Xia Su. Xia Su pushed Jack back into a position facing away from her, and he did not resist. I understand. You, I, and Gio all need to be careful. Countless stars form a waterfall in the black sky, crashing down with light into the arena. The clamor throws white foam in the starlight. The arena in the 4th star is as lively as ever. Today, the combatants are Jack and another power-type competitor. Xia Su specifically came to watch. After taking her seat, Xia Su quickly noticed the figure to her right. She saw the familiar black and white. Indeed, it was Gio with his sword. Xia Su tried to think from Gio's perspective, knowing oneself and the enemy. One will never lose in 100 battles. And Gio must have thought this way. The more he understands Jack, the more likely he is to defeat him. As the battle neared its end, Jack activated his Ember state and wrestled with his opponent on the ground. The opponent wrapped his legs around Jack's waist and his hands around Jack's neck, blood oozing from dozens of wounds on his body. Jack was losing too much blood, relying solely on the Ember state to keep him alive. Jack's fingers jabbed into his opponent's arm, creating 10 more holes in an instant. However, the opponent did not let go, tightening his grip around Jack's neck until he was choked unconscious. The opponent did not kill him, but stepped back, signaling the referee to end the match. The match is over. The winner is the tyrant. Cheers thundered. Jack was carried into the medical room, and the tyrant followed. Xia Su left the audience area and made her way to the medical room with ease. The doctor was tending to Jack. His nose and brow bone were broken, and his face was bandaged, revealing only one eye. He was also covered in wounds, but fortunately, there was no life-threatening danger. Jack had already regained consciousness and looked at Xia Su as she entered the room, remaining silent. Xia Su said nothing and simply sat beside Jack. They sat there in silence, neither speaking. I'm ultimately not as strong as you. Jack's voice was not steady. The intense battle had left him somewhat breathless. Just as Xia Su opened her mouth to offer comfort, she heard Jack continue. I will one day defeat the tyrant and challenge you. He would not indulge in self-pity. Xia Su smiled, of course. Suddenly, the door to the medical room was flung open, and the tyrant entered uninvited. He stared directly at Xia Su. You are the undefeated gladiator? Xia Su looked up. That's me. The tyrant gradually approached, standing opposite Xia Su. How about we have a match? Xia Su sized him up. The tyrant was indeed a rising star in the arena. He had long, powerful limbs, a body covered in hard and sharp scales, and hands like claws capable of delivering strong strikes. 2 horns grew from the top of his head, with a pair of eyes on the horns as well as on his face. He even had a pair of membranous wings on his back. Xia Su kept an eye on the tyrant, knowing that one day he would become an interesting opponent. Just as she was about to accept the challenge, the floor suddenly shook and then split in two. The tyrant fell into the crack, dropping to the lower floor. The entire arena was violently trembling. The tremor spread out from the center of the arena. Xia Su didn't want Jack to drag his injured body around, nor could she leave him behind. And Jack wouldn't agree to that either. So, Xia Su hurried to the center of the arena with Jack, watching as the audience scattered in panic. Countless musical strings bounced around the arena, slicing through all living beings within reach. Severed bodies were everywhere, organs and blood pooling on the ground, kicked around by the frightened audience. All screams were drowned out by the pleasant music, and only when they rushed past Xia Su could she hear their cries. A few strings shot toward Xia Su, who lifted herself with her tendrils, dodging continuously to avoid them. She noticed the tyrant was also on site, fighting against an unknown creature playing music. He moved swiftly, leaping and wrapping his legs around the creature's neck, snapping it. Other gladiators poured into the arena. Although the attack had nothing to do with them, no one could remain indifferent. When a string shot towards Xia Su, she immediately jumped, aiming at the creature, unaware that another creature behind her was about to pluck its bone harp. After dealing with the creature in front of her, Xia Su turned around. only to find the string had already cut into her abdomen. A flash of white light appeared as a sword sliced into the creature's spine, quickly cutting it in half. And Gio, holding the sword, emerged from the creature's slumped body. Before they could speak, a wave of heat suddenly spread, blinding everyone. A strange creature weaved through the enemies, draped in swirling crimson clouds, mercilessly tearing off one enemy's head after another. Faintly, one could hear joyful maniacal laughter. It was Su Luo. All the gladiators joined forces, successfully driving the enemy out of the arena. Everyone was confused, not understanding why this unknown creature had attacked. This matter could only be asked of Mialang. Before they could find Mialang, he appeared on his own, leaning on a cane as he stepped over piles of corpses toward the gladiators. Mialang stood before them, and even in such a chaotic scene, his tone remained steady. Thank you all for protecting the arena. To repay this kindness, next month's gladiatorial prize will be doubled. Mialang was known for his generosity. Everyone was actually more curious about why someone would attack the arena. Mialang did not give them a chance to speak. Tyrant, Xia Su, Jack, and Gio, follow me. Mialang turned and left, not giving any more glances. The few followed Mialang to his study, where he invited them to sit down, and he picked up a pipe from the table, sitting across from them. A pet named Yin Yin lay beneath the sofa, its eyes made of two crystals staring at them. I believe you're curious about the origins of the creatures that attacked the arena. They have unresolved grievances with me from the past, and came to eliminate this arena and me. Therefore, I would like to commission you to help me eliminate them. Not a single one left alive. Mialang spoke in one breath, then raised the pipe to his mouth, but did not smoke. And Gio remained unflinching. Why should I help you? Mialang immediately replied. Of course, there will be rewards, quite substantial rewards. Very well. The tyrant was the first to agree. At this point, and Gio had only recently entered the 4-star arena. Why would he refuse such a high reward? Xia Su had finally found a suitable opponent, but now the tyrant wanted to go out. Xia Su also wanted to go along. Jack noticed the look in her eyes and understood that Xia Su had decided to go, so he naturally would not refuse. Before Gio could finish agreeing, he was interrupted by a scream from outside. The door of the study was smashed open. The doorknob melted and fell to the ground with a thud, and the air was filled with the smell of something burnt. Su Luo threw aside the melted corpse of the guard outside the door, staring at Mialang. What is wrong, Mialang? Have you forgotten me so soon? Or am I not qualified? Mialang originally thought that Su Luo's impulsive nature was not suitable for this commission. He glanced at the 4 charred corpses at the door, then looked back at the 5 people in the room. One more person wouldn't he hurt. Mialang then thought that the nature of the dispatch task was essentially slaughter, and Su Luo's bloodthirstiness was just right. I will prepare a spaceship for you and upload the data on the creatures you will face. There is no time to waste. You need to set off immediately. Chapter 26L, Differentiation. The 5 of them boarded the spaceship prepared by Mialang, which had already locked onto a coordinate. They just needed to wait. Xia Su, Jack, and Gio had been in contact with Su Luo before, but only Xia Su had spoken to him. And Gio still vividly remembered his brutal methods. His thoughts were in stark contrast to Gio's, and Gio did not approve. But he always adhered to the idea that everything should be allowed and would not interfere. He just wanted to explore what contributed to Su Luo's brutal mindset. Mialang had its own landing pad, where more than a dozen triangular spaceships made of special minerals were docked. The 5 of them walked toward one of them. Jack stayed close to Xia Su, who wanted to walk beside Gio, but found him leaning toward Su Luo instead. Why do you want to join us? Su Luo looked up and contemptuously glanced at Gio. He could sense that Gio's magnetic field repelled his own. If you keep talking, I'll tear your mouth off. Su Luo felt displeased looking at Gio's expressionless face and deliberately provoked him. Gio did not take the bait, his gaze cold. Su Luo let out a mocking laugh, shoved Gio aside, and boarded the spaceship first. After the spaceship took off, the minister pulled up the data Mialang had sent them. It indicated that the creatures attacking the Colosseum were called the weaving species. Their primary method of attack was to pull out their own bones from various parts of their bodies, bend them into shapes resembling musical instruments, and weave sound strings through the diffusion of extremely high-frequency vibrations for cutting. While the 5 were reading the information, the minister occasionally glanced at Su Luo, who also noticed this and kept staring back at the minister. The minister smiled innocently. I'm called the minister. I'm also curious why you're participating in this operation. Su Luo squinted his black-yellow eyes. Because I want to. And Gio, hearing their conversation, lifted his eyelids and glanced at them. The atmosphere between Gio and Su Luo was tense. He ignored the 2 and quietly sat in a chair, resting with his sword in his arms. As the spaceship approached the coordinate, they found that the coordinate was not a planet but another spaceship. This spaceship was enormous, entirely black, with an oval body and a depression in the middle. The data also showed that Mia Lang's race had been enemies with the weaving species for a long time, having occupied their planet, leaving the weaving species to drift in the universe. How do we get in? The minister stared through the glass at the spaceship opposite. I can cut open the spaceship, Xia Su said, activating the oxygen membrane. The minister, who did not need to breathe oxygen, replied, Good. Use your tentacles more so I can observe before the match. Xia Su, feeling helpless, opened the spaceship door. The 5 of them jumped out of the hatch and approached the other spaceship. Xia Su was the first to touch the surface, as her hand pressed down. The black exterior slowly caved in, feeling very smooth. Just as Xia Su extended her tentacles from behind, she caught a glimpse of a sudden burst of firelight. Su Luo's arm, wrapped in crimson clouds, ignited with light. He thrust his hand sharply into the spaceship, poking a hole and quickly turning around to dig out a hole to drill inside. The minister watched Su Luo's operation with great interest. Xia Su shook her head, signaling the others to follow. All 5 of them squeezed into the spaceship, where a light green liquid floated around. The liquid offered little resistance, and after confirming that no one was around, they exited the room. Outside the room was a circular corridor. After walking a few steps, they encountered a rectangular object floating in the liquid. The minister took the initiative to approach and touched it. The object only moved slightly when touched, appearing to pose no danger. The minister shrugged. After walking for a long time without seeing a single weaving species, they began to wonder if the coordinates provided by Mia Lang were incorrect, until they suddenly ran into a wall. The white wall pushed the 5 of them back a few steps, blocking their path. The wall was a rich white color, obscuring what lay behind it. Xia Su extended her tentacles, signaling the minister to stop Su Luo, who was about to thrust his hand into the wall. The minister attempted to wrap him with his wings, but Su Luo roared in refusal. Xia Su carefully poked her tentacles into the wall. It was elastic, requiring sustained force to pierce through. Xia Su made a hole in the wall and entered first. Su Luo pushed the minister aside and followed. Just then, Xia Su covered his mouth. As he was about to resist, he saw rows of floating black creatures in front of him and fell silent. Xia Su turned back to signal the 3 who had not yet entered to be quiet. The 5 of them quietly infiltrated the room without alerting the weaving species. The pure black creatures lay flat, floating up and down irregularly in the liquid. They had no eyes, but based on their state, they seemed to be sleeping. This space contained 90% of the weaving species on the spaceship, all resting in one place. Shall we attack? The minister asked in a low voice. And Gio nodded. Now is a good time. Suddenly, the weaving species next to Jack woke up. The creature thrust its hand into its leg, pulled out a leg bone, and quickly bent it into a musical instrument. Just as it was about to pluck it, Jack tore it apart. And Gio frowned at Su Luo, who had already charged into the center of the room. While the 4 discussed whether to attack, Su Luo had already made his move. The minister spread his hands. Looks like it's time to go. He extended his claws and thrust them forcefully into the chest of the left weaving species. In an instant, the 5 of them became entangled with the weaving species. Xia Su controlled her tentacles to wrap around Gio's waist, swinging him around. And Gio wielded his sword, cutting down a circle of weaving species. The minister took advantage of the height, continuously diving down to grab weaving species, tearing them apart, and tossing them back to the ground. Jack and Su Luo were also fighting nearby. At first, the 5 had the upper hand, but after a while, the white wall bulged and several oval objects broke through the wall and floated into the room. Compared to the effort the 5 had to make to cut through the wall, those objects seemed to have filtered into the room effortlessly. Xia Su turned around to warn Su Luo, only to see one of the oval objects rapidly approaching him. Its body suddenly split open, creating an opening that engulfed Su Luo. Watch out for those things, the minister shouted from the air. Xia Su and Gio immediately rushed towards Su Luo, but were blocked by several oval objects. They each split into 2 tentacles, resembling insect pincers, and attacked the 2. Xia Su thrust her tentacle into one of their bodies. Feeling pain shoot up her spine, she continued to push her tentacle deeper until it burst through a round bubble. The oval object immediately lost its power and ceased moving. Xia Su pulled her tentacle out, looking at the corroded end still covered in liquid, shaking it off. And Gio noticed Xia Su's actions and alerted the other 3, attacked the round bubbles inside the oval objects. After hearing this, the minister bent down and plunged his hand into the membrane of an oval object, grabbing the bubble and squeezing it, It indeed lost its mobility. Even though they had discovered the weakness of these objects, the five were still outnumbered, having to dodge both the oval objects engulfing and the vibrations of sound strings. Soon, several of them were injured. Moreover, those oval objects kept pouring in from the wall, seemingly endless. And Xia gripped the hilt of his sword and thrust the blade into the wall, cutting open a gap. Over here, and Xia pushed the gap open. The minister lifted Xia Su off the ground and threw her in front of the gap. Jack also ran over at this moment. Only Su Luo was trapped among a group of weaving species, unable to escape. Just as the minister was about to pull him from the air, he was blocked by a red light shining in his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Su Luo broke free and slipped through the gap in the wall. The five of them reached the other side of the wall, and Xia was the last to crawl out of the gap. Is it possible that we could have quietly wiped them out? Upon hearing this, sparks flared up in Su Luo's hair. You better take that back. The minister, after careful observation, interjected. Don't you think this spaceship resembles a cell? Jack, who had often researched body modifications and absorbed a lot of knowledge about cells, pondered the minister's hypothesis. I agree with his opinion. The resting place of the Weaver class is the vacuole. The exterior of the spaceship we just entered is the cell membrane, and those oval and rectangular objects should be organelles similar to mitochondria. The five of them ran while the minister analyzed, and Xia suddenly stopped, catching Su Luo off guard from behind, causing him to bump into Xia. What are you stopping for? Su Luo asked, and Xia looked around. Since this spaceship is a cell, we just need to find the nucleus and destroy it to stop the entire spaceship's operation. Jack thought for a moment. Before the five entered the spaceship, he had paid special attention to its appearance. In his memory, the spaceship was wrapped around a round bubble. I saw it when I came in, Jack confirmed in his mind. Xia Su and Jack exchanged glances. Lead the way. The five made countless openings in the walls and returned to where they had first entered. Outside the membrane, there was a layer of isolated skin, and inside, they could vaguely see a spherical bubble. Let's go. With that, Xia cut open the cell membrane, and the five floated back into space. They were getting closer to the nucleus when suddenly the cell membrane expanded outward, trying to wrap the five of them inside. The minister immediately flew away to escape the danger, while Xia Su used his tentacles to bounce away, grabbing hold of Jack, Su Luo, and Xia in the process. Unfortunately, Su Luo's foot was engulfed by the cell membrane, and a tremendous force began dragging the four of them inward. Inside the cell membrane, a line of oval objects with open mouths awaited to devour them. The minister grabbed Xia Su's hand, and the five pulled together towards the outside. But they couldn't withstand the enormous area and power of the cell membrane. At that moment, Su Luo let go. Su Luo, Xia Su shouted. Su Luo turned back and tore at the cell membrane wrapped around his foot with his hands. He didn't want to drag anyone down nor be a burden. Before Xia Su could reach out with his tentacles, Xia also released his grip. He kicked off a tentacle and used the momentum to get closer to Su Luo. Xia supported the hilt of his sword and pressed down hard, the blade smoothly sinking into the cell membrane, cutting off the part wrapped around Su Luo's foot. Su Luo regained his freedom, and Xia Su immediately retied the two, while the minister pulled the four quickly towards the nucleus. Xia Su cut through the outer cell membrane of the nucleus, which continued to shrink, resisting Xia Su's tentacles. I can't cut it open. Xia immediately plunged his sword into the cell membrane, working together with Xia Su to pull outward. The cell membrane behind them drew closer, and finally, it was Su Luo who burned a hole, allowing the five to squeeze inside. Thank you. Xia turned his head, silently watching Su Luo, who thanked him. What are you looking at? Su Luo shot Xia a glare and walked ahead. No need to thank me. Xia watched Su Luo's back. The nucleus was a perfect sphere, and without hesitation, the minister tore it into pieces with his claws. In an instant, everything fell silent. The cell membrane stopped writhing, and a sense of death seemed to float in the liquid. The five stood still, feeling this eerie quietness. Did we succeed? The minister asked. Now we just need to deal with the remaining weavers. After Jack finished speaking, he squeezed through the gap and returned the same way. The minister followed closely. Then came Xia Su and Su Luo. Xia trailed behind Su Luo, holding his sword. The five returned safely, and Xia said, the weavers might still be near the vacuole. Su Luo was the first to head towards the vacuole. Let's go. Xia was surprised that Su Luo was the first to agree with him, but still maintained a calm demeanor, following Su Luo to the vacuole. Indeed, there were many weavers lingering near the vacuole, while some were missing. The five saw that another part had gone to the nucleus to check the cell's condition. The five exchanged glances, not saying a word, and charged forward. This time, the weavers were clearly on guard, immediately pulling out a zither from their leg bones and forming a formation. Waves of strings spread outward at an extremely high frequency, leaving almost no gaps, making it impossible for the five to dodge. After a few seconds, Jack's leg was nearly severed, and Enjiu lost 2 fingers. Xia Su caught Enjiu's gaze during the jumps. When their dark eyes met, they understood each other. Enjiu nodded at Su Luo, and Xia Su leaped to Jack's side, pointing at Su Luo. Finally, Xia Su shouted, "Minister!" The minister spread his wings, the broad bones creating translucent black membranes. The muscles on his back rippled with his movements, like flowing sandbags being blown up by a fierce wind in a sandstorm. After a short run-up, Xia Su jumped and grabbed the hands the minister extended. At that moment, Jack supported Su Luo's foot and threw him out. Enjiu also stepped back half a step and threw his sword. The blade and red light plunged toward the weavers, creating a burst of light. The minister swung his arms back, then flung them forward, and Xia Su successfully landed in the center of the weavers. At that moment, the weavers were disrupted, and Xia Su quickly spread his tentacles, slicing the weavers in half from middle. Their hands, which had been plucking the strings, suddenly stopped, and from head to toe, they began to crack open slowly, with their organs spilling out as their bodies split in half. Taking advantage of this moment, the minister, Jack, Enjiu, and Su Luo closed in together, easily taking care of the remaining weavers. Now only the group heading towards the nucleus remained. The minister raised his claw, watching the unknown liquid dripping down. Enjiu swung his sword, splattering the liquid, before sheathing his white sword. Suddenly, the cell membrane began to shrink violently. Su Luo was pushed against Enjiu, and Enjiu used the sword sheath to brace Su Luo's back, preventing him from falling. Xia Su opened a hole in the cell membrane. "Quick, get out." After the five squeezed out of the cell membrane, it continued to shrink until it formed a crumpled skin that exploded. The dead nucleus and various organelles, along with the weavers' corpses, were propelled into space, resembling a small asteroid belt made up of fragmented bodies. Xia Su wrapped the five in his tentacles to avoid being hit by the exploded corpses. After the explosion, Xia Su spread his tentacles, looking at the wreckage in the universe. Mission complete. Before the minister could finish his sentence, many weavers crawled out from the central fragments. They crawled slowly, but were frozen by the low temperature of space. One of the weavers had its black skin begin to peel away, revealing its skeleton. The skeleton seemed to be compressed and collapsed by an invisible force until it became an oval shell. The flesh inside the shell melted into a puddle of liquid. The organs turned into several round objects, writhing in the liquid. The weavers transformed from their grown form back into their primitive unicellular form. Xia Su had already assumed a combat stance, while the others stared blankly at the weavers compressing in front of them until they became a mass of floating large cells. Enjiu drew his sword from a sheath. The black liquid on the blade pulled out streaks entwined with the white sword body. Jack revealed his blade fingers. Su Luo ignited flames, and the minister hovered above the four, with spikes from his spine piercing through his skin. The five dared not attack recklessly. Even Su Luo merely floated in place, his gradually reddening pupils fixed ahead. Once the group of cells completed their transformation, they moved closer together. They adhered to one another, and their cell membranes merged into one, enclosing them inside. The inner cells began to fuse, desperately pushing against each other until all their organs ruptured and they began to devour one another. An endless stream of cells surged into the increasingly expanding cell membrane. After the cells inside fused, they divided again, producing many different cells resembling an embryo in development. In less than a few minutes, that mass of cells went through countless developments, reaching its final form. A ring of eyes surrounded its head, and 2 tentacles extended from the top, each with retractable eyeballs. Its entire cell membrane glowed with a strange hard shell, visible only under the starlight of the galaxy, shining briefly. 10 sturdy tentacles extended from its back, and its densely packed legs moved. "Cell differentiation," Jack said. "It's unbelievable that the weavers can evolve backward, reverting to the original cells and then redifferentiating to target their enemies. In just a few minutes, they complete an evolution that a species needs to undertake in response to outsiders and the environment. The weavers have stolen the eyes from the tentacles of the powerful, allowing them to look down on their enemies and give them a god's perspective. They also took the tentacles from Xia Su, and the shell on their bodies is used to defend against physical attack from Jack and Enjiu, likely also providing fire resistance. Su Luo's increasingly fiery hair roars hoarsely as the crimson clouds around his body swirl into charred whirlpools. He tears open a scorched smile. Cell differentiation? No matter how this species evolves, it is trash. Su Luo quickly approaches the Weaver, who is waving its tentacles not far away. The Weaver lashes out with 2 tentacles, trying to capture Su Luo, but he catches them with both hands. Scorching flames creep up the Weaver's back along the tentacles, and suddenly sharp spikes emerge from the Weaver's tentacles, piercing through Su Luo's palms. Su Luo does not let go. Instead, he grips tighter. The powerful one calls out in a low voice, "Go for it." He flaps his wings and charges at the Weaver. Xia Su, Jack, and Njio also join the battle. The tentacles behind the Weaver lunge at the 5 of them, and Xia Su uses his own tentacles to bind the Weaver's tentacles. Hurry up! Jack, Njio, Su Luo, and the powerful one all pull at the Weaver. But it is of no use. Chapter 27. The loyal Minister of Power, his shell, is specifically designed to defend against our attacks. But of course, it is useless. When Njio's sword struck down, it was absorbed into the shell of the Weaver, and the force rebounded back, forcing Njio to flip sideways to dissipate the energy. Su Luo's hand sank into the shell, and the heat he emitted couldn't harm the Weaver in the slightest. He shouted, "Cut the nonsense!" The minister, relying on his wings, attempted to attack the Weaver's eyes, but he could never get close, as the eyes on the Weaver's tentacles allowed it to defuse every crisis he posed. Xia Su was also having a hard time, wrestling alone with 10 tentacles while ensuring they did not attack the other 4. Although the 5 could not attack the Weaver could not attack them either. They were locked in a stalemate amidst a pile of drifting corpses. The limbs of the Weaver's abdomen quickly elongated, inserting into its own legs, exploring inside as if trying to pull something out. Xia Su wanted to intervene, but was intercepted by the Weaver's tentacles. She shouted, "Stop him from pulling out the strings of the harp." Unfortunately, the other 4 were restrained and unable to escape, forced to watch as the Weaver extracted a piece of bone from its leg, using its delicate hands to break it into several segments, reshaping it into a harp-like instrument. The Weaver did not rush to pluck the strings. Instead, it tore open its abdomen, allowing the liquid within the cell membranes to flow out, enveloping the nearby space. Then, it caressed the strings and plucked them lightly, causing the liquid to vibrate and surge toward the 5. The reason the Weaver needed to spread the liquid inside its body was that the universe, being a vacuum, lacked particles to transmit vibrations. So it needed the liquid within to create a medium for the vibrations. Xia Su watched the tentacles aimed at her and the approaching sound waves, realizing she could only evade one. Just as she prepared to dodge the sound waves and take the brunt of the tentacle attack, the tentacle suddenly fell in front of her, severed. Jack was keeping an eye on Xia Su, noticed she was trapped, and immediately rushed over to cut the tentacle. The other 3 sustained injuries, pressed against the Weaver, and had no time to dodge the sound waves. Njio's arm was severed, leaving him to wield his sword with the other hand, although Su Luo narrowly avoided it. The light spot on his chest was affected by the vibrations and temporarily unable to emit much heat. The minister was forced to flee. The Weaver's limbs danced on the sinewy strings of the harp, moving faster and faster, while Xia Su and the others struggled in the liquid, their movements slowing and being continuously cut. In less than 5 minutes, their stamina would be exhausted, leaving them as mere chunks of meat. Only the minister was not trapped in the liquid. He gestured down at Njio. As Njio dodged, he began moving closer to Jack and successfully reached him. He pointed to above, saying, "Throw me up." Jack crouched down, and Njio stepped on his hand, and Jack threw him upwards with all his might, with half of Njio's body leaping out of the liquid. The minister immediately grabbed Njio's hand, pulling him completely out of the liquid. As the minister dodged the Weaver's tentacles above, he looked down at Njio and said, "I'll throw you onto the Weaver's tentacle. You dig out its eyeball." With that, the minister accelerated forward, then shot vertically upwards, swinging his arm to throw Njio out. Njio landed beneath the tentacle, right in the blind spot, climbed upwards, and thrust his sword into the Weaver's eyeball, taking advantage of the Weaver losing its upper vision. The minister plunged his hand into the Weaver's face and pulled out one of its eyeballs, drilling into the Weaver's body. Xia Su, trapped in the liquid, looked up at the minister disappearing above. Njio jumped down from the tentacle, voluntarily re-entering the liquid to fight alongside Jack, Su Luo, and Xia Su. "Where's the minister?" Njio's shoulder wound was still bleeding. Jack looked up at the Weaver and said, "There." The 4 fell silent as they watched the minister moving down within the cell membrane. The minister glided through the liquid with his wings, getting closer to an organ resembling a heart. But surrounding him were organelles resembling white blood cells, trying to dissolve him. The cells adhered to his wings, and soon the wings were dissolved, turning into a pool of blood. The minister showed no reaction and continued approaching the organ. The cells surrounded him from all sides, swallowing the minister whole. Xia Su, Jack, and Jiao and Su Luo could only watch helplessly as the minister was dissolved, his skin and flesh pulled apart, gradually losing shape. As the minister was dissolved, his melting body was catalyzed by the liquid, slowly gathering again, regressing into a cell. The minister continued, moving toward the internal organs. Now no organelle could stop him. The minister's cell split in half, stretching the cell membrane to its limits. Other organelles frantically tore at him, repeatedly ripping open his cell membrane, but each time, the cell membrane healed rapidly. The organelles voraciously gnawed at the minister. The minister swallowed the weaver's internal organs. As the internal organs were digested by the minister, the weaver stopped moving and began to contract. Xia Su, Jack, and Jiao, and Su Luo knew what was about to happen. The weaver's skin collapsed, exploding when it shrank to its smallest size. Xia Su gathered the three in front of her, using her tentacles to block the exploding liquid. The cellular tissue was blasted into fragments, mixing with the liquid and scattering in the universe. Mission accomplished. Xia Su let out a breath. At that moment, a cell silently moved in front of the four. And Jiao thought of something. The minister? He tentatively called out. The cell merely moved to Jack, sticking to the side of his arm. Xia Su had already brought the spaceship over. The five returned to Earth. They first sought out Mi Lang to inform him that the weaver had been slaughtered to near extinction. Please have a seat. M.E. Lung, dressed in a robe of white and purple, sat on the sofa. The four stood still. We wiped them out, old man. Su Luo crossed his arms, looking down at Mi Lang. Mi Lang was not offended. Instead, his brow and eyes relaxed. Very good. The reward will be transferred to you now. Moments latte. All four received a very generous reward. Mi Lang asked, where's the minister? Jack, rarely speaking, removed the cell that the minister had transformed into from his arm. Here. Mi Lang looked at the minister, now a cell, and nodded. Is there any way to turn him back? And Jiao asked. Mi Lang extended his hand. Give him to me, Jack. Jack handed the minister over to Mi Lang. Without even looking at the cell in his hand, Mi Lang tightened his fingers and crushed it. Jelly-like fragments fell to the ground. Xia Su was stunned. Mi Lang's actions exceeded her expectations. What are you doing? Mi Lang simply said, you will see him tomorrow. Show them out. The four were ushered out of Mi Lang's study. At this moment, the gladiatorial arena was being repaired, with oddly shaped workers carrying metal to make repairs. Xia Su remained immersed in the image of the minister being easily crushed to death by Mi Lang, blankly following the other three as they walked out. And Jiao glanced at Xia Su's expression and softly said, we all regret what happened to the minister. It's already happened. Let's not dwell on it. Everything is permissible. Before Jiao could finish, Su Luo interjected. Hey you. And Jiao turned his head and calmly looked at Su Luo. How about a duel someday? Don't tell me you're scared. And Jiao's expression showed no signs of wavering. I'm always up for it. Su Luo smiled triumphantly. It's settled then. Don't back out at the last minute. Su Luo turned around and left, leaving Xia Su, Jack, and Jiao watching his twisted crimson figure. Mi Lang said we could see the minister again tomorrow. I can't figure out what he means, and Jiao said, no longer looking at Su Luo. Jack and Xia Su also did not understand Mi Lang's intentions. The minister was crushed before their eyes. If they were to see him tomorrow, it would be his corpse. And Jiao placed his left hand on the sword hilt. See you tomorrow. Jack nodded, and Xia Su said, see you tomorrow. The next day, Xia Su arrived at the arena, where Jack and Jiao and Su Luo had already met with the minister. They were very puzzled. Clearly, the minister had died. So why was he alive and well? After some conversation, the minister seemed to show no signs of abnormality. It was truly strange. And Jiao looked at the minister's back and said, this is getting more and more interesting. Su Luo smirked and walked away. When the 4 stars of eternal night were active, they were coated with a layer of fine light, countless light sources flickering, making the 4 stars appear to merge with the universe. At that moment, Xia Su was sitting in the lounge, absent-mindedly flipping through the book in his hands. After 5 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Xia Su stood up and opened the door. The minister was standing at the entrance. Let's have a match. That suits me just fine, Xia Su replied decisively. Now, the powerful minister raised an eyebrow. It's my honor. Xia Su smiled. The powerful minister turned around. See you in 10 minutes. Xia Su took off her coat and walked toward the aisle. What awaited her was a crowd of enthusiastic spectators. Cheers for Xia Su, and boos for the powerful minister. Rex's powerful voice stirred up waves of applause. He was originally the host of the Earth Coliseum and later came to the 4 stars for development. Many famous gladiatorial matches were narrated by him. Xia Su, Xia Su, Xia Su. The audience loudly called out the name of the champion of the arena. Xia Su and the Power Minister entered the arena at the same time. Xia Su walked towards the center of the field, raising her head midway to look at a private box above. Due to the glass material of the box and the reflection of the arena's lights, Xia Su couldn't see the scene inside clearly. But she knew that Miao Lang was sitting on the sofa, draped in a long robe. He was undoubtedly the king of the arena, and the other contestant is currently undefeated. Will he be defeated by Xia Su, or will a new champion emerge from the arena? The match begins. Rex ordered. The minister quickly approached Xia Su and punched him in the face. Xia Su raised his arm to block, enduring the blow. The minister continued to throw punches, and Xia Su blocked them all. Suddenly, the minister stepped back and swept his leg, trying to trip Xia Su. Xia Su also retreated, dodging in time. After dodging again, Xia Su tightened his arm, preparing to counterattack, and swung at the minister's chin. However, just as her hand was about to touch the minister's face, it was grabbed. The minister held Xia Su with one hand while the other pulled back to gather strength, and then struck Xia Su's abdomen forcefully. Instead of retreating after the hit, Xia Su moved in closer, grabbing the minister's shoulders. The situation became delicate, and the audience watched as the two held each other's shoulders, motionless, exchanging glances. At this moment, Xia Su and the minister were gripping each other's shoulders, standing with one foot in front and one foot behind, without any movement. They locked eyes, sweat sliding down their faces. Are they not moving? Are they resting? Rex squinted at the two people in the arena. Xia Su's fingers dug into the back of the minister's shoulder, her arm trembling slightly. They were not resting, but engaged in a contest. Both wanted to take the other down, but the balance of strength had them locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, Xia Su shifted her weight downward, grasping the minister's arm, while using her foot to choke him, forming an inverted crucifix hold. The minister couldn't break free and spread his wings behind him. 2 sturdy bones lifted, supporting a translucent membrane. The minister took Xia Su into the air. No longer wanting to escape, he tightly held onto Xia Su, pinning her securely underneath him. Xia Su realized the minister's intention but couldn't escape her current situation, allowing him to fly higher, and then using her body to dive down at high speed. The minister intended to use the downward force to slam Xia Su into the ground. The audience watched as Xia Su crashed down, and the minister was thrown off by a force. Xia Su bent backward, her head touching the ground, slowly straightening her body. She appeared to be unharmed. The minister also halted, creating some distance between them. Just moments ago, as the back of Xia Su's head was about to hit the ground, she released her tentacles. The tentacles braced against the ground, supporting Xia Su while the pressure from the minister above was rebounded, sending him flying away. Xia Su retracted her tentacles to their shortest length, swaying behind her with no signs of attack. Seeing this, the minister began to probe, slowly approaching to test Xia Su's attack range. Xia Su did not disappoint his expectations, releasing her arm blades to slash at the minister. The glaring silver blade was right in front of his eyes, and the minister could vaguely feel the chill. He bent down, and as Xia Su swiped past him, the minister thrust his hands to the ground and kicked Xia Su in the abdomen. Xia Su was knocked back, and the minister closed in, launching a series of strikes. The minister's attacks were extraordinarily fast, leaving a trail of blood with each hit on Xia Su. His arm reach was absurdly long, making it hard for Xia Su to touch him. Xia Su extended her tentacles to counterattack, but was swept up by the minister's wings. She raised her arms in front of her face, waiting for the right moment. They waited like this for 3 minutes, and the minister's punching speed showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, the force seemed to grow stronger. Xia Su realized this was one of the abilities provided by his genes. In combat, gladiators would observe breathing patterns to catch their opponent's weaknesses. However, a certain gene within the minister granted him the ability to go without breathing for a short time, making it impossible for Xia Su to find a weakness. Xia Su was unable to counterattack. The power of the powerful minister is remarkable. The audience, exchanging words, looked in disbelief at the scene before them. Xia Su's body was covered in more and more scratches. As the powerful minister swung his fists, blood was rubbed up and splattered everywhere. Xia Su took steps back, her body swaying from the blows. She focused her attention, mobilizing the muscles in her back to control the tentacles extending outward. The tentacles pierced through the minister's wings, stabbing out from the membrane, then spreading open, successfully shattering the wing's membrane, rendering the minister unable to fly. Pain spread from the wings, stimulating the spikes in his spine to break through the skin. This pain surged into his brain, but the minister paid no heed. He showed no reaction, his hands continuing their movements, even accelerating the speed of his punches, forcing Xia Su to retreat further. However, the minister was no match for the tentacles. Xia Su drove a tentacle into the minister's abdomen, pulling him away from herself. The minister was thrown by the tentacle, spinning on the ground before coming to a stop with one hand braced on the ground. He did not rush to attack, remaining still in place. Xia Su naturally knew that the minister was waiting for her to make a move. The two eyes atop the minister's head allowed him to look down from above, observing his opponent from a god's perspective, enabling him to make predictions and responses that were nearly impenetrable. Xia Su was drenched in blood, the stains wrapping around her body like stripes. The loss of blood made her breathing quicken. She could not continue to wear herself out against the powerful minister like this. Xia Su was certainly not foolish enough to attack up close, allowing the minister to predict her movements. She mobilized the tentacles, stabbing at the minister from different directions. The minister stood calmly, watching the tentacles coming from all sides, neither moving nor searching with his eyes for their trajectory. He stood composed, looking at Xia Su through the gaps of the countless tentacles assaulting him. The tentacles pressed against the minister's skin, sinking deeper and deeper. They intertwined and collided, producing a piercing sound. Xia Su felt the numbness transmitted by the tentacles. All the tentacles that rushed toward the minister collided with one another, and then the minister disappeared. Chapter 28. Sublimation and condensation. A plume of smoke rose and then condensed into the form of a powerful minister. When the tendril touched the minister, he caused all his cells to evaporate, transforming into gas. Xia Su frowned, her movements becoming cautious. She had witnessed numerous battles of powerful ministers, but had never seen such a transformation. The audience was filled with exclamations of surprise. The minister had turned into gas. "This is a move we've never seen before," Rex shouted into the microphone. The intensity of this combat style made him shudder. If the powerful minister could transform into gas, wouldn't that mean all the previous attacks were allowed by him for Xia Su to reach him? Otherwise, Xia Su would have had no way to get close. After the powerful minister solidified again, he stood relaxed, staring into Xia Su's eyes. Xia Su stepped forward, walking into the trap set by the powerful minister. He rushed towards the minister and landed a punch on his face. The minister's face caved in, and the sensation in Xia Su's hand became unusually soft. In an instant, the minister's face turned into liquid, wrapping around Xia Su's hand. His body quickly melted, creating a wall of water around Xia Su. The minister's liquid form completely enveloped Xia Su, increasing the density of the liquid, making it nearly impossible for Xia Su to move his hands inside. Before long, Xia Su would suffocate and die. The powerful minister was confident of victory, needing only to maintain this form to win the match smoothly. Xia Su was in a desperate situation. Rex watched as Xia Su was about to suffocate, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. As the host, he simply hoped for an intense competition, but after commentating on so many matches, he still held a certain fondness for Xia Su, the undefeated champion. Xia Su couldn't hear anything in the liquid, which reminded her of the silence when she submerged herself in the sea. An absolute silence accompanied by unease. Xia Su's chest began to heave, her throat constricting, but there was no air for her to inhale. Pain shot through her lungs. Her body was being crushed in the high-density liquid. She moved her arms slightly, feeling as if it were glued in place. Xia Su's body was tense, enduring immense pressure while still striving to function. She tried to keep her mind as relaxed as possible, attempting to come up with a way to break the situation. Tentacles slowly extended from behind Xia Su, piercing through layers of liquid until they reached the outside world. The tentacles formed a circle at the liquid's periphery and then began to spin rapidly. The tentacles rubbed against each other, producing a deafening sound, causing the audience to cover their ears. The tentacles rubbed faster and faster, the silver light and noise merging, sparking like fireworks. The sphere formed by the tentacles gradually transformed into a self-rotating planet, its flames fervent and massive like a star, resembling a sun that the four stars had never possessed. Rising up, suddenly, Xia Su's arm swung. The liquid power slowly melted away until it evaporated. Xia Su and the gaseous power were squeezed in the center of the tentacles, which wrapped around her, overlapping, engulfing her. Before Xia Su completely disappeared among the tentacles, the power caught a glimpse of her smile. Xia Su was embraced by the tentacles as she exited the sphere, controlling them to draw closer to the center. The tentacles tightened, and as the space inside shrank, the power continuously sought a way out. But the tentacles were intertwined too tightly, leaving no gaps for him to pass through, not even as a gas. Xia Su suddenly halted the spinning of the tentacles, which retreated to her side, burrowing into the muscles of her back. The gray smoke in the center gathered, transforming into a solid. The power knelt on the ground, his left eye vanished, and his lips flowed down like they were melting into his jaw. One of his legs shortened, with depressions appearing on it. Half of his body seemed unable to solidify, continuously being pulled down, forming a circle around his body. Will you not strike? Xia Su, you're truly gentle. The power minister twisted his lips slightly. Xia Su said, you didn't kill Jack either. She turned around and walked out of the arena. Xia Su crushed, once again, the opponents who dared to challenge her. The power minister faced his first defeat. Rex watched as Xia Su left, quickly declaring victory. Truly, he is the king of the arena. What just happened? How did the powerful minister lose? The audience applauded while whispering to each other. The power minister knelt on the ground and unsteadily stood up. The stretcher that was meant to carry him had already been brought to him, but he pushed away the staff who came to assist him, dragging his half-melted body. The power minister stumbled out of the arena. The transformation between solid, liquid, and gas depends on temperature. By raising or lowering his own temperature, the power minister could make his cells melt, evaporate, or condense. Xia Su used this principle to rapidly rub his tentacles to increase temperature, forcing the power minister to turn into gas. When the gas is compressed to the extreme, nuclear fusion occurs. If Xia Su continued to compress the tentacles, all the atomic nuclei in the power minister's body would change, leading to the distortion and alteration of his flesh. However, Xia Su did not do this. She believed the power minister was a worthy opponent who did not need to prove her victory through killing. The 4 stars were absolute darkness when inactive, and there were almost no people in the arena at that moment. In the empty corridor, Xia Su was preparing to go to the lounge to retrieve the book she had dropped in the afternoon when she passed by the power minister's lounge and heard voices. With so many genes synthesized, they still couldn't defeat her. Mielang's tone was unfriendly. Not as skilled as others. There's nothing you can do, the power minister replied stiffly. Mielang suddenly lowered her voice. Of course, there's a way. The power minister felt the weight of the silence and stood up. Do you want to hybridize another monster to fight for you? Am I not enough? The sound of the cane hitting the ground echoed. Clearly not enough. Even with all the excellent genes I extracted from so many organisms, you still can't defeat Xia Su. The power minister clenched his hands, remaining silent. You know you're powerless. Mielang looked at the half-melted face of the power minister and said, all right, you know what to do. Mielang stood up, leaned on his cane, and left. The power minister stood in place, head down. After a few seconds, he raised his hand and dragged his claws across his neck. His throat split open, and the back of his neck pulled his body backward. Xia Su heard a muffled sound coming from the room. She had a preliminary guess about the conversation between the power minister and Mielang. The power minister sat in the audience of the arena, surveying the whole scene. Suddenly, he turned to the side, and a small knife flew past, grazing his neck and embedding itself in the seat behind him. The power minister turned his head to look at the approaching creature. The creature was tall and robust, with many legs on its lower body. Its face had 6 eyeballs, each composed of countless smaller eyes. Its entire body was covered in a shell, and its wings were identical to the power minister's. The power minister raised his head and appraised this uninvited challenger from top to bottom. This month, he had already dealt with countless such creatures. The creature stood before the power minister, looking down. Are you the power minister? The powerful minister polished his newly sharpened claws. Indeed, the claws reflected a cold light under the dazzling brightness of the arena. Without saying a word, the creature drew a long bone blade from within its arm. The flesh from wrist to shoulder parted like ripples, revealing the innermost bone. The bones rose and fell like mountains within the flesh. The creature grasped the top of the hilt with its hand and slowly pulled it out from within its arm. The powerful minister sighed and stood up. Do you know you're the 23rd this month? How lucky. No need to queue. The creature said, you have truly worked hard. But don't worry, I will be the last one. The creature jumped down from the audience seats and landed in the center of the arena. The powerful minister also leaped down, landing opposite the creature. The creature immediately launched an attack on the minister. It leaned back, pulled its arms back, and threw out a bone blade. The bone blade shot towards the minister at high speed, and the creature thought it would hit the minister accurately, but instead, it only saw a pit where the minister had been. The minister had jumped away just as the bone blade was about to land. The creature continued to whip with the bone blade, while the powerful minister kept dodging, inching closer to the creature. Just as the minister was about to touch the creature, he was blocked by the bone blade that came in from the side, forcing him to take a step back. The minister advanced again, and the creature seized the moment to swing out the bone blade. The blade struck the minister right in the face. The creature watched as the bone blade embedded itself in the minister's face, secretly pleased, only to see the minister, who was originally in front of him, suddenly disappear. He felt a sharp aura rushing toward him, and instinctively raised his arm to block. When he opened his eyes again, his forearm had been completely severed, leaving only a meat pit at the elbow. The creature looked up and saw the minister's unharmed face. Lowering his gaze, he found his forearm gripped in the minister's hand. The minister lifted the creature's forearm, held it upright, and waved at him. The hand on the forearm was still gripping the bone blade. The creature showed no expression. The bone exposed at the elbow folded open, revealing a blade. The knife made of bone was white, but covered in spilled blood, and as the blade popped out, it pulled out several strands of flesh that hung beside it. The minister raised his eyes. Skeletal modification. Mielang has really invested a lot. The minister tossed the severed arm aside and dashed straight toward the creature. With the minister approaching, the creature lunged forward. The minister crouched, using his legs to push off the ground, instantly flying up to the creature's head. The creature looked up, but it was already too late. The minister's claws pierced into the creature's eyeball, and with a powerful thrust, he pressed down. The claws sank deeper into the creature's face until the entire claw was embedded inside. The minister clenched his hand and pulled upward, gouging out the flesh and eyeball from the center of the creature's face. The minister held the chunk of flesh and dropped it to the ground, watching as the creature's face, now just a hollow cavity, slammed onto the ground, blood and bits of flesh splattering everywhere. The minister tossed aside the flesh and walked over to the dying creature. He squatted beside it. "What is your name?" The creature remained motionless and silent, and the minister initially thought he was dead, until the creature's half-formed mouth, pressed against the ground, emitted a muffled sound. "I have no name." "Got it." The minister stood up, grabbed the creature's bloodied head, and slit its throat. The minister walked to the exit of the arena and encountered Mielang in the dark corridor. He did not stop, passing by Mielang. As he walked past, he said, "You're a bit too hasty this time." The voice echoed in the corridor, each rebound growing weaker. The minister returned to the resting room, starting to reminisce about his previous opponents. Each time before killing them, he would ask for their names, because the minister knew that if he did not remember their names, their existence would be forgotten. "Shut up," Su Luo said fiercely. Xia Su didn't speak again. A few minutes later, Su Luo's voice sounded again. "Seriously, how much longer do we have to go?" "Egwo bodli bisaid Xia Su." No one replied. Su Luo leaned closer to Xia Su's face. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Xia Su remained silent and continued walking. Su Luo stared at Xia Su, turned his head, and used his burning hair to annoy him. Xia Su helplessly said, "Didn't you tell me to shut up? It should be a few more minutes." At this moment, Xia Su, Jack, and Jiao, and Su Luo were walking on the sandy ground, their destination unknown. They had intended to go to a nearby planet to participate in a competition, but their spaceship collided with an object launched from the planet they were on and crash-landed here. The four were searching for civilization on the planet, hoping to make a deal to repair their spaceship. Su Luo glanced at the uneven sandy ground, finding nothing but gray sand. "We're just going in circles." Su Luo kicked up a patch of gray sand, and Jiao looked ahead. "The same terrain doesn't mean we're going in circles, Su Luo." Su Luo retorted, "Does it make a difference?" His voice suddenly became ethereal, like a grain of gray sand drifting away, disappearing into the air. Xia Su hurriedly turned around, realizing that the sand behind him had collapsed, and Su Luo was nowhere to be seen. Everything happened silently, as if Su Luo had never spoken. Xia Su wouldn't have noticed. Xia Su turned his head, watching Jack also fall into the sand, within a second, nearly reduced to a twisted shadow. At that moment, Jiao had already grabbed Xia Su's arm. "Get to higher ground." Xia Su released his tentacles to wrap around Jiao, and the sand beneath them became light. Collapsing softly, Xia Su threw his tentacles onto the high ground, pulling both himself and Jiao up just in time to leap out of the collapsing sand. Jiao stared at the sinking sand below, about to warn Xia Su to go higher, but everything came to a halt. "We should." Xia Su's black eyes fell from Jiao's sockets. Just as Jiao uttered a few words, Xia Su collapsed along with the gray sand. Jiao felt a sinking sensation in his heart, and the next second, he noticed a strange change at his feet. One patch of sand after another collapsed in an orderly fashion from low to high. Empty, with no one around. Su Luo spat out the sand that had dried out his mouth, the stale, dusty taste choking him to the point where he couldn't even curse coherently. Before he could open his mouth again, more sand grains hit his face, pressing down on his entire visage, blocking his features. Su Luo tried to push the sand off his face, but as he moved the nerves in his arm, he suddenly realized that his arm was trapped in the sand. Layer upon layer of sand piled onto his body, perfectly molding to Su Luo's form, rendering him immobile. The pressure continued to increase on Su Luo's chest. Soon, this pressure would burst his body. Su Luo flailed his hands, trying to escape the sand, but only accelerated the sand's crushing force. He cursed, allowing the sand to fill his throat. The rough grains scraped down his esophagus, flooding into his abdomen. 1,000 thoughts of tearing apart the planet's corpse ravaged Su Luo's mind. Pain for being crushed radiated from all over his body. The sand surrounding Su Luo suddenly began to loosen, then flow. Su Luo was forced to follow the sand as it fell. A rain of gray sand poured down from the sky, and Su Luo felt as if he were being disassembled into sand grains, crashing down. Fortunately, the ground was already covered with several layers of sand, where Su Luo would have surely been shattered to pieces. His left arm hit the sand first, crushed by gravity. Flying away, Su Luo slammed into the sand, his head buried in the ground, listening to the splashing sounds from all around. After a long time, it finally quieted down. Su Luo propped himself up with one hand, looking at his severed arm with indifference. His light spots would eventually produce scarlet clouds, restoring his arm. So Su Luo wasn't worried. Su Luo stood up and gazed at the sandy ground. After being compressed and falling, his consciousness had not yet cleared. Standing there in a daze, he scanned around and was drawn to a patch of sand that was wriggling. A relatively flat area of sand bulged, the grains rising and falling, as something broke through the sand. Jack had just crawled out of the sand when he was kicked away, rolling a bit before regaining his balance. Without thinking, Su Luo kicked out before even seeing the creature emerging from the sand. As a result, he kicked Jack instead. Jack spat out the sand in his mouth. Have you seen Xia Su and Gio? He didn't care about Su Luo's earlier kick. Su Luo looked Jack up and down. No, they probably didn't fall. Just as the two were catching their breath, two heavy objects fell from the sky, crashing onto the sand mound above Jack and Su Luo. Jack's palm slightly contracted, and Zetian began to flow from the center of his palm to his fingers, and the two quickly climbed onto the sand mound. Su Luo quickened his pace, reaching ahead of Jack. Before they could climb up, they saw two heads popping out of the sand. Gray sand rolled down from their dark hair, covering their faces. However, this did not prevent Jack and Su Luo from recognizing that these were Xia Su and Gio. Jack reached out to help Xia Su, and a silver flash whizzed past his ear. If Jack hadn't dodged in time, Xia Su's tentacles would have pierced through his head. Jack pulled Xia Su up. Do whatever you want. The gray sand stung their eyes, and Xia Su blinked hard. Hey Jack. Sorry. Xia Su had just fallen from the sky, his consciousness in chaos, and mistook Jack for an unknown creature on the planet, launching an attack. Gio adjusted the sword at his waist, shaking off the sand that had stuck in the sheath. Perhaps there would be civilization here. Su Luo stomped his foot in doubt. This ground won't collapse again, will it? Gio frowned. If that's the case, you'd better not stomp your foot. Su Luo stepped in front of Gio, trying to push him over with one hand. Gio immediately drew his sword. Xia Su used his tentacles to entangle both of them. We can fight once we return to the arena. Su Luo and Gio remained at a stalemate. Xia Su turned to look at Gio. Gio understood Su Luo's fury and thought it would be easier to kill him than to make him back down. Gio stood straight and sheathed his sword. Just as Su Luo was about to charge forward, Jack stepped up as well. Su Luo glared at Gio for a while before retracting the crimson aura that enveloped him. Su Luo shook off the tentacles and said to Gio, "Wait for me back." Gio replied, "Same as before, I'm ready anytime." Xia Su looked at the one-armed Su Luo. "Are you okay?" Su Luo ignored her. Xia Su sighed lightly. "We better continue our search for civilization." Xia Su's gaze fixed on Jack, Gio, and Su Luo. This was their first joint action since dealing with the Weaver alongside the Power Broker. Xia Su was sure there would be friction among the four, but her intuition whispered that they would become good friends. Chapter 29. Treading on the biological chain, the four of them walked in silence for a long distance until they encountered a group of buildings. A group of creatures was transporting sand blocks. They were expelling liquid to bind the sand grains together and reshape them for construction. They had long, upright bodies but were hunched over. Their muscles were exceptionally pronounced, with their limb joints protruding like bamboo segments. Judging by appearance, their limbs had 3 times the number of joints compared to humans, providing an advantage for construction. And Xia said, maybe they will offer help. So Hundredth, watching the group of creatures, or they might tie us up, torture us, and then kill us. Xia Su hesitated for a moment. We have no other choice. If we want to return to Earth, we must take this risk. What do you think, Jack? Jack had been observing for a while, and only turned his head when called by Xia Su. I don't mind. Xia Su looked into Jack's eyes, and Xio grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. I think it's worth a try. Xia Su nodded in agreement. The 3 of them turned their attention to Su Luo. Su Luo felt uncomfortable under their gaze and waved his hand. If it were me, I would kill them all. But fine. Xia Su smiled and said, thank you. Su Luo pouted and mumbled something that Xia Su didn't catch. The 4 of them walked up to the group of creatures. Su Luo's hands flickered with faint sparks, and the tentacles behind Xia Su stirred in the flesh. We mean no harm. We are humans from Earth, and we crash-landed here due to a spaceship malfunction. We seek help. And Joe's tone was friendly, but not soft. Once the spaceship is repaired, we will leave, and before that, we will repay your help. The creatures, busy moving sand, lifted their heads, their elongated eyes staring at the 4. The ears that had been resting on top of their heads perked up, twitching with caution. After Njio finished speaking, a long silence followed. Xia Su felt more and more heat radiating from beside her. Su Luo's hair swayed, a sign of impending attack. Before this, a few creatures broke away from the group and approached the 4. One creature stood out. Its eyes were wrapped in black lines, and it had well-developed muscles. Its skin was unusually thin, with ribs faintly visible as they rose and fell. It came closer and suddenly was struck by a burst of flame. Su Luo rushed in front of the creature, plunging his hands into its chest and tearing it in half. The creature, enraged, had its ribs burst through its skin, forming 4 bloody horns. After the horns pierced through its body, they began to extend and swing up and down. Jack stood still, silently, allowing the ziti to wrap around his fingers. Xia Su and Njio also remained motionless, not revealing their tentacles or swords, just preparing themselves. Su Luo had already shed his outer skin, the crimson clouds swirling as he charged at the nearest creatures. In just a few seconds, Su Luo dealt with them, leaving only shattered corpses and burn marks on the ground. The creatures standing in the back shouted something, and then 5 of them formed a team, charging at the 4. Just as Xia Su drew out her tentacles, the creatures rushing towards her suddenly halted. All the creatures froze in place. Their ears rotated first, then their eyeballs turned. Jack remained vigilant, watching the group of creatures not far away. Njio exchanged puzzled glances with Xia Su, while Su Luo observed the motionless creatures, hesitating to attack again. A team of 5 emerged from the creatures, their sharp angles still swaying as they approached the 4. As the team got closer to Su Luo, he was about to grab the nearest creature by the head, but suddenly his body was yanked backwards. Su Luo was pulled back to Xia Su's side by a tentacle, and in anger, he burned the tentacle with his hand, instantly scorching several holes. Xia Su endured the pain and whispered, "Please, Su Luo. They are our only chance." Su Luo stopped tormenting the tentacle and watched as the creatures drew closer. The leader of the creatures examined Su Luo from top to bottom, and Su Luo defiantly scrutinized him in return. The team gradually approached Xia Su and Njio, Jack, and Su Luo. They only stopped when they were very close. The leader spoke, "We are the Mi Wang. We can help you repair your spaceship, but you also need to help us with a matter." "Very well." And Njio exchanged confirming glances with the other 3, temporarily not asking what the matter was, as this was likely the only chance to repair the spaceship. The leader of the Mi Wang turned and announced to the remaining Mi Wang, and they continued to orderly construct and handle their fallen companions' bodies. "This team will repair your spaceship. Let's start now." The leader called over a team of 6 Mi Wang. Their forearms were exceptionally long, each of their 2 front limbs having 6 fingers, very agile. Their brown fur was coated in a sheen. "Lead the way," Su Luo said to Xia Su. "Is there really someone who remembers the way?" Before the words were finished, Njio led the team forward to the right front. Su Luo watched Njio walk past him. Of course, Njio would remember. Xia Su turned his head. Yes, he will remember. Njio led the group back to the spaceship, and Mi Wang, after inspecting the damaged spacecraft, reported to the team leader. The team leader told Xia Su and the others, "The spaceship can be repaired in 4 days, but you cannot leave until we finish our business." Njio replied, "Of course." At this moment, Jack asked, It's time to discuss the details of this matter. Jack, who was previously a mercenary, already knew what this kind of thing meant: power, killing, and grudges. Any two of these three, or all three, could be involved. The team leader Mi Wang took the lead. Follow me. He led the four back to Mi Wang's construction site, where a sharp sandcastle had already been built in the open space. The brown-gray, moist sand blocks were bonded together, pressed into a towering, pointed column. A few brown dots appeared above the sandcastle, sliding down at a very fast speed. Several Mi Wang slid down the slope from the top, their hooves brushing against the walls without stirring up a single grain of sand. They had just finished the roof of the building when they landed next to Xia Su and the others. They flicked their ears at the team leader and then left. The team leader and his crew brought Xia Su and the others into the sandcastle. Inside the sandcastle, there was furniture made entirely of grains of sand, molded by the Mi Wang into many exaggerated curved decorations, surrounding a central table and chairs. Each wall had a slightly thin layer of sand, shaped like an irregular water stain, letting the light from outside through. The Mi Wang and humans took their seats. Sand blocks formed several tall chairs, with long, slender support columns at the bottom, topped with a round disc for sitting. At least Xia Su and Jiao, Jack, and Su Luo were sitting on them. All the Mi Wang lay comfortably on the round disc. Xia Su looked up at the sand columns hanging from the ceiling, resembling stalactites reflected in a cave pool. Jack also looked up, wondering how he would react if the sand columns fell and pierced a few people. The team leader Mi Wang had his limbs crossed beneath him, lying upright on a round disc. Our planet is hourglass-shaped. When it rotates 180 degrees, the world will begin to flow to the other end. The lowest layer of organisms and habitats will flow first, and when they reach the other end, they can develop first. Then the remaining layers of sand will flow in order, piling up into a new world at the other end of the planet. At the original end, organisms at the top of the food chain will lack food due to the world's flow and face harsh living conditions, leading to degeneration. When they finally flow to the other end, they will transform into organisms at the bottom of the food chain. The planet keeps rotating like this, with one end of the world flowing to the other, reversing the food chain. When the world flows to the other end, the original end becomes void. The planet's tiny hole, which is the narrowest part of the hourglass, is a wall that controls the flow of time and speed. So you want us to help you trample to the top of the food chain and remain there. Jack calmly stated the conclusion. Mi Wang did not deny it and continued to explain. The first layer consists of large-bodied shark-like creatures. They have elastic jaws, allowing their mouths to grow larger. In their mouths are 12 rows of rapidly spinning teeth. Due to their size, they are unable to clean the lipophagic worms, so they need to collaborate with the languid tongue. The second layer is us. We possess 4 bone horns that usually lie hidden on either side of our bodies, helping to contract muscles and enhance our bodily functions. In battle, we can control the sharp angles to protrude from our bodies, turning them into weapons. The creatures of the third layer are called Zero. They have 8 legs crawling on the ground, and their heads can fold inward, hiding in their abdomens, only revealing themselves when they eat. The fourth layer is the languid tongue. Their disgusting, slimy long tongues are used to catch lipophagic worms. They do not walk. They can only jump, often reaching heights from the bottom of a sand layer to the roof. The fifth layer consists of lipophagic worms. They attach to other creatures, surviving by absorbing their fats. Mi Wang shook his head in disgust. While we are on the other side of the planet, we are creatures from the fourth layer, relying on capturing and shrinking tenfold to steal scraps from the toothed sharks to survive. It is only until the next passage of time that we can return to the second layer. Mi Wang suddenly fixed his gaze on Su Luo, and you just happen to be able to help us dominate the food chain. And Jiao silently sighed. This kind of disruption of another planet was not the kind of task he was willing to assist with. He said, "We are just gladiators." Mi Wang's expression remained unchanged. "That is enough. When I saw your partner, who was on fire, easily kill one of our teams, I knew you could do it. After all, Mi Wang is the second in the food chain on this side of the planet. Do you want us to be free killing tools?" Su Luo leaned forward. "I only kill the people I want to kill." Mi Wang twitched his ears in confusion. "Don't you want to go home?" And Jiao was about to refute Su Luo when he immediately interrupted, saying, "Deal." Su Luo turned his head and glared at Jiao. If it weren't for Xia Su holding him back, he would have rushed over. Jack asked, "What about the precise plan?" Mi Wang said, "We only need to stop the flow of the hourglass and then conquer the toothed shark. We are preparing to send a team to transform the wall that controls the pores. The wall is called Xuan, meaning the authority of the cycle of all things. However, you cannot help with the transformation. You need to help us fight. I believe we will reach the top soon. At that time, You can leave as well. Su Luo crossed his legs and impatiently said, "When do we fight? We won't stay on this planet for 10 days or half a month just for you." Mi Wang said, "The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, Mi Wang will lead the attack on the Yasha. The passage to the first sand layer has already been constructed. In the next couple of days, I will send someone to familiarize you with the planet and its creatures." Xia Su nodded. "That's it." So the four of them followed the team to tour this hourglass-shaped planet. Mi Wang only operated within their own tier, and their buildings were concentrated in one area, with sandblock houses rising and falling on different heights of sand. As the four of them passed by, Mi Wang's ears perked up in an unseen place, turning towards their direction. And Zhou caught a faint sound. He turned his head and discovered a nest of Mi Wang cubs lying on the ground. And Zhou initially thought they were sleeping, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the Mi Wang cubs were twitching. And Zhou immediately sensed something was wrong and called to the team. The Mi Wang and the team looked in the direction, and Zhou pointed and indeed saw several cubs helplessly lying on the ground. Their soft bellies were exposed, twitching wildly during spasms. Mi Wang rushed forward. When they moved quickly, they didn't walk upright but bent down, placing their front limbs on the ground and running on all fours. The Mi Wang team picked up the cubs one by one and rushed to the medical center. The medical center was relatively large among all the sandblock buildings, shaped like two spheres stacked vertically, unlike the other sharp buildings. The Mi Wang cubs were immediately rescued, fortunately, and Zhou discovered them in time. And the cubs were not in immediate danger. The rescuing Mi Wang physician approached Xia Su's team. They had temporarily escaped life-threatening danger, but we had never seen this kind of illness before. The implication was that they could not cure the cubs. The physician looked at the leading Mi Wang. "Yiwu, where did you find the cubs?" Yiwu, who had just negotiated with Mi Wang and the others, was also the leader of the team. Yiwu expressed his concern. "They're under a house, their parents are not around, and it was one of their human friends who discovered them first." The doctor's voice unconsciously lowered. "We have never seen this disease before, and it cannot be cured. Our primary task now is to develop a treatment plan. We need to hold a meeting." Yiwu nodded in agreement. He then turned to the four from Xia Su and said, "I'll send another team to help you familiarize yourselves with the area." And Zhou looked at the anxious Yiwu with some sympathy. The four from Xia Su subsequently got to know the terrain and explore the passage leading to the Yasha layer, waiting for the day after tomorrow. In the evening, Yiwu knocked on the sand house where Xia Su and the others were temporarily staying. Jack opened the door and stepped aside to let Yiwu in. Yiwu first expressed a bit of apology for leaving Xia Su and the others aside in the afternoon. And Zhou asked, "How is the cub?" Yiwu is no longer so tense. Their condition is gradually stabilizing, and there is no danger for the time being. And Zhou heard the phrase "for the time being" and continued to ask, "Still unable to treat the illness?" Yiwu shook his head. In the end, Yiwu said, "See you the day after tomorrow." Then he left the room, allowing Xia Su and the other three to rest. A day later, the four stood in front of a towering ladder. Xia Su looked at the rows of Mi Wang warriors and gently sighed. He was then captured by Su Luo. What was he sighing about? Su Luo stood beside Xia Su, overlooking the team of Mi Wang. Xia Su said helplessly, "Why do we always have to participate in various forms of wars?" Su Luo replied, puzzled, "As gladiators, isn't it enjoyable to experience the thrill of ultimate power?" Xia Su said, "I enjoy fighting in the arena. That's a different matter." Su Luo chuckled oddly, "No matter what form it takes. As long as it can kill the enemy, it's a good thing." The Mi Wang battle team began to climb the ladder and then entered a tunnel that had already been dug. Xia Su and the others followed at the end, walking for about 10 minutes before they returned to the sandy ground. Now they were at the level of the toothed shark, and Mi Wang had to be particularly careful. Mi Wang's plan was to locate the toothed shark's base, launch a surprise attack, and eliminate them. 5 members of the Mi Wang squad detached from the main group to scout. Seeing that they were going to stand by, Su Luo immediately became restless. "Let's go scout too." After saying that, he was about to leave the team, but was stopped by Jack. "Hey Jack, you're not usually one to meddle in others' business." Su Luo provocatively shook off Jack's hand. Jack had no expression. "Don't waste your effort." Su Luo, upon hearing this, didn't he understand. "What do you mean?" Jack glanced at Su Luo and said nothing. Su Luo persisted. "What did you say, Jack?" Jack used to be a mercenary, and his biggest taboo was doing useless work and wasting effort. But that's exactly what Su Luo was doing. He insisted on going even though a reconnaissance team had already been dispatched. Jack reminded him just once, out of consideration for Xia Su. When Su Luo saw that Jack was ignoring him, he immediately became agitated. Sparks flew from his hair, and red dots danced in Jack's blue eyes. And Zhou joined the conversation at this point. Jack was right. There was no need to go. Su Luo didn't react much. I knew you would say that. I already understood that you would only pretend to be profound and hold back. And Jiu frowned and didn't speak further. Xia Su looked at the fragmented trio and sighed deeply. She thought that before returning to Earth, she wouldn't have peace. Jack and Jiu and Su Luo would definitely end up fighting. She intervened in the conversation. You can compete with each other when we get back to the arena. It's not too late. For now, let's wait for the reconnaissance team. If they take too long without results, we can go. Xia Su proposed a compromise, hoping that Su Luo would relent. Su Luo snorted, his eyes glaring fiercely as they darted between Jiu and Jack. The sparks in Su Luo's hair gradually faded, and he let out a cold laugh. Leaning against the sandstone, seeing that the three of them were no longer arguing, Xia Su also leaned against the sandstone, waiting for the reconnaissance team to return. Eventually, the third reconnaissance team found the base of a Yasha and led the battle team closer. Xia Su found it strange looking at the Yasha's base. According to Yiwu, the Yasha was large and should not have such a small building as its home. It wasn't until she caught sight of a Yasha fin breaking through the ground that she understood. Yiwu appeared next to Jiu at some point and said, Yasha usually lurks beneath the sand, and their home should also be buried under the sand. Yiwu suddenly stopped speaking, raised his neck, and looked around. His ears stood straight up and began to twitch rhythmically. After a while, Yiwu said, We need to lure the Yasha to the surface. We have no advantage in the sand. Immediately, 6 Mi Wong detached from the battle team, ran to the Yasha's base, and began to dig. Several fish fins suddenly popped out of the sand, and the Mi Wong immediately retreated. However, the Yasha did not pursue, but instead hid back underground. The Mi Wong dug into the sand again, and the fish fins reappeared. They pulled back and forth like this, neither willing to let the other gain a positional advantage. Su Luo's pure black eyes squinted, and he smiled. He whispered a few words into Xia Su's ear. Xia Su raised an eyebrow, finding Su Luo's words quite interesting. Xia Su said to Yiwu, Tell your people to retreat. Yiwu opened his mouth in confusion, but was cut off by Xia Su. We don't need to do anything unbeneficial for the Mi Wong. Yiwu pondered for a moment, and his ears began to twitch again. The team that was holding back the Yasha heard the high-frequency signal emitted by Yiwu, perked their ears, and skillfully retreated back to the battle team. Under Yiwu's watch, the flesh on Xia Su's back slowly split open. Chapter 30. The bloodbath of the toothed sharks. The skin first curled outward, pulling the flesh, resembling fleshy, curled leaf flowers. Layer after layer of textured flesh was peeled back, and a silvery tentacle squeezed out from the side of the spine. The tentacle probed into the air, its tip unusually sharp. Yiwu didn't see clearly what was happening. His instinct suddenly urged him to retreat immediately. After the first tentacle emerged, the spine seemed to shatter and misalign, and 9 tentacles burst forth violently from the innermost part of the back. Yiwu was shocked, gazing up at the tentacles wildly waving in the air. The silver light flashed, and he dared not look directly at it. When Yiwu shifted his gaze to Xia Su's face, he found her expression was still the same as when they had just spoken. Xia Su was not devoid of feeling pain. Rather, the pain of her back bursting open had long been dulled by repeated gladiatorial battles. Xia Su moved forward, plunging all the tentacles into the sandy ground. Su Luo followed closely behind. Xia Su cast her eyes down at him, and Su Luo ignited flames in both hands, pressing them against Xia Su's back, connecting to the blood holes of the tentacles. Yiwu's vision was instantly enveloped by firelight. The scarlet clouds on Su Luo's hands burned along the tentacles, igniting beneath the sand. In less than a minute, Yiwu felt the sand beneath his feet begin to tremble. The next second, countless toothed sharks burst from the ground, fleeing across the sand. Yiwu immediately commanded the team to attack, and the entire squad surged forward. The toothed sharks, already reeling from the flames' assault, were thrown into disarray by the charge of Mi Wong's team. Of course, Su Luo would not miss such a great opportunity to hunt. He suddenly disappeared from Xia Su's side and plunged into the midst of the toothed sharks. Xia Su only saw a shadow of fire weaving through the sand, and wherever it went, the toothed sharks were brutally slaughtered. The smell of burnt flesh invaded the nostrils. Xia Su didn't delay for long, withdrawing the tentacles from the sand. The tentacles darted like gusts of wind, piercing through the gaps of the battlefield and instantly bursting several toothed sharks. And Jiu and Jack joined the battle with Mi Wong's team, both fighting effortlessly, clearing out the toothed sharks. Just as Yiwu thought they were about to win the war, the toothed sharks suddenly regrouped and launched a fierce counterattack. The sound of misaligned bones began to rise, and all the toothed sharks opened their mouths, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. One toothed shark leapt from the sand, landing on several Mi Wong. Flesh and blood exploded, and the surrounding Mi Wong and tooth sharks were all coated in a layer of blood. The tooth sharks' jaws opened wider, and the bodies of the Mi Wong were shredded into pieces within its mouth. The blood ignited the tooth sharks, with their massive bodies and sharp teeth. They tore apart one Mi Wong after another. Iwu's heart sank as he transmitted strategies through his twitching ears, leading the remaining Mi Wong to fight desperately against the tooth sharks. Xia Su was sandwiched between two tooth sharks, one of which launched a sneak attack from behind, while Xia Su was focused on using her tentacles to help the Mi Wong clear out the tooth sharks. Unaware of the danger, she was engulfed by a tooth shark's mouth, and just as its jaws were about to close, Xia Su extended her arm blade and stabbed into the upper jaw of the tooth shark. The pain caused the tooth shark to momentarily slow its movements, but did not stop. Xia Su's arm was sliced by the sharp teeth, and she dared not release her grip. Xia Su withdrew her tentacles, plunging them into the upper and lower jaws of the tooth shark, exerting all her strength to try to pry the shark's mouth open. The tooth shark felt the pressure in its mouth and began to roll and thrash in the sand, attempting to throw Xia Su off balance. However, Xia Su's tentacles were firmly embedded in the flesh, and she remained unmoving. For a moment, Xia Su was on the verge of prying open the tooth shark's mouth. Just as Xia Su was about to succeed, the tooth shark unexpectedly opened its mouth on its own. Xia Su immediately tried to rush out, but was cut by the sharp teeth in her chest. Another tooth shark surprisingly thrust its teeth into the mouth of this tooth shark. At that moment, the space Xia Su occupied was filled with sharp teeth. The teeth twisted. Blood from her chest splattered onto her face, and she gradually lost her vision. Xia Su could feel her body fracturing, her senses becoming increasingly muddled. Suddenly, the teeth in front of her chest pulled forward, releasing their grip from the flesh. One tooth shark had its belly pierced, and the wound was surrounded by charred black marks. The tooth shark struggled a few times, and as blood pooled on the ground, it fell silent. Xia Su seized the moment, using both hands to grip the torn flesh, leaping out from the tooth shark's mouth. She barely landed on the ground, watching Su Luo rush past her. The tooth shark opened its bloody maw, poised to swallow Su Luo. Su Luo dodged at an incredible speed, leaping onto the back of the tooth shark and plunged both hands deep into its head. The tooth shark thrashed wildly in the sand, burrowing into it only to emerge again, but to no avail. Su Luo gripped the flesh of the tooth shark tightly, firmly riding on its back. Blood soaked the sand grains, a mix of bright red and gray sand covering the land. There are also corpses. The bodies of the Mi Wong and tooth sharks lay sprawled on the sand, overlapping each other. Su Luo let the blood drip from the back of his hand, while Xia Su stood beside him, clutching her wound. Xia Su felt her heart was about to drop out. The flesh in her chest felt as if it were going to spill from the wound. She said with uneven breaths, "Thank you, Su Luo." Su Luo glanced up at Xia Su, seeing her pale face, and swallowed back the harsh words he had intended to say. In the end, Su Luo said, "Enough. I never intended to save you. Those two tooth sharks deserve to die. I think we need to have a rematch. You might not be able to beat me." Xia Su smiled slightly, pulling at her chest wound, and stifled her laughter. "All right, let us have Miaolang arrange it when we get back." The victorious Mi Wong celebrated, helping the injured back to their sandy lair. Xia Su was also pushed into the medical room by Jack, and after her chest wound was stitched up, the four returned to the temporary sandy house. After a few hours, Iwu knocked on the door, solemnly thanking Xia Su and the others for their help. "Without you, the Mi Wong might not have achieved victory. Thank you." Iwu bowed his head in respect. Several hours later, Iwu came to the door again. Upon inquiry, he learned that the team sent to modify the Shiwan had not yet returned. Iwu's wounds were stained with brown-black blood. Modifying the Shiwan is a crucial step. As long as we secure the Shiwan and prevent the sand from flowing to the other side, we will eliminate the tooth sharks, and the Mi Wong will be the top race in the gray sand. Even though the modification task has not yet been completed, they knew to send personnel back to report. They must have encountered an unforeseen event. Iwu analyzed seriously and finally came to a conclusion. Xia Su was silent for a moment and asked, "Who leads the Mi Wong?" Iwu explained, "The Mi Wong's teams are assigned from birth. The different hormones within the Mi Wong determine which team they serve in from birth. The largest team, which is also the largest family, governs the Mi Wong tribe." Xia Su then asked, "What does this family mean?" Iwu replied firmly, "Someone has already been sent to investigate." Su Luo leaned back in his chair dismissively. "So what do you want to say by coming here?" Iwu said. The investigator returned and said that all the Mi Wong in the modification team are dead. Iwu's voice trembled slightly at the end. "All dead? And Jiao, who had not spoken for a long time, was astonished. Yiwu nodded. All died beneath the Shiwan, their intestines coughed out by themselves. And Jiu frowned. Are you sure? Yiwu nodded deeply again. Sure. The throats of the corpses were all clogged with organs and blood, with no signs of external force. Just as Yiwu was about to speak, his ears perked up first. Yiwu fell silent instantly, receiving information. Xia Su and the others also kept silent, waiting for Yiwu to speak. After about 10 seconds, Yiwu turned and said, "We are preparing to send another team to the Shiwan to check the situation." It was nearing midnight, and outside was pitch black. The gray sand grains looked like noise. Xia Su and the others followed Yiwu outside. At the edge of the city, a team was already assembled and ready to go, waiting for Yiwu to join. Just as Yiwu reached the front of the team, all the Miwang came to a halt. Jack quietly let Zidi cover his fingers, remaining motionless and extraordinarily vigilant. Xia Su, Njio, and Su Luo instantly went on alert, watching the Miwang, which resembled lifeless objects, with an ominous premonition. Yiwu dropped to all fours and sprinted toward the center of the city. The remaining Miwang immediately imitated, getting all four limbs on the ground and starting to run. The sandy ground trembled, and the four of them, Xia Su, also retreated back to the city center. The gray-black buildings obstructed Xia Su's view, but she could hear the sound of collapses. After a while, the noise gradually ceased. Yiwu dispatched a team to investigate the sandy terrain, and the four of them pieced together the recent events from the whispers of other Miwang. The sand should have begun to erode toward the other side in 6 months, but for some unknown reason, it started collapsing now. Without the toothed sharks, this meant that when the Miwang were swept to the other side of the hourglass, they would be at the bottom of the food chain. This news spread fear among the Miwang. One Miwang walked out from the most magnificent building in the city center and proclaimed loudly that due to the collapse of the sand, it was not suitable to act at night. They would send a team to investigate the starting wall tomorrow morning. The Miwang comforted a few more times and finally ordered all Miwang to go home and rest. The four of them also returned to their dwelling, waiting for tomorrow. Before tomorrow arrived, cries began to rise. Xia Su slept lightly in the new environment, and any noise outside immediately startled her awake. Xia Su sat up and found that Jack and Njio were also awake, both standing in front of the hazy sand mist, observing outside. Su Luo leaned against the door, his two orange pupils brightening and dimming. As dawn broke, the mournful cries and angry roars spread like light, gradually covering the entire sky. Xia Su moved to Jack's side and asked what happened. Jack wasn't quite clear about the situation outside and shook his head. The door was pushed open. Su Luo, with his back to Xia Su, cried out, creating a silhouette against the light as he stepped outside. Su Luo said, "Let's go out and see, then we'll know." Xia Su turned a glance at Njio and followed him. Njio and Jack followed closely behind. The four of them entered the street, and a heavy sadness hit them. Xia Su momentarily forgot everything, her gaze glued to the corpses in the street, mechanically following Su Luo. The street was filled with the bodies of Miwang. Blood and entrails hung from their mouths, flowing profusely. Miwang kept rushing out of the houses, carrying the bodies of their kind, heading towards the medical clinic. Su Luo stepped on something with a loud squelch and looked down to find he had stepped on a round, plump stomach. Without changing his expression, he kicked the stomach away. In less than a night, at least half of the Miwang had died. Xia Su was relieved that she and her friends were safe. But in her distraction, she bumped into Jack. Jack felt something soft and squishy bump into him from behind. The force was light, neither painful nor itchy. Jack turned around, looked down, and saw Xia Su staring up at him. "Sorry, I just zoned out." Xia Su sincerely apologized and went around Jack. Jack withdrew his hand, which was about to support Xia Su, and follow behind her. The four of them quickly walked to the city center, where the central building was the military affairs office. This building was composed of 4 differently tall spires. The spires curved inward, converging at the top into a diamond-shaped room. Xia Su and the others were blocked outside, just as Su Luo was about to force his way in when Yiwu appeared. Under the blinding light, a tall, slender shadow slid down the curve of the spire and landed neatly next to Xia Su. "Open the door for the guests," Yiwu ordered. The Miwang at the entrance nodded and opened the door wide. The four of them followed Yiwu into the building. Before Xia Su could ask any questions, Yiwu began explaining. "Early this morning, we discovered that nearly half of our companions had died tragically. Their deaths were identical to those of the team that died under the starting wall. We have no clues about who did this or how to treat this illness." Xia Su observed carefully. Even though Yiwu's tone revealed no panic, his belly trembled slightly. Yiwu took a breath, now that the sand is beginning to erode. We have even less time. If we don't finish modifying the starting wall within 5 days, we will die when we fall to the other side of the planet. And Xia saw that Yiwu was out of breath and helped him explain. So you need to send someone to modify the starting wall immediately. Yiwu nodded, but suddenly stopped. After a few seconds, he quickly said, "We request that you follow the team to the starting wall." As soon as Yiwu's words left his mouth, the flesh on his chest was suddenly grabbed, and he felt pain but did not speak. "What? Do you want to use us as scapegoats?" Su Luo grasped Yiwu's chest tightly, gradually increasing the pressure until he could almost crush Yiwu's sternum. Yilu, in pain, lost consciousness, and his sternum was about to deform under Su Luo's grip. And Xia intervened at this moment, shaking off Su Luo's hand. Yiwu fell to the ground, slowly getting up while clutching his chest. Su Luo turned his head just as he was about to reach for Njio. And Njio spoke first. "Su Luo is right. Why should we go?" Su Luo was taken aback by Njio's agreement. His hand hung in the air, unsure whether to grab Njio or pull back. Under the gazes of Xia, Su, and Jack, Su Luo reluctantly lowered his hands, which were on the verge of exploding with anger. And Njio continued, "This is not part of the agreement. We helped the Mi-Wong slaughter the tooth sharks. You should help us repair the ship." And Njio's argument was sound, and Yiwu knew he was at a disadvantage, his ears twitching. "I know, but in such a critical situation, we can't spare the manpower to repair the ship. If you escort us to successfully modify the starting wall, we will repair the ship as quickly as possible." Although Njio was displeased, he recognized that Yiwu's suggestion was indeed the only option. With half of the Mi-Wong population lost and the sand eroding, if action was not taken immediately, they would face extinction. In this situation, the Mi-Wong could not help Njio and his group of outsiders. Njio sighed inwardly and turned to look at Xia Su. Xia Su, while Njio was speaking with Yiwu, also weighed the pros and cons and realized that they would have to help the Mi-Wong. Xia Su turned to look at Jack, who nodded in agreement. Finally, Xia Su looked at Su Luo. Su Luo pushed past Yiwu and walked forward, saying, "As if you really want to ask my opinion." And Njio blinked in confusion, meeting Xia Su's gaze. Xia Su shook her head, signaling him not to mind Su Luo. Yiwu led the 4 of them to meet the family that led the Mi-Wong, and then joined the team preparing to head to the starting wall. The atmosphere in the team was extremely oppressive, consisting of 10 Mi-Wong. Yiwu managed to organize the team and set off immediately. The team advanced through the sandy terrain, and Yiwu quickly locked onto an area, leading the Mi-Wong to start digging down. Before departing, Yiwu explained the plan to Xia Su. "To reach the fine hole of the hourglass, we need to dig straight down. We must dig through the zero, the decay, tongue, and the sand layers inhabited by the suction worms to arrive. Digging sand will exhaust most of our stamina, and the remaining part will be used to modify the starting wall. Therefore, we will need your help when passing through other species sand layers." Xia Su watched the anxious Mi-Wong digging the sand and couldn't bear to see it anymore. Her back opened up, and she extended her tentacles to help the Mi-Wong dig as well. Surwokas así de long glance at Xia Su. This glance unintentionally caught Njio's eye, and Njio twitched his ears but said nothing. Soon, a passage appeared in the center of the sand. The Mi-Wong repeatedly used their saliva to reinforce the walls of the passage, preventing it from collapsing. Yiwu led the team, along with Xia Su and the others, carefully descending. The passage became steeper until all the creatures could no longer walk upright and could only slide down. The Mi-Wong were accustomed to it, sliding down the passage nimbly. The 4 of them, as gladiators, also quickly slid down after gaining their balance. A flock of geese fell from the gray-pink sky. The passage connected to the 3rd layer, which was the sky of the sand layer where Zero resided. The sky of this planet was gray-pink, not gloomy, with a hint of blue mixed in with the gray. The Mi-Wong and the 4 of them slid down from the sky and crashed into the sand. The sand was soft, and as long as they maintained the right posture, they wouldn't get hurt from falling on it. Once the Mi-Wong reached this layer, they didn't dare to rest and immediately began digging a new passage. And Njio and Jack took the initiative to stand guard, while Xia Su continued to help the Mi-Wong dig. Su Luo unwillingly stood with his back to Njio and Jack, showing no expression but remaining vigilant. Su Luo closed his eyes. The sound of sand being dug constantly filled his ears. He didn't pay much attention to it. After a while, Su Luo seemed to hear another sound. It was very faint, like many hard tree branches from a broom sweeping across the ground, stirring up the sand. "Stop digging." Su Luo rushed to Xia Su's side, and Mi-Wong paused in confusion. Su Luo said, "Their SA sound." Xia Su threw all the tentacles onto the ground. "Calm down and listen quietly." Indeed, Su Luo was right. there was a very faint sound. At this moment, Mi Wang also heard the noise and began to dig again, but more quietly and at a slower pace. Yiwu, while transporting sand blocks, whispered to Xia Su and Su Luo, explaining, "The sound you hear is made by Ling. They have many tentacles on their feet to distribute their weight. This way, they can move more quickly on the sand." The two ears on Yiwu's head moved slightly. "They are feeding now. As long as we don't make too much noise, it should be fine." Xia Su guessed that Yiwu had heard Ling's chewing sound. She didn't dwell on it and continued to help Mi Wang dig sand quietly. Su Luo, however, was very curious. He quietly slipped behind a sand dune, trying to find Ling's figure. After looking around 3 times, Su Luo finally spotted the deep gray Ling. Their gray shells were dotted with black spots, almost merging with the sandy ground. Chapter 31. Flesh Wall Uterus, as described by Mi Wang. There were 8 gray legs. They were currently feeding, their heads popping out from their abdomens, quickly gnawing at something buried in the sand. Su Luo's playful spirit surged, and he lifted his leg to charge forward, but was yanked back fiercely. Su Luo turned his fist around and swung it at the face of the person behind him. The punch missed. Su Luo turned back to see Jack binding his wrists with his hands, and no matter how hard Su Luo struggled, Jack did not relent. Jack held on to Su Luo. "Wait until Mi Wang fixes the spaceship, then we can fight Zero." Jack emphasized the word we, hoping Su Luo would remember this was their only chance to return to Earth, including himself. Su Luo rarely fell silent. His dead black eyes stared at Jack. Jack did not back down, meeting Su Luo's gaze. After 2 minutes, Su Luo suddenly shook off Jack's hand. With a serious face, he walked back to the passage opened by Mi Wang. Jack said nothing. Mi Wang successfully passed the 3rd sand layer, heading towards the 2-ish level. They did not leave any breathing room, digging hard in the sand. And Gio was the first to spot the 2-ish. The 2-ish was smaller in size, bouncing up and down in the sand and sky. Suddenly, they stopped and buried their heads in the sand. And Gio quietly approached and saw the 2-ish extending its sticky tongue into a small hole. The tongue stretched down until it reached the next sand layer. The 2-ish remained motionless, waiting. After a few minutes, the 2-ish suddenly yanked back, and Gio saw a fat, greasy worm wrapped around its tongue. The 2-ish's tongue quickly curled, bringing the worm into its mouth. Once all the 2-ish had finished capturing, they hopped away, and Gio looked around and found many small holes left in the sand. And Gio thought that the 2-ish prey was the lipid worm, and the other side of those small holes must be the final sand layer. If Mi Wang utilized these small holes, they could definitely reach their destination faster. Yiwu had sand grains all over his 12 fingers. He finally decided to lift his head and look at Gio. His hands kept moving, and Gio said, "I saw the 2-ish using the small holes to catch lipid worms. The holes must lead to the next sand layer. Maybe we can utilize them too." Yiwu thought for a moment. "Lead the way." And Gio led Yiwu to the small hole. Yiwu got on all fours, jumped up, and landed. The sand flowed down through the hole. Yiwu exclaimed in delight. "If we dig around these small holes after a certain point, the holes will collapse, greatly reducing the workload." Yiwu shared this good news with Mi Wang, and they immediately moved to the hole and began digging. Before long, the small holes connected collapsed and revealed the next sand layer. Yiwu led Mi Wang downwards. They finally reached the level of the lipid worms. They only needed to dig a little more to find a Xiyuan. Since breaking through the last sand layer hadn't taken much effort, Mi Wang's speed noticeably increased. With the help of Xia Su and the others, they quickly reached the Xiyuan. Xia Su leaned out and looked down. All the gray sand rolled in, moving towards the central small hole. A reddish-brown wall split in half, sticking to the small hole, and the gray sand was moving down through the crack. The wall made of flesh was uneven, and the reddish-brown fibers were pulsating. A translucent membrane formed circular surfaces, protruding from the exterior, with the insides hidden from view. It was like bricks, made of protruding spheres and recessed meat strands. The Xiyuan stood amidst the flowing gray sand, with a continuous mix of meaty and earthy scents rising. All creatures stared at the Shan, motionless. Xia Su crouched at the edge of the sand, feeling the sand beneath her feet being sucked away, pouring into the small hole. Mi Wang quietly gave the Xiyuan his attention, his eyes filled with awe. Xia Su moved beside Yiwu. "How do you plan to transform the Xiyuan?" "As soon as you get close, you'll be sucked into the small hole." Yiwu came back to his senses and said to Xia Su, "Watch." Yiwu quickly picked out 5 Mi Wang from the group. The flesh on their sides was pierced by bones, the tips of the bones inserted into the ground, allowing them to withstand the powerful suction. The remaining Mi Wang and Xia Su's group watched Yiwu's team slowly approach the Xiyuan. Iwu spat saliva onto the ground. A lump of sand solidified, and he quickly picked it up. He stuck the sand lump into the cracks of a Shiyuan, repeating this action. The other Miwang followed suit. They worked efficiently. After 5 minutes, half of the cracks in the Shiyuan had been filled. Xia Su clearly felt the speed of the sand flowing beneath her feet slow down. While everyone was focused on Iwu filling the wall, Su Luo noticed something else. He was always highly sensitive to hostile creatures. When Su Luo looked back, he saw something sliding towards them along the sand grains. The creature was very small, with wrinkled skin. But Su Luo had a premonition that this creature was not to be trifled with. Watch out behind you. Su Luo teeth. But the wind, created by the suction, was too strong. Su Luo's voice was instantly blown away, and no one heard clearly. Su Luo's hands ignited with crimson clouds. But it was too late. Countless small insects leaped from the sand, pouncing on the Miwang. They revealed their densely packed fangs and sank them into the Miwang's bodies. The Miwang at the edge of the sand were frightened and retreated, falling into the small hole, disappearing without a trace. The other Miwang all fearfully extended the bones from their sides to face the incoming insects. In an instant, 6 Miwang were knocked down by the insects. They swarmed over, covering the entire body of the Miwang, plunging their mouths into the flesh. The Miwang struggled continuously, their piercing cries gradually diminishing. The insects on the Miwang grew larger and larger, their wrinkled skin being stretched and becoming round. In less than 10 seconds, the swarm of insects withdrew from the Miwang, who had turned into a dry corpse. It's the lipid worm, one of the Miwang shouted. All the Miwang immediately formed a formation. Xia Su retreated beside Jack, a tentacle standing behind Jack, ready to wrap him up at any moment. The lipid worm broke through line after line of defense, leaving only dry corpses behind. They grew larger and larger, and the Miwang behind could hardly withstand the pressure. Only Xia Su, Jack, and Njio could counterattack under the lipid worm's assault. Xia Su watched as the Miwang's ranks dwindled, with only about a quarter remaining. Suddenly, a voice called out from within the ranks. Retreat. Fall back to the Shiyuan. Immediately, several Miwang jumped into the small hole. 3 of them successfully reached the Shiyuan, and at this moment, Iwu noticed the battle situation in the sand, standing by the wall to support the retreating companions. Seeing this, all the remaining Miwang followed suit, most successfully reaching the Shiyuan, while some fell through the small hole to the other side of the planet. After a while, only a few Miwang, Xia Su, Jack, and Njio remained on the sand. Njio shouted over the wind, "Jump!" Jack grabbed Xia Su's arm, ready to jump down. But when he leaped off the sand, he found Xia Su still lingering on the sand. At this moment, Njio's voice remained calm. "Jump, Xia Su." Xia Su nodded and stepped forward. Njio followed closely behind her. Just as the two reached the edge, the tentacle behind Xia Su suddenly vanished. By the time Njio reacted, he had already slid down the gray sand. Njio could only stabilize himself and land on the Shiyuan. He looked up and caught a glimpse of a silver tip flashing by at the edge of the sand. Xia Su opened her mouth to shout, but sand poured into her mouth, causing her to abandon the thought. Xia Su focused and scanned her surroundings, easily spotting the figure engulfed in flames. Su Luo was surrounded by lipid worms. He was completely unfazed, dodging their attacks, using one hand to hold the gaping jaw of a lipid worm. With the other hand, he grasped its lower jaw. As the lipid worm was slowly torn in half, Su Luo's mouth widened further. Oil and liquid sprayed onto his face, and he didn't even blink. Suddenly, Su Luo's waist was bound. Just as he was about to raise his hand to grab the lipid worm in front of him, he was pulled away. Xia Su wrapped Su Luo in front of her, dragging him towards the small hole. Su Luo's pupils were bloodshot. He was in an excited state, unwilling to be restrained. Su Luo clawed at the tentacle, which gradually became charred and torn. Xia Su endured the pain and continuously extended new tentacles to bind Su Luo, pulling him towards the edge. Xia Su felt the resistance fade away, and Su Luo was dragged to her side. Xia Su thought Su Luo had compromised, but the next moment, her shoulder was crushed. Su Luo gripped Xia Su's shoulder, flames burning through her skin, fingers sinking into flesh. The scene before her gradually blurred. Xia Su wanted to throw Su Luo to the liposuction, worms approaching them. In the final moment, she turned and flung Su Luo away with her tentacles. Xia Su covered her shoulder and jumped down into the narrow hole. Jack's gaze followed Xia Su as he reached out and pulled her up from the collapsed gray sand. Su Luo landed beside Njio, provocatively glancing at the liposuction worms yelling at the edge of the sand. Jack supported Xia Su. "Can you still move your shoulder?" Xia Su tried to turn it slightly. Blood and melted flesh flowed out from the 5 holes on her shoulder. Fortunately, it wasn't a fatal injury. "It's okay. I'm Fine," Xia Su said to Jack. Jack frowned. "The current situation doesn't allow you, or anyone to act tough." Xia Su looked up, crashing into his eyes. The gray sand and shredded flesh blew by, still so blue. Xia Su shook her head. "I'm not acting tough." She couldn't lie to those eyes. Jack's gaze fell on Su Luo. Noticing this unfriendly gaze, Su Luo turned her head and smiled at Jack. Jack let go of Xia Su and strode toward Su Luo. After taking a few steps, he was blocked by Njio. Njio stood in front of Jack. "Jack, don't be impulsive." Jack, towering and strong, ignored Njio and continued to pressure Su Luo until Xia Su grabbed his hand. "Jack, it's okay." The warmth from her palm couldn't be ignored. Jack stopped in his tracks. The screams from Mi Wang drew the attention of the 4 to the sand. The liposuction worms moved their fat bodies, rolling down the edge of the sand towards the people on the starting wall. Mi Wang had nowhere to escape. They couldn't go back against the suction or fight the liposuction worms head-on. Iwu looked around desperately for a way out, but was filled with gray sand, greasy bodies, and tusks. He took a step forward, unable to believe this was Mi Wang's end. Iwu stepped on one of the protruding membranes and found it was hollow. Perhaps he could hide inside. Iwu tore at the membrane with the bones and hands at his side, lifting it open. "Tear open the membrane," Iwu shouted to the other Mi Wang. The Mi Wang were scared stiff by the liposuction worms, and only on Iwu's second shout did they dash towards the nearest membrane. Iwu didn't crawl into the membrane, but watched as one Mi Wang after another hid inside. Xia Su and the others also crawled into the membrane, according to Iwu's instructions. The liposuction worms drew closer to Iwu, and several Mi Wang who failed to hide were drained, their bodies thrown into the gray sand and shredded into pieces. One Mi Wang couldn't make it to the membrane and was targeted by the liposuction worms, forced to flee. Iwu shouted to her, "Here." Hearing Iwu shout, the Mi Wang immediately ran towards him, with the liposuction worms hot on her heels. Iwu tucked most of his body into the membrane, raising both hands to welcome the Mi Wang. The Mi Wang ran closer, successfully grabbing Iwu's hand. Iwu quickly retreated, pulling the Mi Wang into the hole beneath the membrane. The moment Iwu retreated into the hole, the membrane rapidly reproduced, sealing the surface. The liposuction worms frantically poked with their sharp teeth, but the membrane seemed to activate a protective mechanism, growing thicker and thicker, impervious to their assault. Iwu lay in the hole, looking up at several liposuction worms gnawing at the membrane. Each sticky sound of the membrane being eaten made Iwu tightened his grip on his companion's hand. The liposuction worms attacked for a long time, but the membrane remained intact. They growled a few times and then left. Iwu breathed a sigh of relief, holding his companion's hand. "Are you hurt?" The hole was dark, and the space was narrow, so Iwu had to curl up his body. However, his companion remained silent. Iwu tried to lift her, suddenly realizing how unusually light her body felt. After the liposuction worms left, the membrane returned to its normal thickness, with a bit of light filtering through the membrane. Iwu saw his companion clearly. Her lower body was gone, her waist torn apart, blood and entrails covering Iwu. She wore a faint smile on her face, as if believing she was going to survive. Iwu and his companion's bodies were intertwined. Sorrow was diluted by determination. He had to rebuild the starting wall and save the few remaining kindred. Iwu felt a push against his back, his nerves immediately tensing. Before he could react, there was movement beneath him again. Iwu wanted to get up, but the weight of his companion's body made it slow to move. He reached out to tear at the membrane, thinking of the liposuction worms outside, but then he froze. Compared to certain death outside, Iwu chose to stay hidden in the hole, betting that whatever was beneath him wouldn't kill him. The fur on his back was brushed by a series of sweeps. Iwu felt the rhythm of the up and down movement very clearly. He was suddenly lifted and pushed forward. Iwu squeezed as hard as he could to move inward, but he couldn't resist the force from behind. The thing slowly crawled forward, opening the membrane. Iwu was pushed out. The first thing Iwu did when he got outside was to look around for the liposuction worms, but found nothing. Only the howling wind, carrying sand particles, brushed past his ears. A sharp pain. Iwu sighed with relief, and then turned to look back at the hiding hole. A creature roughly 2/3 the size of a Mi Wang crawled out of the hole. Red sharp fins, buzzing teeth, and gills on its tail filtering sand grains. All told Iwu that this was a baby-toothed shark. Iwu stared in astonishment as the baby-toothed shark wriggled on the starting wall. The baby had not yet opened its eyes, flapping its tail, moving forward bit by bit. A few questions popped into Iwu's mind instantly. How could a baby-toothed shark be here? Had the tooth sharks claimed the starting wall for breeding? The second question was quickly negated as he saw another Mi Wong baby breaking through the membrane. Her thin limbs trembled wildly, her eyes still shut, already trying to stand and walk. Iwu was even more shocked. He couldn't imagine a baby tooth shark and a Mi Wong baby being born simultaneously, crawling out from the starting wall. Then, many membranes began to break open. Iwu scanned the entire starting wall. Countless babies were trying to crawl out of the holes, moving from tooth sharks to liposuction worms. They did not attack each other, not even a hint of hostility. They just crawled vigorously, getting used to their new bodies. Other Mi Wong were also pushed out of the holes, and Xia Su watched in astonishment as the starting wall was covered in babies, pulling in Jiao over. And Jiao was shocked too, but didn't show it. He looked down at the Mi Wong babies crawling past his feet. All these babies had not opened their eyes and were uniformly crawling towards the narrow holes. The starting wall began to close, the two halves that had risen flattened. The crack in the middle was filled with muscle fibers, and gray sand no longer rolled in. The suction vanished. The babies crawled out of the narrow holes, walking onto the sandy ground. Xia Su, the four of them, and Iwu chased out, continuously watching the activities of the babies. The liposuction worm babies stopped as soon as they reached the lowest layer of sand. Iwu initially wanted to chase after them, but Xia Su stopped him. Xia Su pointed beside the babies, where several adult liposuction worms were present. Those babies were attaching themselves to the mouths of the liposuction worms, feeding something inside. Then, the liposuction worms left with the babies. Iwu was even more confused. The five continued to follow the remaining babies until they reached the level of the Mi Wong. The Mi Wong babies automatically found the communal Mi Wong, feeding liquid to the adult Mi Wong before living with them. It was as if the scene of just crawling out from the starting wall had never happened. The adult Mi Wong showed no doubt towards the babies and willingly cared for them. After watching this group of babies' actions, Xia Su asked Iwu, "Is this how your babies come into being?" Iwu shook his head firmly. Of course not. Xia Su looked around at Iwu's constantly twitching ears and asked again, "Are you sure?" Only then did Iwu shift his gaze from the Mi Wong to Xia Su's face. "I'm sure. All the fawns of the Mi Wong were conceived, nurtured, and raised by us." Iwu's voice grew quieter, as if he no longer believed his own words. And Jiao suggested, "Let's go back first. The Mi Wong need rest." Iwu nodded in agreement. On the way back, Iwu was always absent-minded. He began to doubt about his home. Iwu led the team back home and was the first to report to the military office. He reported to the Supreme family about the incident with the Shiwan and the liposuction worms in detail. The family members were heartbroken to hear that so many had been lost. After the bloodbath caused by the disease, the number of Mi Wong was already few. The bad news was that we still hadn't found a way to treat the disease. One family member, sitting in front of the high platform, said, "The good news is that 3 children have been born." Iwu's helplessly twitching ears exposed him in front of all the Mi Wong. He had counted at that moment. The 3 fawns that crawled out of the Shiwan were indeed 3. He didn't mention the fawns to the Supreme family because he wanted to confirm this matter. Chapter 32. The connection to the origin wall. Iwu took a deep breath. At the pores of the origin wall, I also saw the fawns of the Mi Wong. All the family members questioned, "Fawns of the Mi Wong? Are you sure?" Iwu replied loudly, "I am sure. There are also the young of the tooth shark, the zero, the withering tongue, and the suction worm. They crawled out from the membrane caves on the origin wall and returned to their respective clans, which accepted them." An older family member stood up. "All Mi Wong are birthed by us. If what you say is true, what will the parents who nurtured their own children say?" Iwu was unafraid, looking up and meeting the gaze of the entire family. "I will never lie." Another family member spoke up. "It's unlikely that Iwu made all this up himself. To be safe, we should investigate. Perhaps it is related to this disease." Upon hearing this, most family members agreed, with only a few elderly Mi Wong feeling that Iwu's words were not credible. Thus, the family sent people to inquire with the recently birthed Mi Wong, and Iwu naturally went along. Xia Su, Jack, and Jiao, and Su Luo all waited outside the door. When Iwu walked out of the conference room, they asked, "How is it?" Iwu was exhausted. He felt like his ears were sticking together with his eyes. They decided to send someone to investigate the recently birthed Mi Wong, and said this matter might be related to the disease. And Jiao said, "I think we should all go." Under Su Luo's gaze, he added, "The faster you recover, the quicker you can help us fix the spaceship." Iwu looked at the 4 vibrant gladiators in front of him and then at his own dirty fur, and he agreed without hesitation. Iwu and the others arrived at the home of the recently birthed Mi Wong. The Mi Wong was holding its fawn, nestled on a soft couch made of fine sand. Iwu congratulated him first, then slowly brought up the details of the birth. At first, The Mi Wang did not suspect anything, thinking Yiwu was sent by the Supreme Family to offer greetings. But as Yiwu's questions became sharper, the Mi Wang gradually became dissatisfied. What do you mean? I just went through childbirth, and you're asking me if the child is mine? The Mi Wang's voice suddenly rose, and its emotions were unstable. Yiwu softened his tone. I understand how you feel, but you know that this disease is spreading too rapidly, and too many Mi Wang have died from it. You would want her child to die too, would you? After comforting him a bit more, the Mi Wang's anger finally dissipated somewhat. The Mi Wang took a deep breath and said seriously, an hour ago, my fawn was born. I don't want to say this. It's too absurd, but fine. I watched the fawn slide out of my body. Its beige fur was still wet. I licked them clean and held them until you came. He added sarcastically, do you need me to elaborate further? Yiwu declined. The fawns clearly came from the origin wall, but why didn't the Mi Wang know? The fawns and the origin wall were no coincidence. 3 fawns crawled out from the origin wall, and the Mi Wang gave birth to 3 fawns. Was it possible that all living beings on this planet did not reproduce themselves? Yiwu shared this thought with Xia Su and the others, wondering if these human outsiders would have an opinion. And Zhou pondered for a moment. If we want to clarify this, we need to go back to the origin wall. Yiwu nodded, just about to speak when he was interrupted by a coughing sound from inside the house. A bad feeling washed over him as he rushed in. He saw the Mi Wang on the soft couch, coughing violently, its neck thrashing as if trying to expel something from its throat. Yiwu shouted to the Mi Wang sent by the Supreme Family outside. Hurry to the medical center and find someone. The Mi Wang tightly held its child, the fawn being squished out of shape, raising its head and letting out a moan. Yiwu supported the Mi Wang's neck, patting its belly to help it breathe. The Mi Wang went quiet for a moment. Suddenly, its belly swelled, then caved in. The Mi Wang straightened its neck, and with a muddy sound forced out from its throat, a deformed stomach rolled out of its mouth. Yiwu stared at the stomach as it coughed out from Mi Wang's mouth and rolled to its chest. The light brown fur was soaked in blood plasma, sticking to Yiwu's hands. The Mi Wang started coughing again, more internal organs mixed with blood flowing out from its mouth. Yiwu embraced the Mi Wang, trying to help it breathe, but the Mi Wang struggled violently, its bones jabbing into Yiwu's arms. Yiwu paid no attention to the wounds on his arms, his eyes anxiously darting outside, praying for the medical personnel to arrive quickly. When Xia Su and Njio reached the soft couch, the Mi Wang was nearly motionless. Its body twitched occasionally, but it no longer had the strength to cough. Seeing the Mi Wang's death, Xia Su knew it was the disease. She felt helpless and did not want to disturb Yiwu's grief, quietly standing beside Njio. Yiwu held the corpse, unwilling to move, until the 3 fawns in the blood plasma stirred. They moved their brand new limbs, trying hard to crawl out of the blood pool. The blood pulled thick threads between the father and the fawns, stubbornly dragging the fawns back. Yiwu set down the corpse and carefully used his fingers to cut the blood threads. The fawns finally managed to move, eagerly crawling towards Yiwu. He reached out, just about to touch the fawns when Xia Su grabbed his hand, pulling him up from the soft couch. Yiwu looked at Xia Su in confusion. What are you doing? Xia Su said in a deep voice. The disease may be related to the fawns. Don't touch them yet. Yiwu turned to look at the fawns at the edge of the soft couch, stretching their heads and calling out. Then glanced back at Xia Su. He exerted force and shook off Xia Su's hand. Xia Su said nothing more, and Yiwu did not touch the 3 fawns until the medical personnel from the center finally arrived. Xia Su still did not allow the medical personnel to touch the fawns. They looked around until Yiwu nodded in agreement before using instruments to push the fawns onto the stretcher. The 3 fawns were restless on the stretcher, crawling around and trying to reach the Mi Wang. Under Xia Su's strict supervision, the Mi Wang managed to resist the urge to touch the fawns and sent them to the medical center. Yiwu said to Xia Su, we can't keep avoiding touching the fawns. Why do you think the fawns are directly related to the disease? Xia Su glanced at the Mi Wang, examining the fawns with protective gear. That Mi Wang died right after giving birth. The fawns are not his offspring, yet he doesn't know. The fawns crawled out from the origin wall. Also, those 3 fawns have been trying to make physical contact with others. Yiwu understood the first 3 points, but the last one made him retort. The fawns certainly need physical contact right after birth. That's the nature of living beings. Xia Su said, let us wait for the test results. Yiwu went to report to the Supreme Family, while Xia Su went to find Jack and Jiao. And Su Luo, what do you think? Xia Su asked the 3, and Jiao replied straightforwardly, the fawns are very suspicious. Jack nodded in agreement. Su Luo was impatient. We helped them fight the tooth sharks and escorted them to transform the origin wall. Yet they have never fulfilled their promises. Xia Su noticed Su Luo's pupils gradually turning orange. Whenever his emotions changed negatively, the color of his pupils deepened. So she said, "You're right, Su Luo." Xia Su paused. "But if your race were being slaughtered by an incurable disease, you wouldn't want to help outsiders at this moment, would you?" Su Luo's pupils instantly returned to a beige color. He said nothing more, and Jiao thought, although Su Luo usually showed no sympathy at a critical moment, he could actually empathize with others. Jack analyzed. The Miwang just lost 3/4 of its population. The birth of these fawns is undoubtedly a joyous event. The Miwang will not believe the fawns are the source of the disease. Xia Su said, "We can only see if Yi Wu can persuade the Supreme Family to investigate the fawns and the origin wall." Yi Wu reported the death of the Miwang and the situation of the fawns to the Supreme Family. "Very good, Yi Wu. In the face of this disease affecting the Miwang, you have shown courage and taken on so many responsibilities in the operations. We extend our family's gratitude." Yi Wu was shaken by the recent series of actions and the death of Miwang, remaining indifferent to the words of praise and gratitude. However, after being recognized by the Supreme Family, he could express his doubts better. Yi Wu cleared his throat, the smell of blood still boiling within him. "After my analysis, the cubs might have a direct connection to the disease." The Miwang in the family was comforted by the increase in population, and upon hearing Yi Wu's words, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became heavy. "Is the speculation based on what you saw in Shiwan?" a family member asked. "Yes. If you approve my investigation in Shiwan, the truth will definitely come to light," Yi Wu said firmly, though he felt uncertain inside. Originally, all creatures on this planet thought Shiwan was just a tool for controlling pores. It now seemed to be much more than that. Yi Wu continued to explain, "Only by uncovering the truth can we prevent the disease. Otherwise, more Miwang will die. We can't lose any more companions." Yi Wu could see the family members were clearly shaken. After some discussion, they finally announced, "You may go to Shiwan to investigate the truth. We believe you will stop the disease." The last sentence felt more like a threat. Yi Wu accepted the order and left. He sought out Xia Su and the others again. Su Luo was the first to object. "Are you saying that our help has not been enough? Without us, the Miwang would have been chewed to bits by the toothed shark long ago, not to mention modifying Shiwan." Yi Wu looked at Su Luo's fiery hair, growing higher and more dazzling. He immediately said, "Once this is done, I will personally repair your spaceship as soon as possible. I promise." Su Luo stepped closer. "You promise? Is your promise worth anything? Don't think I don't know who you take orders from." Heat radiated from Su Luo, engulfing Yi Wu time and again. Instead, he stepped forward. "If you help me, no matter what the Supreme Family commands, I will repair the spaceship." While Su Luo and Yi Wu faced off, Jack quietly asked Xia Su, "Can't we fix the spaceship ourselves?" Xia Su felt heartbroken at the thought of the big hole burned in her spaceship. She said, "We don't have the resources needed to fill such a large hole, and our engine is broken." Jack asked, "What about the backup engine?" Xia Su closed her eyes. "That exploded too." Jack nodded and straightened up from his previously bent posture to speak to Xia Su. Seeing that Su Luo was pressing Yi Wu hard enough, and Yi Wu had agreed, Xia Su called a halt to Su Luo. "Yi Wu, we can help you." Yi Wu sighed in relief. "Let's go. Before the tunnel we dug is blocked by sand again." As the five passed by the military office, they saw a zero. Xia Su couldn't see their head, and their body was triangular, making it quite stable, and they needed to provide space for the head buried in the abdomen. Upon closer inspection, Xia Su noticed that the tail of the 8 legs had many tentacles, all pressed against the ground. Yi Wu said, "Zero's abdomen is particularly heavy, and to reduce the pressure on the sand for faster movement, they used the tentacles on their legs to increase the area in contact with the ground." Following Zero were the Tuishi and the suction worm. Yi Wu warned, "You all wait here. I'll go ask the military office what's going on." After Yi Wu returned, he reported, "Other races are also troubled by the same disease, so a meeting has been convened." And Jiao said, "Now the family has to pay attention to the cubs," and Shiwan. And Jiao turned and walked into the endless gray sand, followed closely by Xia Su. While Jack and Su Luo passed by Yi Wu, Yi Wu gazed at the lifeless streets of the city and turned to leave. Fortunately, the speed of the sand collapse was not fast. The tunnel that Miwang had dug was still there, and Xia Su and her group quickly returned to the pour. Facing the wriggling Shiwan, which emitted a bloody smell, the group was no longer stirred. Yi Wu tried to lift the bulging membrane, but it only thickened. He suddenly noticed that Xia Su, Jack, and Njio had all taken a step back. Xia Su raised her hand for Yi Wu to come over. "Let the professionals handle professional matters." Yi Wu didn't understand Xia Su's meaning until he saw Su Luo's hands bursting with crimson clouds. The flowing crimson colors collided and intertwined, forming two strong arms. Su Luo thrust his hands into the membrane, the extremely high temperature causing it to begin melting until a hole was completely formed. Su Luo squatted beside the hole, pressing down on the edge. You all hurry up and investigate. The membrane is constantly trying to heal. I must keep burning the hole. Iwu did not hesitate to dive into the cave, squeezing in with the cubs again. Iwu extended his fingers to carefully outline the contours of the creature beneath him. He confirmed it was Zero's cub, because he felt 8 slender legs and the hard tentacles above on the creature's curled chest. Iwu used the advantage of Mi Wang's long limbs to reach the deepest part of the cave, feeling the cub's back and discovering it was connected to the wall deep in the cave. Iwu circled around the cub, speculating that the cub was not fully grown, as he could not feel its head. Iwu crawled out of the cave and conveyed his speculation to Xia Su and the others. The cub has not fully developed. It is still growing. The back is connected to Shiwan, likely for nutrient infusion. Iwu looked around. On the pockmarked red walls, there were at least 300 caves. If I'm not mistaken, all the creatures on this planet are nurtured by Shiwan. Xia Su said, this has nothing to do with the disease. And Gio, with one hand resting on the black sheath at his waist, said, the solution is to separate the cub's back from Shiwan, and one of us can then connect with Shiwan to see if we can dig something out. Iwu asked, is this safe? This question drew laughter from Xia Su and the others. Su Luo laughed for a long time before saying, of course, it's not safe. Xia Su suggested, if you're afraid, we can do it instead. Iwu paused for a few seconds, then silently drilled back into the cave. Su Luo raised an eyebrow. Looks like he has some courage left. Iwu returned to the damp cave, controlling the movement of the skeleton on both sides of his body. For bone spines pushing through the flesh, slowly extending out from beneath the fur. Iwu used his hands to hold the cub steady, turned to the side, took a deep breath, and began to cut the flesh behind the cub's back with the bone spines. The sound of flesh tearing echoed in the humidity, and plasma covered Iwu's lower limbs, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Along with the blood flowing out was liquid of different colors. Halfway through the cut, the cub in Iwu's hands suddenly began to struggle. The wound on the cub's back exposed the skeleton without healing, and it sensed the loss of heat. Iwu held on tightly and continued to cut. Soon, the cub's back was completely separated from Shiwan. The dark red Shiwan stopped supplying liquid and began to writhe, seemingly searching for the cub's body. The underdeveloped cub in Iwu's hands was dying. He couldn't care less. After kicking the cub out of the cave, he pressed his back against Shiwan. Shiwan remained still. It did not understand why Iwu's back had hair. Iwu remained motionless. After a long standoff, Shiwan began to heal. Seeing that the crack in Shiwan was about to close, Iwu steeled himself and pulled out a bone spine from his side. The pain of the bone separating from the flesh made Iwu close his eyes. He turned his hand and used the bone spine to pry open the skin on his back. Iwu shaved off the entire patch of fur and began to flail his limbs randomly. He was mimicking the movements of the cub's struggle just now. Shiwan again became stagnant. It bulged out the wall and, upon touching the flesh on Iwu's back, fused with him. Iwu successfully connected with Shiwan. He felt Shiwan delivering a liquid into him. A cold flow passed through his back and spread throughout his body, finally flowing back to Shiwan. This was Shiwan probing which parts of the cub had not fully developed. It found that only 2 were missing. Shiwan infused a liquid into Iwu's stomach. Then, the wall caved in, completely sealing Iwu inside. When Iwu opened his eyes again, he was floating in a translucent pink liquid. Many differently shaped cells flowed past him. Some are engaged in mechanical work, while others are clustered around a cylinder, moving back and forth with speeds that fluctuate. Iwu cannot see the full view of this area, as various structures made of cylinders divided. These cylinders are still moving. They grow and shrink, seemingly separating without any pattern, flowing elsewhere and then reassembling. Yet all the cells move freely through the building. A white cell brushes past Iwu, swimming in a hurry, catching Iwu's attention. The cell takes Iwu as a cover, hiding behind him. Upon closer inspection, Iwu sees through its transparent membrane that it contains more cells inside. The white cell peeks out from behind Iwu, hiding for a moment before suddenly swimming towards the nearest cylinder. Just as the white cell is about to reach the back of the cylinder, a blue-purple cell bursts out. The edges of the blue-purple cell are serrated, swiftly cutting into the membrane of the white cell. The front end of the blue-purple cell begins to divide, turning into a circular shape with a notch, enveloping the white cell. Iwu intends to continue observing, but a painful sensation of peeling arises in his skin. The skin all over Iwu's body begins to crack. In his blurred vision, Iwu sees a group of cells escorting another group of cells closer. The surrounded cells attempt to break through the formation, but fail, instead being pushed in front of Iwu by other cells. The surrounded cells are unusually small, yet replicate at a terrifying speed. The honeycomb-like black dots grow denser and are forced to merge with Iwu's skin. When the merging ends, Iwu is drawn out as a pink liquid popping out of the wall. The pain of his body being restructured leaves Iwu unable to move. The fleshy wall skin draws near again, enveloping his head. The neurons in Iwu's brain receive the information. The primary wall has instilled its purpose in him. It wants Iwu to make as much physical contact as possible with other organisms to spread the virus that integrates with the skin. After receiving the information, Iwu feels a surge of strength rising within him, urging him to crawl out of the cave and head towards the city where Mi Wang is located. Iwu's limbs, having walked on sandy ground for many years, are very strong, and he quickly climbs out of the membrane. Su Luo withdraws his hands from the cave entrance. How is it? Iwu struggles to move his eyes, wanting to speak, but his limbs do not obey. He moves quickly towards the sandy layer above. Xia Su does not step forward to stop him. Let's follow him. Thus, the four follow Iwu back through the tiny opening to the city of Mi Wang. Upon seeing an adult Mi Wang, Iwu lunges at it. He opens his mouth, intending to sink his teeth into the Mi Wang's head. Jack immediately grabs Iwu, pinning him to the ground. A light blue liquid flows from Iwu's mouth, and only after the liquid runs out does Iwu seem to awaken. Chapter 33 Choices of Today and Tomorrow. Iwu's blinking frequency quickened, and his ears began to twitch. He adjusted his body and looked up at Jack, saying, "You can let me go now." Jack pressed Iwu down with one knee, and he stood up, and Zhio's left hand quietly rested on the hilt of his sword. Iwu was roughly pulled up by Jack, the pain still lingering in his back. He felt as if he were made of prosthetics, hunched over. He stood there without expression or movement. After a moment, Iwu's ears twitched again. He lifted his foot to head towards the military office, but his neck nearly fell onto the blade, and Zhio held his sword against Iwu's neck. The blade was pure and flawless, like a piece of polished silence. And Zhio spoke. "Why don't you tell us what you know first?" Iwu wanted to report what he had seen, heard, and speculated to the Supreme Family. But he couldn't get past Zhio's blockade and had to compromise. The Shiwan was originally just a tool for controlling pores. Its existence is nearly as ancient as this planet. Later, after thousands of years of sedimentation, an ecosystem composed of bacteria, microorganisms, and cells was nurtured within it. It nurtured all living beings. Its purpose is still unknown to me. I have not communicated with it. Once the offspring develop fully within the Shiwan, the neurons will receive its information and be instilled with a purpose. The offspring will seek out their belonging species, find an adult being within that species, and instill a liquid capable of transforming the hippocampus, which is responsible for memory. Thus, the adult being will believe itself to be the offspring's parent and nurture it. Iwu paused here. Xia Su asked, "Is that all the information?" Iwu nodded. "That's all the information. There is nothing about the disease." Iwu did not hide his dejection. He said, "I'll report, and then go help you repair the spaceship." Then he hurriedly left. Iwu reported the truth about the life nurtured by the Shiwan to the Supreme Family. The details he described forced the family to believe his words. What about the disease? Is there a treatment? Or any relevant information? During the time Iwu left, several Mi Wang died from the disease. The family was in urgent need of a treatment plan. Iwu's mind flashed to the father who had just given birth to offspring. And that suffocating voice was something he never wanted to hear again. "I'm very sorry, but there is no information about the disease." Iwu lowered his head. "Nothing at all." One of the Mi Wang jumped down from a chair and landed heavily in front of Iwu. The Mi Wang grasped Iwu's weakest hand joint tightly, forcing him to lift his head and meet his bloodshot eyes, thinking he saw blood plasma surging from his mouth again. "Think again. There must be something." Iwu lowered his head again, unwilling to look into the Mi Wang's eyes. He repeated, "I'm sorry." The Mi Wang pushed Iwu away and shouted to the other family members, "We need to send people again. We can definitely investigate something." "Did you forget the meeting just now?" An older Mi Wang said hoarsely. The noise abruptly stopped, and the Mi Wang who insisted on going to the Shiwan quieted down, not daring to speak again. Iwu then remembered that there had just been a meeting involving 4 races. He looked around carefully and found that all the Mi Wang bore injuries to varying degrees. Clearly, the meeting had been a failure. The sand tunnels they had previously dug must have collapsed by now. "We can't spare manpower to go to the Shiwan. Other races have just gone to war with us." and there's no way to safely pass through the sand layers. If we lose any more Mi Wong, our race may face extinction. Upon hearing this, all the Mi Wong were alarmed. Iwu whispered to the Mi Wong standing in front of him, "What I'm trying to prevent is the extinction of all races." The gray sand resembled the image of a gray, powdery sky, both rubbing against each other, shaping rough highlands. Xia Su's damaged spaceship made an emergency landing in the valley between the highlands. By the time Xia Su, Jack, and Gio and Su Luo came to see, the spaceship had already been repaired. Everything was normal, and Gio finished testing the various systems of the spaceship and said to Xia Su, who had just checked the engine. Iwu stood by, looking very tired. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome," Xia Su replied. Jack was inside the spaceship setting the course and didn't come out. Su Luo didn't hear Iwu speak and walked straight into the spaceship. And Gio simply nodded. Xia Su and Gio briefly said goodbye to Iwu and boarded the spaceship to leave. Iwu walked slowly towards the city. For the first time, he didn't rush to help his race. Iwu stepped numbly into the street, watching countless kin struggling on the ground. The entire sandy area was filled with nauseating choking sounds. Innards flowed continuously from the mouths of the Mi Wong, who rolled in their own vomited blood. Corpses intertwined with the struggling Mi Wong, and Iwu was exhausted from trying to distinguish them. He walked down the street, his eyes aching, feeling weak all over. Finally, he arrived at his doorstep. Iwu placed a corpse from the yard aside and sat on the steps at the entrance. Blood flowed past the door of the yard, and it seemed someone nearby was calling for help, the sound of innards hitting the ground echoing endlessly. Iwu sat quietly on the steps, feeling the torment within. The only way to help the Mi Wong and the entire planet was to sit on the steps and do nothing. The spaceship gradually distanced itself from the planet covered in gray sand. Xia Su sat in the pilot's seat, silent, and Gio held the hilt of his sword, running his index finger along the black sheath. Xia Su was distracted, staring into a corner, pondering something. Until he locked eyes with Gio, they understood each other's thoughts. "I say, is it too cruel to let the Mi Wong fend for themselves?" Xia Su blinked. Su Luo snorted coldly. "If it were me, I would definitely wrestle with the bacteria to the end. Iwu is cowardly, allowing his race to perish. What does that have to do with us?" Su Luo turned his head and saw Xia Su staring at him. The gaze was not sharp, but Su Luo felt very uncomfortable, as if he had been caught with a handle. "Su Luo, Xia Su called softly." Su Luo turned his head away. "We have a chance to save a race." Surprisingly, Su Luo fell silent. He no longer refuted, tacitly accepting Xia Su's thoughts. And Jack never disagreed. Su Luo said, "Even if you and Gio are merciful and want to save the Mi Wong, do you have a way?" Xia Su and Gio fell silent. "I once saw a technique that injects active cells into a living organism, which can eliminate bacteria or dead cells," Jack said, leaning against the glass. Xia Su pondered for a moment. "Is it the technique you saw at the 4-star clinic?" Jack nodded, and Gio said, "I think it's feasible." Xia Su contemplative. "The principle is the same." Su Luo mocked. "Iwu is really willing to let his entire race be exterminated. If we hadn't gone to investigate the Shiwan, the planet would have been destroyed in just one day. Iwu had never told anyone the truth. He had concealed it from the Supreme family and from Xia Su and the others. After Iwu was pulled into the Shiwan, he learned that the Shiwan was the carrier that nurtured all life. The life of the Shiwan was almost as ancient as this planet. Within the sediment, an entire ecosystem was born inside it, and this ecosystem would inevitably breed viruses. The viruses were rapidly killing all microorganisms and cells within the Shiwan. It was dying. If the Shiwan died, then the species on the planet would no longer reproduce. All races faced extinction. To protect itself, the Shiwan transmitted viruses into the newly nurtured embryos to lighten its load. Ultimately, the Shiwan decided to transmit all viruses into the living organisms on the planet to empty itself. When Iwu first learned the truth, he was angry. He could not bear to see his race facing extinction. But later he understood. If the Shiwan died, then the species on the planet would eventually age, fall ill, and die. When all these beings without the ability to reproduce die out, the planet will become a dead star. If Iwu allows Shiwan to expel the virus, although the current life on the planet will die, Shiwan will continue to nurture life. Perhaps hundreds or thousands of years later, all life will return. For a moment, Iwu felt incredibly selfish. The life and death of all beings on the planet were decided by him alone. As he walked down the street in a daze, guilt and fear loomed larger than ever. Iwu wanted to shout out and tell the corpses on the street the truth. But in a small corner of his heart, he knew he was doing the right thing. What Iwu did not expect was that as he merged with Shiwan, Jack also merged in. After a long battle, Xia Su, Jack, and Jiao, and Su Luo faintly sensed Shi Yuan's consciousness. Su Luo even expressed that trusting Yiwu was foolish. Thus, Jack immediately decided to merge himself into Shi Yuan. When Xia Su stopped Yiwu to question him, it was a test of his decision. If Yiwu revealed the whole truth, it meant he was seeking help from Xia Su and the others. If Yiwu concealed the fact of the planet's destruction, it indicated that he had made the decision to sacrifice the existing life on the planet to save the future. Xia Su originally did not want to intervene, and she did the same. Without asking a word, she boarded the spaceship and left with the other three. But when Xia Su sat in the pilot's seat and everything was quiet, she met in Jiao's gaze. And Jiao's eyes told Xia Su that she was not the only one hesitating. After deciding on a plan with her friends, Xia Su immediately drove at full speed to the fourth star. Following Jack, they found a supplier in the black market. The shop's entrance was painted with bright colors advertising fresh cells and body modifications. The four of them entered the shop and were warmly welcomed by the owner. 8 soft, squishy tentacles pulled out all the cells being sold from the cabinets and carefully spread them out on the floor. Su Luo looked around, trying to find the owner, but only saw a huge figure blocked by a curtain. Where the curtain could not cover, a ring of purple fat was exposed. Jack explained, he never shows his face. Su Luo, unconvinced, walked to the cell tank and examined the cells swimming in the transparent liquid. The owner coughed twice, about to introduce, but was interrupted by Xia Su. Boss, we'll take all of these. As the four of them worked together to carry a large tank through the black market, they instantly attracted a lot of attention, especially since the tank was covered with black cloth. Only when Su Luo shouted, "Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out," did all the beings lower their heads in tacit understanding, sneaking glances as they boarded the spaceship. The four of them returned to the planet with the cell tank. Witnessing the scene of corpses scattered among gray, sand mixed with entrails and blood. Fortunately, the four were used to such sights and made a beeline for Shi Yuan's location. An endless stream of young ones crawled out from Shi Yuan, some even underdeveloped, dragging 2 or 3 legs or stumbling toward different layers of sand without skin. The brick-red wall stood still in the hourglass-shaped center of the planet, never having moved. Only the staggering young ones born from it proved it was still alive. Xia Su found herself in a dilemma, pondering how to make Shi Yuan accept these new cells. There must be a sufficiently warm carrier to carry these cells, just like Yiwu was integrated into the wall. Xia Su turned her head and looked at Su Luo with a pleading gaze. Su Luo was the only one who met the criteria. His light spots would provide enough heat for the cells to operate continuously, and the crimson clouds on him were renewable. Xia Su blinked. Su Luo, I can only rely on you. Su Luo glanced at Xia Su. Xia Su took a step closer, do a good deed to the end. Su Luo huffed lightly and walked to the cell tank, pulling back the black cloth. Countless swimming cells leaped into view. He opened a glass door. Xia Su silently walked behind Su Luo and quickly made a cut across Su Luo's entire back with her arm blade. And Jiao looked at Su Luo with approving eyes. Su Luo soaked in the transparent liquid, and all the cells immediately rushed into the wound on his back. A rustling pain continued to emanate from the skin on his back. Coveted irritable. After absorbing all the cells, Xia Su and Jiao and Jack sent Su Luo to the nurturing cave. Just as Xia Su was about to give instructions, Su Luo said, "Stop babbling." Jack and Jiao nodded to Su Luo, and Xia Su stepped aside. Su Luo impatiently exhaled and jumped into the cave. Following the steps Jack had previously described, Su Luo destroyed a part of his limb and assumed the posture of a young one, being absorbed into Shi Yuan's body. Just as Su Luo entered Shi Yuan, a swarm of dark viruses rushed towards him. Su Luo immediately pulled out the Nirvana bug from his throat. The Nirvana bug spewed flames, deforming and softening the viruses, which sank to the bottom of Shi Yuan. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Luo placed the Nirvana bug behind him, and it began to extract cells from the wound. The white cells quickly adapted to Shi Yuan's temperature after leaving Su Luo's body, scattering to find dead cells and viruses. The viruses immediately detected the invasion of the new cells and rushed to counter them. As the number of new cells gradually decreased, they were besieged by the viruses. Su Luo quickly approached the viruses. The viruses sensed the gradually approaching high temperature, and some of them turned direction, attaching to Su Luo and corroding his skin little by little. Su Luo raised his arm, watching the dense black spots on his skin. The viruses tore through the skin, and colorful clouds surged beneath it. The pain of being gnawed at made Su Luo feel numb. The viruses completely gnawed through Su Luo's skin, preparing to dig into his body and attack his organs. Suddenly, the crimson clouds on Su Luo's chest expanded, followed by his entire body. At that moment, he lost all shape, tearing apart the dark viruses with the light spot heat of the crimson clouds. Su Luo's maniacal laughter was engulfed by the crimson clouds, enveloping all the viruses. Due to the excessively high temperature, the proteins in the viruses began to deform, temporarily losing their ability to move. The new cells seized this opportunity and captured all the viruses. The crimson clouds slowly gathered in one place, condensing, and from feet to head, they orderly constructed a humanoid figure. The facial features on the head appeared last, still smiling, with red hair, swaying with the laughter. Su Luo watched as the new cells devoured the viruses and then wandered around Xuan, repairing the systems damaged by the viruses. Because he was complete and no longer needed Xuan's nurturing, Su Luo was expelled. He returned to the breeding cave, crawled out, and moved toward the city where Mi Wang was located. During the time, Su Luo transported the cells into Xuan, Xia Su, Jack, and Jiao went to different sand layers to hunt down the carriers preparing to spread the virus. As Su Luo stepped onto the streets of the city, he passed through piles of corpses and headed to the city center. The remaining living Mi Wang were all housed by Jiao here. Su Luo walked up behind Jiao, who was helping a Mi Wang with its face skin bitten off to carry its young. Where Xia Su and Jack? Su Luo's voice was particularly low due to fatigue. The light spots in his chest were busy repairing the crimson clouds, providing just enough energy for Su Luo to move. And Jiao replied without looking back, still helping other beings in other sand layers. And Jiao placed a Mi Wang youngling on a spot without bloodstains. Su Luo rarely said anything, silently following Jiao, watching him help the Mi Wang move, occasionally reaching out to assist with the youngling. After temporarily settling the Mi Wang, Xia Su and Jack also emerged from sand. They were covered in a lot of liquid, forming a stark contrast with Jiao, who was dressed in clean plain robes. Jiao even had time to wipe his sword, which was now as white as new. Jiao asked the two, "Did you see Wu on your way?" Xia Su and Jack shook their heads in unison. Jiao nodded, understanding in his heart. Wu has died with hopes for the future of preservation. Jiao feels that this is the best ending for Wu. Xia Su, Jack. And Jiao solemnly thanks Su Luo. Surprisingly, Su Luo becomes embarrassed, awkwardly responding and hiding among Mi Wang. As a result, Mi Wang, who sincerely thanks him, pushes him back to Jiao's side. Jiao looks at Su Luo's black eyes, as if watching a show. These thanks are what you deserve. Your strength, fortune, and karma have destined you to be a life capable of bearing responsibility. Su Luo rarely does not refute Jiao. I was once given responsibility, but failed to fulfill it. I know you do not recognize my acts of killing, and I do not recognize you either. From my experience, it is precisely because my ability to kill is no better than my enemies that I have ended up in this pathetic state. The only common language in the universe is violence. Jiao gazes directly into Su Luo's eyes. The dot in the center of his pupil turns orange red, his emotions fluctuating. Jiao has always been curious about the reasons that drive Su Luo to kill, and a glimpse of it is revealed. Jiao remains silent. His keen perception and understanding of Su Luo make him realize that words are useless to Su Luo, and only actions can one day open Su Luo's heart. Chapter 34. The grudge of the trade head since history began to turn. The Sangung and the Yishur have been irreconcilable. Su Luo, as a member of the Yishur royal family, constantly harbors a burning rage, ready to tear apart any enemy to protect his race. Since his birth, the battles between Sangung and Yishur have never ceased. His inherent responsibility has grown him into a fearless warrior. Su Luo is well versed in the rules of the universe. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, all he needs is power that surpasses all living beings. However, this does not mean that warmth has never appeared in Su Luo's life. Su Luo once had an older brother who was not related by blood, but was just slightly older in the family tree. Shun Yan's temperament was completely opposite to Su Luo's. He could even be described as gentle and refined. Therefore, he could not fight for their race as Su Luo did. Su Luo spent all his time in battles and training, and his only impression of his seemingly unworthy brother was of Shun Yan standing in an empty room, tirelessly looking up and reading the historical records engraved on the stone walls. Su Luo was indifferent to Shun Yan's existence. He neither had the inclination to understand him nor felt any annoyance. Until the last invasion of Sangung, which completely destroyed Yishur. The corpses of his kin flew everywhere, and Su Luo kept accelerating, swinging his hands to try to tear apart all the Sangung that stood in his way. As the vast majority of Ishur were slaughtered and the energy within his chest was drained, the city gradually dimmed. At that moment, Su Luo lost all sense and thought. All he had was the fury against San Gong, a thirst for blood debts to be repaid. The crimson clouds within Su Luo's body began to slow down, and his movements became heavy. A Nyegu crushed a building, and the stones and the corpse of the Nyegu fell to the ground, causing the crimson clouds surrounding Su Luo to tremble. Su Luo had no time to mourn. He charged toward the near Sangong. Pain gnawed at every nerve in his body, and the light spots were exhausted, no longer able to reshape the crimson clouds. Surrounded by Sangong, their disgusting black bodies gnawed at him. His voice was buried under the sounds of Sangong, tearing apart the light spots. I will make you pay for your blood debts, even if it means we both perish. Su Luo prepared to self-destruct the light spot, intending to burn the nearby Sangong to ashes with the remaining heat within. Suddenly, the Sangong pressing down on him let out a wail, their bodies torn in half and thrown aside. The charred fangs gently clamped onto Su Luo's body, and the flesh wings struggled to flap, attempting to fly into the sky. The Sangong swarmed to begin tearing at the legs of the Nyegu. One leg was detached, blood gushing out, temporarily scattering the Sangong. The Nyegu remained silent, determined to hold onto Su Luo. Suspended in midair, the Nyegu, which originally had 2 flesh wings on each side, now only had 3 left. Ignoring the pain, it desperately flew upward, ultimately departing from the homeland of Ishur. Su Luo was clamped in the Nyegu's mouth, and he attempted to pry it open, but he lacked the strength. You traitor! I should have died in my homeland. Surrounded by the shattered bodies of Sangong. Hundredth, you have never had the courage, but I do. From the moment I was born, I was ready to die in battle. The Nyegu's bite grew tighter, silently resisting Su Luo. Before long, the Nyegu's wounds began to fester. It burned its life away, striving to fly a little further, a little farther. The farther from Sangong, the better. Ultimately, the broken body could not hold on any longer, and the Nyegu, carrying Su Luo, plummeted toward a blue planet. Earth. The Nyegu shielded Su Luo, using its body as a buffer, crashing into the ground. It exerted all its strength to raise its head, looking at the nearby, flesh-colored creatures. They were small and fragile, and it felt relieved. At least Su Luo was safe. Su Luo was right. Shun Yin indeed lacked courage, which is why he wrapped Su Luo in his flesh wings, protecting him until his life was exhausted. I owe you too much, Su Luo. My life cannot even repay it. Shun Yin struggled to lift his head. Su Luo was confused and angry. When did you owe me? I don't need you to pay with your life. Keep your life safe. If you die, die among the corpses of Sangong. Shun Yin felt a bit like laughing, but also a bit regretful. Did you forget? As a warrior trained alongside you, I once stepped onto the battlefield. You saved me countless times from Sangong, not to mention 20 times, at least 10. I would need 10 lives to barely repay you. Not only that, Shun Yin was able to live freely because of Su Luo's existence. Without Su Luo, the royal family would not allow him to study the historical records, but would force him to become a warrior, dying young on the battlefield. Su Luo gave Shun Yin life and freedom, yet he remained oblivious. Su Luo did not remember saving Shun Yin. Every time he stepped on a battlefield, his only goal was to kill all Sangong. In the midst of slaughter, he would inadvertently save those Ishur who were being attacked. But he had no time to remember who he had saved. From beginning to end, Su Luo walked his own path, rescuing his kin from Sangong as early as possible, even if it meant becoming bloodthirsty. He thirsted for the blood of any invader who dared covet the Ishur. Su Luo looked down on Shun Yin. He focused on himself, fighting until the end. The brother he considered irrelevant had long admired him, waiting for the opportunity to repay the debt. Today, Shun Yin finally got his chance. He wished he could slowly repay the debt, helping Su Luo through the difficult times in a long-lasting and gentle way. But fate played tricks. Fortunately, when the opportunity arose, Shun Yin was ready to repay with his life. Shun Yin's study of the historical records was not in vain. Every member of the royal family contains a light egg within them. Inside the light egg hatches a creature called Nyegu. The Nyegu grows alongside the Ishur. And when the Ishur is determined to face death, the Nyegu will burst from the body of the Ishur, merging into one. After the Nyegu dies, the kin of Ishur can absorb its body to enhance the energy produced by the light spots. Shun Yin can be said to have planned this long ago. As the war between Sangong and Ishur gradually escalated, Shun Yin watched the Ishur march toward extinction, and at that moment, he was ready. To face death means to use the living spirit to drag the already condemned body toward the goal. Shen Yin intended to use his own corpse to pave a living path for Su Luo. Shen Yin knew he lacked courage, but he witnessed Su Luo's fearlessness. He was certain that Su Luo would take revenge for Yi Shi. When he saw that Su Luo completely did not remember helping him, Shen Yin felt no sadness. He was intelligent, always remembering that his creditor was a warrior who did not cling to himself. Hey, Shen Yin, listen to me. I don't remember you owing me anything, so you don't owe me. Keep your life for yourself. If you have the ability, come back one day to kill Sangong. Shen Yin propped up his body and finally tapped Su Luo's head. The two most intense beings in the universe touched each other, and it made Su Luo feel a strange emotion. The next second, Shen Yin exploded, burning. His massive body was reduced to ashes small enough to be held in the palm of a hand. From that moment on, Su Luo gained another reason to make Sangong's blood flow like a river. Every day, Su Luo spent in the 4 stars. He thought about how to take revenge. He wanted Sangong to pay their blood debts. Waiting and patience were never Su Luo's strengths. One day, Xia Su caught Su Luo, who wanted to go alone to the Festival of Daylight to seek revenge. What's the rush? Xia Su leaned against the spaceship door, staring at him. Su Luo walked straight towards Xia Su. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. After saying that, he tried to pass by Xia Su. Xia Su attempted to reach out to stop Su Luo. The temperature of the crimson clouds instantly burned her hand. I don't want to meddle, but you don't seem right. Su Luo shook her hand off. What does it have to do with you? Get lost. Xia Su was quite persistent, blocking the hatch. Su Luo's temper flared. His pent-up emotions drove the crimson clouds to surge towards Xia Su. The crimson clouds wrapped around her, and the two fell from the spaceship together. After they fell to the ground, they quickly separated. Su Luo's deep red eyes locked onto Xia Su, the crimson clouds no longer suppressing their temperature. Their scorching breath distorting the air, making Xia Su squint. Su Luo's crimson clouds danced as he charged towards Xia Su. Su Luo threw out his fists, and Xia Su quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding several attacks. Xia Su seized the opportunity and punched Su Luo in the waist. Xia Su only felt a sharp pain and hurriedly distanced herself. She extended her hand, and the skin on her fist had been burned off, leaving only a scorched red mark. Xia Su realized that her physical body could not touch Su Luo at all. Su Luo did not give Xia Su a chance to catch her breath and charged at her again. Just as Su Luo's fist was about to smash into Xia Su, silver light flickered, and 4 tentacles shot out from behind Xia Su, pulling her away from Su Luo. Su Luo pursued relentlessly, but was instead attacked by Xia Su's tentacles. He stopped in his tracks, allowing the tentacles to shoot straight at him. When the tentacles got close, Su Luo reached out and grabbed one, yanking it hard, causing Xia Su to stumble a few steps toward him. A smile crept onto Su Luo's face, which was a mix of crimson clouds. He gripped the tentacle tightly, and flames immediately began to climb up the tentacle, getting closer and closer to Xia Su. To protect herself, Xia Su revealed her arm blade and severed her own tentacle to escape. She used the remaining tentacles to propel herself, kicking Su Luo in the chest. The force knocked him off balance, making him stagger backward a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Su wrapped her tentacles around Su Luo in circles, binding him up. However, her own shoes had been burned to shreds, and the soles of her feet were scalded. Xia Su did not want to harm Su Luo and thought this would be the end of the matter, preparing to take him back. But she suddenly felt waves of searing pain from her tentacles. Su Luo was frantically tearing at Xia Su's tentacles with his hands. One tentacle was ripped open, and Su Luo thrust one of his hands through the gap. Xia Su looked back in disbelief at her damaged tentacle. The silver outer layer burned to pieces. Falling to the ground, Su Luo was now tossing away the severed sections of tentacle. The pain from the continuous burning felt like it was tearing Xia Su's back apart, forcing her to retract her tentacles. Looking at the tentacles that returned to her side, all were mangled. The silver exterior had turned black and red. Some were reduced to mere stubs, charred. Su Luo looked at the retracted tentacles, his smile growing more arrogant. Anyone who dares to stop my revenge will die. Su Luo charged at Xia Su again. This time, Xia Su was prepared, ready to block him with her arm blade. Xia Su suddenly crouched down, sweeping her arm blade towards Su Luo's legs. Su Luo immediately jumped up, leaping over Xia Su's head. Xia Su was pulled backward, and a sharp red line cut into her neck, gradually sinking into her throat. As Su Luo jumped, he threw out a fire rope formed from crimson clouds, tightening around Xia Su's neck. Xia Su was yanked down to the ground, as Su Luo's fingers gradually exerted more force, increasing the pressure of the fire rope around her neck, his dark red eyes shining brightly. Blood streamed down her neck, soaking her clothes, instantly dyeing her entire body red. In less than 10 seconds, Xia Su's head would be severed. The choking feeling made Xia Su convulse uncontrollably, her hands clawing at the fire rope around her neck. But her palms were all burned, and her right hand was nearly severed. Xia Su desperately summoned the tentacles behind her, finally managing to pull out a relatively intact one and thrust it into Su Luo's chest. The pressure on her neck suddenly vanished, and Xia Su took a deep breath, struggling to sit up. Behind her, Su Luo lay on the ground, glaring at her with resentment. Xia Su did not kill Su Luo. She merely cut off part of the light spots, preventing him from moving. Xia Su stood up, and the wound on her neck opened and closed with her steps, blood flowing wildly, resembling a mouth speaking. Xia Su supported her head and walked over to Su Luo. At this moment, Su Luo could not say a word, staring with almost completely black eyes, his fingers twitching. Xia Su knew he wanted to kill her. Supporting herself with one hand on the ground, Xia Su slowly sat down, allowing his weak hands to tear at her. The light spots were under Xia Su's control, and his strength felt no different from a tickle. Revenge? Who are you seeking revenge against? Xia Su crossed her legs. She had heard Su Luo's earlier words, that no one should think of stopping his revenge. Su Luo glared at Xia Su. It's none of your business. Xia Su shrugged. If you don't say it, I'll let you go. Su Luo's furious gaze seemed like it could swallow Xia Su. Xia Su chose to ignore it, seeing that Xia Su was truly prepared to endure with him. Su Luo immediately became agitated. Who I seek revenge against, and who I want to kill, has nothing to do with you. You should be glad that the person I want to kill is not you. Xia Su said, I remember you lost to me in the arena. Su Luo became even angrier and decided to speak his mind. There was nothing to hide anyway. My people have been waiting for me to avenge them. They have waited long enough. Seeing that Su Luo was finally willing to talk about his past, Xia Su remained silent, listening attentively. The Yishur and the Sangung were mortal enemies. The Sangung annihilated the Yishur in a surprise attack, and, as a warrior of the Yishur, I failed to kill the enemy first. I hate the Sangung and also hate that my killings did not match theirs. Now, even if it means mutual destruction, I want them to pay blood for blood. Xia Su's first reaction was not to focus on Su Luo's hatred, but rather to feel pity. The only thing that can be measured between the Yishur and the Sangung is killing. In their minds, only killing can bring peace. No wonder Su Luo was so obsessed with killing in the arena. He was trying to feel the guilt of not being able to kill for his people in the past. Even if he does not feel guilt, not feeling it does not mean it is not there. Xia Su felt a little melancholic. I'm sorry you went through all this. If humanity were to be exterminated, I would also, like you, think of ways to make the enemy pay for their blood debts. To give humanity a burial. I understand your thoughts, Su Luo, but going alone to seek revenge is not a wise choice. You are very likely to follow in your people's footsteps. She sighed. When Su Luo heard this, his once light yellow pupils suddenly darkened. You're seeking death. Xia Su was not angry. At least let me go with you. Just now. When Su Luo was talking about his past, Xia Su loosened her control over his tentacles. He sat up, the heat radiating from his head hitting Xia Su's face. Exceptionally hot. You're only seeking death by going. You don't understand the methods of the Sangung at all. Xia Su did not deny it. I may not understand the Sangung, but I understand the arena and killing. I can help you. Su Luo replied discontentedly. I don't need your help. At this moment, the medical team suddenly appeared. Xia Su had secretly contacted them while Su Luo was attacking her. They carried Xia Su and Su Luo on stretchers and took them to the medical room. Fortunately, neither of them was seriously injured. 2 days later, Su Luo boarded a spaceship alone, preparing to seek revenge by himself. The spaceship lifted off, tilting upward. Su Luo turned on the lights inside the cabin, and Xia Su was sitting in the pilot's seat, watching Su Luo. Su Luo was momentarily stunned, instead of being angry as he imagined. He approached Xia Su with a creepy smile. What is this? Are you so eager to slaughter an entire planet for me? Su Luo reached to grab Xia Su's arm, but burned her skin, causing him to immediately release his grip with a click of his tongue. I can't just let the descendants of the Yishur be wiped out. Xia Su raised an eyebrow. Since the spaceship has already taken off, I can't just throw you out of it. Xia Su knew very well that Su Luo could indeed do this. He would not be bound by the so-called morals of humanity. He was just looking for an excuse not to refuse Xia Su's help. Xia Su smiled and did not expose him. During the flight, Xia Su could not help but ask, "You didn't team make any plans, did you?" Su Luo sat gloomily in the chair. "You know me pretty well." Xia Su lowered her head helplessly. She did not want Su Luo to die. "Why not tell me about their habits and combat methods? It would help me help you." After Su Luo explained, Xia Su learned that the creatures were called Sanging. They were composed entirely of dark matter and could split or merge at will. They needed energy to operate their planet and to solidify the dark matter within them. Therefore, the Sangung constantly plundered energy from the universe. When Su Luo spoke, his light yellow pupils darkened. He understood. The most effective method was to take away all the energy on the planet. After saying this, Xia Su pulled out a nuclear flame torch from the drawer. The torch could absorb and release energy, thus charging and providing light. Su Luo nodded. Most of the energy was stored in the center of the planet. "We will break in." Xia Su discovered that this planet was also a perpetual night planet. There was nothing on the surface. A cold breeze hit him, and Xia Su leaned closer to Su Luo. Surrounding them was complete darkness, with no signs of any life. Only the light generated by the torch formed a circle at their feet. Su Luo's hair flickered violently. Su Luo's tribe had always been in a hostile relationship with the Sangong, so he was very familiar with them. One of Su Luo's hands ignited with flames, piercing through the ground in an instant. The material of the ground automatically dispersed upon contact with the flames, leaving a small hole for Su Luo and Xia Su to pass through. Su Luo went first, jumping down. Xia Su followed closely behind. Chapter 35, Angioversus. Su Luo, the two fell down into the darkness until a soft net caught them. Xia Su raised the torch to observe the surroundings. The entire underground was woven from layers of nets, with a shining core of energy in the center. Each net undulated up and down to different degrees, while the Sangong above combined and separated in an orderly manner, living their lives. The surface of the planet where the Sangong resided had no life. They lived beneath the crust in nests made of layers of spider silk. The Sangong operated their race by combining dark matter within them. "We just need to reach the energy core and absorb all the energy, right?" Xia Su crouched on the net. Suddenly, Su Luo stood up beside him, standing at the edge of the net. "Don't forget, I'm here for revenge." Su Luo looked up and leaped off the spider silk. Xia Su hurried forward but failed to catch him. Xia Su looked down, watching Su Luo's skin melt into a ball of flames, continuously falling. Everywhere he went, light flourished. Every layer of spider silk began to sway violently, and dark matter rushed towards one another, instantly forming several massive creatures. Xia Su spread the tentacles behind him and carefully moved between the spider webs. Before Su Luo could reach the core, a creature formed from Sangong dove down and bit him. Xia Su noticed that the creature resembled the one that had fallen to earth with Su Luo. It was called Niegu. Su Luo supported himself on the upper jaw of the Sangong, while with his other hand, he thrust into it. The Sangong's upper jaw was instantly pierced, and he violently shook his head, allowing Su Luo to jump out and land back on the spider web. The remaining Niegu, formed from several Sangong, surrounded Su Luo, who was outnumbered. One stepped on Su Luo, and he thrust his arm into its foot, but his body was also bent down by the pressure. Another extended its tail and pierced through Su Luo's body, about to tear him apart. Just as Xia Su approached the core, he saw Su Luo impaled on the tail of the Niegu formed by the Sangong. The crimson cloud on his chest was slowly cracking. Xia Su's body tensed, and he immediately threw his tentacles toward the spider web where Su Luo was, pulling himself up. Xia Su kicked at the Sangong and thrust a tentacle into its throat. The Sangong let out a low growl and violently shook its body, allowing Su Luo to break free and fall onto the next layer of spiderweb. Xia Su also jumped down, protecting Su Luo's side. "Get out of the way." Su Luo got up and yelled at Xia Su, who was shielding him with his tentacles. Xia Su sighed, retracted the tentacles, and launched an attack on the incoming Niegu from the Sangong. Su Luo's chest was torn open, and his movements became sluggish. More and more Sangong gathered together, entangling and writhing, piling up into new creatures. Xia Su retracted most of his tentacles, using only 4 or 5 to support himself and dodging under the Sangong's attacks. He also used one tentacle to scoop up Su Luo. Seeing Xia Su stop attacking, the Sangong immediately pressed forward, cornering her and Su Luo. 2 Sangong approached, ready to tear them apart with their tails. Su Luo stood still, believing that his Niegu would surely win. Suddenly, the core darkened. The already dim space became completely invisible. A light cocoon was attached to the core. with a continuous flow of energy surging towards it. The cocoon shattered, and dozens of burning red claws pierced into the core, with a tail made of flesh segments and chains swinging widely. It was 7 real Nyegu. Just before Su Luo jumped off the spiderweb, he expelled the light cocoon to Xia Su, urging her to stick it to the energy core while she had chance. This way, the Nyegu could absorb all the energy inside. The Nyegu lay on the core, drawing in the energy within, and their originally small bodies began to swell. The Sangung sensed something was wrong and dove down to try to knock the Nyegu away, but it was too late. All the energy in the core had been absorbed, and the Nyegu's body burst through the bottom layer of the spiderweb, their flesh wings unfurling but getting crumpled by the planet's crust. The Nyegu's body became extraordinarily large. Su Luo watched as his Nyegu bit down on a Sangung-formed Nyegu, stretching its neck and swallowing a whole. One of the Nyegu, with a tail made of flesh segments, quickly shook, locking onto Su Luo's position and lowering its head for him to climb on. Su Luo stepped on the Nyegu's head, walking up its neck and standing on its back. Su Luo slowly pulled apart several dazzling beams of light between his fingers. He looped the fire rope at his fingertips around the Nyegu's neck, and with a tug, the Nyegu flapped its wings and took to the air. Su Luo controlled the Nyegu to begin slaughtering. As the energy faded, the dark matter within the Sangung gradually dispersed, becoming limp. The Nyegu pierced through one dark matter-formed Nyegu after another with their tails, stringing them together and finally throwing them against the wall. They shattered instantly, a pool of black mist flowing down the wall. The remaining Nyegu swayed their heads, biting into the spiderweb, destroying the structure of the Sangung's nest. Many Sangung fell to the bottom of the crust, crushed to pieces by the Nyegu. The remaining Sangung gathered together, melting and solidifying to form a sphere. Many legs sprouted from beneath the sphere, supporting the heavy body as it rushed towards Su Luo and the Nyegu. Due to the weight of the sphere, the thin legs could barely bear the load, causing the sphere to tilt forward as if it were about to fall. At the last moment, the sphere collided with the Nyegu. The sphere split apart in an instant, opening a mouth that engulfed the Nyegu and Su Luo. The space fell into silence. There was no light or color, nor any sound. Only the sphere continued to writhe, struggling against the Nyegu inside. The remaining 6 Nyegu anxiously circled around the sphere. They moved forward to tear at the dark matter, and one of the Nyegu was caught by the surface of the dark matter sphere. Its neck gently snapped with a single motion. Dark matter pressed inward from all sides, and Su Luo even heard the brittle sound of the Nyegu's bones breaking in its howls. But the sound expanded outward and bounced back upon hitting the dark matter. The sound of bones shattering mixed with the wails echoed clearly in Su Luo's ears. After hitting the dark matter, it was rebounded again, endlessly reverberating. Su Luo's eyes bled an unprecedented dark red, as if his eyeballs were soaked in dark matter. Turning completely black, he thrust his hand into the Nyegu's neck, the sound of flesh being pierced joining the echoes. Su Luo slowly climbed to the top of the sphere, standing on the Nyegu's head, and reached into the body of the sphere. Su Luo's hand was immediately sucked in, and he could feel the energy being drawn away from him, so he began to pull forcefully to the sides. The sphere was torn open slightly by Su Luo, and he continued to apply more force, making the opening larger. However, gradually Su Luo felt his entire body weaken. First his arms, then extending down to his thighs. It was now impossible to keep the sphere open, and maintaining the current state was already difficult. A wave of scorching energy suddenly surged from beneath his feet. The Nyegu transmitted energy from within at an extremely fast speed to Su Luo, while correspondingly, the Nyegu's body shrank, being increasingly pained by the dark matter's pressure. After receiving the power transfer, Su Luo grasped the dark matter with both hands and pulled to the sides. His arms trembled. The dark matter sensed the increase in energy and instinctively pulled Su Luo's hands inward, sucking in most of his body. The dark matter immediately pressed against Su Luo's neck. He felt unable to breathe, the flesh compressing against his bones, threatening to break his neck. Su Luo had no way back. All he could do was seek revenge. He wanted to kill all the Sangung. Su Luo opened his mouth and bit into the dark matter. His neck tilted to one side as he pulled on the dark matter in his mouth, tearing it apart. The dark matter fought back, simultaneously pressing from above and below, deforming Su Luo's jaw and making it tremble. Ignoring the pain throughout his upper body, Su Luo bit frantically with his mouth and tore with his hands. I want all of you to accompany my people to the grave. The top of the sphere was torn open by Su Luo, and Xia Su was outside to assist. using tentacles to join Su Luo in completely ripping the sphere apart. The sphere split in half and fell to the sides. All dark matter stopped moving at this moment, completely stagnating into a pool of dead mist. Xia Su crouched down to help Su Luo on the ground, whose jaw was completely shattered, along with his cheek twisted. Xia Su's hand was brushed away. She stood up, simply extending one hand. Su Luo looked up and grasped it. The crimson clouds burned Xia Su's skin, but she only frowned and continued to hold Su Luo's hand. Su Luo caught a glimpse of her burned palm and felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. The Nurgu had now returned to its original size. Several legs were broken, picked up by Su Luo from the ground, along with the remaining 5 Nurgu thrown back into his mouth and swallowed. Before the two could catch their breath, the ground began to shake. Due to the disappearance of energy, dark matter could not solidify together, and the entire planet began to collapse. Xia Su wrapped her tentacles around Su Luo, drilling out of the crust, silently returning to the spaceship. On the way, Xia Su secretly observed Su Luo's expression. His eyes rarely held a hint of restraint, his pupils narrowing into a thin slit. Su Luo seemed to reveal a kind of nearly sorrowful, deep emotion for the first time, but Xia Su preferred to call it the thrill of revenge. It had been a while since Xia Su helped Su Luo complete his revenge, and she hadn't seen him for some time. It was noon on Earth, warm under the sun, while Xing was in a dazzling darkness. And Zhou had just visited the market of Xing, wanting to find some ingredients not available on Earth, and after browsing around, returned with a full load. His spaceship typically docked at the landing pad of Mielang, and just as he was about to return to Earth, he was stopped. A glaring figure stood in front of Njio, the crimson clouds dancing. Njio realized Su Luo was coming for him, so he didn't move forward and remain silent. "I've come to find you." Njio, Su Luo said with a wicked smile. Njio understood Su Luo wanted him to fulfill his promise. He set the basket full of ingredients aside, happy to oblige. In the afternoon, Xia Su looked at the information popping up on the display screen and sighed. This day had finally come. Njio and Su Luo were preparing to duel on Xing. Xia Su didn't know whether to be relieved or worried for the two. They had long had a bad relationship, and it was only a matter of time before they challenged each other. Xia Su was worried that Su Luo would go for the kill. Njio disliked killing, but would never allow himself to be slaughtered. Xia Su contacted Jack, telling him that Njio and Su Luo were preparing for a duel on Xing, and asked if he would go to watch. Jack was also curious about who among the two had the upper hand, and since Xia Su was going too, he readily agreed. Xia Su and Jack headed to Xing together, as the spaceship gradually approached the planet's surface. Xia Su looked through the glass and found that the main body of Xing resembled a universe. The densely packed light sources on the planet resembled a starry sky, with the surface akin to the dark parts of the universe. Before the spaceship landed, Xia Su saw the arena. Thick reddish-brown branches formed a volcanic-shaped wall, and blood mist floated over the nearby land. Even for the air, the arena was still enormous, drawing blood and even lives from gladiators from different planets. Xia Su and Jack hurried to the interior of the arena. By the time they reached the stands, Njio and Su Luo had already begun. The audience seats were empty, with only Mielang eagerly sitting in the stands, dressed in bright robes, smoking a pipe made of flesh and blood. The smoke he exhaled even had a hint of crimson. Xia Su found the unusually quiet audience seats a bit unsettling. Logically speaking, with two such popular contestants dueling, there should be a full house, yet not a single person was present. A board was hung in the hall of Xing, listing all the gladiators. Every month, the audience could vote to choose the two they most wanted to see duel, and Mielang would surely satisfy them. A week ago, Xia Su had observed that board, and Njio and Su Luo's duel was indeed among the top contenders. So the absence of an audience surprised Xia Su and Jack. This needed to be traced back to before the duel had even started. Happy to oblige. Njio set down the basket in his hand and gripped the hilt of his sword with his left hand. At this moment, Mielang walked into the landing pad, looking at the two who were on edge, and laughed. "You two should step into the arena to fight. It would be a treat for this old man." The slight glint of the pure white blade was returned to the sheath by Njio. He had always been respectful towards Mielang. Fighting in the arena under Mielang, as command, naturally required him to show some respect. Moreover, it was no small feat for Mielang to carve out a place for himself in Xing. Until Njio understood Mielang's background, he was reluctant to get too entangled with him. Njio and Su Luo stepped into the arena. The gray sand contrasted Su Luo's colors even more vividly. Mielang intended to invite Rex as the host to comment and bring in the audience, but was rejected by Su Luo. "Old man, I don't care about the audience. I can't wait to tear him apart. Su Luo's 10 fingers curled into his palms, staring fiercely at Ngio. Ngio stood on the sand like a straight line condensed from the night. In a duel, the audience is merely an unnecessary accessory. Mielang waved his cane. Since you're both eager to start, this old man naturally can't say anything. You two go ahead. After he finished speaking, he found a comfortable position to sit on a sofa made of elastic, or he had long wanted to see Ngio and Su Luo duel. One was the epitome of calm in the arena, while the other was extremely brutal. The two seemed like destined opponents, ready to clash. Mielang had prepared his pipe long ago, enjoying a puff whenever the match reached its climax. There were no judgments, no commands. In the silent, gray sand, only the crimson clouds crackled. Su Luo's lower body began to gather strength, pushing off the ground, and charged toward Ngio. In an instant, he was before Ngio. Su Luo raised a hand and swung towards Ngio's face. A flash of silver light passed. Su Luo's entire hand slammed into the ground, the crimson clouds slowly dissipating from his hand. Oh, Ngio has already reached this level. Mielang sat up straight, a few small stones popping out from his cracking spine. Su Luo looked up, and Ngio's hand was still gently resting on the hilt of his sword. Su Luo advanced further, the wind howling past him, but he retreated back to his original position. That previous advance was merely to gauge the distance Ngio could swing his sword. Ngio's arm appeared relaxed, simply resting on the hilt. This was because his perception had reached a height where he could instantly find the right distance and angle. Swinging a sword was as natural to him as breathing. Su Luo's hand was severed, but he only caught the arc of the sword. Despite having a sense of pain, Su Luo never took it to heart. Enough pain meant his strength was strong enough. The frequency of the light spots flashing on his chest increased, producing crimson clouds that intertwined, forming a new hand at the severed end. Su Luo's fingers gradually twisted as he felt the new part, trying to capture disappointment or fear on Ngio's face. Ngio stood in tranquil silence, his black features showing no ripples. Su Luo had always found his expression intolerable, and the crimson clouds burned more fiercely on him. Su Luo charged towards Ngio again, keeping a close watch on Ngio's hand during his movement. Sure enough, as he took his fifth step, Ngio's hand instantly shot up. The sword was propelled from the sheath by Ngio's force, striking vertically towards Su Luo. The blade fell and collided with Su Luo's palm. The tearing sound followed, as the crimson clouds were gradually shredded by the blade. Su Luo initially held the sword with one hand, but later switched to two hands, yet the crimson clouds continued to tear. He was unwilling to compromise and stubbornly endured Ngio's strike. Seeing Su Luo's stubborn refusal to let go, heat gradually transferred from the blade to Ngio's hand, pain rising in his palm. If the stalemate continued, it was very likely Su Luo would seize the opportunity. Ngio stepped forward, sliding to the side, pulling the sword out of Su Luo's hand. The light spots began to mend Su Luo's palm, but he was undeterred and lunged again. Su Luo got closer to Ngio, stepping into Ngio's attack range, yet he remained motionless. Naturally, Su Luo did not stop either. The pupils in his eyes burst forth with an orange-red light. Ngio breathes normally, feeling the rise and fall of his chest. In his eyes, there is only Su Luo. The sword rises, the sword falls, all in an instant. Su Luo still cannot adapt to Ngio's speed. His arms are struck. The sword sinks deeper into his arm, and Su Luo pulls one hand off the blade, tearing it into a wisp of crimson cloud, like splattered blood, drifting horizontally in the air. Ngio sees Su Luo preparing to counterattack, twists his waist, and completes a half-turn. Using the force of the rotation, he severs Su Luo's arm while simultaneously creating distance. A whole small forearm falls to the ground with a thud. The light spots begin to operate again. The speed of the crimson cloud's regeneration slows down, and it takes a while to form a new small forearm. Su Luo steps closer to Ngio, unconcerned, kicking away his severed small forearm. Fury bursts from his body. Ngio takes a stance, ready to engage. Xia Su and Jack arrive at the arena, just in time to see this scene. Su Luo's small forearm has been cut off, and the duel between the two is gradually reaching a boiling point. A wave of heat surges outward from the center of the arena. The scorching temperature hits them, and Jack's skin feels a faint pain from the heat. Su Luo releases all of his crimson clouds. Rolls of crimson mist begin to expand, breaking the human outline of Su Luo, transforming into a bloodthirsty mass of crimson cloud. Ngio never underestimates his opponent. His weight is not pressed to the ground, always ready to dodge or charge with his footwork. Su Luo approaches Ngio, unrepentant, still launching a frontal assault, gripping the sword, drawing it, and swinging it, all in one go. And Jio's first strike misses entirely. Chapter 36. The red and white twins, Su Luo, suddenly leaned back, using his limbs to support himself in an inverted position. He pushed off the ground with his feet, curled his core, and kicked towards Jio's wrist. And Jio marveled at the tension of Su Luo's own power, and immediately withdrew his hand to dodge Su Luo's kick. Su Luo's attack missed, and neither he nor Jio managed to touch each other this round. Su Luo began to adapt to Jio's speed, bouncing off the ground, his toes touching the earth, crouching on the gray sand. What a pity. Your sword can no longer touch me. Su Luo charged forward, dodging a slash and grabbing for Jio's wrist. He aimed to destroy Jio's most proud feature, his swordsmanship, making him despair and lose the match. And Jio saw through Su Luo's intentions from Su Luo's gaze. Su Luo was fixated on his wrist, and his intentions were too obvious. And Jio no longer exposed his wrist, keeping his sword upright in front of him to block Su Luo from getting too close. And Jio's caution made Su Luo sneer. What's wrong? Are you scared? After Jio deflected Su Luo's attack for the fourth time, he could no longer hold back. Stop hiding behind your sword. Su Luo exerted force with his legs, grains of gray sand being burned, leaving a charred mark. He charged straight at Jio from the front, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. And Jio stood with his sword, calm and unhurried. With 10 fingers tense, Su Luo raised his hand to swing Jio. And Jio stepped back while lowering his body, striking at Su Luo's abdomen. Su Luo was forced to halt his attack, dodging to the right and charging again. He grabbed Jio's shoulder. A burning pain instantly enveloped his nerves, as if Jio had been thrown into a sea of flames, surrounded only by swirling scarlet clouds. Su Luo's chest also experienced sharp pain. He ignored it, one hand gripping Jio's shoulder, the other hand squeezing his wrist. Tendons snapped one by one, and Jio quickly retreated, while Su Luo stood still without pursuing. The pain radiating from his right arm accelerated Jio's breathing. His forehead and hair were soaked with sweat, and his entire right arm had been torn off by Su Luo's hand, the severed end ablaze with sparks, spreading toward his neck. And Jio raised his sword, forcefully swiping over his shoulder to extinguish the sparks. As the sparks dissipated, his shoulder was already charred black. The skin cracked like parched earth, pieces sticking to the flesh. The pain could not gnaw at Jio's sanity. He adjusted his breathing. Although he held the sword in his left hand, he could still fight even after losing his right hand. Su Luo stood not far away, waiting for Jio to adjust. He gripped his severed arm, letting the flesh burn in his hand, gently squeezing until his arm turned to ash and fell into the gray sand. The reason Su Luo did not pursue was not out of kindness to let Jio adjust, but because he himself had also been injured. When Su Luo had come close to tearing off Jio's right arm, Jio's sword had simultaneously cut into his chest. As Jio retreated, the sword had sliced horizontally from his chest to his left waist, dividing the scarlet clouds and leaving a long, narrow crack. As a result, Su Luo's upper body was very unstable, and any large movement could completely break his chest. The light spots operated, slowly stitching up the wounds. Warmth spread from Su Luo's chest, and the light spots increased their frequency, producing scarlet clouds to fill the cracks. In 5 minutes, the wound was stitched up, and Su Luo's body became whole again. After several rounds, although Jio had inflicted damage on Su Luo, the light spots continuously stitched up the wounds, offsetting the injuries. Breathing gradually steadied, and Jio raised his wrist, standing with his sword. He caught a hint of something. The scarlet clouds at the sight of Su Luo's repairs appeared diluted, their color not as vibrant as the rest, and the flow frequency was also inactive. And Jio began to advance, proactively attacking for the first time. Su Luo's 2 pitch-black eyeballs locked onto Jio, filled with excitement. And Jio seemed to thrust towards Su Luo's abdomen, but in reality, he jabbed into his left arm. After completing the attack, Jio retreated. Su Luo saw Jio only attacking once before immediately pulling back. Jio, an attack like that on my planet would have you killed instantly. The light spots had reached their highest frequency, the scarlet clouds boiling. And Su Luo's throat became hoarse as he spoke. His voice sounded like the dying words of a living dead emerging from bonfire. Little did he know, Jio had already grasped his weakness. After enduring multiple injuries, the scarlet clouds produced by the light spots had reached their limit and could no longer stitch up the wounds. At this moment, the hole in Su Luo's left arm still existed. Moreover, the parts that had been stitched up by the scarlet clouds were even more fragile. As long as Njio targeted these areas to inflict secondary damage, victory would soon be his. Su Luo looked at the wound on his left arm, his face mimicking a human's grin even wider. Let me guess, do you think I can no longer stitch up my wounds? After saying that, the wound on his left arm began to heal. After healing, it suddenly tore apart again. I sealed the light spot's ability to repair wounds. This seems fairer to you. Su Luo saw Njio's expression grow serious, laughing with delight. He had finally struck a nerve with Njio. Are you humiliating me? Njio lowered his sword, his tone finally wavering. Humiliation? The scarlet clouds roared. I want you to be torn apart in despair. I want you to know that you can't even defeat me when I have sealed half my power. Njio did not despise the strong or the weak. He would give his all in every bout, as this was the highest respect for a gladiator. Su Luo was undoubtedly trampling on Njio's dignity. Oh, this was the first time Xia Su saw Njio show an expression close to anger. Jack felt the same. Njio would not allow anger to affect his decisions. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to make Su Luo understand what dignity was. As he stood with his sword, his breathing and heartbeat were pure and flawless, like the blade pointing toward the black void. Njio closed his eyes, merging his body with the sword, stabbing towards Su Luo. Su Luo timed his distance, raising his leg to kick high at Njio's head. The sole of his foot was pierced by the sword. The sword pulled out strands of scarlet clouds, returning to Njio's side, and swung towards Su Luo's shoulder. The sword sank into the scarlet clouds and was caught by Su Luo. He controlled the sword with one hand and, with just one hand, grabbed Njio's neck. 5 fingers sank into the skin, blood flowing down Njio's neck into his black robe. Njio could no longer perceive pain or suffocation. He no longer pressed down on the sword, but instead twisted his wrist to pull out the sword, quickly stabbing it into Su Luo's chest. The light spots were impacted, and the scarlet clouds became unstable, causing Su Luo to immediately fling Njio away. Njio was thrown 10 meters away, kicking up a cloud of gray sand. All the scarlet clouds around Su Luo darkened, becoming thin and no longer boiling. Njio opened his eyes, plunging the sword into the ground to support his body. The skin on his neck had completely melted away, leaving only a thin layer of muscle and the esophagus and trachea inside. Njio could no longer turn his neck. Any movement would cause it to break. Su Luo's state was not much better. His right shoulder could not move, and his right arm was essentially useless. The light spots had suffered heavy damage and no longer produced heat. The entire arena cooled down. Njio's vision began to blur. Excessive blood loss, causing his brain to become sluggish and his perception to decline. But his attention was fully focused on the battle, ignoring the pain and all other negative effects. Su Luo brought his hand close to his abdomen, the scarlet clouds condensing into 10 threads connected to his fingertips. Pulling out from his abdomen, the threads danced at his fingertips as he leaned his body and swung out his left arm. The threads continuously elongated, slashing towards Njio with inertia. Njio took a step back to dodge the attack. Seizing this opportunity, Su Luo charged forward, pressing Njio hard. Njio blocked Su Luo's first strike. Heat energy transmitted through the blade to his palm, forcing Njio to continually retreat until he was backed against the wall of the arena. The outer circle of the arena was woven from reddish-brown branches, while the interior was forged from the indigo metal provided by the indigo roar, smooth and white. The contrast between the white walls and the blood splattering was a significant feature of the 4-star arena. Njio's back foot pressed against the wall, realizing he had no way to retreat and had to face Su Luo head-on. Su Luo continued to close in, trapping Njio between himself and the wall, leaving no escape. He suddenly kicked towards Njio, shattering the wall. Njio turned and pushed off the white wall, leaping into the air. He used gravity and his own strength to press down on Su Luo. Su Luo looked up at Njio jumping, the sword's edge descending vertically, stabbing towards his face. Su Luo raised his hands and forcefully caught Njio's sword. The sword was trapped in Su Luo's palms, and Njio hung upside down in the air, the two of them in a stalemate. Su Luo suddenly bent down and threw Njio down. One foot stepped on his left wrist, and the other pressed down on his neck. At the same time, Njio's sword slipped from his hand, flung out by Su Luo's downward force. Njio was completely subdued. Despair and death await you, Njio. Su Luo bent down, his body getting closer to Njio until his hands tightened around his neck. The pressure gradually increased, distorting Njio's trachea and esophagus. Suddenly, Njio leaned closer to Su Luo. Their foreheads almost touched, and Njio opened his eyes. Their eyes were both black, yet distinctly different, like charred stones from a bonfire colliding with the cold, dark night. And Zhou's hand somehow wrapped around Su Luo's back, and the sword that had just been flung out spiraled back into his hand. And Zhou gripped the sword and plunged it into Su Luo's back, sinking deeper and deeper, piercing through the light spot until the sword tip emerged from his chest, penetrating Su Luo's entire body. Su Luo stared at Zhou in disbelief, trying to claw at his neck with his hands. And Zhou pulled the sword back to his front and thrust upward. Su Luo's hand fell to the ground in response. The crimson cloud began to panic, colliding wildly within its body, thoroughly disrupting Su Luo's form. His bright, red figure dimmed, kneeling on the ground. And Zhou slowly stood up from the ground, almost unable to breathe. Thank you for underestimating me, Su Luo. You are powerful in victory and also powerful in defeat. Power grants you victory, but also arrogance. Learn to respect all things, and you will achieve longevity. And Zhou's trachea was being squeezed, his voice intermittent. After your tempering, I will surely be sharper. The light spot on Su Luo's chest shattered little by little. He tried to grab Zhou, but found it difficult to even get up. He did not forget to mock. Don't tell me you lack the courage to kill. And Zhou wanted to shake his head, but his neck did not allow it. He could only stiffly lower his head to look at Su Luo. Killing requires courage. Controlling killing requires more than just courage. And Zhou did not look at Su Luo, bypassing him and walking down the arena. The medical team guarding outside immediately rushed into the arena, lifting Su Luo onto a stretcher. Su Luo resisted, injuring several team members, and it took a while to get him into the medical room. Xia Su turned to look at Jack and found he was also looking at her. She wondered if their relationship would ease or worsen after this duel. The flame still burned in the center of the arena, and Zhou's character would not be bound by past grievances. It all depended on how Su Luo interpreted this duel. Jack's gaze passed over Xia Su, looking behind her. Xia Su also turned around and found Mialang unexpectedly standing behind them. Mialang, seeing that the two had noticed him, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he seemed quite happy. This duel was unparalleled. The collision of extreme calm and extreme violence is rare. So many excellent gladiators were recommended by you. I am deeply grateful. Xia Su smiled at this insincere compliment. You flatter me. We must also thank you for the stage you built with great effort for the gladiators to fight. Su Luo fought Xia Su, then Zhou, and finally tasted the flavor of defeat. Given his hot-tempered and competitive nature, he would probably need some time to digest this. Speaking of which, Mialang took a puff from his pipe. The parts and meat chunks crackled in his hands as he pushed the smoke into his mouth. Among the four of you, only Jack has not fought with Su Luo. Jack, what are your thoughts? Mialang smiled at Jack. Xia Su chuckled. Mialang, you're being a bit too obvious with your intentions. Mialang did not respond, merely looking at Jack. Jack's figure stood like a mountain beside Xia Su. I have no problem. You can ask him. You are always taciturn, but when you speak, it will surely not disappoint. Jack never shies away from challenges and often seeks them in the arena. Xia Su watched Mialang leisurely walk away. She had listened to Mialang's conversations with many gladiators. He always seemed to grasp their thoughts and adjusted his language accordingly to achieve his goals. Xia Su had also investigated him. All the information seemed very fake, except that it was said Mialang single-handedly established the arena in the 4 stars, becoming one of the 5 major rulers of the 4 stars. Shall we go see Zhou? After Mialang left, Xia Su asked Jack. Jack did not speak, following Xia Su toward the medical room. The medical room was located on the 2nd floor of the arena. The entire area was divided into several rooms, equipped with instruments for various injuries for treatment. The medical team was composed of talented individuals, rumored to have been recruited by Mialang from different planets. And there were even legends that a gladiator who had dominated the arena in the previous generation had retired and transformed into a member of the medical team. All the medical staff wore outfits made of precise surgical instruments and parts. All necessary tools were embedded in the outfits for easy use and to respond to emergencies. Therefore, no one had ever seen the faces of the medical staff. Xia Su knocked on the door and saw Zhou lying on the operating table. 2 doctors repairing the flesh and skin on his neck. Non-essential personnel, please leave, ordered the smaller of the 2 doctors, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Xia Su obediently closed the door. Sorry for the interruption. All gladiators held great respect for the medical staff, as their lives were in the hands of the doctors. Xia Su had heard of a gladiator who had offended a doctor, so the doctor intentionally did not fully heal his injuries, causing that gladiator to continuously lose until he vanished. Everyone said one could question the strength of a gladiator, but never the strength of a doctor. Xia Su and Jack planned to stroll around the market to pass the time. intending to return to Xianjiao and Su Luo after 3 or 4 hours. The large market of the 4 stars was located underground, a long street filled with stalls and shops. Everything needed by living beings could be found there, even items one would never have imagined. The two took a turbine turtle to the market. In the 5 major regions, except for Crystal Forest, the mode of transportation used was a creature called the turbine turtle. This company monopolized the transportation industry of the 4 stars, using its racial advantages to provide optimal transport for the beings on the 4 stars. The shell of the turbine turtle is exceptionally thick during their resting periods. They lie at the bottom of the salt water, allowing layers of sand and stones to settle on their backs. After being polished and carved, they are designed into hollow workshops. Turbine turtles have 6 limbs with retractable suction cups that extend when walking on the ground or cliffs and retract when moving in liquids. Turbine turtles are gentle in nature, with hard shells that can withstand impacts and retreat at the first sign of danger, thus providing excellent protection for passengers on this chaotic planet. Jack liked these swift and gentle giants, often bringing dried fish from Earth to feed them. Xia Su leaned against the shell, while Jack fed the dried fish into the turbine turtle's conical mouth, watching it chew slowly. Turbine turtles are usually lazy, but their speed when carrying passengers is quite fast, capable of crossing half a planet in one day. The 4 stars is larger than Earth, and for a creature to have such speed is truly rare. They deserve to monopolize the transportation market. The transportation industry on Earth has to support human labor and maintain facilities. The turbine turtle, however, only needs to be provided with food and wages and has automatic repair functions. A soak in salt water is all it takes. Xia Su climbed into the rough and sturdy shell, waiting for Jack inside. The areas on both sides of the arena were the Crystal Forest and the market. Within an hour, the two arrived at the market. The turbine turtle dropped them off in a desolate area and left in the blink of an eye. Jack accurately found the coordinates of the elevator, stomping his feet rhythmically. The ground opened up, and a simply decorated device rose from beneath, stopping in front of them. Jack followed Xia Su into the elevator, and the fence automatically closed, beginning to descend. The elevator took a full 10 minutes to descend, with naturally spliced stones flashing past their sight. The elevator finally came to a stop, and the fence opened, revealing a bustling market. At the front were lively stalls, and as one moved further back, the buildings grew taller and more ornate. The towering ceiling was adorned with crystal spheres that provided brightness to the streets. The streets branched out in many directions, clearly categorized. The first street, the interstellar vine corridor, was covered with various vines and flowers. Soft pink and purple fuzz sprawled all the way to the foot of the elevator, making Summer reluctant to step down. A deep, echoing roar came from the street, accompanied by a chaotic chirping sound. The ground trembled. Several creatures with glass-like wings were frightened into flapping their wings, but were held back by vendors pulling on chains, unable to move. The street on the far left was shrouded in white mist, with a strong odor wafting out, resonating with the crisp sound of metal being forged. Silver-gray spines supported the shops, with exposed skeletal structures blending with metal visible everywhere. Compared to the interstellar vine corridor, the Forged Blade Alley appeared somewhat dimmer. It was a favorite spot for gladiators. The street on the far right was called the Dust Ruins Core. The jewels that were about to spill out onto the street seemed like cores compressed from stardust, a dazzling array of them, filled with remnants of glorious civilizations. Chapter 37. It should have been Xia Su's goal this time, is the Dust Ruin Core. The birthdays of Wen Shu and Enjio are approaching, and she needs to buy birthday gifts for both of them. Wen Shu's gift can be purchased at the Dust Ruin Core or the Interstellar Spore Corridor. While for Enjio, I recommend you visit the Qian Duan Fengming Alley. I think you would prefer practical gifts. Xia Su smiled as she approached Jack. It seems you've been frequenting the market and know Enjio well. For Enjio's gift, my initial thought is to keep an eye out for a suitable whetstone. What about you? Jack had already stepped into Qian Duan Fengming Alley. I've already found a suitable gift. Xia Su followed him. So you've been prepared all along, making me think for so long on your behalf. The two of them pushed through the layers of smoke, and the full view of Qian Duan Fengming Alley unfolded before them. Tents supported by pillars or biological bones were lined up in rows. Each shop had a barrel of magma at the entrance, with heat mixed with smoke wafting around. Red-hot metal was plunged into ice water, creating a continuous hissing sound. Glass tanks filled with various colored molten metals were available for customers to choose for forging. From melee weapons like swords and spears to ranged weapons like bows and guns, everything was displayed at the entrance. The display stands made of yake metal had buoyancy, allowing the weapons to float in the air, adding a touch of beauty. The process of smelting or produced a pungent gas, mixed with a bloody smell that filled the alley. Skinned creatures hung inside the shops, and craftsmen extracted their bones to forge weapons. Jack led Xia Su through the alley. The alley was not noisy. Instead, there were only the sounds of metal clashing. Jack was very familiar with Qian Duan Fengming Alley. He had been in and out of this alley multiple times, studying weapon shops or the flesh modification technology found in the clinics deep within the alley. Jack first took Xia Su to a shop that specialized in daggers. Xia Su pushed aside the hanging blades above her head and entered the tent. The tent was not very bright. A large basin of lava emitted warm light, and there was only a small desk lamp placed on a stone table covered with blueprints. Xia Su's attention was drawn to a dagger that was entirely black. The dagger's blade was short, easily hidden in a sleeve or strapped around the waist and thigh. It came with a white leather sheath. Xia Su couldn't help but reach for the handle, but her hand was suddenly swatted away. For display only. A crystal ball with hundreds of facets floated in front of her. It used its translucent short arm to swat Xia Su's hand away and pushed her back next to Jack. Jack nodded to the crystal ball. "I'm here for the dagger. I've already paid a deposit." Upon hearing that Jack was a paying customer, the crystal ball became lively, pulling out a notebook from its round body. Its outer skin was a translucent light blue, with a driving core inside and a layer of liquid wrapped around the core. Various objects floated in the liquid, including notebooks, small knives, and sandpaper. Under which name is the dagger recorded? Jack. The crystal ball flipped through the notebook, searching through the densely packed names. In less than 10 seconds, it closed the notebook and stuffed it back into its body. The edges of the hundreds of crystal facets were embedded with resonance holes, emitting waves of ethereal sound as it floated and moved using anti-gravity sound waves. The crystal ball retrieved the black gloss dagger that Xia Su had just wanted to touch and placed it on the stone platform. The crystal ball softly hummed. "Please wait a moment." It turned and rummaged through the cabinet, taking out a matching gift box. It also produced 2 concave pebbles and carefully placed the dagger on top of them, arranging it inside the gift box. The crystal ball pushed the gold-embossed gift box toward Jack, but leaned so far over the counter that most of its body was tilted out. "Please check," the crystal ball said seriously. Jack took out a piece of unrefined ore from his pocket, with a black magnetic liquid flowing inside. The crystal ball measured him up and took the ore, immediately going to the stone table to admire it under the lamp's light. "The payment has been received." The crystal ball tossed this line out and no longer paid attention to Xia Su and Jack, fully focused on the newly acquired ore, adjusting it at various angles under the light. Jack, accustomed to this, held the gift box and stepped out of the shop, with Xia Su closely following. I also caught sight of that dagger. It matches in Jio's sword quite well. One has a pure white blade with a black sheath, and the other has a pure black blade with a white sheath. Jack led Xia Su deeper into the alley. I remember there's a saying in China about yin and yang. I think it's quite like in Jio, calm yet decisive, which is why I chose this entirely black dagger to match. Xia Su nodded. "I didn't expect you to have a good understanding of Chinese culture. And Jio has his own sword, and with this dagger by his side, it could be said he has gathered the essence of yin and yang. When I was a mercenary, I interacted with many employers from different countries. Several nearby shops sell quality whetstones, so keep an eye out." Unknowingly, Xia Su and Jack had walked deep into the alley. When Xia Su turned around, the shops on both sides of the alley looked like 2 dragon spines, extending endlessly, with only a black dot remaining at the entrance. Jack accompanied Xia Su as they stopped in front of one shop after another, watching her shake her head and sigh from time to time, carefully selecting. Clearly not satisfied with the items she had seen so far. Nothing suitable. Jack stood behind Xia Su as she held up a very transparent whetstone, examining it up and down before putting it back. "None of the whetstones give me an NGO feeling. I don't know how you usually choose gifts, but I usually imagine the recipient as the item I'm about to buy, compare their appearances, and then make a decision. This is my first time buying a gift." Xia Su paused for a moment, turning around to find Jack carefully holding the gift box behind her. She thought about how Jack, having been a mercenary, had no opportunity to make friends, let alone celebrate someone else's birthday, and couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Xia Su looked up into Jack's eyes. "When is your birthday? I feel like you've never mentioned it." Jack was silent for a moment. "I don't know." His brief forward response pierced Xia Shu's heart. Jack looked down at Xia Su, who was lost in thought. She had her head slightly lowered, and Jack couldn't see her expression. Trained as a mercenary since childhood, he had always existed as an unknown, unnoticed presence before becoming a gladiator. The word birthday felt very foreign to him. So when Xia Su asked him, Jack didn't know how to react. Xia Su only lowered her head for a moment. "What's your favorite number?" "Favorite number?" Why was she asking such a question that Jack had never thought about before? But he still answered, 7. Then how about your birthday being set on July 1st? Xia Su asked, directing her gaze at Jack with a serious tone. Jack had no objections, but was a bit curious. Why the 1st? Because I think no other number is worthy of you. Xia Su stood on her tiptoes and then lowered them, as if genuinely dissatisfied with the other numbers, passing this sentence slowly. Jack lowered his gaze, enveloping Xia Su, who only reached his chest under his raised brow. His heart trembled for the first time in a long time. Why did he choose 7? Because Xia Su's birthday was in July. Jack turned his head. Sounds good. Xia Su smiled. Then it settled. We'll celebrate your birthday on July 1st. Let's walk a bit further. Maybe we'll find a suitable whetstone. Jack changed the subject, lifting his leg and leading the way deeper into the alley. Xia Su walked alongside Jack, searching the display cases in front of each shop. Suddenly, she grabbed Jack. What do you think of that one? In the display case were dozens of weapons, along with whetstones. Xia Su pointed to a whetstone that looked like jade. The grinding surface was narrow and elongated, very suitable for Ngio's slender sword. Its appearance was also acceptable, simple, and clear, without losing power. Jack took a careful look. You can't go wrong with the looks you've chosen. I just wonder if it can sharpen a sword blade sufficiently. Both of them had witnessed Ngio's swordsmanship, and it must be paired with the best whetstone in the universe. Let's go in and take a look. Xia Su dragged Jack into the shop, where the owner, a large multi-armed creature, was busy forging a whip made from weeping nerves and had no time to attend to them, only allowing them to browse. Xia Su took a whetstone from the shelf and casually picked up a sword, starting to sharpen it. After sharpening the sword, she walked out of the shop holding it, where a piece of metal was specially placed at the entrance for customers to test the sharpness. Xia Su waved the sword lightly, and the blade smoothly pierced through the metal. She nodded in satisfaction. This one will do. Xia Su paid cheerfully and, with Jack, each carrying a gift box, they exited the Forged Edge alley. The two then turned into the neighboring Dust Ruins core, looking for a necklace made of constantly flowing crystals for Wenshu. The main feature of the crystal was that it emitted a high-frequency sound wave that could temporarily deafen enemies in case of danger. After buying the gifts, Xia Su and Jack returned loaded and prepared to head back to the arena to visit Ngio and Su Luo. At the arena, Ngio's surgery had been completed, and he was resting on the sickbed. After a while, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Ngio raised his head and met Su Luo's narrow pupils. Ngio made no movement, his gaze following Su Luo as he walked step by step toward the sickbed. He stopped in front of the bed, his warm breath reaching Ngio's chest, making him feel a hint of warmth. Is there something you need? Ngio asked. I came to take a good look at you, and I must remember your complete appearance. Next time in the arena, your body will only be left as ashes. Ngio raised his cup and took a sip. I don't think so. I admit, you defeated me. I'm surprised and also unwilling. Su Luo suddenly changed his tone, honestly making Ngio curious. Perhaps Su Luo also felt that his words sounded strange, and he added, after fighting with you, I almost lost my body to you. Ngio smiled slightly. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Xia Su pushed open the door and was surprised to see Su Luo standing by Ngio's bed. It seems you two are recovering well. Xia Su had hidden the gift in the spaceship, preparing to surprise Ngio on his birthday. Xia Su walked towards Ngio, but stopped after just a few steps. Ngio asked in confusion, What's wrong? Xia Su subconsciously touched the burn on her wrist. I really don't want to get burned for no reason again. Su Luo and Ngio both heard her half-joking tone. They didn't expect the strongest gladiator to be afraid of a little heat. Su Luo smiled and said, A little heat? Every time I get close to you, I take the risk of being melted, okay? Xia Su walked over to Su Luo's side. The crimson clouds flowed around him, sending waves of heat. Jack stopped beside Xia Su. Xia Su glanced at the situation and noticed that the confrontation between Su Luo and Ngio had lessened. Xia Su, I remember when I first came to see Xing. You gave me a special skin. Xia Su deliberately didn't respond, wanting Su Luo to continue. Seeing that Xia Su didn't reply, Su Luo felt a bit anxious. Opened his mouth, but was unwilling to back down. Su Luo's hesitance made Xia Su chuckle. All right, I'll bring you another one tomorrow. Thank you. Su Luo's voice suddenly became quieter, and he awkwardly turned his head away. Jack and Ngio exchanged glances, finding it amusing. Su Luo also realized that the three were laughing at him and shot Xia Su a glare. His pitch-black eyes resembled an eclipse. Hey, are you Jack? Jack looked at Su Luo. It's just the two of us left for the duel. I don't think you're refuse. Su Luo actually shares a similar view on dueling with Jack. He never turns down any challenge. Jack nodded in response. It seems this partner ISNT very willing to talk, which is quite boring. Su Luo returned to a teasing tone. Jack turned his blue eyes away, ignoring him. And Gio whispered to Xia Su, Mielang is in for a treat again. ISNT that right? Her soul can provide peace for thousands of years for Sagaros. Her voice crystallized into white frost in the air. Peace. When did Sagaros ever have peace? The gravestones covering the back are weeping. As long as the ancestors do not emerge, peace will remain. Have you forgotten the war you instigated? Are the lives I slaughtered in the Eternal Flame arena also considered peace? Is all of this just to suppress the ancestors? If the ancestors descend, Sargeras will bring devastation to all living beings. The lives sacrificed between city-states and the lives lost at your hands have supported Sagaros for 2,000 years. If it weren't for the sacrifices of those souls, the city-state would have long ceased to exist. Have you ever thought about those innocent lives? Or paid your respects for them, even for just a second? Ask them if they are willing to die for the sake of not facing tomorrow. In your eyes, each vibrant life is merely a source of sustenance. She stared in disbelief at the creature kneeling before her. The eternal punishment Messiah raised her already scorched face. Cracks reflected in her eyes. Her heart ached suddenly. We have sacrificed tens of thousands of souls, and the road back has long been severed. How could I not suffer? I watched helplessly as you were killed, your body pierced countless times, pretending to be indifferent as I picked up your scattered remains, then let you die again. I shouldn't have to endure this heart-wrenching pain, but you begged me. You begged me to reduce the battles between the city-states. Begged me to let you fight as a sinner, to sacrifice the souls of other sinners. My torment is with you. We cannot retreat. It is our responsibility to atone for our ancestors. The eternal punishment reflects in the deep blue eyes of the Messiah. The pale body is shattered and trembling. Now, there is a soul that can end the killings within Sag Halos for thousands of years. Do you not wish for this? The eternal punishment Messiah lowered his head and no longer looked at her. The pale figure closed her eyes in despair. Her footsteps were as silent as withered leaves falling from branches. She struggled to bend her stiff body and knelt before the Messiah. For Sagaroth, for you and me, I plead with you, bring her back to the Eternal Flame arena. Let her soul be the sacrifice for Sagaroth's creature in exchange for peace. The eternal punishment Messiah finally raised his head, slowly leaned closer to her, testing the waters. Two hearts filled with dust began to beat, drawing closer to each other. In the end, she turned her face away, unwilling to look at him again. She stood up, her overly aged body sending sharp pain through her. The eternal punishment Messiah froze in place. This is the last time I will do this. She had already turned her back, leaving only the bitter laughter echoing in the tower. You always say that. But we both know you cannot bear to let others endure the pain of killing. In the silent midnight, all was dim, leaving only the harsh moonlight. A shadow slipped into Xia Su's home. Lava stuck to the wooden floor, hissing. The shadow, sharp in form, silently approached Xia Su's bedside. The left arm, formed of steel bones, began to melt. In her dreams, Xia Su heard the sound of liquid dissolving. She sat up suddenly, but it was too late. The steel bony arm pressed down on Xia Su's chest, causing her heart to stop. Xia Su lost consciousness. The shadow dragged Xia Su away, leaving Earth under the cover of the secret night. A sour smell filled Xia Su's lungs, suffocating her. As her consciousness gradually returned, she opened her eyes and looked around. The thick sound of flowing magma reached her ears. Her vision was distorted by the heat, and she found herself surrounded by circular stone walls, with a ring-shaped city floating above her. Xia Su instantly recognized that she was in Sagaroth's Eternal Flame arena. Xia Su tried to stand up, but her hands and feet wouldn't move. Two metal chains tightly bound her wrists and ankles. She attempted to mobilize the tentacles on her back. The muscles in her back writhed, and the tentacles struggled within, trying to tear through Xia Su's back. Xia Su wanted to turn her body, but the pain from her flesh stopped her. Threads made of special metal were inserted into the flesh beside her spine, enveloping her back, meant to prevent the tentacles from escaping. The high temperature and pain from the magma caused her to sweat profusely as Xia Su sat on the ground. She had completely lost her ability to move. She tried one last time, internally screaming to summon the tentacles, but they merely groaned and writhed, tightly sealed within her. Xia Su turned her head, gazing at the creature that was slowly approaching her. She had long sensed that there was a being nearby watching her, and now it finally revealed itself. The eternal punishment Messiah. The chains on Xia Su's body rattled. The eternal punishment Messiah stood before her, forcing her to look up. Behind him were gravestones, and a rotting face was close at hand. What do you want from me? Xia Su asked. The eternal punishment Messiah remained silent. The legs made of molten lava and the steel left arm were no longer flowing. Everything was quiet. Xia Su met his eyes, which shone with a ghostly blue light, and she felt unwilling. Do you want my life? Is it because you couldn't defeat me in the arena? If you're a true gladiator, then free me, and let us fight again. Xia Su tried her best to suppress her emotions, attempting to sound as if there was room for negotiation. The eternal punishment Messiah was indifferent and took another step closer. If you want my life, then take it in the way of a gladiator. If you want to obtain something else through me, I can give it to you. There's no need to bind me. What do you say? The eternal punishment Messiah stood quietly, with no emotions flowing, as if life itself had ceased to move. Xia Su recalled what the eternal punishment Messiah had said to her before she left Sagaros last time. Xia Su, it should have been you who died. Xia Su did not understand the meaning of those words, but she knew that this time, the eternal punishment Messiah would not let her go. Chapter 38. Bound alien star Xia Su struggled to get up from the ground. The pain from her twisted ankle made her grimace. You have to tell me the reason why I'm being killed. Since you don't plan to judge the outcome like a gladiator, but instead intend to take my life directly, I want to know the reason. I want to know why I'm being killed, why the king who has faced thousands of battles shrinks back before me. Xia Su said so much, but the eternal punishment Messiah remained indifferent. He stood above her like a lifeless gallows, ready to hang her. Xia Su realized that her words were ineffective and gradually began to lose her calm. Do you want to escape your sins through silence? Eternal punishment Messiah. How pathetic you are. After so many cycles, you still cannot escape the identity of a sinner. You, who have lingered in the arena for 10,000 years, are just a gallows without emotions or life. Xia Su tried to provoke the eternal punishment Messiah into releasing her from the duel, even if he attacked her. She could use that opportunity to break the chains and escape. The eternal punishment Messiah remained silent and raised his left arm. The steel bones glowed with a silver-red light under the reflection of the magma, casting a shadow of Xia Su sitting on the ground. The steel melted and reformed into a guillotine. Xia Su sat on the ground, looking up at the guillotine, realizing that her words could not shake the eternal punishment Messiah's resolve. Xia Su also realized that her fate had become a certainty. In an instant, too many thoughts flooded her mind, filled with regrets and happiness. Memories swirled like a bird that had broken free from an iron cage, circling within her skull. The eternal punishment Messiah's hot breath scorched Xia Su's cheeks. She took a deep breath, waiting. It is said that before death, a person experiences a lantern show of their life. Xia Su had once wondered which fragments of her life would be summarized. After a long time, Xia Su could still feel her breathing. She closed her eyes, darkness surrounded her, and silence filled her ears. The guillotine fell, and the wind swept over Xia Su's body. The sound of chains breaking came. Xia Su opened her eyes and watched the eternal punishment Messiah's left arm drop, his massive body trembling. She raised her hand and lifted her leg. The chains were severed in two, scattered on the ground. Clearly, the eternal punishment Messiah could not bring himself to strike her down. Instead, he had freed Xia Su. I shouldn't be dead? Xia Su let out a dry laugh. The exhilaration of surviving the ordeal capturing her nerves. The eternal punishment Messiah bent down, magma spreading along his legs to Xia Su's feet. The two locked eyes, and Xia Su unexpectedly felt sadness. She opened her mouth, but her body uncontrollably fell to the ground. The chains bound Xia Su again, and the inertia from the chains crashing down on her sent her tumbling to the side, leaving bruises all over her body. Xia Su struggled to lift her head, and in her vision, a rigid, stone-like ghostly figure gradually approached. Several icy fingers wrapped around her throat, completely cutting off her breath. The resentment transformed into power, as if it were trying to crush Xia Su's windpipe. Xia Su lingered on the edge of life and death, her limbs violently thrashing against her back, trying to break free from the cage, but it only added to her physical pain. In the next moment, she was slammed to the ground. She curled up, gasping for air, her whole body trembling from the stimulation. Through her hazy vision, Xia Su saw the face that attempted to kill her. Her skin was pale and translucent, with prominent veins faintly pulsing on her face. Each organ pieced together an exquisite visage, filled with deathly energy. She glared at the eternal punishment Messiah in fury, her hands being held down. Let go of me, she said. You should understand she must die. For Sagaros, this sacrifice is nothing. She tried to break free from the eternal punishment Messiah's grip, but it was futile. The eternal punishment Messiah's gaze remained fixed on her eyes, while she had never looked up. In an instant, Xia Su recognized this figure, the Watcher frozen in the high tower. I cannot comply, Watcher. The Watcher seemed to be wounded by the eternal punishment Messiah's words, glaring at him in anger. For Sagros, I have served as a living execution ground in the eternal flame arena for thousands of years. My heart has never ceased to ache for the lost lives. I will not kill a life that has nothing to do with Sagros. This is our battle, not Xia Su's. The Watcher shook off the eternal punishment Messiah's hand. You're telling me this now? She's just a single life. Just one life can exchange for 1,000 years of peace. Isn't that worth it? Kill her, and for the next 1,000 years, you will no longer have to suffer the condemnation of your heart and the pain of physical death. The last words spoken by the Watcher trembled. The eternal punishment Messiah dared not look her in the eye again. Eternal punishment Messiah, remember your name. The Watcher's disappointed gaze pierced through the eternal punishment Messiah's heart. She lunged at Xia Su again. Just then, a flame crashed into the arena. The ground instantly became scalding hot. Let go of your hand. She's my opponent. Who are you to touch her? Su Luo's loud voice echoed through the arena, and the surrounding magma began to boil. In an instant, Su Luo had reached the Watcher. He was clad in a specially made human skin, with only a section of scarlet cloud visible on his head, sparks flying. The high temperature emitted by the human skin melted it, and the scarlet cloud outlined Su Luo's twisted silhouette as he swung towards the Watcher's head. The Watcher had no choice but to release Xia Su, awkwardly dodging Su Luo's attack. The sword clashed against the ground, making a crisp sound, and the chains binding Xia Su were easily cleaved apart. She stood up and discovered that Zhao and Jack had also arrived. The three nodded to each other and then plunged into battle. Su Luo attacked the Watcher with swift steps, each strike aimed to kill. Whenever the scarlet cloud was about to touch her, she effortlessly dodged the attack. Visually, she seemed to transform into a puddle of liquid, flowing around Su Luo's attacks. Jack spread his sturdy arms, intending to embrace the Watcher. The Watcher again seemed to soften her body to evade, looking at Xia Su, Jack, and Zhao, and Su Luo closing in, deciding not to linger in battle any longer. Jack's organs began to tremble. His heart pounded against his eardrums, and his brain felt as if it were placed in a high-pressure space, being forcefully squeezed. Organs resonated at an extremely high frequency, causing sensory dysfunction. In a while, his body might explode from the inside out. Jack endured the pain and approached Xia Su, who was bent over and trapped in place. And Zhao and Su Luo were also suffering from the pain of organ resonance. The sword trembled at Zhao's waist as he raised his blurred eyes to observe his surroundings. Get to the building. And Zhao remained calm, rationally analyzing the fastest escape route. The scarlet cloud was disrupted by a powerful sound wave, and Su Luo's body became extremely unstable. Fortunately, they could still move step by step toward the passage of the arena. He turned around and saw Zhao's somewhat frail body struggling in the sound wave. He snorted softly, grabbing Zhao's arm and pulling him into the passage. At the same time, Jack also pulled Xia Su inside. The frequency of organ resonance diminished, slowly disappearing. Jack looked back at the arena. Sure enough, the Watcher and the Eternal Punishment Messiah were nowhere to be seen. A sound of crumbling rock echoed behind them. Su Luo punched into the stone wall. They can't escape. Xia Su tapped Jack's arm. Help me get the cage off my back. She turned around, her severely injured back exposed to the three. Jack, fearing that his rough actions would hurt Xia Su, turned to Zhao. You do it. And Zhao walked to Xia Su's back and pulled out the metal wires one by one from her flesh. To distract herself, Xia Su asked, How did you find out I was missing? Su Luo scoffed. You said yourself you disappeared. How did we not notice? Jack replied, Today there's a gladiatorial match for the nobles of the 4 stars, and you unusually didn't show up. And Zhao and I thought something was wrong. So how did you know I was taking a Sagros? There was a substance left on your floor from the solidified lava. And Zhao finally pulled out all the metal wires. Blood dripped on the ground. The pain made Xia Su tremble slightly. And Zhao said, The creature that triggered the organ resonance just now was the Watcher's mount, the Thousand Roars elephant. If we are continuously exposed to the sound waves emitted by the 1,000 howling elephants, our internal organs will all rupture. Have you extracted the reason why the Watcher wants to kill you? Jack asked. Xia Su pondered and said, The Watcher said my life could exchange for 1,000 years of peace for Sagros. But she didn't say why it had to be my life. From the words of the Eternal Punishment Messiah, it can be inferred that they have been sacrificing lives all along. This is also the reason for the Eternal Punishment Messiah's gladiatorial fights. The Eternal Punishment Messiah brought me to Sagros, but changed his mind before the execution. He seems to hate killing, yet must kill. He had a disagreement with the Watcher, And then you all arrived. Jack looked at Njio, who shook his head. He said, "We know too little to piece together the truth. All we know is that the Watcher and the Eternal Punishment Messiah have been sacrificing lives for 1,000 years, but their opinions are no longer unified. Objectively speaking, the contradictions and secrets within Sagaros are not our concern. Now that Xia Su is safe, we can leave. Sagaros has no contact with Earth and will not affect humanity. We have no reason to intervene." Jack agreed with Njio's analysis. At this moment, Su Luo gritted his teeth and said, "The Watcher, the Eternal Punishment Messiah? Tear them apart. Let Saghalos know the cost of attacking us." Njio sighed helplessly. He never agreed with Su Luo's proposals. Most of his suggestions involved unnecessary killings and hatred, which Njio wanted to avoid. Xia Su stepped in to mediate. "I think retreating from Saghalos is the right choice. Once we are safe and confirm the situation in Saghalos, we can come back." Xia Su understood Su Luo, knowing he responded better to persuasion than force, and deliberately left room for discussion. The flesh-colored skin of a human gradually covered the crimson cloud, shaping Su Luo into a human form. This special skin was installed beneath the light spot, utilizing its energy to grow and possessing regeneration abilities similar to the crimson cloud. The hair clustered like crimson clouds swayed in the red light of the eternal flame arena. "All right. If I go to Saghalos to stir up trouble in the future, don't try to stop me." The three felt relieved, seeing Su Luo compromise. The four returned to the spaceship docked outside the eternal flame arena, set the course, and prepared to go home. The spaceship slowly lifted off, heading toward the sky. Njio looked through the glass and saw a red substance climbing at the edge of the planet. Jack and Xia Su also noticed, feeling uneasy. Full speed ahead. Njio stood at the control panel, increasing the spaceship's power. The ship fled at maximum speed. Meanwhile, the red substance climbed faster and faster, densely weaving branches that were about to cover the entire planet. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere, escaping Saghalos. Xia Su couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Almost sealed inside Saghalos. Suddenly, the spaceship lurched to the right. Jack immediately went to the rear of the cabin and discovered that the red substance had grown into the atmosphere, following the spaceship and binding it. Tender red branches twisted together, their fibers clearly visible. The surface had spikes that pierced the metal, creating dozens of holes as it bound the spaceship. Air began to leak out. Jack activated the oxygen shield, wrapping himself in a bubble-like neon surface. He opened the hatch, and the metal climbed onto his fingertips. Jack leaped to the top of the spaceship, getting closer to the red substance, binding it. Seeing Jack run outside the spaceship, Xia Su immediately switched to manual control, trying hard to maintain balance. His twisted fingers dug into the branches, and the red substance was instantly poked through with 10 holes. Jack's feet stood firmly on the metal, his arms wrapped tightly around the red substance, continuously pulling outward with all his strength. The red substance resisted him, splitting off 2 branches that stabbed into Jack's arms. The branches created blood holes in his arms, drilling fiercely into the flesh. The spikes scraped against muscle and bone, but Jack still wouldn't let go. The crimson cloud appeared, and Su Luo also jumped onto the top of the spaceship. He was genuinely enraged. How dare they come to him? Are you ready to be torn to pieces? The thermal energy was continuously delivered from the light spot to the 2 arms, as Sujuro's entire arm plunged into the red substance, attempting to tear it apart from the inside out. The red substance seemed to realize it couldn't withstand Jack and Sujuro, and began to call for reinforcements. Soon, 2 more red substances reached out from the barrier enveloping Sagaros, targeting the spaceship's propulsion system. Jack jumped directly off the spaceship, landing on the red substance. But it was still too late. The spaceship stopped moving, dragged back into the atmosphere by the tendrils. The surface of the spaceship began to burn due to the friction from the supersonic descent. Xia Su caught Jack's hand as he clung to the hatch, pulling him inside. Sujuro was still above the spaceship, fighting against the 2 red substances. "Prepare for an emergency landing." Njio issued a warning. Xia Su couldn't care much, extending her tentacles to bind Su Luo and forcibly pulling him back into the cabin. Just as Su Luo was about to protest, the spaceship crashed into the surface, shattering instantly. A silver light flashed in Njio's eyes. He was tightly wrapped up, and the scenery before him vanished. At the last moment, Xia Su unfolded all her tentacles from her back, closing them into a sphere that enveloped the 4 of them. Xia Su's back, already torn by the metal cage, had the wounds stretched even larger as the tentacles surged out. She could feel the burning sensation and the pain from the impact with the surface. The sphere rolled for quite a while, and after ensuring there was no danger nearby, Xia Su unfolded her tentacles. The silver skin of her tentacles was scorched, with almost every one of them damaged. Xia Su retracted her tentacles to assess her injuries. They would need time to recover inside her back. It was estimated that she wouldn't be able to use them for a day or two. An explosion sounded behind them. The spaceship was completely destroyed, turning into a plume of gray smoke and debris in the air. The Watcher was determined to keep us. Xia Su endured the pain. The four of them raised their heads, the sky filled with red substance, leaving only a tender red in their field of vision. Zagros was completely sealed off, with no living beings able to enter or exit. The Watcher clearly would not let Xia Su go. "We can't expose ourselves," Xia said. Xia Su looked around. The crash site of the spaceship was between the Wailing Flesh City and Elysium. "I have a simple proposal." The three looked at Su Luo. "Take the initiative. We find the Watcher and kill her, and then we won't have any future troubles, right?" Xia Su surprisingly found some truth in it. Jack also seemed to be unresisting, and Xia saw that Xia Su and Jack did not refute. So he said, "You have to hunt down a highly respected leader on the enemy's planet." "Can you hear how absurd this is?" Su Luo raised his eyebrows dismissively. "I can't hear it. We just need to find her and kill her. 2 steps to solve the problem. Just like you like, necessary killings combined with utmost efficiency." And Xia found himself unable to counter Su Luo's remarks for the first time, as his own working style was just as described. Jack carefully considered Su Luo's proposal. "Your plan is straightforward and efficient. However, its feasibility is very low." Su Luo, pleased by the first half of the statement, glanced at Xia, but was incredulous when he heard the latter half and stared at Jack. "First of all, we are not sure of the Watcher's location. Although Zagros claims she is frozen in the tower, that is actually a lie. Or the Watcher is concealing her whereabouts from all beings. Second, the Watcher has a very high reputation. The possibility of her being pursued across 6 city-states is 0. Third, assuming we really stand opposite the Watcher, her strength is well known and she has hidden capabilities. The success rate of defeating her is unknown, and she still holds the Thousand Roars elephant." Su Luo looked at the silent gladiator after saying all this. Even though he hadn't seriously listened to the content of the conversation, he still felt there was some truth to it. "So what do you suggest we do?" Su Luo was dissatisfied. "The Watcher most likely knows our location, and the most important thing now is to remain hidden. I suggest we hide between the city-states." Xia Su supported Jack's proposal. "On the right is the city of Weeping Flesh, and on the left is Elysium. Choose one. The leaders of Elysium, Noth and Olai, have taken good care of us. However, they are very cunning, and the entire city is under their control. If the Watcher has already communicated with the city-state, we might be captured as soon as we set foot in Elysium. The name Wailing Flesh City is more appropriate. The jurisdiction of the entire city-state is not tightly controlled, and the lethality is relatively low." And Xia analyzed this seriously. Xia Su, Jack, and Xia were all prepared to head towards Wailing Flesh City. But Su Luo remained indifferent. And Xia turned around and walked up to Su Luo, facing him directly. "The Watcher will come looking for us sooner or later. Are you still afraid there won't be a chance to teach her a lesson?" Su Luo stared intently into Xio's eyes, saying nothing further. And Xio turned back and returned to Xia, Shu, and Jack. The 3 of them moved towards Wailing Flesh City, and after a few steps, Su Luo followed. As Xio had anticipated, Wailing Flesh City, which is affiliated with Elysium, was quite passive. The defenses against the outside world were relatively lax, and all the creatures were focused on the factory industry. Wailing Flesh City was surrounded by a writhing wall of flesh, and Su Luo easily tore a hole open, allowing the 4 of them to slip silently into the city. However, everything was not as peaceful as the 4 had imagined. One painful engine after another was being brought out from the factory, and the green and purple reeds on the streets were always on high alert, assisting in the transport of artillery for Wailing Flesh. Chapter 39. Pain Engine. Xia Shu whispered, "This is different from what we expected." One by one, the doe-like creatures that Xia Shu and Jack had seen in the lift apparatus appeared, their heads fixed to various devices at the bottom, emitting tragic screams that formed anti-gravity sound waves, allowing the devices to move freely. Were they mourning in preparation for war? This was the only answer Xia Shu could think of. "Very likely," and Xio said. Suddenly, a fireball rolled to Su Luo's feet. Su Luo bent down and picked up the fireball. "Flame?" Xia Shu exclaimed in surprise. "Flame? What flame?" The fireball in Su Luo's hand struggled continuously, and he refused to pamper it, shaking the small creature back and forth. "It's Miao Yang's pet." Jack recognized the creature in Su Luo's hand. It had small pores all over its back, thick white smoke spraying out like a series of fountains. Its body was also made of stone, with cracks at the seams glowing orange-red. Miao Yang doted on Flame, often taking it to stroll in the arena. Once, Flame bit a gladiator's leg, and Miao Yang kicked that gladiator out of the 4 stars, claiming that Flame didn't like him. Suddenly, a buzzing erupted from the pores, and scalding smoke burst forth. Flame tried to burn Su Luo to make him let go. Unfortunately, Su Luo was not afraid of the heat. He released a few strands of scarlet cloud that seeped into the cracks on Flame's body, and Flame immediately wilted. That's right, be obedient. Su Luo swung around. Xia Su stared at Flame. Could it be that Miao Yang is also in Sagros? And Jiao took Flame from Su Luo and set it down. It glanced back at the 4 of them and ran towards the factory. Flame never strayed far from Miao Yang, who was currently in the Crying Meat City. Su Luo looked puzzled as Jiao let Flame go. Why did you release it? Doesn't that expose our whereabouts? And Jiao replied, letting it go is the wise choice. We can't run around with a pet. Moreover, if Miao Yang finds that Flame hasn't returned for a long time, he will definitely send someone to look for it. Wouldn't that worsen our situation? Su Luo's fingers snapped. I can retrieve it and kill it. And Jiao immediately felt a headache. No need for such trouble. If Miao Yang and Crying Meat City are really preparing for war, they probably don't have time to deal with us. Crying Meat City belongs to Elysium, while Shasha's Sacred Ravine and Wandering Stomach belong to the Mother Nest. So the war can only break out between these 2 sides. Before Xia Su could finish speaking, an explosion sounded nearby. A hole was punctured in the meat wall surrounding the city, and countless Entropy soldiers poured into the city, starting to slaughter. The Entropy soldiers had long, smooth bodies clad in armor made of glazed tiles, wielding spears with crystals at both ends. They aimed one end at a cannon that was locking onto them and waved their hands, sending sound waves crashing out of the crystal, toppling the cannon. One end of the spear held by the Entropy soldier had modified vocal cords capable of emitting sound waves of different frequencies to suppress the enemy from a distance. The other end, made of glazed tile, was extremely sharp. Black round balls smashed into the meat city, causing the ground to tremble. The round balls destroyed dozens of residential buildings and also damaged several cannons. After landing, the bottom of the round balls extended tiny legs, lifting the balls and crashing them around. The walls of the factory were smashed, and several round balls moved under a stone slab, lifting it. The remaining round balls retracted their legs and rolled into the factory, smashing the facilities inside into pieces. Outside the meat wall, 20 launchers stood ready, with Entropy soldiers installing the black round balls and throwing them out. The Entropy soldiers lined up, their strong meat legs pushing off the ground simultaneously, leaping into the air while launching their spears. However, the anticipated sound waves did not emit. The Entropy soldiers landed, looking at each other. The launch devices were also disabled. The cannons of Crying Meat City began to activate. The consciousness in the pain engine's neural chamber was stimulated, converting pain into energy that condensed in the core. The light bands on both sides of the cannon flickered, and the energy cannon fired at the Entropy soldiers. The Entropy soldiers immediately scattered to dodge, with some managing to escape the bombing range thanks to their jumping ability, while others were blown into pieces. Purple scales seemed to slice through the sky. The ringing from the explosions made Xia Su lower his head. The 4 of them were hiding behind a residential building, observing the distant battle. The remaining Entropy soldiers attempted to activate their sound waves again, but the long hair had no reaction. The Entropy soldiers realized this was a long-planned tactic by Crying Meat City and began to retreat. They turned back towards the meat wall. The meat wall was writhing and regenerating, the hole being repaired. The Entropy soldiers were intercepted inside. Turning back, the energy cannon fired at the Entropy soldiers, instantly blowing them to smithereens. The Entropy soldiers outside the meat wall thrust the glazed end of their spears at the meat wall, trying to rescue their comrades inside. The meat wall sucked the Entropy soldiers' hand in, breaking it completely. The Entropy soldiers, just a wall away, screamed in agony. The explosions of flesh created a series of sounds, and the Entropy soldiers outside the city wall helplessly pounded on the meat wall. The doe-like creatures let out even more intense howls, launching the cannons into the air. The energy cannon crossed over the meat wall, shooting towards the Entropy soldiers outside. In less than 10 minutes, the Entropy soldiers were annihilated, leaving only bits of flesh and scales on the ground. Crying Meat City rushed into the damaged factory, and a moment later, they carried out the corpses of the round balls, transporting them to the edge of the city and throwing them into the magma. Xia Su looked at the chaos at the edge of the city. Elysium is attacking Crying Meat City? This doesn't make sense. And Jiao said, It looks more like Crying Meat City is secretly planning a counterattack, but was discovered by Elysium. Zagros clearly has an agreement to reduce large-scale wars, selecting the 3 strongest gladiators from each city-state to fight. So far, this agreement has rarely been honored. It seems neither Crying Meat City nor Elysium is a good hiding place, Xia Su concluded. Our primary goal is to find a way to evacuate Zagros while avoiding the pursuit of the Watchers. The sky is blocked, but Jack and Su Luo have shown us the possibility of destroying the red matter. We might be able to steal a spaceship, forcibly break through the red matter, and then leave. As Gio spoke, he kept a close watch on Crying Meat City's movements. They repeatedly disposed of corpses before finally returning to the factory. Since Crying Meat City possesses the most sophisticated flesh technology, they must have technology similar to spaceships. We should search separately. I'm not sure we should split up. At least when we're together, we can look out for each other. If we split up, we might get picked off one by one. This was the first time Xia Su disagreed with Gio's viewpoint. After thinking for a moment, Gio replied, "You make a good point. Let's form pairs instead, which can ensure our safety and speed up the search." As soon as the idea of pairing up was mentioned, Jack moved closer to Xia Su. Xia Su naturally said, "I'll team up with Jack, and Gio can be with Su Luo." Su Luo instinctively wanted to grab Xia Su, but was blocked by Jack. "How did you decide on the teams?" "Xia Su, you did this on purpose." Su Luo was furious. "Same here. I don't think pairing me with Su Luo would speed up the search." Gio and Su Luo's opinions were unexpectedly aligned. The two exchanged glances and turned their heads away. By the time they realized it, Xia Su and Jack had already walked far away. Xia Su was seen mouthing, "Meet back here after finding the spaceship. Are you sure they won't fight?" Jack glanced back at the two, uncertain. "It's just right for them to work things out." Xia Su replied, "Are you not worried they might lose their lives?" "No, we must trust in Gio and Su Luo. Although their personalities and ways of thinking are completely opposite, they are both quick, accurate, and ruthless when it comes to achieving their goals." "Hope so." Xia Su and Jack turned into a nearby factory. Miel Yang was sitting on a sofa made of, or white smoke curling out in circles from the mouth formed by the stone blocks. He held a pipe in one hand, while the other gently stroked the pet lying on his robe. Hot air spouted from the pores on the pet's back, flowing into the cracks of the stone as it pressed against Miel Yang's palm. Miel Yang closed his eyes, enjoying the tranquility. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with great force, and heavy footsteps approached. The creature lying on Miel Yang's lap instantly became alert, barking wildly at the newcomer. "Quiet." Miel Yang softly comforted the pet. "Are you looking for me?" Miel Yang slowly opened his eyes to find the powerful minister standing before him. For eyes fixated on his 2 dark, red, gemstone-like eyes. "We need to go to Zagros." Miel Yang took a puff from his pipe. "To the ever-burning Colosseum?" "No. To reap the fruits sown 1,000 years ago." The minister disliked Miel Yang's habit of issuing mysterious orders. "Can you specify the itinerary so I can prepare?" The pipe rotated back and forth in the fingers made of several stones. The minister shifted his gaze to the pipe, feeling increasingly frustrated. "No need to prepare. Just remember the reason you were created at all times." The minister certainly knew what Miel Yang was referring to. His existence could be summarized in one word: submission. Whether it was his powerful physique or keen perception, everything was to better submit to Miel Yang. Every time, Miel Yang reminded the minister of his purpose. The minister would reveal an expression of deep hatred. Miel Yang took pleasure in seeing him like this, as he would ultimately fulfill the orders given, no matter how reluctant. As long as the minister wanted to live, he had to submit to him. The minister reluctantly said, "Of course I remember, Miel Yang. It penetrates my mind every moment." Miel Yang smiled slightly. "Good. However, I don't mind telling you the purpose of going to Zagros. I've mentioned the flesh and blood technology possessed by the Weeping, right? This technology will help me further dominate the 4 stars. The leader of the Weeping has had enough of living under someone else's roof. We conspired 3,000 years ago. As long as I help the Weeping gain independence, they will help me unify the 4 stars. I will lead them to develop atrocious flesh and blood weaponry, aiding both myself and the Weeping to secure a place in the universe." The minister often listened to Miel Yang's blatant ambitions. He asked in confusion, "You already occupy 1/5 of the 4 stars, an unparalleled achievement for any being. Why are you still not satisfied?" Miel Yang sized up the young minister before him. The minister's body was constructed from genes he personally selected. He couldn't understand why someone with such extreme power was completely uninterested in power. Such a waste of his cultivation. "You have never tasted the sweetness of power. Naturally, you wouldn't understand. Tell me, if you were to describe the wonders of the human world to an ant, would it understand?" "Of course not." You can't even communicate because the languages are fundamentally different. Ambition is never scary, Minister. What is scary is having ambition without the strength to match it. Mialang looked at the minister with a gaze of disappointment. You have strength, but no ambition. 99% of beings in the universe possess ambition. If you do not compete with them, you will eventually be devoured. 3 stars coalesced into a decaying brilliance, splashing onto the surface of Sagaros. Mialang's spaceship silently landed in the Weeping Flesh City. Mialang and his group were escorted to the city's central factory to meet the leader of the Weeping. Rows of green and purple flesh walls surrounded the factory, and the entire city echoed with the sound of machinery operating. The minister watched as the small-bodied Weeping busily moved about the factory. Their bodies were weak, and the mucus on their fingers stuck to the machinery, making popping sounds. For bright and useless eyes rotated. On Sagaros, a planet where power was established through gladiatorial combat, the Weeping, as weak-bodied beings, were inevitably subjected to slavery. The minister did not understand why Mialang chose the Weeping as allies. He had always favored gladiators with superior physiques, while the Weeping were clearly the opposite. But when the minister witnessed the flesh and blood technology, Mialang's choice became understandable. Hundreds of precision cannons were hidden at the bottom of the factory. 3,000 years ago, the Weeping began planning this revolution. They hollowed out the bottoms of every factory, creating 2 layers. Elysium had always thought that the factories only had 1 layer at the surface. While a large portion of the Weeping worked above ground for Elysium, the remaining Weeping hid underground, working for their future freedom. The funds needed for construction were provided by Mialang. 4,000 years ago, when Mialang first visited Sagaros, the gladiatorial arena of the 4 stars had just been established, and he was searching for allies and opportunities in the universe. Upon arriving at Sagaros, he learned that Elysium and the Nest were the 2 most powerful city-states on the planet. The Nest did not welcome outsiders. The beings within the Nest were extremely reproductive worshipping, only concerned with internal breeding conditions and how to cultivate even more terrifying bodies. Thus, Mialang turned his attention to Elysium. Elysium's technology was quite advanced, but its leader, Nas, and Olay were deeply scheming and hard to control. Mialang was not in a hurry and continued to engage with Elysium. Until one day, Mialang visited the Weeping Flesh City. Nas and Olay had previously been deliberately downplaying the existence of the Weeping Flesh City, describing them as a group of pathetic beings. The Weeping's weak bodies could not shine in the gladiatorial arena, so they had to rely on us for protection. Do you know why they're called the Weeping? If you get close to the Weeping Flesh City at midnight, you can hear their accumulated grievances from thousands of years flowing with the lava. Nas and Olay did not mention that most of Elysium's technology was supplied by the Weeping Flesh City, fearing that Mialang would discover the Weeping Flesh City's merits and betray Elysium. But Mialang had always been perceptive. He never fully believed what others said. Therefore, he quietly slipped into the Weeping Flesh City to investigate. At that time, Mialang was completely shocked by the flesh and blood technology mastered by the Weeping. He had set foot on countless planets and seen numerous technologies, none of which could compare to the Weeping's flesh and blood technology. Their bodies were indeed fragile, but their minds were surprisingly cold and hard. The Weeping created entities that could not be considered complete life forms, using their suffering as energy, without moral constraints and such thoughts. Moreover, the Weeping had only wisdom and technology, but no military force, no resources, and no ambition. Their revolution was merely an extreme backlash due to oppression. As long as Mialang was willing to lend them a helping hand, controlling the Weeping in the future would be as easy as pie. 3,000 years. It took the Weeping and Mialang 3,000 years to plan this revolution. The Weeping's factories operated day and night just for this moment. Mialang stopped under a machine containing 3 brain fusion slots, gazing up at this unparalleled masterpiece. This was the Weeping's final means of research. By connecting the consciousnesses in the 3 brain fusion slots, amplifying and merging the consciousness's pain, a huge magnetic field would be generated once the pain reached its peak. The magnetic field would extract the most vital organs from a being's body. This machine was called the source generator. As long as the consciousness was in enough pain, this machine could annihilate an entire city-state within a minute. The leader of the Weeping stood beside Mialang. Mialang's body had aged, and he could only walk hunched over, while the Weeping only reached his waist. The leader of the Weeping had a determined gaze, as if Mialang and the machine before him were the future freedom of the Weeping. After inspecting the facilities and weapons inside the factory, Mialang went to the place the Weeping arranged for him to stay. "Minister," Mialang called out. The minister stepped before Mialang and bowed his head. I command you to scout the nest. Get to know the movements of the nest and report back to me. Do not get involved in unnecessary troubles." The minister nodded and withdrew. Just as he was about to leave the weeping flesh city, a red vine began to rise in the air, weaving into a giant net that enveloped the entire planet. Lang stood by the window, looking up at the red sky. It seemed that after today, Sagros would be completely overturned. The minister's winged arms brought him many conveniences. He effortlessly crossed the ever-burning Colosseum and infiltrated the nest. The structure of the nest was similar to that of the Weeping Flesh City. The Weeping Meat City is lined with factories, while the mother nest is filled with breeding chambers. The mother nest is built inside a meteorite with only 2 entrances, both heavily guarded. If the powerful want to enter, they must deal with the guards. He boldly walks up to the entrance, and the guards hanging above scrutinize him. The powerful spreads his flesh wings behind him, leaps up, and swiftly decapitates them with his claws. He pushes the guards' bodies over the edge of the city, watching them fall into the magma and burn to ashes. He slips into the entrance, unfazed by the intricate passageways, and makes his way directly to the center of the mother nest. This is not the first time he has scouted the mother nest. He has previously scouted it for the purpose of exterminating the Lang, traversing the Sansang Gorge, the Wandering Stomach, and even the corridor. Whenever the Lang visits a new planet, that planet must be prepared for dissection. He always grasps all the information at the first opportunity. The powerful often acts as a scout, traversing between various planets. The passages in the mother nest are chaotic. The originally solid meteorite has been dug out halfway, creating different areas. For the indigenous people of the mother nest, recognizing these passages is as easy as pie. The walls of each passage are smeared with a liquid that has a special odor. The creatures of the mother nest can determine the length of the passage by receiving the scent, thus inferring where the passage leads. On his first infiltration of the mother nest, he had to cut open the belly of an indigenous inhabitant, crawl inside, and disguise himself as one of them to enter the mother nest with a few others. Thanks to the excellent genes injected by the Lang, he only needed some time to familiarize himself with the layout of the mother nest, and all the passage directions were etched into his mind. Chapter 40. The mother goddess, the powerful minister, smoothly infiltrated the center of the city, gazing up at the cultivation chamber that soared into the nest's apex. Half of the chamber was constructed of transparent mucous membranes, while the other half was made of the meteorite's own ore. The mucous membranes allowed the mother nest to observe the condition of the cultivated embryos. The chamber was divided into dozens of layers, each covered with oval-shaped eggs. At every moment, mothers cared for them, providing nutrients and regulating temperature. Every creature in the mother nest was a mother. They had no power to reproduce independently. All breeding was matched by the leader of the mother nest and the research team through genetic pairing. The eggs were extracted from their bellies before they were fully developed and placed into the cultivation chamber. All the eggs were mixed together and cared for by the mothers, maximizing maternal affection and making them willing to fight for every egg. Thus, the competitors from the mother nest were exceptionally fierce and resolute in the arena. To create the most suitable environment for the cultivated embryos, the light in the mother nest was extremely dim. Only the eggs, glowing faintly with warmth, were connected by a rope resembling blood vessels, hanging between the cultivation chambers. The minister crawled between the cultivation chambers when suddenly, a white figure caught his eye. The minister had never seen such bright colors within the mother nest. At first, he thought it was a new creature cultivated by the mother nest. But as he glanced at the dark, damp streets, he realized that this white figure was everywhere. He could confirm it was a species from another planet. The minister prepared to delve deeper into the mother nest to see if he could uncover more information about these white beings. As he walked, he was stopped in his tracks by the sight in one of the cultivation chambers. One by one, newly hatched young were placed onto a conveyor belt. At the end of the conveyor belt was a pool of boiling magma. The scorching flames emitted magma, and the young instinctively howled as they were slowly sent into the magma, turning into a pool of blood. Every time the minister witnessed this scene, his heart trembled. The scene before him slowly turned a hazy white, as if a mist had blurred his vision. He tried to clear the mist, but collided with a solid form. The white mist suddenly condensed, transforming into a solid body standing before the minister. She looked almost identical to the white figures on the streets. Her excessively elongated limbs made her appear extremely unstable, and her shriveled torso seemed compressed by the surrounding gas, lacking any internal organs. The minister instinctively extended his claws to grasp her neck. The sensation in his hand vanished as he watched her turn into gas, seeping through his skin, slipping from his control. Get any closer, and I'll let all the creatures in the mother nest know that De Liang's subordinates have invaded, he thought. The minister refrained from approaching further. He did not want to battle the entire mother nest. That's right, the mist reformed into a solid form, standing a short distance away, staring at the minister. You must feel sorry for the young in the cultivation chamber, don't you? She asked. The minister watched her warily, remaining silent. How about we make a deal? If you can help me send these soon-to-be processed young to the corridor, I'll 1T inform the mother nest of your invasion. Her voice was light and cheerful, yet filled with pain. She continued to gaze inside the cultivation chamber, watching the young cry out in death, feeling heartbroken. Since her metamorphosis into Nova, she had observed this phenomenon. The mother nest showed no mercy towards the defective products it cultivated, unfeelingly sending them to be burned in the magma. Those young could not even be categorized as defective. They simply lacked the robustness of other outstanding specimens, thus facing obliteration. Nova could not understand the mother nest's actions and despised its cruelty. Today, she could no longer hold back and wanted to attempt to transport the young to the corridor alone. She had heard that the corridor was a neutral and extremely tolerant land. It did not belong to any city-state and did not participate in the arena. Merely a few ice islands carrying history. As Nova contemplated how to secretly transport the young out of the cultivation chamber, she noticed another figure. Like her, he stood next to the cultivation chamber, watching the young being sent into the magma. Upon closer inspection, Nova confirmed that this was not a creature from the mother nest. He had broad flesh wings, and 2 horns spiraled atop his head, embedded with 2 pure white eyeballs. Nova decided to take a gamble, hoping he was also a benevolent being. So she transformed into gas and approached the minister, testing him. Sure enough, as Nova extorted him, the minister revealed his identity as an invader. The minister initially intended to refuse Nova. De Liang had warned against provoking or participating in unnecessary trouble. But as he stood before the cultivation chamber, he was tormented inside. After Nova threatened him, the minister even felt a sense of relief. He had found a legitimate reason to agree to Nova's request to protect the young, to avoid detection by the entire mother nest. The minister also discovered that this slender creature before him might share the same genes as himself, or at least part of them. During his battles with Xia Su, the minister had transformed into gas, liquid, and solid forms. This being before him could similarly transform into different forms. Perhaps a part of the minister's genes was extracted from Nova's race, the metamorphs. Seeing the minister fall silent, Nova noticed that although his 4 eyes were still fixed on her, they no longer carried a murderous intent. The minister asked, "Will you really inform the entire mother nest of my invasion?" Fearing he might disagree, Nova hurriedly replied, "Of course I will. By then, not only you, but De Liang will also suffer." The skin on the minister's forehead wrinkled. "Do you know De Liang?" Nova did not answer and instead redirected the conversation back to rescuing the young. "So, will you agree?" The minister hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied, "I agree to help you transport the young to the corridor. After this, you must act as if you've never seen me." Nova happily made a gesture of agreement. The minister sighed. "Do you have a plan?" "Of course. The initial plan is that we infiltrate the cultivation chamber together. I'll attract the mother's attention while you sneak into the lowest layer to rescue the young. The mother nest and the corridor are 2 adjacent city-states, and after that, we only need to take the young into the corridor to be safe." The minister looked the creature before him up and down. Her slender limbs supported her body, making her even taller than the minister, yet she appeared too light. Despite describing a potentially life-threatening task, her tone was very relaxed. "Are you sure you can do it?" The mothers have an extreme protective instinct, and attracting their attention without provoking them is quite difficult. Listening to the minister's words, Nova pointed to her chest with her slender fingers. "Don't worry. I can do it." The minister pondered for a moment and agreed to her plan. "Let us do it." He instinctively wanted to call her name, but paused. "Nova," she interjected. "Nova." The minister nodded. "Actually, it's quite easy for us to infiltrate the cultivation chamber, Minister," Nova said. The minister watched her body disassemble, each particle turning into gas, seeping through the cultivation chamber's mucous membranes. Nova floated within the chamber, making eye contact with the minister through the membrane. Nova was unaccustomed to having a companion with 4 eyes and often didn't know which pair to look at. The minister understood. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. His body began to melt, limbs disassembling, muscles and blood being torn into strands of liquid, then evaporating into gas. He transformed into a cloud of gas, though his color was different from Nova's. While Nova had an innate snow-white hue, the minister, covered in gray-black scales, appeared more like a dark cloud when transformed into gas. The two successfully infiltrated the cultivation chamber. The minister lingered next to the conveyor belt, waiting for Nova's signal. Nova suddenly transformed into solid form in front of several busy mothers, startling them into defensive postures. The minister speculated that the mother nest was currently in a cooperative relationship with the metamorphs, and since the metamorphs were visiting Saga Ross, it was likely to help the mother nest acquire something. Thus, the creatures within the mother nest harbored little hostility towards the metamorphs. Nova tried to negotiate with a few mothers, signaling the minister to act. The minister also transformed into solid form, using his sharp claws to cut a hole in the mucous membrane. The alarm was triggered. The humming sound echoed throughout the mother nest, shaking the minister's insides as they throbbed within his body. The mother immediately turned her head and screeched towards the minister. Nova transformed into liquid, wrapping around their feet to buy time for the minister. He scooped up several cubs from the conveyor belt with each hand and sent them all out of the breeding cavity. In total, he carried away about 10 cubs. The cubs looked perfectly normal, showing no signs of being defective. They squirmed lively in the minister's hands, climbing over each other. Most of the cubs had grayish-brown bodies, round bellies, and several sharp limbs. Some were covered in light bands, emitting a faint, colorful glow in the dark streets. Others had pincers, shells, or spikes. When Nova saw the minister retreating, she transformed back into gas and floated alongside him. The minister flapped his wings, hovering at the top of the mother nest, using his 4 eyes to look for the quickest exit. This way, he said, turning back to the white mist following him. The minister tightened his wings, wrapping himself up before spreading them again and diving into the passage. The two hurried towards the exit at full speed, only to be blocked by guards. The minister tossed the cubs in his hands to Nova, who immediately transformed into solid form to catch them. The cubs clung to her, sensing their escape and beginning to whimper. The minister attacked the guards. The guards also had wings, made of translucent green membranes stitched together. The guards flew up and collided with the minister in midair. They crashed to the ground, and one guard instantly suffered a concussion. The minister's claws sank into his head, bursting his eyeballs before yanking them out. His neck was torn apart, and the minister tossed his head aside. The minister's cervical vertebrae were robust, and no amount of impact or fall could harm his brain. This was also one of the genes specifically selected for him by the exterminator. The remaining 3 guards pounced on the minister together. He swung out his claws, blood splattering from the tips and covering one guard's eyes. The minister pierced his head with his entire arm and then smashed his head into another guard. Nova watched in shock as the minister single-handedly took down 4 guards. It could be described as a one-sided massacre. She began to worry, feeling fear at the creature raised by the exterminator. After finishing off the 4 guards, the minister returned to Nova's side. He reached out to take the cubs, but Nova instinctively took a step back. Nova was not good at concealing her inner thoughts, and the minister saw through her immediately. He smiled helplessly. "Don't be afraid. I'll help you get the cubs to the corridor and then leave." Nova nodded, staring blankly as the minister took the cubs with his blood-stained hands and soared into the air. The minister looked down and noticed Nova had not followed. "Let's go. The mother nest will be after us soon. No matter how terrifying I am, I can't resist the power of the entire mother nest," he said to Nova half-jokingly. Nova came back to her senses, spread her body, and transformed into gas, following the minister towards the corridor. The two hovered for a while, and the weather finally turned cold. Ice balls began to fall towards them, and the minister protected the cubs with his body, slowly flying against the airflow. Nova kept observing the minister. His usual behavior was completely different from his state during battle, as if 2 lives were trapped in the same shell. She couldn't help but wonder which one was the true minister. As the minister and Nova gradually ventured deeper into the corridor, most of the surface was covered in liquid, with only a few small islands floating. The minister squinted his 4 eyes. The cubs can't survive in this cold temperature. The mother nest is humid and hot, completely opposite to the corridor. The cubs seemed to understand the minister's words and huddled closer to him. Nova's voice rose against the airflow. "Trust me, you'll understand if you fly further in." The minister gritted his teeth, tightly holding the cubs and transferring his body heat to them. They flew deeper into the corridor for another 5 minutes, and the minister's wings froze, losing all sensation, relying solely on willpower to flap them. The cubs were almost breathless, huddled together in the minister's strong arms. Nova was the first to plunge downwards. "Follow me." The minister looked down as Nova fell into the liquid and could only follow. The cold liquid pierced his bones, and the minister struggled to move his limbs to keep up with Nova. Just as he was about to freeze completely, the liquid began to warm up. Warm currents brushed past him, activating the nerves within his body. The minister's wings regained sensation, aiding his limbs in moving through the liquid. As they delved deeper, a fortress gradually appeared before them. The fortress was built from stone tablets, covered in characters and images that the minister could not understand. Nova transformed into liquid and swam to the fortress, crashing into the stone door. The door swung open, and the minister and Nova swam into the fortress, entering the hall. The hall only contained 3 stone statues, with nothing else. A few white beards broke through the stone statues, gradually piercing the surface. 3 long, slender creatures with 5 fins emerged from within. When the creatures swam into the light, their fins shimmered with rainbow hues. They approached the minister and Nova. The minister was always ready to attack. Nova wrapped her body around his wings, signaling him not to act rashly. The creatures swam closer, their faces covered in white beards, making their faces invisible. They extended their white beards towards the minister. The minister instinctively held the cubs tighter, glaring unfavorably at the beards. Nova gently tugged at the minister's wings. Only then did he pass the cubs over. The white beards naturally accepted the 10 cubs, lifting them up in their embrace. The cubs from the mother nest, right? One of the creatures said. Seeing the minister's claws still cautiously extended, Nova took over the conversation. Yes. They were brought out from the breeding cavity of the mother nest. We couldn't bear to see these healthy and lively cubs treated as defective products. I heard that the corridor is the only absolutely neutral city among the 6 city-states, and I hope you can protect these cubs. History surely does not wish to record the cruel actions of the mother nest. The 3 creatures did not respond to Nova immediately. We are the Evergreen Elders, one of the only 2 creatures residing in the corridor. Our duty is to ensure that history is accurately recorded and to protect the ancient stone tablets. Our oath is to maintain absolute neutrality, not to participate in the struggles between city-states, and to objectively record every moment in time. Nova became a bit anxious. Protecting the cubs does not mean participating in the struggle. It is a protection of history. The cubs are the reason history can continue to develop. Their lives carry possibilities, waiting for you to record. The minister looked at Nova. Her vivid words seemed to shake the Evergreen Elders. The white beard swayed, gently rocking the cubs, who began to show signs of drowsiness. There have been rumors that the corridor protects those abandoned by fate. I ask you, protect the cubs until they grow up. They will assist you in recording history, humbly carving stone tablets. The minister stood silently beside Nova, supporting her without words. The Evergreen Elders finally relented. One of the elders returned to the shattered statue and rang a silver bell. The dull sound of the bell echoed within the fortress, and the next moment, dozens of cubs rushed out from the room, frolicking beneath the Evergreen Elders. The minister looked on in shock at this scene. The Evergreen Elders gently placed the cubs they were holding on the ground, and they quickly mingled with the other cubs. Nova exclaimed in delight, "The rumors are true. You really are quietly protecting them in the corridor." The Evergreen Elders brushed the cubs with their white beards. History proves to us that all lives should strive to grow. We are willing to give these cubs a chance. We will protect the cubs until one day they are ready to break free from their future as defective products. Nova and the minister felt relieved. The 2 knew they should not linger and immediately set off to return to the mother nest. On their way, they passed an ice island, and Nova expressed her desire to take a look at the stone tablets that recorded history. The minister couldn't refuse her and had no choice but to accompany her as they landed on the island. Stone tablets spiraled from low to high on the island. The shattered ice stung Nova's feet as she stepped closer to the stone tablets. Suddenly, a wing unfolded before her, blocking the airflow. Nova turned her head to look at the minister, who had simply walked to the stone tablet and was quietly waiting for her. The frontmost stone tablet reached only to the minister's thigh, and as they walked along the vortex, the tablet gradually rose above their heads. The central stone tablets were twice Nova's height, and she had to tilt her head back to barely see the words at the very top. Each stone tablet was engraved with dense text. Some even featured images. Cracks tightly encircled the tablets, dividing them. History was deeply carved into the stones, escaping the fate of being forgotten. Nova was eager to know the contents of the tablets, but unfortunately, she could not understand them. The Lurton, as the oldest beings, had always accompanied Sagaros until the wandering stomach was built. The last Lurton's corpse became the foundation of the wandering stomach, its life eternal with the stomach. Nova listened as the minister slowly read the words on the tablet. You know the language of Sagaros? Milon had me learn it, so I learned. I can't waste the brain genes he filtered for me. Nova caught a hint of bitterness in the minister's words. In a short hour she had spent with him, his sorrow seemed never to fade. This puzzled her. He both reveled in slaughter with this body and despised its creator. Nova ultimately did not voice her question, but said, "Could you read a small passage from the tablet for me?" Her hopeful tone made it impossible for the minister to refuse, even though he knew Milong was waiting. The time Sand Holy Canyon challenged the Wandering Stomach, with the winner able to annex the loser city-state. The magma of the eternal arena boiled for 3 days and nights, and after 3 rounds of combat, the Wandering Stomach lost completely. The gladiator of the time, Sand Holy Canyon, Volcano, donned armor made from the obsidian excavated from the deepest part of Sagaros, and he pierced through 3 rounds of combat alone. From then on, the Wandering Stomach was subordinate to the time, Sand Holy Canyon. Volcano continued to serve the time, Sand Holy Canyon, until he was defeated by the Eternal Punishment Messiah. The minister tilted his head to read the tablet, and Volcano's obsidian-forged body seemed to be right before him. As a fellow gladiator, he could understand her glory. The air swept past the stone tablet, lifting shattered stone particles, merging them with the falling ice. "We should go." The minister spread his wings and flew into the air first. Nova looked up, watching the minister soar. She sighed, her body turning to gas, and followed him. They returned to the mother nest, expecting it to be heavily guarded at the entrance, pursuing them, but the entrance was surprisingly quiet. The minister cautiously stepped into the passage, and there wasn't a single guard. Nova instantly became anxious. Her companions were still inside the mother nest and might have encountered misfortune. She hurried to the center of the mother nest, and the minister followed her in. Chapter 41. The blood-red uprising. All creatures poured out, gathering in the streets. Dim lights stirred unease. The power holder hid behind a device filled with nutrient solutions of various colors and flavors. Nova wanted to push past the creatures blocking the street, but was grabbed by the power holder. "Let go of me." Nova tried to push him away. She was pinned next to him, and no matter how hard she struggled, his strong arms remained unmoved. Gradually she calmed down, and all that remained was the sound of his heavy heartbeat in her ears. Seeing that Nova had finally quieted down, the power holder spoke softly. "Your companion's whereabouts and conditions are unknown at this moment. Rushing into the heart of the mother nest is not a wise choice." But Nova was interrupted by the power holder. "I understand." Nova was unsure if he truly understood her anxiety, but under his soothing gaze with 4 eyes, she stopped resisting. "Calm down and think carefully. Even if you find your companions, how much can you help them with your own abilities? It would be better to lie in wait. Understand the situation first and then plan." Nova truly calmed down and pondered the power holder's words. A painful buzzing sound came. The high-frequency buzz penetrated her skull, and she lowered her head in agony. The power holder wrapped his wings around her, lessening some of the buzz's intensity. The time has come for the Xia Sacred Gorge to challenge the authority of the Mother Nest. As a vassal city-state, they refuse to use legitimate combat to cross us, instead resorting to despicable means to blow up our breeding pits. The power holder was shocked. Not only was the Crying Meat City about to revolt, but the Xia Sacred Gorge was also resisting. The authority of Elysium and the Mother Nest could collapse on the same day. The Xia Sacred Gorge would be thrown into chaos. The Mother Nest will never retreat. What is the purpose of our reproduction? It is to create the most extreme flesh, to crush anyone who dares to threaten our existence. At the same time, we have the support of the molting. Today, the Mother Nest will completely flatten the Xia Sacred Gorge. Moreover, the Mother Nest will unify the Shagalos. The buzzing sound abruptly stopped. A hissing erupted within the Mother Nest. The hissing crashed against the breeding pits, and rows of the strongest flesh from Shagalos lined up inside the Mother Nest. War was imminent. The power holder and Nova exchanged glances. The power holder stood up and stepped away from Nova. She tried to grab his hand, but was brushed off. The power holder turned to leave, and Nova knew this news would soon reach Milong. Pain engines were being brought out of factories, and the cries of the city-state erupted with unprecedented vitality. The operation speed of the brain fusion slots increased, and the consciousness entities were tormented. Their pain turned into power, fighting for a future of freedom for the crying. Pain engines were transported through chains, slowly approaching Elysium. All of Elysium's flesh technologies were paralyzed. This was the hope buried by the crying 3,000 years ago. To overthrow Elysium one day, energy cannons fired at the city-state, and the roar of entropy devoured the crimson sky. Entropy attempted to counterattack. They picked up primitive weapons, armor made of glazed tiles, to resist the crying. Conical skyscrapers collapsed, and the glazed tile membranes shattered like a disassembled night, turning into dark fragments that fell. All entropy surged out of Elysium, crashing into the artillery positions with their bodies, the sound of splintering bones echoing. They climbed over each other, stabbing the crying's body with sharp scales, venting their fear and rage. The suicidal attacks of Entropy destroyed 1/3 of the pain engines, and they reveled in the pain of their bodies, determined to shred the crying to pieces. Milong and the crying leader watched as Entropy dismantled one pain engine after another. The two tacitly activated the source energy users. The entire city-state began to tremble. The hearts of Entropy crashed against the flesh walls, tearing through layers of blood vessels and muscles, finally breaking through the skin and smashing into the ground. In an instant, the hearts of the front line Entropy exploded out of their bodies, taking their final steps forward. The hearts continued to beat on the ground. Nos and Olai stood in front of Elysium. Nos twisted his long neck to look at their shattered homeland. Now's the time. The crying hasn't breached the city-state. We retreat. Olai desperately wrapped his arms around Nos's neck, trying to pull him back. Shut up, Olai. At least we die with purpose. Nos twisted Olai's neck and shouted towards the Entropy below the city-state. Push. At any cost, I will drag the crying down to Elysium's grave. The attacks from Entropy grew fiercer. Using their superior jumping ability, they leaped over the artillery positions, heading straight for the crying leader. The powerful magnetic field temporarily vanished, and the source energy users were recharging. Entropy seized the opportunity, madly pouncing on the crying, vowing to tear the source energy users into pieces. The crying leader, sensing the situation was dire, immediately adjusted the frequency of the source energy users' brain fusion slots to the maximum. The consciousness entities emitted tremendous pain, and the source energy users were activated, once again emitting a magnetic field. Rows of Entropy fell from the sky in an instant, countless hearts bursting from their chests, crashing to the ground along with their bodies. Blood rained down like droplets, and Elysium resembled a gradually rotting puddle of water. The power holder arrived late. By the time he crossed the Eternal Flame Arena, he discovered that the crying had already reached the foot of Elysium. The power holder immediately changed direction and flew towards the crying. Indeed, behind the source energy users stood Milong and the crying leader. The power holder landed next to Milong and knelt down, head bowed. Milong did not care why the power holder had returned so late. He didn't even glance at him. Go kill Nos and Olai. Bring their corpses back to see me. The power holder bowed his head even lower. He stepped away from Milong and soared towards the rear of Entropy. He looked down upon the entire Entropy army, and with ease, his 4 eyes spotted Nos and Olai. The power holder dove down, extending his claws towards Nos's neck. Nos suddenly looked up. The power holder was close at hand. Nos stepped out with his highly flexible leg. Dodging to the side, the power holder landed, stopping abruptly. He quickly twisted his finger joints and lunged at Nos and Olai. Nos and Olai kept dodging, sometimes leaping to the tops of buildings, then jumping down to stomp on the power holder. Although the power holder's head had strong defenses, Nos and Olai's attacks were ineffective. But the power holder gradually grew impatient, his movements becoming distorted. Olai focused intently on the power holder's actions and whispered her plan to Numbers. As the power holder once again swung his claws, Nos proactively approached. He blocked the power holder's attack with his scales while entangling his hands. Nos's neck was quite strong, having been trained from dragging Olai to various places. In the gap where Nos had entangled the power holder's hands, Olai lunged at his neck. The flesh-pink fangs sank deeply into the skin. Even though the power holder had scales, he could not withstand Olai's attack. Olai used all his strength to bite into the power holder's neck, feeling the liquid inside him flowing away. Olai's upper and lower jaws exerted force, trying to sever the power holder's neck. The power holder suddenly flew up, with Olai's teeth still embedded in his neck, the pain seeping into his brain. He grasped Nos and Olai as he flew higher, until Elysium shrank to the size of a steel ball beneath him. The power holder broke free of his hands and seized Nos's neck. Olai wanted to release her mouth to help Nos, but was scolded by him. Kill him, Olai. If you kill the power holder, Milong will lose one of his most capable arms. Don't worry about me. We are products of genetic mutation. The power holder tightened his grip on Nos's neck, his words coming out in gasps as he gradually suffocated. Olai's mouth, which had originally loosened, bit down again on the power holder's neck. Her teeth penetrated the skin and muscle, heading straight for the trachea, and the pain made the power holder irritable, igniting his murderous intent. His claws pierced into Nos's neck, purple scales flaking off and drifting down from the sky. Kill him for me, Olai. This was Nos's last sentence. As the power holder's fingers exerted force, his neck was completely crushed, bones shattered with a crack, and flesh splattered onto Olai's face, causing her to tremble. She could feel half of her life suddenly vanish. Since birth, Nos and Olai had shared the same body. Now that Nos is dead, only Ol and the Chancellor are left to fight their final battle. The Chancellor's hand regains its freedom, and he grips Ol's neck, ready to dispose of her in the same manner. Ol, who once feared death, now explodes with intense hatred. She wants to bite through this creature that has taken half her life, to fiercely chew on his flesh and blood, avenging Nos and Elysium. The Chancellor crushes Ol's neck. Yet, she feels no pain. All that remains in her ears is the sound of blood spilling from her neck. Ol wants to bite through his neck, her teeth sinking deeper and deeper. The lifeless bodies of Nos and Ol are held limply in the Chancellor's hands. Their necks are all shattered, and Nos's head has completely separated from his neck, having fallen from the sky at some unknown time. The Chancellor pulls Ol away from his neck. Even though she is already dead, she still refuses to let go. Her two translucent purple eyes remain open, maintaining a biting posture, refusing to close. The Chancellor returns with their corpses to Mielang's side. Mielang glances at the bodies laid out before him. Go take care of it. The war is nearing its end. The Source users have absorbed most of the hearts of the Entropy Eaters, although there are heavy casualties among the mourners. It is still much better than against the Entropy Eaters. The remaining Entropy Eaters continue to attack the Pain Engine like moths to a flame, knowing that Elysium has been defeated and unwilling to survive. After this, a stone tablet will be added to the corridor, inscribing the victory of a Morning Flesh city and the honor of Elysium before its demise. The Chancellor leaves with the bodies of Nos and Ol. He does not follow Mielang's orders to throw them into the magma, but buries their corpses beneath the tower at the very center of Elysium, allowing these two leaders of the Entropy Eaters to remain forever in their homeland. After completing all this, the Chancellor leans beside Mielang, reporting on the attack on the Mother Nest during the San Saint Gorge and the preparations to unify Sagalaros. Mielang sits upon the throne that once belonged to Nos and Ol, with Yin lying on his lap, the pores on its back emitting pleasant sounds. Mielang calmly taps on Yan's body made of coral stones, and it instantly understands, mobilizing the steam within. More than 20 stones containing orange light erupt from the pores, landing in Mielang's hand. Mielang extends his hand, and the Chancellor takes the stones from him. The surface of the stones is covered in cracks, with pulsing orange light shining through, projecting onto the Chancellor's palm. At this moment, the creatures of the Mother Nest should have all emerged, right? Since it's an empty city, the difficulty of infiltration has greatly decreased. For you, it's a piece of cake. Am I right? The Chancellor does not respond, and Mielang does not need an answer. He takes a puff from his pipe. You go blow up the Mother Nest. The factory is eerily silent. All available weapons and machines have been transported to beneath Elysium. The Morning Flesh and the Entropy Eaters have already started their battle. Xia Su seizes this opportunity to sneak into the factory with Jack, searching for a spaceship. The two circle around the empty factory, only to encounter a purplish-red creature attached to the flesh printer. It is not working, lazily lying on the flesh printer. When it sees Xia Su and Jack, it merely flicks its foot, signaling them to leave. Xia Su and Jack find no spaceship in this factory, so they prepare to search in other factories. As a result, they circle halfway around the Morning Flesh city and do not see a single spaceship. Ngio and Su Luo are also searching in Morning Flesh city. Ngio takes a step left, and Su Luo takes a step right. Ngio has to accommodate him every time. He does not want their personal reasons for not getting along to slow down their search. The two enter a factory, with Su Luo leading and Ngio following. Su Luo's figure disappears from sight. Ngio immediately steps forward and discovers a hole where Su Luo was originally standing. He must have fallen into the underground factory of mourning. Ngio sighs and jumps down the hole. The view is shrouded in darkness. Ngio falls for 8 seconds before landing on his feet. A flame illuminates the path ahead. Su Luo looks at Ngio. You should have stayed up there. Ngio replies, I promised Xia Su and Jack that we would look out for each other. Moreover, the probability of finding a spaceship in the underground factory is higher than in the surface factories. It should try to come down and take a look. Su Luo is not grateful. Shouldn't it be me looking out for you? Ngio does not want to bicker with Su Luo and walks ahead. Su Luo, feeling bored, speeds up a few steps, walking in front of Ngio. The two go deeper, with the only light source being the fiery clouds formed by Su Luo's hair. The underground factory is very spacious, as all mechanical equipment has been transported to Elysium for the battle. At this moment, Su Luo spots a compartment. 4 walls of flesh form a completely enclosed square. The The skin on Su Luo's hand begins to melt, dripping onto the ground, forming a lump of flesh-colored coagulation. He inserts his hands into the flesh wall, burning a hole. Without any hesitation, Su Luo steps into the compartment, and Ngio follows behind him. A sticky sound comes from behind. Ngio turns around. The hole in the flesh wall has already healed, blocking their exit. Don't worry. At worst, I'll just tear open another exit. Seeing Ngio's expression become serious, Su Luo, however, remains unconcerned. The glow of the fiery clouds reflects on the ground, and the two seem to be moving as if stepping through a ring of fire. The area of the compartment is not large, and the two quickly reach the end. Ngio was about to turn around to head back when the surroundings suddenly plunge into darkness. Something drags the light away from him. Ngio turns back. Su Luo is captured and thrown against the left flesh wall. Ngio draws his sword, the pure white blade turning gray in the darkness. Su Luo crashes into the flesh wall, and when he stands up, all the skin on his body is melting, peeling away bit by bit from head to toe. He takes a step forward, crossing over a circle of congealed skin, and rushes towards the end of the compartment. At first, Ngio and Su Luo think there is nothing at the end of the compartment. This is because the darkness weakens the outline of the biological protrusions. Su Luo moves at high speed, leaving a red trace in the darkness. When he gets closer to the creature attacking them, Ngio finally sees the creature's complete form. It cannot even be called a creature. Its legs are mixed with parts, and its heavy torso lies on the ground, with no organs in its head. It appears to be a half-finished product discarded deep in the underground factory. A magnetic field radiates from it. The magnetic field pulls Ngio and Su Luo toward the ground, rendering them immobile. Ngio's entire skeleton and flesh feel as if they are being squeezed into one, while the fiery cloud on Su Luo tries to expand to resist the pressure. Fortunately, after just a minute, the magnetic field disappears. The creature at the end of the compartment wants to move, stepping out a leg, but parts start to fall off. It seems to be charging up. This is the only reasonable explanation Ngio can think of. There's a dent on its cranial top, a technology commonly used by mourning known as brain melting trough. Ngio suspects this is a half-mechanical, half-flesh weapon created by mourning, but for some reason, it failed and was abandoned in the underground factory. Ngio sees through its weakness. As long as he destroys the brain melting trough, it will be paralyzed. Before Ngio can tell Su Luo, Su Luo has already charged toward it the moment the magnetic field disappears. Ngio silently sighs and quickens his pace. Su Luo presses his finger against its skin, attempting to detach its leg. The magnetic field triggers again, and Ngio is thrown to the ground, while Su Luo's light spot is compressed, both of them suffering pain. The magnetic field disappears. Ngio's right arm bone is crushed, and the next time the magnetic field triggers, his entire body could very likely turn into a pile of flesh mud. The fiery cloud burns more fiercely, and just as Su Luo intends to poke his hand into its body, he is blocked by Ngio's sword. The sword is horizontal in front of Su Luo's hand. If he moves his hand forward another centimeter, it will be pressed under the blade. Pain will increase the charging speed of the magnetic field. Don't forget, mourning tortures consciousness entities, using pain to drive energy. If we can't deal a fatal blow, but instead expend ourselves against it, hurting it to create pain, we will instead be attacked by the magnetic field. Ngio continues, our goal is to find the spaceship. Entangling with it in the underground factory will slow us down. Su Luo has always been determined to achieve his goals. He withdraws his hand. What do you suggest? You throw me onto its back, and I will climb up to destroy the consciousness entity in the brain melting trough. Su Luo kneels on one knee, extending his hands toward the ground. So what are we waiting for? Ngio stepped on Su Luo's hand, and a scorching sensation came from the soles of his feet. The light spot on Su Luo's chest flickered as he suddenly raised both arms and threw Ngio onto his back. To avoid causing pain, Ngio could only use his limbs to maintain balance. He quickly climbed to the top of Su Luo's head, drew his sword, and stabbed it into the brain fusion chamber with a breath. The consciousness entity inside the brain fusion chamber began to struggle. The consciousness entity was a puddle of liquid resembling brain matter, condensed into a spherical shape fixed within the brain fusion chamber. The consciousness entity clung stubbornly to Ngio's sword. Just as the pain was about to trigger the magnetic field again, Ngio lifted his sword and flung the consciousness entity to the ground. Su Luo stepped on the consciousness entity, which squirmed once before being completely crushed. It no longer moved, and its enormous body slowly came to a stop, like a machine that had lost power, quietly remaining in place. Ngio jumped down from its head. Su Luo had already torn in the flesh wall and crawled out. And Gio was once again enveloped in darkness, and he approached the flesh wall by relying on his senses. A few seconds later, Su Luo's fiery figure appeared He returned to the flesh wall, waiting for Njio, and Njio was finally able to walk quickly forward. When he reached Su Luo couldn't help but scold him. "You're too slow." And Njio tried to avoid arguing, as if he hadn't heard, and crawled out of Su Luo gradually became accustomed to Njio's silence, not expecting him to reply, thinking of it as something said just for him. Chapter 42. Can you just die quietly? The two of them circled around the city of weeping flesh without seeing any sign of the spaceship. They returned first to the place where the four had separated, waiting for Xia Su and Jack. After a while, Jack's figure appeared from around the corner. Xia Su walked beside him, and they didn't expect Njio and Su Luo to have been waiting for a long time. Before Xia Su could speak, Su Luo said, "You don't even need to guess. You didn't find the spaceship, did you?" Xia Su replied with disappointment. "No, we didn't find it. It's hard to believe that weeping flesh, with its flesh and blood technology, doesn't build spaceships." And Njio analyzed, as a subordinate city-state, weeping flesh is likely to have no need for spaceships, laboring day and night within the city. Seeing Su Luo's impatient expression, Xia Su asked, "Have you been waiting for a long time?" The scarlet clouds above Su Luo's head shook in dissatisfaction. "What do you think?" Xia Su winked at Jack, proving that her previous viewpoint was correct. Although the two had incompatible personalities, they could reach their goals at the fastest speed. Now the only choice we have is to go to other city-states to look for a spaceship. Weeping Flesh is currently fighting against Entropy Devourer. Perhaps we can take the opportunity to sneak into Elysium. Since the leaders of Elysium, Nos and Ol, have close ties with the Obliteration, they must be equipped with spaceships. Njio said. Su Luo walked towards Elysium, and Njio naturally followed, leaving Xia Su and Jack behind. Xia Su and Jack exchanged surprised glances. The four arrived at the foot of Elysium, and the war between Weeping Flesh and Entropy Devourer was about to end. The remaining Entropy Devourers charged towards Weeping Flesh, creating the last whales with their lives. The city-state was in chaos, and the four infiltrated easily. The buildings made of conical glass tiles hung from the top, and Xia Su speculated that the spaceship was likely parked above. Xia Su stepped onto a piece of transparent black stone, which moved upward against gravity. Jack and Gio and Su Luo also stepped onto the stone, and the four were sent to the building at the upper end of Elysium. The hanging buildings were connected by glass paths, and the four split up, quickly finding a parked spaceship in one of the buildings. They boarded the spaceship and looked at the control panel in confusion. "Is anyone able to pilot Elysium's spaceship?" Xia Su asked with anticipation. No one answered. They could only try step by step. This was their only chance. And Gio reached for the control panel, attempting to take off. In the center of the panel was a puddle of purple, jelly-like substance. And Gio inserted his hand into it and slowly raised it. The spaceship followed his movements, floating into the air. And Gio swung his arm forward, and the spaceship flew out of the building, charging toward the red sky. As they approached the red substance, Jack first activated the oxygen shield and opened the cabin door. Xia Su looked at Njio. "Are you sure you can control the spaceship by yourself?" Njio nodded. "You go." The oxygen shield enveloped Xia Su. She walked over to Jack, and the two clung to the edge of the spaceship, climbing to the top. Su Luo's skin on his arms began to melt, and his fingers curled. Before the spaceship got close, Su Luo jumped directly, grabbing onto the branches. A large area of woven branches was burning. Su Luo inserted one hand between the branches and tore at them, quickly creating a hole in the red substance. Seeing this, Njio immediately drove the spaceship toward the hole. The red substance continued to proliferate, and in a few seconds, the branches covered the hole again, weaving themselves into a giant net. "We need to continuously tear open the branches to have a chance to get out." Xia Su saw a blood-red scene before her. The scarlet clouds on Su Luo merged with the branches, disappearing from view. "Su Luo," Xia Su called out. Su Luo was wrapped up by the branches, which tightened around him, squeezing the light spot on his chest. He kept poking into the branches wrapped around him, trying to break free from their control. The red substance proliferated rapidly, wrapping around Su Luo's legs, slowly extending to his chest, until only his head was left exposed. Seeing the situation was dire, Xia Su clung to the glass tiles on the spaceship, slowly crawling to the front glass. She knocked on the glass in an attempt to catch Njio's attention. Njio looked up, met Xia Su's gaze, and immediately understood she wanted him to elevate the spaceship. Njio tightened his grip on the purple, jelly-like substance and pulled upward. The spaceship gradually tilted toward the red substance. Jack measured the distance, took a running start, and grabbed the branches next to Su Luo. Su Luo now resembled a cocoon, bound in the branches. He increased the speed of the scarlet clouds, burning holes in the branches, which quickly repaired themselves. Jack's fingers secreted a silvery substance as he hung on the branches, pulling together with Su Luo. Finally, they tore a small opening. Su Luo concentrated the energy of the scarlet clouds, and the crack in the branches widened. Every time the branches proliferated, Jack would tear off the new shoots, and Su Luo finally escaped from the cocoon. Xia Su released her tendrils to catch the two, but suddenly her footing became unstable. Several branches twisted together and crashed violently into the spaceship. The spaceship was jolted downward a few meters, and Xia struggled to raise his arm to stabilize it again. Xia Su tightly wrapped her tendrils around Jack and Su Luo. Jack noticed that Su Luo had been staring at him. He turned his head, and Su Luo looked up at the branches and smiled at him. Jack immediately understood Su Luo's urgent thoughts. He reached out and grabbed Xia Su's tendril, signaling her to throw the two of them out. Xia Su stepped back a few paces and then charged forward. As she neared the edge of the spaceship, her tendrils gathered strength and suddenly swung forward. Jack and Su Luo broke free from the tendrils, plunging into the red substance. And Xia steadied the spaceship, hovering in the air, ready to catch the two at any moment. Xia Su thrust 3 of her tendrils into the top of the spaceship, lifting herself next to Jack. The 3 of them simultaneously attacked the red substance. They tore open one hole after another, but the red substance increased its proliferation speed, filling the gaps within a second. Xia Su retracted her tendrils, pulling herself back into the cabin. Get ready to charge, and Xia nodded, gripping the jelly-like substance, always ready to push forward. Xia Su returned to the front of the red substance, create a path for Xia. Jack plunged both arms into the branches, expanding outward. Su Luo burned the branches in the middle, and Xia Su used her tendrils to support the hole Jack had opened, reinforcing it. And Xia timely pushed the spaceship, charging toward the hole in the center of the branches. Half of the spaceship's body was out. The force of the branches gradually increased, snapping Jack's fingers. The sudden loss of grip caused him to lose hold of the branches and fall downward. Xia Su had to free 2 tendrils to catch Jack, but in the next moment, the force of the branches completely crushed the tendrils. For tendrils shattered into silver fragments, falling before Xia Su's eyes, her body uncontrollably plummeting. A burning pain shot through her arm as Xia Su's body suddenly halted, no longer falling. At the last moment, Su Luo reached down with one hand to grab Xia Su. The temperature of the scarlet clouds scorched her skin, and Xia Su had just enough time to throw out the one remaining tendril from her back to wrap around the branches, temporarily halting the risk of falling. Originally, Xia Su's tendrils had not fully healed from the forced landing, and now only 2 usable tendrils remained, severely reducing her attack power. And Xia heard the spaceship emitting cracking sounds. The branches were determined to crush the spaceship. He attempted to push the spaceship, but it wouldn't budge, not even retreating. The spaceship gradually could not withstand the force of the branches, and cracks began to appear on its body. And Xia rushed to the cabin door, which was jammed and wouldn't open. The branches had anticipated that Xia would try to escape through the door and had pressed down on it tightly beforehand. With a bang, a dent appeared in the cabin door. The sounds of collision rang out continuously, shaking the cabin floor along with the door, causing the hard glass tiles to shatter. Su Luo hung outside the door, the scarlet clouds cutting his skin with shards, yet slowly healing again. The pitch-black pupils burned, and Xia wasted no time, grabbing Su Luo's outstretched hand. Su Luo swung him toward the branches, and Xia drew the sword from his waist, stabbing it into the branches. Su Luo leaped at the last second, and the spaceship was forcibly crushed, glass tiles shattering and splattering towards the 4 of them. Jack raised his hand to shield Xia Su from the incoming shards, allowing his arm to be cut. And Xia switched hands to grasp the branches, wielding his sword to clear the fragments one by one. As the glazed tiles melted upon contact with Su Luo, they transformed into a few drops of black liquid that dripped down. The 4 of them were now at a standstill on the branch. The massive net above them seemed to be inhaling, and Xia Su could clearly smell the nauseating stench of decay. They could neither leave Sagaros nor descend. At that moment, another spaceship appeared. The appearance of the spaceship was identical to the one that had just been destroyed, and it was also built by Elysis. The 4 of them had no other choice but to land on the top of the spaceship and enter through the hatch. The front of the spaceship, which was originally a windshield, had now turned into a projection. I've been waiting for a long time. The voice of Miao Lang came first, sounding cheerful. His gray-black body appeared on the projection, and Enjo recognized that this was the central tower of Elysis, where Nos and Olai had once received him. Xia Su could not determine Mielang's intentions and decided to remain silent. The other three did the same. Mielang naturally noticed that the four did not completely trust him, and he understood. After all, he had just deceived everyone, instigated a war, and completely overthrown Elysis. Don't be so nervous. I am saving you because you four are beneficial to the Colosseum of the Four Stars. Mielang stated his purpose candidly. The four accepted this without hesitation. The spaceship has already been set on a course by me. You cannot contend with this massive net. So just return to Elysis for now. Mielang did not give the four a chance to speak, and his figure disappeared from the projection. The spaceship began to descend, heading towards Elysis. Are we really going to follow that old man's instructions? Suliyuo said dissatisfied. In fact, Xia Su, Jack, and Enjo also did not trust Mielang. We also do not trust Mielang, but following the spaceship back to Elysis is currently the best option. Once we arrive at Elysis, we will definitely find another way to leave Sagaros, Xia Su reassured. The 6 city-states gradually came into view. The city-states grew around the eternal flame Colosseum, with the boiling magma beneath serving as their nourishment. As the spaceship crossed over the eternal flame Colosseum, Jack sensed something and immediately stepped aside. The glazed tiles where Jack had been standing shattered, and a scythe-like limb sliced into the spaceship. And Gio reacted first, moving to the control panel to try to take manual control, only to find that the route had been fixed by Mielang and could not be changed. The scythe struck again, cleaving the entire spaceship, and the four were unable to react as they fell towards the eternal flame Colosseum. Fortunately, the height of the spaceship was not too great, and the four used their bodies or swords to pierce into the stone walls of the Colosseum as a buffer, only sustaining minor abrasions. Just as the four landed, a white blade swooped in. They dodged to the sides and looked up at the sky. The Watcher's pale body hung in the air, one of her hands transforming into a scythe, the wide flat blade resembling a snow-white peak. She walked towards the four, and with each step, pleasant notes spread from beneath her feet. Xia Su observed closely and discovered that the Watcher was not floating but was being supported by some creature beneath her steps. Nuclear bees. The Watcher seemed to sense Xia Su's question and spoke. Her voice was as pale and transparent as her body, lacking strength. They weave the heaviest particles in the air into substantial entities and often assist the prismatic claws. Nuclear bees are a cheerful group of creatures. They sing while they work, which is why these pleasant notes arise. The Watcher's face expressed sorrow. What I protect is the future of these lives. So, Xia Su, can you kindly go die? The Chancellor crossed the eternal flame Colosseum once again. His heart had never felt so heavy, as if magma was scorching his chest. Holding the explosive rock given by Mielang, the Chancellor descended in front of the Mother Nest. As Mielang had anticipated, almost all the Mother Nest creatures attacked the shifting sands holy abyss. The Chancellor easily killed the guarding attendants and infiltrated once more. Walking through the dark tunnel, a fan-shaped breeding chamber appeared before him. The Mother Nest still emitted a faint warm light, and the follicles hanging above seemed to breathe in sync with the breeding chamber, their membranes swelling and contracting. There were no shadows on the streets, and the Chancellor moved unobstructed, placing the explosive rock at the bottom of the breeding chamber. The explosive rock had synchronicity. As long as the Chancellor threw one down, all of the others would explode. Just as the Chancellor spread his wings to prepare to fly into the air, a voice stopped him. Chancellor! The wings made of membrane and flesh came to a halt in midair, and he retracted them to his back. He turned to see Nova approaching. You shouldn't be here, the Chancellor said. No, you shouldn't be here, Nova replied firmly. The mold has made me guard the Mother Nest. Even though I thought of your return, I still secretly hoped you would give up. The Chancellor felt a bit annoyed. I cannot give up. Every life has a choice. You chose to obey Mielang's orders. Nova's tone was no longer like her usual self. It became sharp. I have no choice. I cannot disobey Mielang's orders, even to death. The Chancellor shouted. Nova's expression suddenly changed. Chancellor, I know, and I believe you are not such a cruel life. You helped me save those younglings called defective products, and now you are preparing to blow up their home? Home? A place where younglings are casually killed can be called a home? Nova took a step closer to the Chancellor, seeing his claws retract with increasing sadness. Every life has the right to choose, Chancellor. Choose a path that you truly recognize. Nova's words pierced the Chancellor. He realized that he did not even recognize his own actions. He retreated a step in frustration, but Nova pursued him relentlessly. Go. Leave the Mother Nest. Find a safe place to stay. The Chancellor no longer looked at Nova. His determination was set. You know you can't stop me. Don't make it difficult for yourself. Without waiting for Nova to respond, the Chancellor flew into the air. Nova knew her strength was inferior to the Chancellor's, but she also had her own stubbornness. Nova notified the creatures inside the mother nest to evacuate. The Chancellor circled above the mother nest, feeling agitated at this scene. He dove down, intercepting Nova and grabbing her hand. Nova was lifted into the air by the Chancellor, who no longer hesitated and threw the last explosive rock he had. The entire mother nest began to collapse. The core of the explosive rock emitted light, followed by an expansion and explosion. The foundation of the breeding chamber was destroyed, slanting towards the ground. Countless breeding chambers collided, and the eggs inside spewed out membranes, turning into a shapeless mass of flesh on the ground. The only light source also fell to the ground. The follicles ruptured, and the fluorescent material inside scattered, plunging the mother nest into darkness in an instant. Only the deafening sound remained. The Chancellor grabbed Nova and burst out of the mother nest. At the moment they escaped, Nova vaporized, breaking free from the Chancellor's hand. The Chancellor also stopped and looked at Nova. Neither spoke, and the explosion of the mother nest behind them seemed to materialize their inner turmoil, both consciousnesses in uproar. Chancellor, you are clearly so benevolent. Why must you? Perhaps the things the Chancellor had done were too cruel, and Nova could not bear to continue. The two eyes on the Chancellor's horns slowly closed, and he too was in turmoil. I have done too many such things, and I have done even more cruel things. The womb that nurtured me is ambition. My birth is a submission to ambition. You should not trust me too much, Nova. At this moment, all four of the Chancellor's eyes closed. As he spoke more and more, Nova's bright eyes grew dimmer. The Chancellor stepped back, and when Nova's gaze met his again, he suddenly found her eyes filled with desolation. The Chancellor did not want to look anymore. His flesh wings stretched towards the sky. Clearly, he was the one destroying the mother nest, the victor of the war, yet now he fled from Nova's side. The Watcher struck at Xia Su, her scythe-like limb smashing into the ground, creating a crack. At the last moment, Xia Su released the last two tentacles from his back, pulling himself away from the Watcher. The figure of the Watcher was as ethereal as a ghost, her steps elusive, and her right arm transformed into a scythe that slashed towards Xia Su. Xia Su could not predict the trajectory of the Watcher's attack, and could only dodge at the moment she struck. Each time, she could feel the wind from the scythe brushing past her face. Jack suddenly wrapped his arm around the Watcher's neck from behind. The Watcher raised her right arm, lifting the blade from below. Xia Su had no time to react. Jack's right hand fell to the ground, a clean cross-section appearing at the elbow joint. Rings of muscle encased the bone, and blood gushed forth. Jack also did not react in time. Only after his right hand fell did he step back. The Watcher was about to attack Xia Su when Su Luo had already grabbed her arm. A searing pain surged up his arm, and the crimson cloud seeped into the skin, turning the Watcher's entire hand charred black. Su Luo struck at the Watcher's elbow, shattering her forearm into ash. The Watcher tried to shake Su Luo off, while Njio had quietly advanced from the other side. Njio thrust his sword toward the Watcher's head, but it was overturned by the scythe. He spun backward to dissipate the force and swung his sword again at the Watcher. The Watcher's face gradually twisted, and the scythe widened as her pain intensified. Njio's sword was pressed down toward the ground by the scythe, while Su Luo's hand plunged into the Watcher's chest. Jack shook off his severed arm, discarding the excess flesh. He rushed toward the Watcher, preparing to deliver the final blow. Su Luo's light spot was pierced. In his final moments, he saw the white tip of the blade pierce through the muscle at the broken point of the Watcher's arm, as a wide scythe tore through flesh and blood. Chapter 43. Eternal Punishment and Obliteration. The Watcher observed Anjio as he fell to the ground. Feiyun retreated into the light spot, while Su Luo's form continuously shrank until it turned into a fireball. In order to sustain Su Luo's life, Feiyun could only reduce the energy output and return to the light spot. The Watcher raised her newly grown scythe with her left arm and swung it at Anjio. Anjio did not raise his sword to block, but instead braced himself against the blow with his back. Fortunately, he had softened his body in advance, dissipating part of the force from a strike. Anjio staggered back, a vertical wound splitting his back open, resembling a blood-red external spine. Jack bent down to evade the Watcher's backward slash, his blue eyes catching a glimpse of Xia Su's signal. Just as the Watcher was about to turn and face Jack, Xia Su thrust her remaining two tentacles into the scythe, temporarily halting her movements. Seizing the opportunity, Jack grabbed her head, forcefully bending his waist backward, and the cervical vertebrae of the Watcher cracked. Pain shot through his side, and Jack looked down to see a blade embedded in his ribs, aimed straight for his heart. He had no choice but to release the Watcher's head, pull out the blade with his hand, and create distance between them. He saw 2 blood holes punctured in her smooth back. 2 slender limbs extended from them, growing wider until they expanded into 2 scythes. There were 2 scythe limbs behind the Watcher and 2 in front. Her patience was wearing thin, and the scythes sensed her impatience, expanding further. Xia Su felt the pain as if an external life had been severed. The tentacles were sliced in half by the scythe and retracted behind Xia Su. The one on her back trembled, waves rippling through the muscles. Jack supported himself with one hand on the ground, both sides of his waist slashed open, exposing 2 segments of ribs. His heart began to race, the drug flowing through the tubes connected to his brain, mixing with his blood and spreading throughout his body. The pain in his arms and side disappeared, and Jack stood up again. With the embers ignited, he only harbored the thought of killing the Watcher. He had to protect Xia Su, Anjio, and Su Luo. The Watcher glared at Xia Su with resentment. "Don't waste their lives, Xia Su. If you are willing to die, I will let them go. I only want your soul. You wouldn't want to know the feeling of losing a loved one." Xia Su was moved. She had lost her tentacles. Su Luo had turned into a ball of Feiyun, and the lives of Jack and Anjio were fading away. Seeing Xia Su hesitate, the Watcher raised her foot, intending to step on the fireball that was Su Luo. Instinctively, Xia Su reached out her hand, and the chain pierced her palm, binding the Watcher's legs. It was the chain that Jiu Yi had equipped for Xia Su, made from fragments of the corridor's stone tablet, adorned with sharp barbs. As the Watcher pressed down, Xia Su's feet dug into the ground, pulling back. Xia Su's strength was no match for the Watcher, and the chain tore through the muscles in her arms, the bones gradually shifting outward. But Xia Su gritted her teeth and continued to exert force. Jack and Anjio attempted to flank from the side, but the scythe brushed against their bodies, unable to hinder their advance. Anjio leaped up, aiming to strike at the connection of the Watcher's scythe. The Watcher saw through his intent. The scythe clashed with the sword, the vibration traveling up Anjio's arm, momentarily causing him to lose sensation. Anjio fell to the ground, ready to counterattack. The scythe swung toward his face, but suddenly plunged down, piercing his lower leg. Anjio was pinned, a small notch appearing on the blade. Jack was similarly obstructed by the scythe. He caught the strike with his hand, pushing toward the Watcher. While the Watcher balanced against Xia Su, her strength was divided, and Jack truly managed to step closer to her. The Watcher raised the other 2 scythes, one plunging into Jack's shoulder, the other aiming for his neck. Jack timely raised his hand to block the blow. All 3 scythes struck him, blood pouring from the gaps, dyeing Jack completely red. The Watcher was further enraged by Xia Su's determination. One life traded for all of Sagalos's lives was too worthwhile in her eyes. She had to protect the future of Sagalos. She was the Watcher. Suddenly, the Watcher's legs surged with power, the chain yanking from Xia Su's palm while pulling out a bone. The bone pushed out through her palm, spinning in the air with the chain, spraying blood. Xia Su stumbled forward, the bone in her left forearm detaching from her body, her arm hanging limply at her side. The Watcher's foot again targeted Su Luo, the 4 limbs transformed into scythes preparing to end Jack and Anjio. "Good. You can take my life." The blood of my dear friend flows on the ground, branching out like streams, heading toward Xia Su. The Watcher's movements came to a halt. She twisted her stiff body to face Xia Su. "Don't kill them. Come kill me." Xia Su knelt on the ground, previously relieved that how could 4 strong gladiators face life and death. At this moment, she realized the impermanence of life. How could she allow the lives of Jack, Anjio, and Suluo to fade away? The Watcher withdrew the scythe that had pierced Jack and Anjio's bodies, stepping towards Xia Su. If it weren't for her duty, she wouldn't want to witness the separation of these 4 dear friends. Xia Su got up from the ground, and she saw Jack behind the Watcher trying to stand up as well. His body, forged from blood, swayed unsteadily, gradually becoming blurred in Xia Su's eyes. "Jack!" He raised his bloodied face, with only his pair of azure eyes still shining. Xia Su pleaded with Jack not to fight anymore. But Jack wouldn't give up. He dragged his cracked body step by step towards Xia Su. "Hurry up and make a move. Do it." Xia Su looked at Jack in despair as he slowly approached. Anjio's leg bones were shattered, and he crawled towards Xia Su, using his sword to prop himself up. The crimson clouds had turned incredibly dim, resembling a rotting mass of flesh. Xia Su could not stop his dear friend from approaching, both mentally and physically, and could only sever his own life. Jack wanted to call out to Xia Su, but his throat only trembled without a sound. Anjio gazed at Xia Su, understanding that he had made up his mind. The Watcher also turned to look at Jack and Jiu moving towards him, with Xia Su's urging in his ears. She raised her scythe high. Watcher, you'd better remember your promise. Otherwise, I, as a vengeful spirit, will not spare you. This was Xia Su's last sentence. The Watcher closed his eyes, as if to acknowledge that he remembered Xia Su's request to let the three go. Xia Su felt a gust of wind blowing down from the cold peak sweep past his neck, flesh and blood tearing apart. The Watcher swung down the scythe. The blade grazed his neck, leaving a trace of blood. Xia Su remained kneeling in place. His head did not fall, and blood did not spray. He turned to see the Watcher entangled with a shadow, rolling towards the edge of the arena. Xia Su immediately stood up and supported Jack. The Watcher was surrounded, his arms bound to his sides, unable to move. He raised the scythe behind him and struck at the creature in front of him, almost managing to capture Xia Su's soul. The sky and ground alternated in his vision, and the Watcher realized he was nearing the edge of the arena. About to roll into the lava, he pulled the scythe out and plunged it into the ground, creating resistance to stop his forward movement. The two figures slowly came to a halt. The Watcher finally no longer saw an overturned scene before him, but a face he was all too familiar with. The charred, cracked face was just inches away. The scythe on the Watcher's body expanded again, and he incredulously pushed away the eternal punishment Messiah. The Watcher rushed towards Xia Su, his body becoming unprecedentedly stiff, as if 20,000 years of time had suddenly settled upon him. The eternal punishment Messiah grabbed the Watcher with his pale, slender left arm. The blade cut into his fingers, but he stubbornly held on. The Watcher's resolve was firm. He would not let the eternal punishment Messiah stop him from obtaining peace for Sagalos. The blade was about to sever the eternal punishment Messiah's fingers, and his steel-boned right arm rarely maintained the shape of a hand instead of a weapon. He said, "Don't go. The entropy of Elysium can satisfy 1,000 years of need. With the souls of the time, Sand's holy chasm, and the mother nest, Sagalos will be as safe and peaceful as you hope for the next 2,000 years." The Watcher suddenly turned around. After 20,000 years of sacrificing souls, he understood that only the complete annihilation of one race could potentially exchange for 1,000 years of peace. Have all the entropies died? Don't lie to me. Eternal punishment Messiah. The Watcher hopes to maintain the majesty of her voice as in the past, wishing for the eternal punishment Messiah to tell her that all of this is a lie. Is this not your plan? You cannot obtain the soul of Xia Su, so you exchange it for the souls of Elysium, the holy abyss of Shisha, and the mother nest. The Watcher retorts, "The demise of Elysium did not come from my hands." The eternal punishment Messiah grips the Watcher's body with his steel hand. What difference does it make? You have caused so many wars between city-states, so many innocent lives lost. As long as it can bring peace to Sagalos in the future, you don't care, do you? His words robbed the Watcher of her breath. Her heart ached. She too was suffering. "I do care. I care more than any of you." The Watcher nearly gritted her teeth as she spoke these words. "My mission is to suppress the ancestors and protect the future of Sagalos, even if it means constantly inciting the arena and city-states to sacrifice lives. It is precisely because I have always followed the rules that Sagalos has not perished. How can you say I don't care, that it doesn't matter?" The Watcher's azure eyes burst with rage. Her anger stemmed from both the eternal punishment Messiah and herself. She did not wish to see rivers of blood in Sagalos, but for the sake of tomorrow, she had to do so. She bore pain and responsibility known to no one, and the only one who knew now despised her. The Watcher suddenly felt empty. Everything she had done for Sagalos. Was it all a mistake in the eyes of the eternal punishment Messiah? "I did not plan the demise of Elysium, but you did plan other battles." The eternal punishment Messiah tightly grasped the Watcher's hand, allowing the scythe to cut into himself. The Watcher closed her eyes. The scythe began to expand. The broad blade sliced open the eternal punishment Messiah's hand, and several fingers fell to the ground, rolling into the magma, hissing as they did. The eternal punishment Messiah had accompanied the Watcher for 20,000 years. He knew her dedication and loyalty, but he could no longer endure the pain brought by slaughter. This pain was not only eroding himself, but also the Watcher. The steel of the eternal punishment Messiah's right arm melted, adhering to the surface of the Watcher's skin. His arm and her body became one. The eternal punishment Messiah jumped off the edge of the arena. The Watcher had no time to react, her body tilting backward, falling into the magma with him. The Watcher's pale face spun before her eyes, gradually merging with the flower pavilion that bloomed with white flowers 20,000 years ago. "What have you done?" Her scream reverberated in her ears. "At least for this moment, we belong only to each other. No slaughter, No pain, no duty. Their bodies burned. The pain gnawed at the nerves of both the Watcher and the eternal punishment Messiah. They sank into the depths of the magma, their bodies turning to ashes and blood, forever entwined. In the brief seconds before death, the eternal punishment Messiah genuinely felt happiness. He and the Watcher embraced once more, their two hearts merging like solidified lava. The Watcher's emotions erupted before death. She hated the eternal punishment Messiah for preventing her from protecting Sagalos, but was relieved to find her release. The magma completely swallowed the two. The sparks that splashed told the story of their unknown past. Xia Su helped Jack to the edge of the magma. The Watcher and the eternal punishment Messiah had completely disappeared, leaving no bodies behind. Jack picked up the crimson sphere formed from Solo. Xia Su supporting Jack with one hand and Anjio with the other. The four walked towards Elysium, seeking the end of the world. When the four arrived at Elysium, wailing had completely overtaken the city-state. The place where they paid respects to the end of the world had even turned into the building where Noth and Olii once received them. The end of the world looked at the four gladiators who had been unstoppable in the four-star arena, each on the brink of death, and was quite surprised. Who could have hurt you like this? The end of the world seemed concerned, but in reality wanted to extract information from the four about whom they had fought. Xia Su had never intended to hide anything. After all, given the end of the world as strength, he would eventually learn everything that had happened in the Eternal Flame Arena today. The Watcher and the Eternal Punishment Messiah had perished together. The end of the world was even more shocked. The two most prestigious lives in Sagalos had actually died simultaneously. Heaven helps him. The four had cleared away the greatest obstacles to his future control of Sagalos. The end of the world sincerely thanked them. "Old man, I see you are hurt quite badly. I've arranged a ship to take you back to the 4 stars for treatment." The ship made of Elysium's glazed tiles completely merged into the universe, its black body reflecting the surrounding starlight. Xia Su sat in the cabin. Jack closed his eyes due to excessive blood loss, leaning against his seat. Anjio placed his sword on his lap, staring intently at the notch made by the Watcher on the blade. Xia Su ultimately did not manage to ask why the Watcher needed his soul. Why did the Watcher sacrifice the souls of the arena and the city-states to incite wars between city-states? The Watcher only said it was to suppress the ancestors. What the ancestors were, Xia Su could not know. The seemingly unrelated Watcher and the Eternal Punishment Messiah had a close connection, which traced back to 20,000 years ago. Too many questions. Xia Su was already exhausted, his mind unable to function, so he compromised, leaning against his seat, quietly waiting for the ship to return to the 4 stars. Jack and Anjio were sent into the operating room. Solo was sent into a chamber with extremely high temperatures, prompting light spots to produce crimson clouds, allowing Solo to return to his original form. Most of Xia Su's injuries were on his tentacles. They just needed to rest well in his back. Xia Su held a suturing device, carefully stitching up the wound on the side of his neck. At that time, the Watcher had been pushed aside by the Eternal Punishment Messiah, and the scythe had grazed Xia Su's neck. Fortunately, it did not injure the carotid artery or trachea. It just needed to reconnect the flesh. There was a knock on the door, and Anjio walked in. His steps were somewhat strange, not as steady as usual. The doctor has done his best. Piecing together all my shattered bones is no simple task. After a while, the bones will regenerate, and then I can fight again. Anjio sat beside Xia Su. Xia Su tilted his head, his hand moving up and down along his neck to continue suturing. It's rare to hear you voice your desire to fight. Anjio paused for a moment. Observant. Aren't you Xia Su? Xia Su continued. You haven't been infected by Solo, have you? Anjio denied. My views differ from his. I appreciate the challenges that fighting brings, which sharpens me further. Solo enjoys absolute violence, but it cannot be denied that we both gain experience and become sharper through each fight. Xia Su smiled, and, as he moved his head, he accidentally tore at the wound. It's better to wait until the wound is stitched up before laughing. Anjio was quite helpless. The needle and thread pulled together the last piece of torn skin, closing it, then stitching it up. The Watcher mentioned that sacrificing souls was to suppress the ancestors. Who are the ancestors? Why must they have my soul? I have many questions as well. Many questions concern the Watcher and the Eternal Punishment Messiah, even the entire Sagalos. Unfortunately, the deceased have passed. We can no longer obtain answers. Disappointment showed in Xia Su's eyes, and Anjio comforted him. However, I have indeed uncovered the truth about one thing. Xia Su looked at Anjio. It is the red substance that envelopes the sky. I brought back fragments of the red substance, tested them, and verified with the corridor. The name of the red substance is Panting. It grows from the core beneath the magma, obeying the Watcher's commands. and is large enough to cover the entire sky of Sagalos. So Pantang is a plant cultivated by the Watcher? Not necessarily. The exact wording on the corridor's stone tablet is, Pantang starts from the core and climbs to the sky. They are pulsating blood vessels. They are proliferating hatred. Anjio repeated the content of the stone tablet to Xia Su. Pulsating blood vessels, proliferating hatred? Those do not seem like words used to describe plants. Anjio nodded. I think so too. The content on the corridor's stone tablet is usually quite understandable, convenient for living beings to remember. The description of panting is extremely vague. Anjio noticed that Xia Su was lost in thought and said, My suggestion is not to get entangled in these unanswered questions. It will only add to your worries. But if your heart is seeking answers, then you should try your best to find them. Sutsusaud, I understand. Wanting to escape the atmosphere bound by questions, Xia Su suggested, Shall we go see Jack and Su Luo? Anjio agreed gladly. Xia Su and Anjio bumped into Jack in the corridor. Jack mentioned he was heading to Xia Su's hospital room. The gaps on his body were filled with new, tender pink flesh, contrasting sharply with the battered areas of his body. The three of them made their way to Su Luo's room. The small mass of scarlet cloud that was left was growing at a terrifying speed, with flickering light spots appearing rapidly. Although Su Luo's body was still not as strong as before, it was continuously growing. Anjio couldn't help but feel relieved. Perhaps he hadn't even noticed that he had developed feelings for this distinctly different companion. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, and Xia Su said, I bet the first thing Su Luo will do when she wakes up is to go kill the Watcher, only to find out she's already dead. Anjio picked up Xia Su's words. Then she'll mock the Watcher for a bit, and then challenge Jack. Xia Su had forgotten that Su Luo was supposed to duel with Jack. They waited with anticipation. Jack stood beside the pod, gazing at the pulsating scarlet cloud. Chapter 44. The green plants stirring the quantum clock at the observation station began to tremble. The once brilliant galaxy suddenly dimmed as if ink had been spilled on it. The red curve, representing the intensity of gravitational waves, was climbing vertically. The night sky over Earth appeared eerily pure, devoid of starlight, leaving only an ever-expanding vortex that distorted the darkness. Communication satellites began to fall, like guillotines descending vertically towards the surface. The ocean surged and the desert wailed. In the observatory, galaxies that had existed for 6 billion years were collapsing. Torn molecular clouds emitted radial beams of light, only to suddenly shrink. Space and time seemed to warp as the galaxies curled into a speck of dust. That insignificant speck expanded, spread out, tore apart the universe, and transformed into a black hole. Nearby starlight converged towards the black hole, devoured entirely. Earth was affected like never before. Tides were chaotic, the weather was violent, and all operating nuclear magnetic resonance devices in the northern hemisphere sparked. Earth fell into darkness, merging with the cosmos. The United Nations spent months revitalizing Earth. The galaxy's collapse reminding them of the impending crisis facing humanity. The UN would not allow human civilization to be destroyed. Just then, a planet sent a signal to Earth. Su Luo stood before the glass and raised an eyebrow, saying, This planet looks very safe. Ever since Anjio had fought with Su Luo agreed to wear this special skin to prevent accidentally burning others. Endless greenery filled the entire glass, without any mixed colors. The dissipating light of a star penetrated the planet. Xia Su also leaned in front of the glass. Now I finally understand why the UN has its eyes on this planet. Her black eyes overlapped with green, fixated on the increasingly magnified planet before her. It looked too much like Earth. Humanity had witnessed the collapse of another galaxy, eager to find an escape route. The UN was ostensibly inviting Xia Su, Anjio, and Jack to visit the green planet, but in reality, they were exploiting them to steal intelligence. As a member of humanity, and one of the most powerful among them, Xia Su would consider the interests of all humankind. She had once thought that when she became a gladiator, she would live freely, finally free from the torment of illness. She did not want to be pulled by a sense of righteousness. But things did not go as she wished. When Xia Su truly became the most powerful gladiator on Earth, her heart began to be moved by the suffering of others. A sense of responsibility silently burrowed into her heart. Belonging genetics held her tightly. Jack's experiences and mindset as a mercenary were deeply rooted in him. He did not understand righteousness, but he understood Xia Su. In Xia Su's eyes, Anjio was certainly a person willing to take on responsibilities. Calm, decisive, and compassionate. He seemed like a typical person of righteousness. What Xia Su did not know was that Anjio did not think so. Su Luo remarked, I finally found a few qualified opponents, and I haven't had enough fun yet. How can I let you all die? Besides, I haven't fought Jack yet. If anyone is to die, it must be in my hands. For this reason, he followed Xia Su and Njio. Jack had just completed another body modification and was currently recovering. He had stubbornly wanted to join, but was sternly rejected by Xia Su. The spaceship flew through the atmosphere, soaring above endless grasslands. Looking down, there was nothing but green. This was humanity's first visit to the green planet. Since the green planet sent a signal to Earth, friendly contact had been maintained between the two planets, and they finally decided to meet. The spaceship landed on the lawn, and Xia Su looked around. It was all plants. The commander sent by the UN also appeared puzzled. At his command, all the diplomats and soldiers lined up at the hatch. Just as the commander hesitated about whether to go out, the spaceship began to shake violently. Or rather, the ground beneath the spaceship was shaking. The commander immediately ordered to take off, but it was too late. With a deafening collapse, the spaceship fell to the ground. Darkness flickered outside the glass. The spaceship quickly stopped descending, being securely held up. Thick vines rapidly climbed up the glass, intertwining with one another, sealing the glass airtight, wrapping the entire spaceship. The commander could not determine whether these vines were dangerous. Just as he was about to order another attempt to take off and break free from the vines, he was suddenly interrupted by a message from the communication device. A blue message jumped out on the communication panel, with glowing dots forming several words. "We've caught you." The being that sent that message was the green planet's life form, interfacing with humanity. The spaceship was safely delivered to an underground base by the vines. The vines gently placed the spaceship on the ground, then swiftly slid down the glass, disappearing beneath the cliff. The commander conversed with the being on the communication panel for a moment, then ordered everyone to organize and prepare to disembark. The hatch rose and many glowing, droplet-shaped light spheres hung above the base, bathing everyone in a warm, pale yellow light. The team slowly moved forward, facing a row of oddly shaped plants. Just as the team was only a few meters away from those plants, they moved. Leading the way was an exceptionally large flower. It gently swayed the 3 buds on its stem, its dark purple petals bobbing up and down, and its stamens standing upright. It slowly moved in front of the commander, lowered its 3 heads, revealing crimson spots deep within the petals, and nodded friendly. In the next second, the commander's head was swallowed by the petals. Everyone stared in horror at the giant plant in front of them, with a few individuals stepping forward to try to pull the commander out from the petals, but were stopped by the deputy commander. The purple petals gently enveloped the commander's head, brushing against his face with its yellow anthers, then rubbed against him, and finally released him. The deputy commander explained, "That's how they greet. As plants, they could not speak, so for an alien species like humans, they could only communicate in this way. Humans simply called them green plants because they were very similar to the plants on Earth. After conversing with the green plants, which involved the purple flower continuously touching the commander's face with its anthers, and since the green plants could understand human language, communication went smoothly. Finally, the leading purple flower suggested taking humans to tour the green planet, and the 2 teams left happily together. Xia Su, Su Luo, and Njio naturally followed. Xia Su noticed the deputy commander looking back, and she immediately caught his gaze. Xia Su nodded, and the deputy commander pretended to just glance back before looking ahead again. The team continued moving forward, stepping onto a giant leaf. Xia Su could even feel the uneven fibers beneath her feet, which were not the soft texture she had imagined, but rather quite tough. The leaf rose at an astonishing speed, lifting the team off the ground. The sky was clear, and blue and green merged towards the center, forming a horizon at the edge of vision. The team continued forward, unnoticed by anyone, as 3 individuals stood at the cliff's edge, leaning back and disappearing into the sky below. Darkness gradually enveloped Xia Su's sight. The wind whipped past her body like fangs, and her head felt heavy from blood rushing to it. She spread her arms. Silver tentacles filled the space on her back, deeply embedding into the earthen walls, anchoring Xia Su in place. At the same time, 2 tentacles caught Su Luo and Njio, and the 3 floated in an unfathomable void. Xia Su inserted the device she had been gripping tightly into the wall. After penetrating the soil, it extended a glowing blue tube that moved around within the wall. The 3 waited patiently. Soon, the tube stopped, drawing a guiding line on the wall. Xia Su quickly moved with the tentacles on the wall. Reaching the end of the tube, she punched the wall before her, and the solid earth collapsed upon contact, revealing a pitch-black hole. Xia Su squeezed through, remembering to fill the hole behind her with tentacles, then landed on the ground, retracting the tentacles. The 3 advanced through the tunnel for about 5 minutes until they reached a dead end. Xia Su punched the wall again, and, as the dirt collapsed to the ground, blinding light flooded into the tunnel. Xia Su instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. She turned her head, blinked, and painfully rolled her eyes, gradually adapting to the brightness. Xia Su put down her hand, and what came into view was a room full of strange and bizarre plants, carefully cultivated in transparent petri dishes. The transparent material resembled the inner membrane of the plants, with petals and leaves floating under the bright yellow light. Xia Su cautiously stepped out of the cave entrance, her back tense and her right hand ready to attack at any moment. The entire breeding ground was surrounded by soil, which felt quite soft and wet underfoot, emitting a strong, earthy smell. Suddenly, a flash of green caught Xia Su's attention. She lowered her head and saw a green thread emerging from the ground in front of her, gently swaying its head before burrowing into the soil, repeatedly coming in and out. Soon, a line of green letters was woven into the dirt. It was her name, Xia Su. Xia Su raised an eyebrow in surprise, crouched down, and extended her finger to insert it into the soil. The soft, moist, and sticky dirt wrapped around her fingertips, feeling somewhat cold. Xia Su also wrote 2 characters on the ground. Xiaoheng. This was not the name of the green plant in front of her, but the name of the deputy commander sent this time. Xia Su stood up and watched as one of the petri dishes was slowly lifted. A human face was staring at her. Beside her, Njiao and Su Luo were also clearly startled, cautiously watching the person who carefully placed the petri dish on the ground. Xia Su focused her gaze and found that the dish was supported by a series of brown roots. This was not human at all. The creature that had just opened the petri dish slowly moved toward the 3 of them, uncertainly extending a long root that floated in the air. Xia Su continued to stare at the creature not far away, but her body relaxed to show that she was not a threat. She carefully grasped the floating root, which was covered in root hairs and felt soft against her palm. After both sides confirmed their identities, Xia Su lowered her guard slightly, and the floating face approached closer. When it finally came close, Xia Su could see clearly. The face was actually formed by patterns, and the flowers cored deep within the petals, with a flesh-colored base adorned with black dots and lines, resembling a human face with its eyes open from a distance. Even up close, Xia Su could see that face clearly, and it became even more bizarre. It looked like a human face, yet the more she looked, the more abstract it became. It extended its